That is odd. Why do I feel like I have forgotten something? After driving away the chaos god of order and the world tree, Shurchin was preparing to enter seclusion to recover, but suddenly he realized he seemed to have forgotten something. This feeling had appeared before, making him ponder again. So what exactly had he forgotten? This was his Taoist temple, very familiar to him. But suddenly his gaze fell upon a glowing orb floating in the void. Although it was just an orb, it instantly captured his attention, for within it lay an entire world. When did this world appear? Why could he not remember? Shurchin only remembered that when he created this Taoist temple, there had never been such an orb. I really have become old and forgetful. After thinking for a long time, Shurchin finally remembered how this world came to be. This was the world that the star god had collected from the mythical Chaos World and sent to him. He remembered Pangu telling him about it. He had intended to handle this matter first, but due to various busy events he had forgotten until now. No wonder he had been forgetting something. It turned out to be this matter. And wasn't there a living being in this world who had a karmic connection with him? This was a karma that someone had recklessly tied for him back then. Sighing about growing old, Shurchin knew that karmic ties should be resolved as soon as possible. Although he had not yet figured out how to sever this karma, after all, it was not a bad karma. If it were a bad karma, he would have simply eliminated the other party. But this was a good karma, yet he had never considered such thoughts before, which made things rather difficult. He could not just kill the other party because of this, even though he did not care for the other was also a victim. Forget it, let me go in and take a look. After thinking it over, Shurchin decided to enter and see. If all else failed, he could just keep her by his side as a maid. After all, his Taoist temple was rather lonely, and that monkey son Wukong was still in that world and had not yet returned. The world was still the same world. When the star god had collected it, he had completely frozen the time within to prevent the beings from dying due to the long passage of time. Freezing time in a small world was trivial for an existence like the star god. Even without much understanding of time laws, it posed no problem. So when Shurchin entered this world, he found everything frozen exactly as it had been. As Shurchin entered, time in this world finally began to flow again, and all living beings returned to their original state. Shurchin strolled down the busy street, watching the lively crowd around him. They could not see him. Sister, that is the gentleman from last time. Behind Shurchin, not far away, Xiaoqing excitedly said to Bai Suzhen. The two of them had not left their cave dwelling for a long time after that strange encounter, fearing they might meet such an odd person again. But this time they had come to the street once more and happened to encounter Shurchin. Their luck was truly remarkable. It really is him. I wonder if he still remembers me. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Bai Suzhen looked toward where Shurchin was standing and truly saw that figure that made her heart flutter. A trace of excitement flashed across her face. Since their last meeting, she had missed him day and night. Although time had been frozen by the star god, her thoughts had not stopped. Bai Suzhen felt it had been far, far too long since she had seen Shurchin. Sister, let us hurry over. Xiaoqing pulled her sister toward Shurchin. Of course, Shurchin knew who they were. He had appeared here precisely for this purpose. What else would he come here for? This humble one greets the honorable sir. When they drew near, Bai Suzhen respectfully addressed Shurchin. Women of this era always showed a modest demeanor when facing men regardless of their strength. Although Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing were demons, they were still influenced by the customs of this era and had learned proper etiquette. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing. Shurchin turned to look at Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing appearing before him. His expression was completely calm, showing not a trace of surprise. I did not expect the honorable sir to actually know this humble one and my younger sister. Bai Suzhen was also quite surprised. She had truly not expected Shurchin to call out both their names so naturally. This is not a place for conversation. Let us find another place to talk. Shurchin glanced around the bustling street and spoke to Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing. Although somewhat puzzled by his words, Bai Suzhen naturally would not refuse. So she followed Shurchin along. On a small boat on a branch of West Lake, the scenery here was very beautiful. Shurchin, Bai Suzhen, and Xiaoqing sat quietly on the boat. However, at this moment, Xiaoqing and Bai Suzhen looked at Shurchin with expressions of shock and confusion, while Shurchin calmly gazed at the lake's surface around him. So you mean my marriage fate was orchestrated by that Hongjun you mentioned? More or less. That is also the reason why I did not notice it immediately back then. Shurchin spoke calmly in response to Bai Suzhen. Back then it was indeed his fault. As the protagonist of the karmic thread, he should have been able to know immediately, but he had not thought of this at the time, so he had not paid attention to it. As a result, he had been tricked by Hongjun. So how do you want to handle our matter? Bai Suzhen's face was somewhat pale, but when facing Shurchin, she still tried her best to stay strong. Beside her, Xiaoqing looked displeased, gripping her sister's small hand tightly, while staring fiercely at Shurchin. Since this matter was caused by me, I will give you two choices as well. It depends on which one you choose. After a long silence, Shurchin finally spoke again. This time he gave Bai Suzhen two choices, and it was up to her to decide. This matter, as he said, was caused by him, and he had disrupted her original destiny. He was not truly heartless. Bai Suzhen gazed quietly at Shurchin. After a long time, she finally spoke. She saw calmness on his face, and this attitude made her feel sorrowful. The first choice is that I will find a way to erase all karma between us. From then on you and I will have no connection. When Qin mentioned this choice, Bai Sujin's already pale face turned even whiter. Yet she still said nothing, silently waiting for him to state the second choice. The second choice is that I will give you and Xiaoqing a cultivation method. How far you can go is up to you. However, if you can break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, you will be able to leave this small world and appear in my Taoist temple. There you will serve as my maids. The two choices Qin gave, one severed all ties, the other offered hope. In truth, Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing's talents were quite remarkable, ranking at least in the middle among the myriad heavens. But who could blame the world they lived in for suppressing their talents? After all, the world was only so big. In the original story, Bai Sujin was deeply entangled in a love affair, unable to cultivate peacefully, which led to her tragic fate. If Bai Sujin had a good cultivation technique, coupled with her talent, her future achievements would be no less than Fa highs. After all, Fa high was highly valued by the Western Buddhist sect. This shows how gifted they were. In the end, Qin left this world. Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing naturally made their choice. Compared to the first, they ultimately chose the second, for no matter how one looked at it, the outcome of this choice was the best, wasn't it? Although they would only become a humble maid by Qin's side after all their hard cultivation, at least their future safety was guaranteed. With Qin's protection, who would dare to harm them? Moreover, choosing the second option granted eternal immortality. Only a fool would refuse. Especially since Bai Sujin and Qin already shared such a karmic bond. In fact, Qin could truly erase the karma if he wished. After all, as the master of the karma Dao, if he wanted, the karma demon god would not refuse to help. Everyone, it is time for you to leave the primordial world. At this moment, on the sky dome of the primordial world, Hongjun, the victor of this tribulation, looked proudly at the other demon gods present and declared loudly. Before him were all demon gods arranged by the chaos demon gods, yet they had all been defeated by him. How could he not be proud? Although he had Qin's help, a win was a win. Besides, he was on Qin's side, so it was only natural for Qin to assist him. Moreover, could it be that the chaos demon gods behind these fellows did not help them either? Hongjun certainly did not believe that. It turned out that during the time when the chaos demon gods left the chaos world, the tribulation in the primordial world naturally came to an end, and the ultimate victors were Qing Tian and Di Hao, who belonged to Hongjun's camp. Hongjun, this time you have indeed won. But this matter will not end here. We will surely return. The five elements and other demon gods looked at Hongjun's demeanor with great displeasure. After all, if they hadn't been careless, would they have been ambushed by that fellow Hongjun? However, they were not truly defeated. After all, there was still one more demon god remaining in the primordial world who would represent them in another contest against Hongjun. Perhaps they would stage a comeback, making Hongjun realize that they had not truly lost. Haha, I await your return. But I hope you won't lose too badly. Hongjun wore a smug expression. So many demon gods had fallen to him this time, so he did not believe they could win again next time. After all, next time, they would not be able to bring so many demon gods. Probably only the top 10 chaos lords would contend. The Yin-Yang demon god said a word and turned to leave. The other demon gods, seeing this, also left one after another. How humiliating. So many demon gods had been outwitted by a single Hongjun. Hongjun, with this tribulation over, I should also return. With you here in the primordial world, I trust no problems will arise. Thus I should go back and report to the great lord. The great strength demon god said to Hongjun. This time he descended into the primordial world because Pangu had sent him to assist Hongjun, fearing that Qin, with only Hongjun, might not be able to withstand the schemes of other chaos demon gods. But now it seemed his help was entirely unnecessary, so he was ready to return. As for what came next, it was naturally left to Hongjun. As one by one the demon gods left the primordial world, only two chaos demon gods remained, naturally Hongjun, and the other being Luo Ho. Luo Ho's sudden withdrawal this time had saved him from being caught in Hongjun's scheme. It could be said that Luo Ho had foreseen the arrogance of the other demon gods and chose to leave early. Otherwise, he would have been tricked by Hongjun into losing the western continent, and then he would have had no choice but to withdraw from the primordial world. If that had happened, there would be no later Dao demon conflict. Thus, Luo Ho's remaining now seemed to follow the trend of the times. Hongjun stood quietly on the sky dome, his gaze calmly fixed on the western continent. There Luo Ho stood on a mountain peak, looking back at him from afar. They both knew clearly that the next tribulation would be a confrontation between these two close friends. When the time came, it would be decided who would step off the stage of primordial world history. However, neither Hongjun nor Luo Ho believed they would be the loser. This confidence they both possessed. Qing Tian, I leave the rest to you. At this moment in Hongjun's Taoist temple on Yujing Mountain, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cushion. Before him were Qing Tian, Huang Tian, and Di Hao. As the three most powerful native beings of the primordial world in Hongjun's camp, they were now tasked with handling the mess left behind after the other demon gods had departed. The best solution was originally for Hongjun to act personally, But it was clear that even now he could not do so, so these matters naturally fell to Qin Tian and the other two. Please rest assured, Ancestor. I will restore clarity to the primordial world. Qin Tian naturally would not refuse such a task, as it was his duty. As a native being of the primordial world, he certainly did not wish to see it destroyed. In fact, there was nothing left to worry about. The greatest difficulty, the other demon gods, had already been resolved as they had all left the primordial world. Although this Kulpa had not yet ended, it was nearing its conclusion. Without the obstruction of the demon gods, managing the primordial world would be much simpler for them. However, they still needed to be cautious. Although the demon gods had left, there remained one greatest problem unsolved: the destruction dragon coiled in the sky of the primordial world, not yet fully awakened. This creature, which had existed since the beginning of the Kulpa but had not fully awakened even at its end, was the greatest disaster of the primordial world. If not stopped once it awoke, it would directly destroy the primordial world. However, to deal with the destruction dragon, Qin Tian's current strength was insufficient. He was only at the half-step Hunyuan stage. To fight a being that could destroy the primordial world, Qin Tian would need at least the Hunyuan level. So Hongjun arranged the current strategy. Qin Tian and Di Hao gathered their armies and swept across the entire primordial world, not even sparing the western continent. Because this time Luo Ho and his forces had been defeated by Hongjun, and this Kulpa was clearly not the time for a final battle between Luo Ho and Hongjun. So when Di Hao's army attacked the western continent, Luo Ho simply retreated, allowing them to occupy the entire western continent. It was not that Luo Ho had no chance after Di Hao occupied the western continent. Everyone understood clearly that they could not become eternal rulers of the primordial world. Even though Di Hao and Qin Tian's army now occupied the western continent, it was only for the short duration of this Kulpa. After this Kulpa ended, they would eventually withdraw from the western continent. Until Luo Ho and Hongjun decided the victor, the western continent still belonged to Luo Ho. For now, they merely needed the vast fortune of the western continent. Thus, faced with this situation, Luo Ho naturally chose not to intervene. Without Luo Ho's interference, no creature on the western continent could stop Di Hao's army. As for the northern continent, there was only the Spirit Clan, but they had suffered heavy losses when attacking the eastern continent. Only Tanyuan Daoist, the heavenly tree, survived, and Yang Mei had taken his disciple away from the troubled primordial world. Tanyuan was ultimately unsuited for such a struggle. He preferred a quiet life, and Yang Mei, seeing this, had acted accordingly. And because of this, it wasn't long before the entire primordial world was completely occupied by Di Hao and Qin Tian. Di Hao outwardly chose to submit to Qin Tian in order to gather the vast fortune of the continent and push Qin Tian's cultivation to the Hunyuan stage. If he relied on normal cultivation, crossing the threshold of Hunyuan would take an extremely long time. The gap between Hunyuan and Luo was like that between immortals and mortals. Achieving Hunyuan meant truly entering the ranks of the powerful. Thus, this realm was extremely difficult to break through. Compared to the demon gods, Qin Tian and his companions lacked foundation. Even for Qin Tian, who was already at half-step Hunyuan, reaching Hunyuan would take a very long time, but time was running out. The awakening of the destruction dragon was imminent. If Qin Tian could not break through in time, the primordial world would be doomed. So they had to rely on external help, the fortune of the primordial world. This was the only advantage for the beings of the primordial world. However, achieving this was extremely difficult, as it required unifying the entire primordial world, something no one in myth had ever accomplished. After the complete unification of the primordial world, Qin Tian officially entered seclusion. Hongjun did the same, constantly lecturing on the Dao to help Qin Tian achieve Hunyuan as soon as possible. Hongjun truly put in great effort, accompanying Qin Tian in seclusion and continuously expounding the way of Hunyuan. Boom. Time passed slowly. A long time had passed since Qin Tian and the others entered seclusion. Although the primordial world did not count years, tens of millions of years had gone by. Under such a vast span of time, this Kulpa finally approached its end. With a loud boom in the sky, the aura of the Hunyuan Dao instantly spread across the entire primordial world. A great being had broken through to Hunyuan. After breaking through to Hunyuan, the heavenly Dao did not send auspicious clouds to celebrate. Although this was a breakthrough by a native being of the primordial world, the heavenly Dao had not yet manifested. Moreover, the achievement was the Hunyuan of chaos, so there would be no auspicious clouds. Nevertheless, the terrifying power of Hunyuan still shook the primordial world, countless creatures prostrating and trembling, not knowing what had happened or where the aura came from. Is this the pressure of Hunyuan? Truly terrifying. At this moment on the southern continent, Di Hao felt the mountain-like pressure and inwardly sighed. Fortunately, the pressure was not directed at any creature, otherwise, even someone as powerful as he would have been forced to kneel. Is this the power of Hunyuan? Truly intoxicating. Standing in the void, Qin Tian looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the void, and he finally saw the massive dragon coiled above the heavens. A pitch-black dragon, its entire body exuding waves of destructive aura. This must be the Annihilation Dragon. Before reaching Huanyuan, they could not see this Annihilation Dragon. Even Qingtian, who was at half-step Huanyuan, could not see it. Only when the dragon appeared did they truly see it, but after it fell asleep it vanished from their sight. Previously Qingtian had always thought the Annihilation Dragon was sleeping somewhere, but he never expected that although it was indeed sleeping, it was sleeping above the heavens. Now that you have achieved Huanyuan, the Annihilation Dragon will no longer be your match. Wait for it to awaken, and then suppress it. Hongjun appeared very satisfied beside Qingtian. He was truly pleased with Qingtian. He could say he was very fortunate to have chosen Qingtian back then. Otherwise, let alone the Annihilation Dragon, even dealing with other primordial gods would have been difficult. Qingtian was indeed a being whose legend would be passed down through later generations. Whether in talent or ability, he was absolutely formidable. Ancestor, rest assured. Once it awakens, I will suppress it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although the Annihilation Dragon is powerful and possesses a sliver of the Great Venerable's destruction, Dao, it has no intelligence. So its strength is not as great as it seems. At most, it is half-step Huanyuan, infinitely close to Hunyuan. Now that you have achieved the Hunyuan fruit, suppressing it will be very simple. There were also gaps within half-step Hunyuan. For example, although Qingtian was also half-step Hunyuan before in the later classification by Hongjuan, he was only at the late quasi-saint level. But the Annihilation Dragon was at the sub-saint level, surpassing quasi-saint, yet weaker than Huanyuan, in a very intermediate position. So before Qingtian was no match for the Annihilation Dragon, but now clearly it is not so. The Annihilation Dragon is no match for Qingtian, because although it is at the sub-saint level, as long as it hasn't truly crossed that step, it can never be a match for a Hunyuan master. All beneath the saint are ants was not just a saying. All beneath Hunyuan are ants. This is the conclusion drawn from the blood and tears of countless beings. I see. After hearing Hongjuan's words, Qingtian felt relieved. After breaking through to Hunyuan and listening to Hongjuan's teachings, he naturally wouldn't become arrogant and think himself invincible. Even though he had broken through to Huanyuan, just sensing Hongjuan's power told him he could not compare. If his own aura was like a lake, then Hongjuan's aura was like a boundless ocean. Facing such a Hongjuan, even standing beside him, he could not muster the slightest thought of resistance. The gap between them was huge. He had just achieved Huanyuan, only the first level of Huanyuan, but Hongjun was already approaching the Emperor Realm, also known as the Heavenly Dao Realm. The gap was not even a small matter. Now go stabilize your cultivation and await the awakening of the Annihilation Dragon. Hongjun said a word to Qingtian, then turned and left. Now that Qingtian had broken through, there was no need for him to continue teaching. He also had many things to do, so he couldn't waste too much time. Hongjun, it seems you have truly won this time. Just as Hongjun returned to his Taoist temple, a figure appeared before him. The other looked at him with a complex expression. This victory will not make me proud because I have not yet defeated you, have I? Looking at his close friend before him, Hongjuan's expression remained mostly unchanged. He knew very well what was going on in Luo Ho's mind. Yes, the figure before him was none other than Luo Ho. Since he withdrew from the Primordial God Alliance last time, he had seemed to vanish from the primordial world. Of course, he couldn't really leave, he just hid because at that time Hongjuan's power was too great, and the other primordial gods were too arrogant and conceited, so their defeat was already certain. Luo Ho clearly didn't want to go down with them. Even so, congratulations this time. But next time you won't be so lucky. Without those deadweights dragging us down, I will definitely win next time. If Luo Ho's words were heard by the other primordial gods, they would probably fight him to the death. What did he mean by deadweights? Well, relatively speaking, they really were deadweights. If it weren't for Luo Ho cleaning up after them, they would have been kicked out long ago and wouldn't have lasted so long. And most importantly, if they had listened to Luo Ho back then and not been so arrogant, the final outcome might have been completely rewritten. It could only be said that they brought it upon themselves. Rest assured, I will still win next time. Hongjun was very confident. On this point, he didn't think he would lose. Although the two were very close friends, that didn't mean they would give up everything in the primordial world for the sake of friendship. After all, whoever lost would have to leave the primordial world. By the way, that one is about to awaken, isn't he? Luo Ho didn't want to argue with Hongjun on this issue. After all, talking too much was useless. They would only know who would lose when they truly fought. Indeed, according to my calculations, in another 1,000 years that one will awaken. Hongjuan's divination skills were very good, and Luo Ho believed this. Since Hongjun said 1,000 years, it would definitely be 1,000 years with no great error. In that case, I'll leave this one to you. I also need to go back and prepare for our next calamity battle. After saying this, Luo Ho disappeared instantly, just as suddenly as he had come. Hongjun didn't say anything, only wanted to say, at least close the door on your way out. Boom. Roar. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire primordial world. Countless mighty beings looked up to the sky where a black dragon stood proudly. Finally awakened. You have kept me waiting for so long. At this moment, in a side hall of Hongjuan's Dao field on Yujing Mountain, Qingtian slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of golden light flashed through his gaze, vanishing in an instant. Sensing the aura above the celestial vault, he murmured to himself. He had waited 1,000 years for the awakening of the world-destroying dragon. Though the time was brief, it had grown wearisome for him. Roar! The dreadful dragon's roar resounded once more, followed by an aura of destruction that began to permeate the entire primordial land. Doomsday thunderbolts gathered in the sky, and beneath the thick oppressive clouds countless creatures trembled in fear. Facing such terrifying power capable of annihilating them, these weak beings could only await death helplessly. Is this the world-destroying dragon? Truly formidable. But has it begun preparing for annihilation right after awakening? At this moment on the southern continent, Hao looked up at the pitch-black creature in the sky. Its colossal form was clearly visible even from the southern continent. Endless destructive energy swirled around it, and the mere aura it exuded chilled Hao's heart. Of course, this was not because Hao feared the creature, but because the aura emanating from it was unsettling. That said, Hao was not truly afraid. His current strength had reached the half-step Hunyuan stage, what later generations would call the peak of quasi-saint, merely a step away from true Hunyuan. The world-destroying dragon was only somewhat stronger than him on the surface. In reality, if they were to fight, the outcome would be uncertain. The world-destroying dragon possessed the law of destruction, but Hao also had his own hidden trump cards. Thus, Hao was not genuinely afraid of the world-destroying dragon. What truly instilled fear in him was the trace of destructive aura emanating from the creature. After all, the world-destroying dragon was the handiwork of the destruction demon Venerable. Throughout the entire chaos realm, including the primordial world, the law of destruction had been perfected by the destruction demon Venerable to its ultimate state, true completeness. Anything related to the law of destruction would carry a hint of that perfected destructive aura. It was precisely this trace of aura that stirred fear in Hao's heart, otherwise he would not have reacted this way. Beast! This is the primordial land. How dare you act so arrogantly? Just as the thunderbolt was about to strike, a mighty shout echoed across the entire primordial heaven and earth. A massive millstone capable of destroying the world appeared silently in the sky, its rotating grindstone instantly grinding away the doomsday thunderbolt. Roar! Sensing that its divine ability had been annihilated, the world-destroying dragon let out a furious roar. But what greeted it was a colossal palm that struck it down from the sky, sending it crashing heavily onto the earth. Beast! Do you truly think you can destroy the world? Today I will slay you. Above the void, the figure of Qin Tian appeared. He stood there silently, yet the endless Tao swirled around him, and chaotic light illuminated most of the primordial world. He grabbed the enormous world-destroying millstone and slammed it heavily down upon the world-destroying dragon. Boom! A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth, followed by a cloud of dust. The world-destroying dragon vanished from the world under Qin Tian's single blow. The world-destroying dragon was originally a product of spiritual energy, formed from the resentful thoughts of all dead beings. It had no true physical form. Under Qin Tian's strike, it was directly annihilated. However, Qin Tian failed to notice that at the moment of the dragon's death, a wisp of black light flickered and disappeared. Ancestor, I have slain the beast. Having done all this, Qin Tian returned to Hongjuan's Dao field to report. Hongjuan cast a deep glance at Qin Tian. What had happened at the moment of the world-destroying dragon's death had escaped Qin Tian's notice, but not Hongjuan's. Yet he chose not to speak of it, for it was the work of a certain great venerable, and he had no right to interfere in the affairs of the great venerables. Otherwise, he doubted his own life could withstand their wrath. Even the time ancestor would not shield him in such a matter. It was precisely this self-awareness that later gave rise to the glorious primordial era. Enough. This matter is settled, and this culpa has officially come to an end. Hongjun mused. The world-destroying dragon was the final tribulation of this culpa, and now that Qin Tian had easily resolved it, the culpa was truly concluded. A new epic for the primordial world was about to begin. Soon after, Qin Tian, Huang Tian, and Hao all arrived at Hongjuan's Dao field. With the end of this culpa, it marked the time for Qin Tian, the overlord of the primordial era, to step down from the stage of history. The current primordial world could not yet accommodate a Hunyuan powerhouse. After all, the heavenly Dao had not yet emerged. If a Hunyuan powerhouse were to exist now, it would only make it more difficult for the future heavenly Dao to govern the primordial world. Therefore, Qin Tian could not remain on the primordial land. Qin Tian, you have now attained Hunyuan, but since the heavenly Dao of the primordial world has not yet emerged, you cannot stay here for the time being. Moreover, you still bear the identity of the primordial world's overlord, which makes it even more impossible for you to remain. If you continue to stay, the moment the heavenly Dao emerges, it will inevitably begin a purge. I now offer you two choices, and you must decide your path. This applies to you, as well, Huang Tian. Hongjun spoke to Huang Tian, as well, making it clear that this message was also for him. Both of them could not remain in the primordial world, at least not for the next 2 or 3 culpas. Please instruct us, ancestor. The first choice, I will seal you both within this Yujing mountain waiting for the right opportunity to arise. As long as I am here, even the heavenly Dao's awakening cannot detect your existence. The second choice, I will create a new world beyond the dimensions of the primordial world where you can reside until the proper time comes for you to return. These were the two choices Hongjun offered. The first required a restriction of freedom, but allowed them to remain in the primordial world, a certain benefit. The second required leaving the primordial world, which would imbue them with the aura of chaos. To return later without a suitable opportunity would be nearly impossible. However, Hongjun would not elaborate on the advantages and disadvantages of these choices. That was for Qin Tian and Huang Tian to comprehend on their own. Ancestor, I choose the second option. After a long silence, Huang Tian was the first to speak. His voice was filled with determination. Although staying in the primordial desolation was the best option for the native beings of that land, continuing to remain there would now restrict his growth. The primordial desolation could not accommodate Hunyuan powerhouses, but by leaving he could attempt to find a way to break through. Ancestor, I also choose the second option. Qin Tian had been pondering all along, but upon hearing Huang Tian's response he was startled. However, he quickly understood. Huang Tian clearly wished to leave the primordial desolation to seek the method of achieving Hunyuan, and his decision was also made for the sake of his subordinates. After all, he was not alone, though he commanded a powerful dynasty. Have you all thought it through? Once you leave, it will be very difficult to return. Hongjun looked at Qin Tian and Huang Tian and spoke solemnly. In truth, he was pleased when they chose the second option, because he also hoped they would. In this way, after leaving the primordial desolation, they could continue to grow. If he had sealed them, they would be safe, but it would also restrict their opportunities for growth. We have made up our minds. After exchanging a glance, Qin Tian and Huang Tian declared loudly once more. Now that they had resolved to leave the primordial desolation, they would not go back on their word. There was no need to be hesitant. Since you have chosen the second option, I shall say no more. Later, I will open up a world outside the primordial desolation, and you may lead your dynasties into that world. Hongjun said calmly, as if speaking of a trivial matter. And indeed it was trivial for him. Whether it was the choices Qin Tian and the others made, or opening up a world outside the primordial desolation, Hongjun's power could not create an immensely vast world, but opening a great thousand world for them to live in was no problem at all. Dihao, what about your primordial human race? After speaking with Qin Tian and Huang Tian, Hongjun turned his gaze to Dihao. Hongjun was well aware that Dihao was the handiwork of some chaos lord, but he did not know which lord had placed him. Moreover, the tribulation of quantums had ended, yet Hongjun did not know whether that lord had summoned Dihao and made arrangements for the primordial human race. Secondly, he naturally wanted to know whether Dihao had learned anything. At the very least, whether he knew which chaos lord was responsible for his existence. I will follow your arrangements, Ancestor Hongjun. A flash of understanding passed through Dihao's heart. He knew very well that according to the normal historical flow of the primordial desolation, his primordial human race was indeed not a native race of that land. After all, the human race was entirely created by Nuwa in later ages. The existence of the primordial human race would inevitably affect Nuwa's creation of humans, so after the end of this tribulation of quantums, the primordial human race could no longer remain in the primordial desolation. However, Hongjun was clearly disappointed. At present, Dihao had not seen the Chaos Lord who had planted him as a pawn, so his primordial human race had no one to arrange for them. Thus, for his race to leave the primordial desolation, they could only rely on Hongjun's help. If that is the case, then your primordial human race shall be treated the same as Qin Tian and the others. Hongjun was very calm, but deep inside a trace of disappointment flickered. It seemed that Dihao clearly knew nothing. Which Chaos Lord could it be? The tribulation of quantums had ended, yet no arrangement had been made for Dihao's primordial human race. Was it because this pawn had become useless and was thus ignored, or because the Lord was busy with other matters and had no time, or perhaps because the Lord trusted that Hongjun would make the best arrangements? Of course, Hongjun hoped it was the latter two possibilities. Compared to the former, Hongjun was quite satisfied with Dihao. If Dihao were a pawn despised by the lords, then his future would be limited. Being abandoned by the Chaos Lords in the chaotic world was like being a floating duckweed without roots. Such a being had no future. Thank you, Ancestor Hongjun. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Dihao breathed a sigh of relief. He now understood the general trend of the primordial desolation's future. If his primordial human race remained in the primordial desolation, what awaited them was the reckoning after the awakening of the heavenly Dao. At that time, not only the primordial human race, but even he himself would vanish into the historical currents of the primordial desolation. Do not think that because they were native beings of the primordial desolation, the heavenly Dao, no matter how ruthless, would not do such a thing. One must understand that the heavenly Dao was the true ruler of the primordial desolation, akin to the Great Dao. However, neither Hongjun, nor Leho, nor Dihao were truly native beings of the primordial desolation. The former two were originally chaos demons, and although Di Hao was born in the primordial desolation, he was clearly a pawn of the chaos demons, and his soul did not belong to the primordial desolation. Moreover, consider his race the primordial human race. If the primordial human race continued to exist, how could Nuwa create the human race in later ages and become a sage? Would that not violate the order of the heavenly Dao? So if the heavenly Dao did not carry out a reckoning after its emergence, that would be truly strange. However, now Hongjun was helping them to open up a world outside the primordial desolation for them to live in. In this way, they would no longer be native beings of the primordial desolation, they would be completely detached from it, and thus naturally no longer need to fear the reckoning after the heavenly Dao's emergence. If that is the case, then go and prepare. Afterwards, I will open a space gate within the primordial desolation, and you may use it to relocate your dynasties. Subsequently, Qing Tian and the others went down to prepare. After all, the relocation of a dynasty was no simple matter, especially for the primordial human race. There was still much to be done. 10,000 years later, the two most supreme powers of the primordial desolation quietly vanished from the land. The once bustling land suddenly became desolate. Countless beings were bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. Di Hao and the others with Hongjuan's help completely left the land of the primordial desolation. As for when they might return again, that was not. In the grayish world, Di Hao stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. No matter how he tried to comprehend his location, he remained utterly bewildered about where he was and why he had ended up here. Strange. What exactly is this place? It somewhat resembles the chaos world of my past life, yet it appears strikingly different. Di Hao wore an expression of deep bewilderment, for his understanding of the chaos world was exceedingly limited. All he knew was that when the 3,000 chaos demon gods emerged, Pangu split the heavens and slew them, all their essence sustaining the entire primordial world. This was a memory from his past life, and also one shared by all native beings of this era's primordial world. In truth, Shurchen had orchestrated it all, with Pangu merely providing subtle assistance. Without such arrangements, Shurchen's grand design would have been utterly in vain. This misconception had led the inhabitants of the primordial world to believe that the chaos beyond their realm was modest in scale, clearly smaller than the primordial world itself, and thus harboring few chaos beings. Within Di Hao's memories, Yang Mei was the sole chaos entity he knew. After all, according to his past life knowledge, Yang Mei was the only one who survived with grievous injuries after Pangu split the heavens. Yet now, standing in this grayish expanse, he could not confirm whether this was indeed the primordial world, for before him rose a towering tree, and it was unmistakably not a willow. That meant this was not Yang Mei. Since the only figures he knew from the chaos were Pangu and Yang Mei, it was entirely natural that he could not identify whose presence stood before him in the form of that immense tree. You have arrived. A majestic and profound voice resonated in Di Hao's ears, carrying the endless resonance of the Great Dao. Merely hearing those words sent a tremor through his cultivation. He could sense a faint sign of breakthrough. Such an effect surpassed even the Dao teachings of Hongjuan, yet this was nothing more than an offhand remark from this unknown presence. Venerable one, who are you? Why have you brought me here? Di Hao was utterly bewildered. He had no idea who was speaking to him, nor why he had been brought to this place. More troubling still was his uncertainty about whether he was still within the so-called chaos world at all. He had remained within the realm that Hongjun had created for the innate human race since departing the primordial world, never once contemplating stepping beyond. Yet after what felt like a mere slumber, he found himself here, before an unknown towering tree. Had he not already reached the half-step of Hunyuan's strength, he feared he would have perished from fright. Di Hao, I have summoned you here for a purpose. A woman adorned in cyan court garments slowly materialized before Di Hao. She was enveloped in swirling mists, rendering her features entirely indistinguishable. The only things Di Hao could discern were that she was female, and that her voice carried an ethereal beauty. Beyond that, nothing could be penetrated by his gaze, for the dense mists concealed her completely. Moreover, to stare unwaveringly at such a formidable presence, especially one who was female, would be profoundly disrespectful. Should her temperament be ill-disposed, crushing him would require little effort. In truth, the being before Di Hao was the World Tree, and the reason he had been brought here was because the World Tree itself had drawn him. Di Hao had always been a piece strategically placed by the World Tree within the primordial world. With the calamity now concluded, it was only natural that the World Tree would seek him out, and indeed the timing had already grown considerably late. Originally, the World Tree had retrieved Di Hao from its own myriad heavens and cast him into the primordial world to undermine the Order Demon God, thereby giving rise to the innate human race. At that time, the sovereign of the southern primordial world was clearly not Di Hao nor the innate human race, but rather a pawn arranged by the Order Demon God. In her grand design, this pawn would dominate the southern continent, after which she would strike Shurchen from behind and claim supremacy over the primordial world, emerging victorious among all the chaos demon gods. But while the Order Demon God plotted to betray Shurchen, others schemed against her. Her gaze had been fixed upon the world where Sun Wukong resided, leaving the primordial world neglected, and this presented the world tree with a golden opportunity. Di Hao rose to dominance, outmaneuvering and destroying the Order Demon God's pawn. This was precisely why the Order Demon God's later fury upon learning the truth was so unparalleled. Regrettably, the outcome had already been sealed. The Order Demon God, unwilling to truly sever ties with her sister, formally withdrew from the struggle for primordial supremacy. Meanwhile, the World Tree had planned to summon Di Hao only after he and Hongjun cooperated to expel the remaining demon gods from the primordial world, at which point the next phase of arrangement would commence. However, plans unraveled unexpectedly. Shurchen had dragged her away from the chaos at that very moment, an act she would never have believed possible unless Shurchen had known of her schemes. Yet there was no refuting his words, so the World Tree departed unprepared, everything still undone. For this reason, Di Hao remained utterly unaware that he was merely a pawn of another chaos demon god. The World Tree ultimately lost its chance to win the primordial chess game, for by the time they returned, all had already been settled. Furthermore, having departed the chaos, deeply indebted to Shurchen, she abandoned her final designs. Nevertheless, Di Hao was still her pawn, and retained considerable value for the future. Thus a summons was still necessary, to reveal the grand layout of the Chaos Dam. If he were ever to inadvertently offend a chaos demon god in the years ahead, she would find it exceedingly difficult to intervene and shield him. After all, he was merely a piece she could discard at will, whereas the others were her fellow Dao companions. The implications required no further explanation. Hence came the occasion where the World Tree drew Di Hao into her own Dao realm. This was indeed the World Tree's sanctuary, and that colossal tree before him was its true form. Unlike Shurchen's method of directly carving out a separate world, the World Tree's Dao realm was established entirely within the chaos itself. This was precisely why Di Hao perceived only a grayish expanse around him. Di Hao did not know any of this, so in his view Shijieshu's summoning him must mean there was something he needed to do. Hence he spoke thus: "I wonder, Senior, what is it that you require of me this time? You may address me as the great venerable Shijieshu. All the demon gods in the chaos address me thus." Shijieshu naturally knew that Di Hao was unaware of her identity, so she first introduced herself, otherwise having Di Hao keep calling her Senior would feel odd. After all, compared to Senior, she preferred being addressed as Great Venerable, since the other demon gods all called her that. Of course, the chaos demon gods themselves would never address her so. Even the lowest ranked among them would at most call her Taoist friend. After all, Great Venerable was clearly a title used by the weak to honor the strong. But were the other chaos demon gods weaker than her? Indeed, they were much weaker, but their status as controllers of the Great Dao was on par with hers. If she made them call her Great Venerable, what would Shurchen and the others think? There was no need to dig a hole for herself, as Shijieshu was no fool, so she naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Great Venerable Shijieshu. Upon hearing this name, Di Hao was utterly stunned. He did not care much about the title Great Venerable. It was merely a respectful address, much like how Hongjun Laozu was called Ancestor. Did that mean Hongjun Laozu was truly his ancestor? Obviously not, it was just a title of respect. But he did know something about the world Shijieshu, not from the Chaos realm, but from other worlds which were generally Western fantasy realms. In such worlds, the World Tree usually served as the pillar of the world, said to be a being that contained myriad realms. Yet why did such an entity exist in the Chaos realm as well? Could it be that Shijieshu was also a chaos demon god like Yang Mei? But why had he never heard of her? Well, to be honest, he only knew a few chaos demon gods, and those were all very famous ones. It was perfectly normal for him to be unaware of a low-key being like Shijieshu. It seems you have heard of my name. But that makes sense. You came from my myriad realms, so it is only natural that you know something about my name. Obviously, Shijieshu had not paid much attention to the specific worlds within her myriad realms. The reason she had chosen Di Hao was simple: she had grabbed him at random. She probably did not even know who she had grasped, and after pulling him out, she never bothered to look into his information. Naturally, she did not know that in his past life Di Hao had indeed heard some legends about the World Tree, though those legends came from Western fantasy worlds, not the Chaos realm. It was you who brought me into this chaos. Upon hearing Shijieshu's words, Di Hao's pupils constricted involuntarily, and his heart skipped a beat. He had always believed that his arrival in the primordial world was a mere accident, but he never expected there to be such a hidden truth behind it. That is, he had been brought here entirely by Shijieshu. So what was her purpose in bringing him to the primordial world? He did not know what Shijieshu was thinking this time, but one thing was certain: he had always thought he was free, but now it seemed he had been too naive. He was nothing but a pawn. Was he angry inside? Yes, he was, for no living being likes to be used and treated as a pawn. Yet there was also a trace of excitement. In his past life, he was but an insignificant ant, leaving only a pile of bones after a fleeting 100 years. But now, time had become the most meaningless thing to him. As long as he did not seek his own doom and did not catch the attention of those supreme beings, he would essentially never die. Perhaps in the future, he could even reach a state where he would not perish even if the world itself was destroyed. So did he hate Shigeishu? Obviously not, for it was Shigeishu who had given him all this. Sometimes you should be grateful. As a pawn you may lack freedom, but at least you have value. The day you become utterly useless is the day you should truly mourn. It seems you have a remarkable ability to adapt. If it were any other being, they would probably be unable to resist confronting me by now. Shigeishu was very satisfied with Dihao's performance. In the Chaos realm, unlike other worlds, if one wanted to survive here, especially in the Chaos itself rather than the Primordial world, one must at least have sufficient adaptability. If one could not adapt, even if others gave you an opportunity, it would be useless. Secondly, one must be useful for those who were not have already vanished into the river of history. Even those demon gods, from the perspective of the Chaos demon gods, were merely pawns that could be used at any time. And if the Chaos demon gods needed them, those demon gods would be overjoyed and even volunteer themselves. Things have already come to this, and I must thank you, great venerable Shigeishu, for giving me this opportunity. If not for you, I would have long since faded into the dust of history. Dihao gave a bitter smile. What else could he do? Truly resist Shigeishu? Although he did not know the extent of Shigeishu's power, it was obvious that it was far beyond his ability to contend with. After all, this was the Chaos itself. She could survive here while he still needed her power to establish a foothold. The gap was clear, even to a fool. Being able to think this way shows that you have fully adapted to everything in the Chaos realm. Now I will tell you about the current situation in the entire Chaos, so that you may know some information and avoid provoking those you cannot afford to offend. If you do, even I will not extend my protection. Shigeishu was quite pleased with this. Such a pawn was very convenient for her to use. Otherwise, discarding this pawn would mean she would have to cultivate a new one, which was very troublesome. And Shigeishu obviously did not have the energy to nurture a new pawn, especially since Shurchan was in seclusion, and she still had many matters to attend to. Please, great venerable, enlighten me. Only now did Dihao truly understand that the Chaos world was far different from what he had imagined. The specifics could only be revealed by the World Tree, otherwise he would never have known. The World Tree then recounted the circumstances within the Chaos to Dihao, granting him a measure of enlightenment. Though he was merely a pawn, he was still her own creation, and it would be embarrassingly ignominious for her to send forth someone so ignorant of the wider world. So this is the Chaos world. After hearing the World Tree's exposition, Dihao was utterly stunned. What the World Tree had revealed was nothing short of shattering. He knew of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods. Everyone in his realm did. In his understanding, it was Pangu who had slain those 3,000 demon gods with his heaven-splitting axe to achieve his Dao. Yet now he learned that those very demon gods had perished long ago, cut down by Pangu's axe. According to the accepted myth, Pangu should have slain all but one, the severely wounded Yang Mei who fled in death throes. Pangu himself ought to have perished after splitting the heavens, his body transforming into the primordial world. But the World Tree told him that every image he had ever held in memory was a falsehood. The truth was that the 3,000 Chaos demon gods each commanded one of the 3,000 great Daos of Chaos, their authority crushing the entirety of Chaos. Their imperial thrones hung supreme, unshakable by any hand. Beneath the 3,000 Chaos demon gods stood countless lesser demon gods of divergent paths. Dihao also grasped one crucial fact: the Hongjun he knew was not the same Hongjun of his memories. The Hongjun he had known was a native inhabitant of the primordial world, whereas this Hongjun was one of the demon gods of a divergent path. Though both wielded the Dao principles of immortality, their stations were fundamentally incomparable. The Hongjun Dihao knew was a native of the primordial world, and the highest attainment he could reach was nothing more than merging with the heavenly Dao to become its puppet. The term puppet was fitting, for it was defined by the very words Hongjun himself spoke. Hongjun is the heavenly Dao, yet the heavenly Dao is not Hongjun. But this Hongjun was a demon god of a divergent path, second only to the 3,000 Chaos demon gods in power within the Chaos world. His aspirations could never be contained by the mere heavenly Dao. It was entirely conceivable that he would one day subjugate the heavenly Dao and become the true sovereign of the primordial world. So they, in all their presumed greatness, were the weakest beings across the entire Chaos world. In that moment, Dihao finally realized within the primordial world they might have been revered as great luminaries, but before the Chaos world they were nothing more than pitiful ants. Compared to the titans of Chaos, their power was frightfully negligible. Of course, the World Tree did not disclose everything. Certain mysteries Dihao harbored remained unaddressed. For instance, why a divergent path demon god like Hongjun appeared in the primordial world, or what existence he had contended with for dominion over that world. The World Tree kept these matters veiled, for they concerned the affairs of other Chaos demon gods, and Dihao clearly lacked the standing to know such secrets. Very well. You now possess some knowledge of the Chaos world. Should you depart from the world I created for the innate human race, you will know better than to provoke forces far beyond your reckoning. Thus you will not bring shame upon me. The world tree observed Di Hao's awestruck expression, but said no more. She understood that any sentient being who learned the truth of the chaos would react similarly, if anything worse than Di Hao. By her standards, his composure was remarkably adequate. I am grateful, O world tree venerable, for revealing all this to me. I swear I shall never bring dishonor to your name. Only after the world tree's voice faded did Di Hao slowly return to his senses. He bowed deeply and spoke with utmost reverence toward the world tree. It was unnecessary, yet he chose to do so, hoping to leave a favorable impression in her eyes. He had no choice. Now that he understood the perils that permeated the chaos, he knew that without an overwhelmingly powerful backer, he would not even know what killed him. At this moment, his only recourse was to cling to the world tree's protection. After all, she was the sole, true titan he knew. If you have further questions, ask them all at once. After I finish explaining, there are other matters I must arrange. The world tree turned to Di Hao, her meaning clear. Ask quickly, and then attend to your duties properly. Might I ask, great venerable, what ranking you hold among the 3,000 chaos demon gods? I mean no disrespect. I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity. Di Hao asked somewhat awkwardly. He genuinely wanted to know whether his patron was formidable enough. Though he was unfamiliar with the dynamics among the 3,000 chaos demon gods, or their relative strengths, surely the higher one's rank the greater one's power must be. If she ranked first, that would be ideal. But he quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. The number one position, he reasoned, must belong to Pangu. Otherwise, why did myth only depict Pangu's solitary figure slaying the 3,000 chaos demon gods with no detailed records of any other chaos demon god? I rank 11th among the 3,000 chaos demon gods. I know what you are thinking, but I regret to inform you that Pangu does not hold the first position. He ranks second. As for who truly holds the pinnacle, you are not yet worthy to know, though perhaps you will in the future. The world tree cast a calm gaze upon Di Hao, reading his every thought at a glance. She revealed only what she chose, withholding more, merely informing him that Pangu was not ranked first. Yet even second place was no triviality, for below Pangu Mei watched with hungry intent. The world tree's words struck Di Hao's fragile sense of reality a second time. He could not comprehend that the most terrifying figure from his mythological memories, Pangu, could only rank second. Who then could be so overwhelmingly powerful as to suppress a divine being like Pangu into second place? Could it be Yang Mei? But the myths offered scant detail regarding Yang Mei's capabilities, leading Di Hao to doubt it was possible. Yet the truth weighed heavily upon him. The mythological legends stored in his memory were entirely false. And he had been using those very false legends to reason through the world, a fundamentally flawed approach. Do you still have questions in your heart? The world tree asked once more. Although she already knew that Di Hao was currently completely bewildered and had no extra thoughts, she still asked, giving Di Hao a final chance to inquire. But clearly Di Hao hadn't reacted at that moment, or perhaps he had reacted, but truly had nothing to ask, so in the end he shook his head. In reply to Great Venerable, I have nothing I wish to ask. Yes, at this moment Di Hao felt his thoughts were a tangled mess with nothing to ask. He only felt that all the myths about the primordial world he had seen in his past life were simply a joke, utterly inaccurate. He didn't know which damned person wrote them, obviously misleading people. But he didn't consider that those things were merely compiled by others based on some myths and their own ideas. If they were to be trusted, they wouldn't be myths, but historical adaptations. Hence it's perfectly normal that they are unreliable. Since you have nothing to ask, then stay quietly in your innate human realm and cultivate well. In the future, I will need your help. The world tree was not surprised by this. Although she did not possess mind reading, it was obvious that weak beings could hardly hide their thoughts before her. Moreover, at this moment Di Hao's thoughts were written all over his face, as she could see them at a glance. May I ask, Great Venerable, what will I need to do in the future? Although Di Hao knew he should not ask this at this moment, he still chose to ask. While a chess piece should have the awareness of being a piece, it is clear that not a single being is willing to be a piece that knows nothing. Some even hope to transcend the chessboard and become the player themselves. If it were another world, Di Hao's thought might have been achievable. After all, experts in other worlds were merely beings who had existed longer than him. Given enough time, catching up to them was not impossible. Just like that youth Huang, how was he compared to those lofty immortal kings? He was nothing but an ant. Which of those immortal king experts was not a favored child of heaven who dazzled an era? It was also because they were born in an earlier era than the youth Huang. But in front of the youth Huang, their advantage was merely time. Later did not the youth Huang catch up to them, and even surpass them? But this is the primordial world, a chaotic world that emphasizes origin and foundation. Without a sufficiently good origin and background, not to mention surpassing all and becoming the player, even escaping the identity of an ant is a problem. Although Di Hao belonged to the innate human race in the primordial world, whose talent was even greater than the humans created later by Nuwa, and his foundation was better than many great powers with the help of the World Tree, it was still far inferior to that of side-door cosmic demons like Hongjun. It must be known that even Sun Wukong achieved his accomplishments because of his position. He was the side-door cosmic demon of the path of anger within the way of war. Dihao was merely a native being of the primordial world, unable to even compare to a side-door cosmic demon, let alone catch up to the 3,000 chaotic cosmic demons nurtured by the Great Dao in terms of origin and background. Thus, if the World Tree wanted to keep him as a chess piece, Dihao would truly never be able to refute it. This is the chaotic world where everything is about origin. The World Tree did not speak. She just quietly watched Dihao, looking until his heart felt a chill. Just when Dihao was about to beg for mercy, the World Tree finally let him off. Although having ambition is a very good thing, it is clear that ambition must be matched by sufficient strength. When your strength is not yet enough to challenge the player, even if your ambition is great, you must completely hide it. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. What you should know I will naturally tell you, but what you should not know you will not learn even if you ask 100 times. Asking will only lower my opinion of you, which is not a good thing for you in the chaotic world. The World Tree said meaningfully. Although she had already spoken very clearly, she still did not say it outright, giving Dihao some face, and also teaching her chess piece. Otherwise, she would have already taught him a lesson. The World Tree Great Venerable's teachings are correct. Dihao felt that sweat had appeared on his forehead without him knowing. At this moment, he finally understood in his heart how weak he was as a chess piece in the eyes of these players. Although his heart was full of unwillingness, what could he do? As the World Tree said, when your strength does not match your ambition, the best thing is to hide your ambition completely, because revealing it will only harm yourself. For some hot-tempered players, a chess piece having ambition is not a problem, but once exposed, death awaits. At this moment, Dihao profoundly understood the cruel survival laws of the chaotic world. The strong speak everything, and the weak only need to listen carefully. After all, refuting the words of the strong can sometimes truly lead to death, and it was clear that Dihao did not want to die. Alright, you may go back. As for what I need you to do in the future, just wait for my message. After speaking, the World Tree did not give Dihao any chance to resist, and directly raised her hand to send him back. Now it seems this is a chess piece with ambition. But ambition is a good thing. If used properly, it might produce unexpected effects. Do not disappoint me, Dihao. Whether I can achieve the Great Dao in the future depends on you helping me to completely muddy the waters of the primordial world. The World Tree looked up at the endless sky, but her mind was blank. She knew very well that every move she made was under the surveillance of a certain entity. Once she made any move, that entity would surely know. So she did all this right in front of that entity in order to confuse it, and also to completely muddy the waters of chaos. All for the sake of her own Great Dao. By the way, should we bring Sun Wukong back? At this moment, within the domain of the Order Demon God, the World Tree and the Order Demon God sat facing each other. It had been tens of millions of years since the World Tree last summoned Emperor Hao. Now the primordial world was still in a new phase of development, with a very long time remaining before the next great calamity. During this period, nothing major had occurred in the chaos, and the World Tree had taken this time to stabilize her own origin once again. After all, she had once absorbed the origin of an entire world sea, and the deficit in her origin had long been replenished. Of course, she was now also attempting to transmit origin to her own myriad worlds, for this was ultimately her chance to transcend. The other chaos demon gods had all fallen into slumber or seclusion, striving to forge their own new paths to transcendence. Only the World Tree and the Order Demon God remained awake. It wasn't that they had already found their own paths to transcendence, but they were close. The World Tree had placed her Dao within her own myriad worlds, while the Order Demon God had placed her Dao within the boundless myriad worlds. Thus both now had hope and naturally no longer needed to search. But it was precisely because of their choices that they had not chosen to go into seclusion at this moment. As for their relationship, it had somehow returned to its original state, though the Order Demon God remained wary of the World Tree. After all, once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, as fellow Chaos Demon Gods, if she were to be betrayed again, the Order Demon God would probably be devastated, for it would be truly shameful. Thus, the Order Demon God had always been vigilant toward the World Tree. The World Tree was aware of this, but she did not mind. After all, everyone was acting for their own Dao. She figured that if the Order Demon God's Dao required it, she would also betray her. So she didn't care. As long as they had no conflict of interest, they could still be good sisters. This was why the World Tree had appeared in the Order Demon God's domain. As the two sisters chatted, they suddenly brought up Sun Wukong. By the way, Sun Wukong had left the Chaos World long ago, and had been staying in that other world all this time. Shurchen seemed to have forgotten about him, leaving only the Order Demon God to remember, for that world contained a being of righteous order that she highly favored. If not for that, the Order Demon God probably wouldn't even remember Sun Wukong. It seems useless to ask me about such matters. Faced with the Order Demon God's inquiry, the World Tree replied, "Why ask me? I don't know either." The world tree had never been to that world, so she naturally didn't know its exact location. Only the order demon god who had been there and Shurchen knew. Thus asking her was like asking nothing. Even if she wanted to use her power to pull it over, she couldn't. Back then Shurchen had his own reasons for letting Sun Wukong stay in that world. But now after such a long time it seems he has somewhat forgotten about Sun Wukong. That's why I wanted to ask you whether we should bring him back. I see that what you want to bring back is not just Sun Wukong. I heard from Shurchen back, then that you have a favored being in that world, and what that being pursues seems to be your Dao. So what you really want to bring back is that being, isn't it? It's just that you don't know whether bringing that world back would disrupt Shurchen's arrangements for Sun Wukong, so you came to ask me, yeah. The world tree directly exposed the order demon god's thoughts. Sun Wukong was just an excuse. What she really wanted to bring back was the being called Shungshin Kaisha. The order demon god did not deny it, for that was exactly what she had been thinking. During this time she had been paying close attention to that world, observing everything that Shungshin Kaisha had done. She was growing increasingly satisfied with Kaisha, seeing her as a perfect tool to better execute her own order. That was why she wanted to bring her into the chaos. That world was too small even when including the void world behind it. It was impossible to achieve a better understanding of the Tao of order in such a world. Moreover, back then Shurchen had promised her, and it was clear that she could not personally maintain the laws of order. Hence she needed a sufficiently useful tool. And it was obvious that Shungshin Kaisha had now found favor in her heart, so she wanted to bring her back. You shouldn't discuss this with me, you should discuss it with Shurchen. After all, he is the mastermind behind all this, isn't he? The world tree said calmly. She did not want to get involved in this matter. Currently Shurchen was in a death seclusion, and why was he injured? Wasn't it because of her? If not for the need to use the origin of that world sea to help her fill her deficit, how could it have come to this? Although it was more about revenge against the world sea, where the heavenly fate's sovereign resided for scheming against him, in the end the world tree had benefited, hadn't she? Therefore the world tree believed she owed Shurchen a favor, and naturally would not do anything to go against him. Of course, provided it did not involve her own Tao. When it came to their own Tao, chaos demon gods were extremely petty. Now Shurchen is still in seclusion and cannot reply to me at all, can he? The order demon god couldn't help rolling her eyes. What was wrong with the world tree lately? She wasn't siding with her on anything. At least on the surface they were still good sisters, weren't they? How could she be like this? Then let's wait until he comes out of seclusion. You should know the consequences of tampering with his arrangements without his consent. That's why I don't want to do it. Just wait patiently. After all, a lot of time has already passed. There's no need to worry about this little bit of time, is there? But who knows when that guy will come out of seclusion? The order demon god couldn't help complaining. Did they not know the state in which Shurchen had entered seclusion? Tao injury. He entered seclusion with a Tao injury. Who knows when he will come out? If something goes wrong and he can't emerge, then what? Of course such a possibility simply doesn't exist, at least not for Shurchen. Roar. The vast heavens and earth in the ancient epic, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the entire world. Countless sentient beings heard this roar, and their gazes all turned toward the source of the sound, located in the northern lands of the primordial world. It is said that after the previous calamity epic ended, Qin Tian slew the world-destroying dragon, leaving behind a trace of resentment from all living beings. This resentment was evidently that strand of black light which, unnoticed by Qin Tian, fled to the northern continent of the primordial world. Over time, this wisp of resentment absorbed the calamitous chi between heaven and earth upon the primordial continent, and had now grown strong and emerged into the world. Is this calamity epic about to begin again? With this roar, Hongjuan, who had been slumbering, was startled awake. After awakening, he gazed toward the distant northern continent. There a hideous monster radiating terrifying imperial majesty stood atop a mountain peak, roaring at the heavens, as if venting its dissatisfaction or proclaiming its emergence into the primordial world. Hongjuan, this calamity epic is about to begin, and the next one will see the heavenly Tao fully awaken. So let us settle our contest in this epic. Luaho's figure appeared in Hongjuan's Tao field. He ignored Hongjuan seated there and spoke calmly. Luaho, can't you give prior notice next time you come? It's very rude to barge in like this. Hongjuan was a bit speechless. After all, this was supposed to be his own Tao field, yet it felt more like Luaho's domain. He always came and went as he pleased, as if this place were some sort of public thoroughfare. Appearing mysteriously, then vanishing mysteriously. Was it because his Tao field lacked any defense? Otherwise, why did Luoho always act this way? Indeed, Hongjuan had always considered himself a chaos demon, so he had never set up any defenses for his Tao field, not even perception barriers. Of course, even if he had, they would be mere decorations against an existence like Luoho. Prior notice. Why? Do you have some secret you cannot let me see? Luoho looked at Hongjuan with a strange expression, almost as if giving him a peculiar glance, which made Hongjuan deeply annoyed, as if he were engaged in some shady business. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Finally, Hongjuan gave up. There was no way to argue with Luoho's attitude. He would have to consider reinforcing his Dao field's defenses at least to detect Luoho's arrival beforehand. Otherwise, if he were truly plotting something, and Luoho barged into over here, how awkward would that be? You have not answered my question. After a moment of silence, Luoho looked at Hongjun. He had been waiting for an answer, but Hongjun seemed to have no intention of responding. Answer what? Hongjun looked confused. He had indeed not heard clearly what Luoho said when he first entered, as his attention was focused on the fact that Luoho had barged into his Dao field. I said let us determine our victory or defeat in this calamity epic. Luoho repeated with a dark expression, clearly aware that Hongjun had not been listening attentively. Agreed. The heavenly Dao will awaken at the beginning of the next epic. If our conflict cannot be resolved by the end of this epic, the heavenly Dao will inevitably intervene, even purging all forces in the primordial world. So ending it in this epic is the best outcome. Hongjun nodded in agreement. After all, once this epic ended, the heavenly Dao would awaken. If the two of them could not settle their dispute by then, it would not bode well for either of them. In truth, both Hongjun and Luoho had their sights set on the heavenly Dao. They both wanted to expel the other from the primordial world before the heavenly Dao awoke, so they would have absolute time to attempt to seize control of the heavenly Dao. Yes, both Luoho and Hongjun ultimately aimed not merely to expel each other, but to control the heavenly Dao. To dominate the primordial world, they had to pass the trial of the heavenly Dao. If they failed to seize it, the heavenly Dao would expel them upon its awakening. Before the heavenly Dao awoke, the great Dao governed the primordial world. The chaos demons could wreak havoc all they liked, and the great Dao would not interfere, for its domain was the entire chaos. The primordial world was but a part of it. Although the primordial world was special due to the transaction between Shurchin and the great Dao long ago, its status in the great Dao's heart, while still unique, was no longer absolutely paramount. But the heavenly Dao was different. It governed the primordial world itself. Once the heavenly Dao awoke, it would inevitably purge all unstable elements. Both Luoho and Hongjun fell into that category, so the first thing the heavenly Dao would do was deal with them. If they wished to remain in the primordial world, their best option was to seize control of the heavenly Dao. Only then could they continue to exist within it. This was not to say they could not return to the chaos realm. After controlling the primordial world, they could still go back to chaos, but they would have a ticket to enter the primordial world at will. They were well aware that in the future the center of all chaos would undoubtedly be the primordial world, as all the great venerables had turned their gaze upon it. Controlling the primordial world meant gaining more influence in its future. Moreover, Luoho and Hongjun represented not only themselves, but also the Chaos Great Venerables behind them. Good. Then let us settle our dispute in this calamity epic. I am not as easy to deal with as those idiots, Hongjun. Luoho said meaningfully, then vanished once more. He had come merely to inform Hongjun that their war would begin in this epic, nothing more. This Luoho, if you barge in like that again, I swear I will eat the moon. Hongjun cursed angrily. For the record, Shuriwe was a side-path chaos demon who mastered the moon path, but its true form was a dog-like monster. Because it loved to stick out its tongue, they always used that comparison to curse themselves. Clearly Hongjun was truly enraged this time, or he would never have said such a thing. It was unknown if Luoho would ever satisfy Hongjun's perverse request. Roar! A dragon's cry resounded between heaven and earth, and this time it was much weaker than the voice that had come from the northern continent before. Although the dragon's roar also echoed throughout the entire Honghuang land, it lacked a trace of majesty. Cry. Following the dragon's roar came another sound, but this time it was clearly a female voice, for it was exceptionally sharp and cold. Then a streak of red illuminated the entire southern continent. Damned creature, are you opposing me? Zulong was extremely furious. This was supposed to be the sound he made to announce his birth and let all of Honghuang know of his existence. He had actually learned from the beastly roar that had come from the northern continent, for when that roar had sounded, the entire Honghuang had turned its gaze there. And clearly as Zulong, he also desired such attention. But what he had not expected was that his plan had just begun to unfold when it was interrupted by a voice from the southern continent. Although it was a female voice, the Honghuang world would not grant any special treatment to female beings. Here strength was the only rule. If your power was sufficient, everything bowed to you. But if your strength was weak, you would become nothing more than fish on a chopping block. Yet despite his anger now that he had emerged, he still needed to continue building his momentum. He could not let himself be suppressed by that fellow from the south after all. He was Zulong, one of the primordial deities transformed from a toe of the great god Pangu, the future overlord of Honghuang. As Zulong pondered, a vast mist of water rose from the east, sea dyeing the sky of the eastern continent a cerulean blue. Roar. Whether it was an ill-timed coincidence of Zulong's birth, the moment his celestial phenomenon arose, another beastly roar thundered from the central continent. Unlike the sharp cry from the southern continent, this sound carried the majestic authority of imperial sovereignty. A tawny yellow celestial phenomenon spread across the entire central continent, followed by countless beastly roars echoing throughout the land. Though these sounds could not spread across all of Hongwang, it was clear that Zhu Long's momentum was suppressed by a head. Damn it. This old ancestor remembers this grudge. You wait. If I ever find out which bastard you are, I will skin you alive. At this moment Zhu Long was enraged. At first his voice had been suppressed by the creature from the southern continent, which he could tolerate, since it was a female being. Given his nature, Zhu Long was inclined to develop some relationship with her. After all, dragons were inherently lustful, a tradition that began with Zhu Long himself. But clearly the creature from the central continent was male, and as a male being, he dared to suppress him. What was that if not a death wish? Zhu Long was extremely domineering, a trait closely tied to the path he cultivated. Thus Zhu Long had now fixed his attention on that foe. Given the opportunity, he would certainly teach him a lesson, making him understand that Zhu Long's prestige was not so easily overshadowed. Elder brother, are you all right? Seeing Zhu Long's gloomy face, a nearby dragon asked uneasily. Second brother, it's nothing. Now that we have just emerged, there are many things to attend to. Zhu Long wiped the anger from his face and turned to speak to the dragon beside him. Strangely, although the dragon was of the same clan as Zhu Long, it possessed a pair of enormous wings. Zhu Long was the future progenitor of the dragon clan. He had 4 sturdy legs, each with 9 toes, which later generations called the 9-clawed dragon. Clearly Zhu Long was not the most revered golden dragon of later lore, but a chaotic colored being. The golden dragon was merely a branch of the dragon clan. The clan's strength was determined by the number of claws on their feet. The stronger the dragon, the more claws it had. 12 was the limit, and the most powerful had only 12 claws. This was known because in the chaos there was a demon god in the form of a dragon. That demon god had 12 claws, and no matter how its power increased, it remained so. There were no later tales of 24 claws. Just think, if a dragon had 24 claws, where would they grow? It wouldn't look good, would it? The dragon clan had many branches, all of which were the result of Zhu Long's actions, for he was more lascivious than any other creature. But that was a later story. At present the dragon clan consisted of only 2, Zhu Long and his younger brother, who later became the legendary Zhu Long. Zhu Long possessed a pair of wings that could tear through time and space, and he cultivated the law of time. His eyes also held immense power. When open they brought day, when closed they brought night. However, he was still unable to fully use this ability, for he was only at the Deluo deity level. At this time the cultivation system in Hongwang was still the divine path. It was only later, after Hongjun controlled the heavenly Dao, that the immortal path was passed down, and the great figures of later ages embarked on the path of immortality, completely forgetting the once glorious divine path. Elder brother is right. But what should we do? Compared to Zhu Long was not so ambitious. Otherwise he would not have sheltered the dragon clan in later ages while he remained in secluded cultivation. Although there were other reasons, the truth was that he simply did not care for power. But Zhu Long was different. He harbored a vast ambition to conquer all of Hongwang and become its absolute ruler. Second brother, now that we have come to this Hongwang world, we must achieve something. This world is vast, but it lacks an eternal overlord. What do you think of me becoming that overlord? Whatever elder brother says, I will follow. Since you wish to become the overlord of Hongwang, then I, your younger brother, will help you achieve it. Facing Zhu Long's words, Zhu Long replied calmly. He had no ambition, and he was Zhu Long's brother. Whatever his elder brother wanted, he would help him obtain. As for the final outcome, he did not know, nor did he wish to know. Good. With my second brother's help, I am bound to claim the throne of Hongwang's overlord. At this moment Zhu Long was overjoyed. In his eyes, with Zhu Long and himself joining forces, no creature in all of Hongwang could stand against them. He himself was invincible under heaven, and his younger brother was only slightly weaker than him. Is this the southern continent? At this moment on the southern continent, a dignified middle-aged man stood gazing at the land before him, murmuring to himself. He was Zhu Long, who had left the Eastern Sea and arrived at the southern continent. As the future ancestor of the dragon clan, he naturally had his own plans for coming here. As for why he came, it was naturally to court a woman. After all, as the ancestor of the dragon clan, he needed to spread his lineage, otherwise where would the dragon clan come from? You see, currently the dragon clan only consisted of him and his younger brother Zhu Long. With just the 2 of them, how could he realize his ambition to dominate the primordial world? So this time he came to the southern continent, and his goal was naturally to pursue the one who had suppressed him during their last emergence. Zhu Huang, the first phoenix between heaven and earth who resided on the southern continent. Since ancient times, in the phoenix clan, Feng are male and Huang are female. As the first phoenix between heaven and earth, Zhu Huang was a female entity. Zhu Long's purpose here was very simple. He had taken a liking to Zhu Huang and wanted her to bear him little dragons. And he was very confident, after all he was Zhu Long. Last time the aura seemed to come from the undying volcano. I suppose she must be there. Zhu Long muttered to himself, then vanished from the spot. The undying volcano, also known as the 100,000 undying volcanoes, was not a specific number, but a very general figure. It did not mean there were exactly 100,000 volcanoes. Rather, it indicated an extremely large number. It was just that the name 100,000 Undying Volcanoes sounded better after all the place names in the Primordial World were not that specific. The 100,000 Undying Volcanoes was a vast stretch of volcanic land that extended endlessly as far as the eye could see. As the first phoenix between heaven and earth, Zhu Huang's birthplace was here. Since her emergence, she had always lived here and cultivated in seclusion. But today an uninvited guest arrived at the 100,000 Undying Volcanoes. Indeed, an uninvited guest, the kind that came without being invited and even barged in without the host's permission. Daoist friend, who are you? Do you not know that the 100,000 Undying Volcanoes is the territory of my Phoenix clan? To barge in like this is too much. In contrast to the Dragon clan, which still only had Zhu Long and Zhu Long, the Phoenix clan had already grown to some scale. Above the 100,000 Undying Volcanoes, phoenixes were constantly flying about. The fire law was extremely dense here, even suppressing other laws. The worst off was the water law, which had no room to exist at all. Of course, although the Phoenix clan had some scale, most of them were phoenixes that had only recently emerged. Their strength went without saying. They were still unformed beings. Yet even so, they displayed the leadership qualities of a future ruler of flying creatures. Flying creatures were actually very diverse. For example, the Qin Ming of later ages and the Golden Crow clan were all considered such beings. But clearly by that era the Phoenix clan had long declined and naturally could not continue to hold the throne of dominance. I am Zhu Long and I have come for a good cause. Indeed, the one who appeared here was none other than Zhu Long, who had arrived at the southern continent. Zhu Long, you are the one from last time. Zhu Huang looked at Zhu Long with very calm eyes. After all, she had no connection with him now. The three clans were still in the early stages of emergence, so naturally the later conflicts were impossible. However, Zhu Huang was also a bit puzzled. If she remembered correctly, Zhu Long should be in the Eastern Sea. After all, when he emerged last time, his aura came from the Eastern Sea. So she knew that much. But now he had come to her southern continent, which made her curious. And he said it was for a good cause. What good cause? It seems that you still remember me, Daoist friend. That is indeed a good thing. Zhu Long's rambling words made Zhu Huang somewhat displeased. As the first phoenix between heaven and earth, and a primordial spirit like all others, she naturally had her pride. She did not like overly frivolous beings, and Zhu Long's words gave her that impression. Speak, Daoist friend. You came to my place and spoke of a good cause. Zhu Huang's expression turned cold. This was how she acted when she disliked someone. The Phoenix clan, being beings that wielded the fire law, had temperaments that were more than just fiery. In later ages they were known for their bold love and hate, and they showed their dislikes directly on their faces. Zhu Long, however, was clearly unaware of this. At this moment his eyes kept appraising Zhu Huang. To be honest, there were no ugly beings among the primordial world's creatures. Of course, the ones from the next Kulpa didn't count, as their origins were somewhat strange, so their ugliness couldn't be blamed on them. After all, one cannot blame the uneven road, one can only blame oneself. The more Zhu Long looked at Zhu Huang, the more fervent his gaze became. Such a look left a very bad impression on Zhu Huang's heart. Oomph. A light snort interrupted Zhu Long's gaze, finally bringing him back to his senses. Then, ignoring Zhu Huang's displeased look, he said with some fervor, Daoist friend Zhu Huang, I find you very much to my liking. Why don't you join me as my Dao partner? In the future, when I become the ruler of this world, you can lead the Phoenix clan to the pinnacle. How dare you? Zhu Long, I consider you a great power who emerged at the same time as me. I can pretend today never happened. If you insult me like this again, I will be irreconcilable with you. Zhu Long had just finished speaking when Zhu Huang said angrily. They were both great powers, primordial spirits that emerged around the same time. Yet this Zhu Long dared to say such things in front of her. Was this an insult? Was it because she was a female being that he thought she could be bullied? As Zhu Huang's words fell, the fire law above the entire undying volcano constantly erupted in turmoil, and the volcanoes seemed on the verge of eruption at any moment. Zhu Huang, don't be ungrateful. It is your honor that I have taken a liking to you. Do you believe I can destroy your Phoenix clan? Zhu Long, being such an arrogant person, and having come alone to see Zhu Huang, which was already giving her face, never expected such an outcome. This made him feel disgraced. Zhu Huang's eyes blazed with fury. You're asking for death. As her angry voice rang out, each phoenix fixed its gaze on Zhu Long, as if they were ready to tear him apart at their ancestors' command. Zhu Huang had never encountered such a shameless creature before. He came to her with an air of superiority, looking down on her completely, and then, without even a disagreement, he threatened to exterminate her entire race. What did he think the Phoenix clan was so easy to bully? Zhu Long was utterly disdainful. He truly did not take the Phoenix clan seriously. After all, he was born from the toe of the great god Pangu, which made him of higher status than Zhu Huang, a primordial spirit born from the fire essence of heaven and earth. In the present era of Hong Huang, all beings still believed in Pangu's existence, unlike later ages when his existence was doubted. For this reason, any great cultivator connected to Pangu carried a certain inherent arrogance. This was similar to the later three pure ones of Pangu who considered themselves transformations of Pangu's primordial spirit and thus held themselves in high esteem, looking down on other beings. Likewise, the 12 ancestral witches born from Pangu's heartblood regarded themselves as descendants of Father Pangu and looked down upon the Yao demons. It could be said that throughout the entire Honghuang, any being connected to the great god Pangu was like this, and Zhu Long was naturally no exception. Zhu Huang, I am giving you a chance. If you fail to seize it, then today, I will make the Phoenix clan vanish from the entire Honghuang world. Zhu Long stared at Zhu Huang with icy eyes, yet deep within his gaze flickered a hint of greed and desire. He was utterly covetous of Zhu Huang, for she was after all one of the primordial great cultivators. Although her origin was not as exalted as his own, born of Pangu's toe, she still ranked among the foremost of the Honghuang's primordial great cultivators. If the two of them were to unite, the offspring would surely be a powerful dragon race, which would greatly bolster his ambitions. After all, any being seeking to dominate the entire Honghuang needed a faction, and the best kind of faction was undoubtedly a race. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. This was not only a principle of the later human race, all races held this belief. Thus Zhu Long wanted to establish a vast dragon race to contend for supremacy over Honghuang rather than build some so-called faction, because he looked down upon other Honghuang beings. Zhu Long, don't think that just because you were born a few seconds earlier than me, you can have your way with me. My Shirwan Busi Huashan does not welcome you. If you do not leave immediately, I will make you regret ever coming to my Shirwan Busi Huashan. Zhu Huang was not a great cultivator with a good temper either. The path she walked was that of fire, and fire symbolized violence and erosion. Thus her temper was extremely fiery. The only reason she had been bickering with Zhu Long without resorting to violence was that she was wary of him. However, if Zhu Long continued to be so aggressive, she would not hesitate to make a direct move and teach him that her dignity was not to be violated. It seems you prefer the hard way to the soft way. Zhu Long, seeing Zhu Huang's demeanor, understood that she would not submit obediently. Although he coveted her and wanted her to bear his dragon offspring, it was clear that he did not want a Zhu Huang who was too proud. What he wanted was merely a tool to help him produce a dragon race. So he made his move directly. Zhu Long's claw. Zhu Long raised his hand, and a giant claw materialized in the sky, then slammed down heavily toward Zhu Huang. As the giant claw appeared, the sky above the entire Shirwan Busi Huashan darkened. The originally fire element-rich Shirwan Busi Huashan was momentarily suppressed by water elements, though only for a brief moment. Zhu Huang's eyes flashed with cold light. You're seeking death. To fight her at Shirwan Busi Huashan. One could only say that Zhu Long was truly bold. After all, what was the most abundant thing at Shirwan Busi Huashan? Naturally, it was the fire element. The law of fire was the most abundant. Although Zhu Long did not cultivate the water Dao as the ancestor of the dragon race, he was mainly proficient in the law of water. Thus, to use water element divine abilities to fight Zhu Huang in a place richest in the law of fire was like seeking death in a lavatory with a lamp, a suicidal act. Cry. A phoenix cry resounded through heaven and earth. A fiery red phoenix radiating seven-colored light soared up from behind Zhu Huang. In an instant it shattered Zhu Long's dragon claw and then swooped toward him. As the seven-colored phoenix appeared, the temperature of the surrounding space surged dramatically, and the space itself rippled faintly, as if scorched by the extreme heat. A mere trick. Zhu Long muttered disdainfully. Behind him, a colossal dragon vast enough to shroud the sky slowly materialized. Its majestic dragon eyes glared arrogantly at the phoenix charging toward him. Then a nine-fingered dragon claw shot out and instantly seized the phoenix. Cry. The seven-colored phoenix let out a pained wail under Zhu Long's claw. Seven-colored flames erupted from its body and wisps of white smoke rose from Zhu Long's palm. These white wisps were merely steam, as was natural when fire and water mingled. Boom. Suddenly the seven-colored phoenix in Zhu Long's hand exploded. The terrifying force instantly leveled the volcanoes beneath Zhu Long's feet. But immediately, even denser magma erupted from those volcanoes. Seeing this, Zhu Long's expression changed drastically. He vanished from the spot, in an instant disappearing without a trace. This damned madwoman. You wait. Next time I will definitely capture you and bring you back. Zhu Long, who had vanished from Shirwan Busi Huashan, reappeared billions of miles away. He stopped there, glaring fiercely in the direction of Shirwan Busi Huashan, and said viciously, If you're lucky you ran fast. Otherwise I would have made you taste the power of my Shirwan Busi Huashan. Watching Zhu Long disappear from where he stood, Zhu Huang said disdainfully. The seven-colored phoenix that had been captured by Zhu Long reformed and returned to behind Zhu Huang. This seven-colored phoenix was actually just an incarnation of Zhu Huang, not very powerful. Otherwise it would not have been easily caught by Zhu Long. However, one should not underestimate it. It was the most crucial link between Zhu Huang and the Shirwan Busi Huashan. With it, Zhu Huang could mobilize the entire Shirwan Busi Huashan to serve her. It was precisely by using this seven-colored phoenix that she had mobilized the Shirwan Busi Huishan, intending to use the law of fire here to directly suppress Zhu Long. That was why Zhu Long had fled immediately. Otherwise the outcome might have been uncertain. Hail your majesty. After billions of years had passed within a magnificent palace on the northern continent, four creatures emanating terrifying auras bowed reverently to the middle-aged man seated upon the throne. Seated on the throne was none other than the current beast emperor of the ferocious beasts Shun and I. He was sitting cross-legged on an ancient throne forged from bones, which gave a chilling sensation, but for them such a throne was precisely what they liked most. Xiongqi, how is our beast clan now? Shun and I calmly looked at the four monsters below and asked. Shun and I, the current beast emperor of the ferocious beasts, had been in seclusion almost constantly since his emergence, paying little attention to the entire beast clan, leaving its management to his four subordinates. Yet even so the beast clan remained firmly under his control, for he was the beast emperor, and that title alone was enough. Shun and I was formed from a wisp of resentment left behind by the world-destroying dragon, while the other ferocious beasts were born from the resentment and baleful energy of heaven and earth. They possessed only the instincts of wild beasts, knowing nothing but destruction and growth, with only a rare few possessing a glimmer of intelligence. The four monsters beneath Shun and I were also infamous beings later known as the four ancient ferocious beasts, Xiongqi, Taoya, Taowu, and Hundan. They were the four kings of the beast clan, second only to the beast emperor Shun and I. Although their strength was somewhat inferior to Shun and I's, they still possessed the power of Daluo gods comparable to many innate great powers. Your Majesty, our beast clan now has billions of ferocious beasts occupying the entire northern continent, but those who have gained intelligence are few. At present, only tribesmen who have broken through to the golden god level can develop a trace of intelligence, and currently there are only a few thousand such tribesmen. Facing Beast Emperor Shun Ni's inquiry, Xiongqi spoke loudly. Now the beast clan occupied the entire northern continent, making it their paradise with countless billions of them. Of course, this number was far from enough to fully occupy the vast northern continent, which was boundless. However, countless ferocious beasts were born every day, so they had no need to worry about population issues. However, despite such a huge population, the number of those with sufficient strength to develop intelligence was not large, which was a restriction imposed by heaven and earth. You see, other living beings were all born with intelligence, especially the other races in the primordial world besides the ferocious beasts. As long as they grew for about 100 years, they would develop some intelligence roughly equivalent to that of a 1- or 2-year-old child. But the beast clan was different. Even if they existed for billions of eons, it was useless. As long as they could not break through to the golden god level, even if they lived for billions of eons, they could only live by beastly instincts. This was clearly unfair to the beast clan, but there was no choice. The world was inherently unfair. After all, the emergence of the beast clan was a disaster for the primordial world. With their huge numbers and only bestial instincts combined with their birth from resentment and baleful energy, it was inevitable. The entire northern continent, now occupied by ferocious beasts, had long lost its former prosperity. It was riddled with holes, to say the least. For the sake of growth, the beast clan hunted down all intelligent beings, not even sparing the spiritual trees, and they would occasionally crash into mountains. The entire northern continent was truly a mess. Other than the beast clan, no living being dared to live there, for a single careless moment could lead to instant death. This won't do. Accelerate the intelligence opening work for the tribesmen. You four must complete this task quickly. Hearing Xiongqi's words, Shun and I said decisively. He was well aware that the current state of the beast clan would inevitably be eliminated by the times. He was formed from the resentment of the world-destroying dragon. Although he did not inherit all of the dragon's power, he retained a trace of the dragon's memories. Because of this, he knew that the waters of the primordial world were extremely deep. At the very least, he remembered the being who had killed the world-destroying dragon with a single strike. Though he didn't know who it was, the majestic attack was still fresh in his memory. The primordial world was too deep. Moreover, if the beast clan wished to exist eternally, they must change their current state, especially the state of relying solely on instinct, that is, to open their intelligence. Only then could the beast clan survive the coming great calamities and even resist the cleansing of the heavenly Dao after its awakening. In fact, Shun and I knew quite a lot, but there was also much he did not know. For instance, the Azure Heaven had already left the primordial world. But your majesty, you know the work of opening intelligence. Taodai said with some difficulty. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it, in fact they had already been doing so, while Shun and I was in seclusion, but the results were clearly not obvious. Otherwise there wouldn't have been only 1,000 or so tribesmen who had gained intelligence. I only care about results, not the process. As a sovereign, Shun and I did not want to hear about the process. He valued only the results. If the results did not satisfy him, he would punish even the 4 beast kings. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. Since Shun and I had spoken, what else could they say? They could only grit their teeth and do it. What else could they do? Go ahead and do it. I will also think of a way. Qin and I actually knew this task was extremely difficult. Relying solely on the four of them was obviously unrealistic, so he mentioned that he would try to find a solution. Then Qin and I left and returned to his seclusion spot. He sat cross-legged quietly, and his primordial spirit entered the river of time. But obviously he did not know what he would encounter in the river of time this time, otherwise he would never have dared to step into it. What should we do now? After Qin and I left, the four ferocious beasts exchanged glances, and then Tao asked. Shinni's task was no simple matter, they had no idea what to do now. Should we continue with the previous method? Hunan spoke up. The method he referred to was essentially continuously preaching to the beast clan to help them grow, but it was obviously very slow. It seems there is no better method for now. We can only wait and see if His Majesty has a better way when he returns. Elder brother, is this not rather inappropriate? Within the Donghai, the seabed had been completely transformed by the ancestral dragon. A magnificent dragon palace stood majestically there. The ancestral dragon, as the lord of the dragon clan, sat cross-legged on his throne, while below a group of singing girls danced gracefully. These singing girls were actually members of the sea tribes, including mermaids, the Jiaran race, and even women from races such as the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Now the dragon clan had begun to develop, at least they were no longer only the ancestral dragon and Zhulong. There were many other dragon clan members, and the dragon clan already possessed the might that would one day shake the four seas. The other races naturally lived under the dragon clan's dominion, and they spared no effort to curry favor with the ancestral dragon, sending the most beautiful women of their tribes to his dragon palace for his pleasure. These dancing girls, to put it politely, were the ancestral dragon's entertainers, but to put it bluntly, they were merely his slaves. Over the years, Zhulong had been in seclusion. Although he belonged to the dragon clan, oddly, he did not share the ancestral dragon's desire to possess every beautiful woman. Instead, he preferred cultivation to become stronger. Thus, upon emerging from seclusion and seeing his elder brother's behavior, he felt a desire to dissuade him. After all, the ancestral dragon did not regard other races with respect. Even among the sea tribes, those not of the dragon clan were treated as tools and slaves, which displeased Zhulong. In Zhulong's view, all sea tribes were members of the same family and should coexist peacefully. Even if they chose to be vassals to the dragon clan, they should not be treated as slaves, but rather as one's own people. Second brother, I know you are kind-hearted, but you should understand me, your elder brother. Everything I do is for the sake of our dragon clan. The ancestral dragon's expression flickered with unease. He knew his younger brother well, truly kind at heart, at least toward the sea tribes. Toward other races on the vast wilderness, it was a different matter. But the ancestral dragon detested such a mindset. In his eyes, except for the dragon clan, all other races were merely slaves to the dragon clan. Of course, the reason the dragon clan consisted entirely of his kin was that most of its members were born from him and various women, with a small portion being innate celestial dragons born from heaven and earth. However, these were extremely rare. But elder brother, enough. Zhulong wanted to say more, but was immediately cut off by the ancestral dragon, who had no desire to listen to his younger brother's nonsense. Second brother, since when do you meddle in my affairs? Instead of this, go back and focus on your cultivation. Yes, elder brother. Watching the ancestral dragon turn back to enjoy the singing girls dance after speaking to him, Zhulong could only sigh softly. He sensed that his elder brother had changed, as if he had become a completely different person after returning from the southern continent. His temperament and disposition had altered drastically, and now the ancestral dragon felt utterly unfamiliar to Zhulong. But he knew this was still his elder brother, so helpless he could only turn a blind eye and stop worrying. Among the three primordial clans, the dragon clan occupied the four seas, while the ancestral dragon indulged in daily revelry at the dragon palace. Zhulong, meanwhile, returned to his secluded cultivation grounds. However, the vast wilderness remained unchanged by the dragon clan's affairs. After all, the dragon clan had not yet begun their path of conquest. Their strength was still insignificant, and the road to domination was no simple task. It might be a very long time before they embarked on that journey. Of course, the vast wilderness was not peaceful either. Especially in the central continent, where countless races dwelled, the most powerful among them was a clan called the Qilin. Damnable ancestral Qilin. You destroyed my clan's territory and slaughtered my people. I Quangshi will avenge this. A roar thundered across the central continent for billions of miles. A golden-maned lion raised his head and howled to the heavens, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. His body was covered in wounds, and some patches of fur had vanished, revealing raw flesh beneath. Most terrifying of all, a gaping hole in his chest continuously dripped golden blood. Clearly this lion was grievously wounded. Nothing but impotent rage. Even at your peak you were no match for me, let alone now, when you're on the brink of death. Lie down obediently. This is the fate of the Quangshi lion clan for refusing to submit to the Qilin clan. An icy voice sounded behind the lion. He turned his head in terror only to see darkness before his eyes, and then he was no more. Thus, one of the great races of the primordial wilderness, the Guangshi lion clan, vanished from the land. In the central continent, the Qin clan had begun their relentless expansion. However, their path to complete dominion over the entire continent was still long, for the central continent was vast, and their clan was few. Moreover, countless races inhabited the continent, and making them submit would require time. Meanwhile, on the southern continent, the Phoenix clan had also begun to leave the 100,000 Undying Flame Mountains and embark on their own path of expansion. As clan leaders, whether the ancestral dragon or the ancestral Qilin, both harbored immense ambition to conquer the entire primordial wilderness. Beyond them, the western continent was also in turmoil, as a powerful race there had started its own conquest. In the northern Beihai, a multitude of beings were also expanding. The entire primordial wilderness was undergoing new upheavals, though for now they remained small-scale. The true great turmoil would likely take a very long time to come, but the aura of calamity and doom was already beginning to brew. Pay respects to the Demon Lord. At the center of the western continent stood a towering peak beneath which lay the most extensive spiritual vein of the entire continent. The ancestral vein, the root of all spiritual veins upon this land. The spiritual energy of the entire western continent relied heavily on this ancestral vein and was no weaker than that of other continents. The western continent possessed one ancestral vein and 129,600 major spiritual veins, corresponding precisely to the number of a Yuanhui cycle, roughly comparable to other continents. This was precisely why the western continent thrived so profoundly. However, this ancestral vein was destroyed by Luo Ho during the subsequent demonic war, which is why the western continent became so desolate in later eras. One could say Luo Ho dragged the entire future of the western continent down with him in defeat. But this had not yet come to pass at the present moment, so the western continent remained exceedingly prosperous. Luo Ho's cultivation site happened to be situated precisely here, for this was not only the location of the western continent's ancestral vein, but also the geographic center of the entire continent, truly the place with the richest concentration of spiritual energy across the western continent. Heart demon, what matter has roused me from slumber? Luo Ho's figure appeared upon his towering throne, gazing down with imposing authority upon the heart demon prostrate within the grand hall. Ever since departing following his encounter with Hongjun, Luo Ho had returned here once more, and his demon forces naturally followed. However, upon his return, he did not immediately seize control of the entire western continent. Instead, he ordered the demons to remain wholly confined around Spirit Mountain, forbidden from venturing forth without his command, while he himself sank into deep slumber. Yet not long after, he was awakened once more by his own subordinate, the heart demon. My lord, the myriad races of the primordial world are now beginning to rise. Even the White Tiger clan to our west has started its relentless expansion. Shall we not? The heart demon spoke with reverence before Luo Ho. During Luo Ho's slumber, all races across the primordial world had begun their paths of expansion, though only a handful merited their particular attention. The beasts of the north occupied the entire northern continent. The Dragon clan ruled the four seas and was now campaigning across the eastern continent. The Qilin clan held sway over the central continent, and the Phoenix clan dwelled within the 100,000 immortal volcanoes of the southern continent. Beyond these four clans, two others also commanded the heart demon's attention. One was, of course, the White Tiger clan, so close that within perhaps 10 million years they might well march upon Spirit Mountain itself. In later eras, the White Tiger clan would become the dominant killing-oriented race of the West, standing alongside the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin as peers. But in the current primordial world, their strength had not yet reached its zenith. They ranked roughly within the top 10 among all races of the primordial world, certainly not among the foremost. The Demon clan had regarded the entire western continent as their territory since ancient times, and the rise of the White Tiger clan represented a direct challenge to their domain. However, bound by Luo Ho's order not to leave Spirit Mountain, the heart demon found himself unable to suppress the White Tiger clan's growth, and thus unable to act. This was precisely why he had been forced to awaken Luo Ho from his slumber, to see if the Demon Lord had any commands regarding this matter. Beyond the White Tiger clan, there was another race worthy of attention, the Xuanwu clan, who dominated the Northern Sea. Their appearance closely resembled that of the Chaos Demon God of Fate, and perhaps because of this resemblance they had inherited a similar trait, their profound fondness for slumber. Though the Xuanwu clan was immensely powerful, they preferred to remain entrenched within the Northern Sea. The most formidable powerhouse of the Xuanwu clan was a great black tortoise of such magnitude that it could support heaven and earth. Do not underestimate this creature, for in later ages when Tong Tian slaughtered such a beast to prop up the collapsing heavens, that very tortoise was its ancestor. Yet at present its strength and cultivation had not yet reached that terrifying pinnacle. The Xuanwu clan's dominion over the Northern Sea filled the Dragon clan, once rulers of the four seas, with deep apprehension. They had even willingly relinquished control of the Northern Sea to avoid confrontation with the Xuanwu clan, demonstrating clearly that the Xuanwu clan's strength was no trifling matter. The White Tiger clan, is it? Hearing the heart demon's words, Luo Ho murmured softly. His will instantly enveloped the entire western continent, and he perceived the White Tiger clan that the heart demon had described. Though their strength had not yet reached its later zenith, they already bore discernible traces of the future sovereign of slaughter. Their patriarch by who had already reached the late stage of great Luo god. Soon through continuous slaughter and the absorption of baleful energy, he might achieve the peak of great Luo god, and perhaps even step toward half-step Hunyuan. In the current primordial world, half-step Hunyuan represented the absolute limit that native life forms could attain. Unless one could unify the primordial world and become its supreme overlord, then harness the fortune of the entire world to resist the suppression of the heavenly Dao, attaining full Hunyuan was impossible. No need to concern yourself with them. Bear in mind that throughout this Kulpa our adversary is not among the native races of the primordial world. Luo Ho held no particular worry about the White Tiger clan. To him, even if all the races of the primordial world united, they would not merit his attention. The only one who warranted his consideration was Hongjun alone. Only he could truly command Luo Ho's focus. Unless that man entered the fray himself, Luo Ho would remain inactive for the time being. But my lord, if we allow the White Tiger clan to continue their expansion unchecked, they will surely reach Spirit Mountain. The heart demon spoke with genuine concern. He himself did not fear the White Tiger clan, for he had already reached half-step Hunyuan in the previous Kulpa, and though he had not yet fully stepped across that threshold, he was closer now than ever. The White Tiger clan's strongest among them was merely a great Luo god, an opponent he could crush with a single strike. Yet if he ignored the matter entirely, the White Tiger clan would march upon Spirit Mountain, his very domain. Should enemies breach one's very doorstep, the humiliation would be untenable. Your words carry merit. In that case, Heart Demon, take this mission. See if you can bring the White Tiger clan under our control. Luo Ho had initially intended to remain apart from these affairs. But after considering the Heart Demon's words, he realized that the White Tiger clan might prove well suited to their demon clan. After all, the White Tiger presided over slaughter and conquest. Should they be brought to heel, they could serve as a formidable pawn. This humble Taoist is Hongjun, paying respects to you both, fellow Taoists. Upon the eastern continent, Hongjun regarded the two grand powerhouses before him and spoke calmly. Yet should one observe closely enough, one would discern that his aura seemed rather feeble. And consider Hongjun was a demon god, one on the verge of ascending to the imperial venerable realm, yet the presence he now displayed was merely at the stage of a Daoyuo deity. Such a stature was that of the great powerhouses of the present Honghuang world, entirely incongruent with his identity as a demon god. Clearly this was either not Hongjun's true body, or he was deliberately concealing his strength, and the latter possibility could be dismissed outright. What had emerged this time was not Hongjun's true form. His genuine body remained in slumber at his Taoist sanctuary atop Jade Peak. This presence was but an avatar. This humble Taoist is the Qiankuan ancestor paying respects to fellow Taoist Hongjun. This humble Taoist is the Yinyang ancestor paying respects to fellow Taoist Hongjun. Upon hearing this, the two great powerhouses returned Hongjun's courtesy with equal reverence. These two were by no means the Qiankuan demon god and Yinyang demon god of the Chaos World. Were they truly those primordial beings, how could they possibly fail to recognize Hongjun? These two were merely innate deities of the Honghuang world. The Qiankuan ancestor had taken form from the primordial Qiankuan energy, wielding the Qiankuan cauldron, a supreme treasure of the innate realm which in later ages would be used by Nuwa to refine the stones that mended the sky. At present, however, it still rested in the Qiankuan ancestor's possession. The Yinyang ancestor likewise was born of primordial Yinyang energy and gripped the Taiji chart, one of Pangu's 3 supreme heaven-opening treasures. His strength was by no means to be underestimated. The reason Hongjun had sought them out was no doubt part of his own design. In the previous Kulpa, the pieces available to him had been Qingtian and Dihao. But with Qingtian having broken through to the Hunyuan realm, he could no longer remain within the Honghuang world. How? In the current Honghuang, no Huanyuan level powerhouse was permitted to exist. This was a rule decreed by the assembled great venerables, and also a consequence of Heavenly Dao itself. Though the Heavenly Dao had not yet fully awakened, with the next Kulpa drawing near, its laws were already progressively supplanting the ancient laws of the Great Dao, gradually assuming dominion over Honghuang. As for Dihao, he was originally a piece placed by other great venerables. Hongjun belonged to the Shurchen faction, and since he could not ascertain whose pawn Dihao truly was, Hongjun dared not continue employing him. Should Dihao belong to a rival faction, and should he strike from behind during Hongjun's battle against Luo Ho, Hongjun would have no one to blame but himself. Thus, throughout this Kulpa, Hongjun effectively possessed no usable pieces at all. It was precisely for this reason that he had sent his avatar away from his sanctuary to seek allies within the Honghuang world. As for why he had chosen the Qiankuan ancestor and the Yinyang ancestor, one could scarcely guess. It was because he coveted the 2 supreme treasures they each possessed. Consider the Pangu banner one of the 3 supreme heaven-opening treasures already rested in Hongjuan's hands. The Chaos Bell, needless to say, was currently stationed upon the Star of the Sun. But possession was one matter, actual use was another. Should Hongjuan lay a hand upon either, the retribution of heavenly Dao would descend upon him without hesitation. Hongjuan was no fool and would not recklessly provoke such consequences. Moreover, the Chaos Bell bore its own sacred purpose, and the great venerable Pangu himself would never permit it to be moved. Therefore, only the Taiji chart remained. In the hands of the Yin-Yang ancestor, it had never truly been wielded to its full potential, and that was precisely why Hongjuan had set his sights upon it. Might I ask where you 2 fellow Taoists are headed? Would you permit this humble one to accompany you? Hongjuan wore an expression of utmost warmth, showing not the slightest trace of scheming. It was precisely this manner, combined with the fact that his displayed power was merely comparable to that of the Qin ancestor and Yin-Yang ancestor, that prevented either from feeling any hostility toward him. After all, even if Hongjuan harbored ulterior motives, they were 2 against 1. Did they truly believe a single Hongjuan could overpower both of them? It was evident they did not. The Hongwang world is currently experiencing certain unrest, so we intend to journey and observe before the turmoil truly erupts, the Yin-Yang ancestor replied to Hongjuan, his gaze drifting elsewhere. One might say it is also an opportunity to appreciate the magnificent landscapes of Hongwang, is it not? The current Hongwang was relatively tranquil. Although other races were beginning to expand their territories, the sheer vastness of the world meant these movements remained confined for now. Yet the future held no guarantees. Ha, that sounds most delightful. I too have had nothing pressing to occupy myself, so I would very much like to travel alongside you both. I only hope you would not mind my company. Hongjuan spoke with considerable humility, partly to avoid alarming them. After all, he had designs upon them, and should he wish to eventually utilize both to scheme against Luo Ho, he needed to cultivate goodwill with them first. Accompanying them would naturally draw them closer in rapport. Besides, truthfully, Hongjuan also wished to explore the world. Ever since arriving in Hongwang, he had barely ventured beyond his sanctuary. Then it is settled. The Qin ancestor smiled approvingly. To him, an additional companion among fellow Taoists posed no harm, and he harbored no suspicion of ill intent on Hongjuan's part. But the Yin-Yang ancestor remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Hongjuan, his thoughts concealed. Does fellow Taoist have reservations? If so, then I shall not impose. Hongjuan, perceiving the Yin-Yang ancestor's hesitance, adopted a strategy of feigned retreat. By offering to withdraw, he aimed to dispel any suspicion that he harbored ulterior motives, while simultaneously distancing himself from the other's wariness. There is nothing of the sort. I was merely lost in thought and inadvertently neglected your courtesy. You mentioned wishing to join us. Is that correct? That is most welcome. Very well, let us journey together. After a moment of contemplation, the Yin-Yang ancestor finally replied to Hongjuan. He had likely been pondering Hongjuan's intentions, but after much deliberation, he simply gave up trying to decipher them. Then it is most auspicious. Thus the 3 embarked upon their journey across the Hongwang world. Along the way, they witnessed numerous events and intervened in several conflicts. They traversed all 5 continents before ultimately returning to the eastern continent. Throughout their travels, they sat and discoursed upon the Tao. Hongjuan's occasional insights proved invaluable to both the Qin ancestor and the Yin-Yang ancestor, who gained considerably from their conversations, and their own strength saw modest improvement as well. While Hongjuan was still traveling through the primordial world alongside the ancestors of heaven and earth, and of Yin and Yang, the eastern continent had essentially already fallen under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, with overlords rising to power across each of the 5 continents. On the northern continent, although the Xuanwu clan had risen from the North Sea, they shunned conflict and remained hidden within its waters. As a result, the fierce beasts of the northern continent faced no adversaries, making it entirely their paradise. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan, entrenched in the EC, had conquered the eastern continent under the leadership of Zhulong, their second most powerful warrior, since the ancestral dragon had withdrawn from view. Now the Dragon Clan held supreme authority across the eastern continent, though certain locations remained beyond their control, such as Yujing Mountain, the spiritual retreat of Hongjuan, along with a few other enclaves. Yet nominally the Dragon Clan controlled the entire eastern continent, an achievement that cemented their unmatched prestige across the realm. Across the central continent, the Qilin clan had spent millennia expanding their dominion until they secured complete control over the entire region. Now recognized as sovereigns of all spirit beasts, they commanded legions numbering beyond count. Similarly, the Phoenix clan had established absolute dominance over the southern continent, their sovereignty extending to every avian creature throughout the primordial world. On the western continent, none could say what pact had been struck between Xinma and the White Tiger clan upon their departure from Lingshan, yet the White Tiger clan had secured total control over the region, only to fall completely silent afterward, showing no inclination toward further expansion. This inaction by the White Tiger clan brought a measure of relief to both the Qilin clan in the central continent and the Phoenix clan in the south. The Qilin positioned at the heart of all 5 continents would have been utterly vulnerable if pressed from behind, forced to face the Phoenix to the south, the Dragon to the east, and the Beast clans to the north simultaneously, which would have sealed their extinction from the primordial stage. Yet on this day the Phoenix clan showed neither triumph nor joy despite holding the southern continent. Instead they mobilized with fierce urgency, all avian vassal races rallying behind them, signaling that war had come once more. Ancestor, we cannot let this rest. The Dragon clan clearly seeks war with our Phoenix kin. Within the hall of Zhuang, amid the 100,000 immortal volcanoes, the Phoenix clan's elders and leaders of allied races gathered, as Zhufeng, face alight with fervor, turned to Zhuang and cried out. Zhuang, the first deity born of the Phoenix clan, holds supreme authority over all Phoenix kind, while Zhufeng, the first male Phoenix deity to awaken, ranks beneath her. Though even she sometimes seeks his counsel, for he speaks for all members of the Feng branch within the Phoenix lineage. The Phoenix clan follows a matriarchal order. The female Huang surpassed the male Feng in both strength and prevalence, the latter being comparatively rare. Zhufeng's fury stemmed from a grievous outrage. Several members of the Feng branch had been slaughtered by Dragon clan warriors near the border between the southern and eastern continents, and the dragons had dared to consume their flesh, a desecration beyond forgiveness. It is said that dragon liver and phoenix gall are supreme delicacies, and as primordial deities their flesh pulsed with dense qi, prized ingredients for those bold enough to claim them. But this time the Dragon clan had not merely killed, they had done so openly before the very eyes of the Feng clan, an act of brazen provocation. Has Zhuang not yet given his answer? Though Zhuang shared the outrage, she recognized this as a clash between two great races, one that would have seen her Phoenix clan's armies marching against lesser foes long ago. Yet the Dragon clan's strength rivaled their own, and it was Zhuang, not even the ancestral dragon himself, who had conquered the eastern continent. From the moment the incident occurred, Zhuang dispatched envoys to Zhuang seeking a peaceful resolution and demanding the extradition of those responsible, a concession she needed to offer her own people. Yet still no substantive reply had come. The message from Zhuang states that this matter must first be brought before Ziyu Elong, the dragon sovereign, but he remains in seclusion and time is required. That wretched Zhuang stalls us deliberately. He has no intention of negotiating in good faith. Zhuang, tell us, do we go to war? Upon hearing this, Zhufeng erupted in fury. His respect for Zhuang shattered. He who had once addressed her with reverence as clan leader now spoke her name outright. Zhufeng, show restraint. A Zhuang elder rose immediately, her voice cutting through the tension as she rebuked him sharply. Though her rank fell slightly below that of Zhufeng, the gap was narrow enough that she dared speak to him so boldly. Enough, Huang, Zhuang interposed. Zhufeng, calm yourself. I shall ensure this is settled. Sensing the volatile atmosphere thickening between her own Zhuang elder and the venerable Zhufeng, Zhuang stepped in swiftly. As supreme leader of the Phoenix clan, she could ill afford division between the two branches. Yet she knew her words held truth, for without addressing Zhufeng's demands, the Feng clan's loyalty would falter and the Phoenix clan itself would lose its coherence. Huang, you shall go personally to the eastern continent and confront Zhuang. Give him 100 years to respond. If he continues to stall, then our next envoys will be the armies of the Phoenix clan, numbering beyond count. Zhuang herself possessed a fiery temper. Had they not just secured the southern continent and required respite, she would not have wasted words with Zhuang at all. She would have marched her forces directly. All were among the apex races of the primordial world. Who could endure such humiliation? Yet for now she would attempt diplomacy first. If Zhuang refused to negotiate, then there would be no choice but war. Has there still been no word from Big Brother's side? At this moment on the eastern continent, near its border with the southern continent, Zhuang sat elevated upon his throne. Below him were the high-ranking members of the Dragon clan, along with representatives from other sea clans. Recently Zhuang had been deeply troubled. As for the reason, it naturally stemmed from a few members of his Dragon clan who had completely disobeyed his commands. It turned out that after Zhuang had led the Sea clan armies to conquer the entire eastern continent, he feared that the Phoenix clan to the south and the Qilin clan in the central region might launch sudden attacks against them. Consequently, he led his forces to directly fortify the borders. As for the northern continent, they harbored no concerns about it, for they had recently learned that Qin Ming, the Beast Emperor, had vanished from his seclusion realm. No one knew where he had gone, and he had not appeared for thousands of Yuan Hui cycles. The Beast clan would have fractured long ago without the four great kings keeping them in check. Clearly, though the four kings possessed considerable strength, they could only maintain control over the Beast clan itself. As for outward expansion that was beyond their capability, they had no hope unless Qin Ming returned. Initially, they had wondered whether this disappearance might be some scheme orchestrated by Qin Ming, but as the centuries passed with no sign of him, that suspicion naturally faded. They came to accept that Qin Ming had truly vanished, and since even the 4 great kings of the Beast clan were unaware of his whereabouts, Zhu Long felt secure enough to ignore the northern border entirely. Yet this very decision had precipitated the current crisis. Several of his subordinates had blatantly defied his orders and roasted members of the Phoenix clan before their eyes. Had something similar happened to the Dragon clan, Zhu Long himself would have been enraged. He understood Zhu Huang's fury, but that did not excuse the actions of his own clansmen. Worse still, the culprit was Ao Tian, the crown prince and son of Zhu Long. The Phoenix clan had been sending repeated demands for accountability, threatening direct military action if their concerns were not addressed, and Zhu Long found himself deeply troubled. He had imprisoned the perpetrators as soon as he learned of the incident, but this matter clearly required Zhu Long, his elder brother and the clan leader, to take a stand. Yet Zhu Long had offered no response, and the claim that he was in seclusion was merely an excuse. In truth, Zhu Long had remained comfortably in the Dragon Palace all along, and not long ago, even welcomed the birth of a new nephew. Grand Elder Zhu Long, there is still no reply from the clan leader. Smack. What is my elder brother trying to accomplish? Does he truly wish to wage war against the Phoenix clan? Zhu Long hurled his wine cup to the ground in fury, his face contorted with anger as he glared at the Dragon clan member who had just spoken and shouted. Since that incident, Zhu Long had transformed into an entirely different person. Though he still harbored ambitions to dominate the world, he had grown increasingly dissipated and decadent, spending his days either indulging in pleasure or pursuing women, completely neglecting clan affairs and leaving everything to Zhu Long to manage. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Long would not have objected. Taking on his brother's responsibilities was something he would gladly embrace. But now, when a decision from Zhu Long was absolutely critical, he was nowhere to be found. Report. Grand Elder Zhu Long, envoys from the Phoenix clan have arrived once more. At that moment, a Dragon clan member entered to deliver the news. Let them in. Upon hearing the report, Zhu Long quickly composed himself and subdued his anger. Though his expression remained troubled, he had no choice. He knew exactly why the Phoenix clan had come and genuinely wanted to provide them with an answer, but without Zhu Long's guidance, he was truly powerless to act. At present, it was not only Zhu Huang and the western regions that needed to recuperate. The Dragon clan required rest as well. Having just concluded the war across the entire eastern continent, which had taken thousands of Yuan Hui cycles to conquer, both Zhu Long and the Sea clan armies were exhausted. No one desired another conflict. A war against a race as powerful as their own was something neither the Phoenix clan nor Zhu Long wanted, yet if this matter remained unresolved, conflict seemed unavoidable. I am Hua Huang of the Phoenix clan, paying respects to fellow Taoist Zhu Long of the Dragon clan. This time it was indeed Hua Huang who entered, having come once more under Zhu Huang's orders to seek an answer. I am Zhu Long, the second ancestral elder of the Dragon clan. I greet you, Taoist Hua Huang. May I ask what brings you to our clan? Though fully aware of her purpose, Zhu Long feigned ignorance on the surface. His sole intention was to delay until Zhu Long could provide a response. Grand Elder Zhu Long, why keep us in suspense? You understand perfectly well why I have come. But since you are unwilling to speak, first let me ask directly, when will the Dragon clan provide an answer to my Phoenix clan? If this matter is not resolved, and we continue to stall, it will be detrimental to both our clans. You should know that our clan leader is already deeply angered by this incident. Hua Huang spoke calmly to Zhu Long, though everyone present understood she was merely suppressing her fury, a gesture of courtesy that afforded Zhu Long and those gathered some measure of face. A bitter smile crossed Zhu Long's face. He wanted nothing more than to provide an answer, but it was simply impossible. Hua Huang, Taoist friend, truthfully, this situation has taken me by surprise. I moved immediately to detain those involved, but you must understand. Even as an ancestral elder of my clan, all authority rests with our clan leader Zhu Long, who has been in seclusion of late. However, do not worry, Taoist friend. I have already sent word to him, and once he emerges from seclusion, he will certainly provide your Phoenix clan with a resolution. What say you to this? Zhu Long had no choice but to continue stalling, relying on the same excuse he had employed before. It was his only viable option. Any other rationale would lack credibility, and this one at least held some weight. Zhu Long, do not speak such nonsense to me. You know full well whether Zhu Long is truly in seclusion. I care not to dwell on it. Even if Zhu Long is indeed in seclusion, what of it? My clan leader has spoken. If the Dragon clan fails to give us an explanation within a century, then I shall return with an army. Though the Phoenix clan does not wish to start this war, it is clear that the Dragon clan has provoked it. Hua Huang spoke with a tone full of menace. In her eyes, Zhu Long was merely making excuses. Whether Zhu Long was truly in seclusion remained unknown to her, but time had already passed for so long. If the other party truly wished to avoid war, they would have offered a reasonable solution long ago. Hua Huang, this is the territory of the Dragon clan. You have no right to make such arrogant remarks here. If you desire war, the Dragon clan shall grant it to you. Before Zhu Long could speak, an elder of the Dragon clan stepped forward and shouted loudly at Hua Huang. This was the Dragon clan's domain, and Hua Huang's words were a direct affront to their dignity. To the Dragon Clan elder this was nothing short of provocation. The Dragon Clan, being accustomed to pride, would not tolerate such behavior from Hua Huang. Enough! Zhu Long roared at the elder. He was already troubled enough, and now the elder was adding to his woes. Had it not been for the presence of Hua Huang, an outsider, he would have already disciplined the elder to remind him who was in charge here. Daoist Hua Huang, rest assured. I will give the Phoenix Clan an explanation. How about waiting another century? Since Hua Huang had mentioned a century, Zhu Long naturally had no intention of shortening that time. If possible, he would even prefer to delay further. However, judging by the Phoenix Clan's demeanor, they were clearly unwilling to wait any longer. Indeed, nearly 1,000 years had passed since the incident, yet the Dragon Clan had still not produced a reasonable solution. Even if he were in their place, he would not want to wait. The fact that the Phoenix Clan had waited this long was already a great courtesy to the Dragon Clan, and it also showed that they truly did not wish to start a war at this time. Since you Zhu Long have said so, the Phoenix Clan will wait another century. I hope you will not disappoint our clan leader. Certainly, certainly. With Zhu Long's words, Hua Huang cast her gaze around the entire hall, taking in all the Dragon Clan members and the high-ranking Sea Clan officials. Then she turned and left the place. The Dragon Clan did not hinder her departure. This was a particularly sensitive time, and detaining a Phoenix Clan elder would leave no room for negotiation. Ancestor, are we just going to let her leave after making such arrogant remarks? Isn't this a complete slap in the face to the Dragon Clan? As soon as Hua Huang left, the elder who had spoken earlier stepped forward and addressed Zhu Long in a loud voice. In his view, since Hua Huang dared to speak to the Dragon Clan in such a manner, they should not have let her return. They should have captured her outright. Do you truly wish to provoke a war between the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan? Now that the Dragon Clan has just taken the entire Eastern Continent, our members are exhausted and unwilling to fight further. Moreover, we have not yet fully stabilized the Eastern Continent. Once we engage in war with the Phoenix Clan, the remaining myriad races will stab us in the back. Do you want to see our clan suffer heavy casualties before you are satisfied? Zhu Long spoke with some displeasure. This was the very issue that troubled him constantly, and it was precisely why he was reluctant to wage war against the Phoenix Clan. However, within the Dragon Clan, there were always warmongers eager to start conflicts. He found himself at a loss, unable to reprimand them or act against them after all they meant well for the clan. One could hardly find fault with such intentions, as it was merely a difference in ideology. But, enough. Let the clan leader decide the course of action, whether to go to war or provide an explanation to the Phoenix Clan. Everything is up to the clan leader. The elder wanted to say more, but Zhu Long interrupted him. He no longer wished to dwell on this issue with these elders. No matter how much he argued, it would be futile. Even if he personally opposed starting a war, if Zhu Long desired conflict, he would carry out the order unconditionally. Elder Ao Mu returned to the Eastern Sea immediately and informed the clan leader of this matter. See what the clan leader's response will be. Originally, Zhu Long had intended to go himself, but the entire Eastern Continent still required his presence to maintain order. If he left, the remaining myriad races would likely cause trouble in the Dragon Clan's territories. Therefore, he had to delegate the task to a subordinate elder. Yes, ancestor. The elder called Ao Mu stepped forward, acknowledged the order, and then left the hall, heading straight for the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. What the final outcome would be remained uncertain, as it was to be decided by Zhu Long. Even Zhu Long could not fathom Zhu Long's stance. Sai brother, what are you thinking? The Dragon Clan can no longer afford to fight. I hope you understand this, otherwise, even though we have just conquered the Eastern Continent, it may become difficult to hold. After all the Dragon Clan members had withdrawn, Zhu Long sat alone on the main seat, his gaze drifting toward the east, the direction of the Eastern Sea. His eyes were filled with worry. Others might not be fully aware of the current predicament facing the Dragon Clan, but as the primary commander of this expansion campaign, he knew it all too well. Although the Dragon Clan had now completely occupied the entire Eastern Continent, they were still walking on thin ice. There remained some areas on the continent that they had not yet taken. Even now, Zhu Long was uncertain what existed in those places. Whenever they approached, they would feel a lethal threat, so they had temporarily abandoned those regions. As a sea-dwelling race, the difficulty of fully occupying a continent was far greater than for other races. Despite their formidable strength, the locals refused to submit to their rule. During the conquest of the Eastern Continent, the enemy's resistance was the fiercest, costing the Dragon Clan countless members. Having finally seized the entire Eastern Continent did not mean they could rest easy. The surviving forces of the other races were always watching for any sign of weakness, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Dragon Clan. Clan leader, now that the conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan is brewing, should we intervene? At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Qilin clan on the central continent, Zhu Qilin sat high upon the throne, while below him were the high-ranking members of the Qilin clan and all the beast clans. They had gathered to discuss the conflict between the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan. The one who had just spoken was an elder of the Qilin clan, while the other high-ranking members of the beast clans sat quietly watching. It was not that they did not wish to speak, but in such an occasion, they clearly had no right to speak. Although they were all chieftains of various clans who had submitted to the Qin clan, to put it nicely it was submission, but to put it bluntly, they were completely defeated and then surrendered. So although the Qin clan granted them freedom, it did not mean they truly had the power, it was merely to appease their own clansmen. Thus in such a long river of time, they had no right to speak, and could only listen. Any dirty or arduous tasks naturally fell to them. In fact, it was not only the Qin clan that was like this, the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan were similar, just not as severe. Of course the Dragon clan was the worst. Even the Sea clans were considered slaves in the heart of Zulong, let alone other races. The matter between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan. Do you truly believe they will actually go to war? Upon hearing the words from below, Zhu Qilin said calmly. He did not believe these two major races would go to war. After all, if they could have fought, they would have done so long ago. Why would they have delayed for 1,000 years without a war? Clan leader, it is not certain. They might actually go to war. Oh, do you have any new information? Otherwise, why are you so certain? Zhu Qilin became interested upon hearing the elder's words. It should be noted that although the Qilin clan occupied most of the central continent, because this continent was very special, they had not actually taken control of the entire continent. At the very least, they could not occupy the area centered on Zhou Mountain. This was because the area centered on Zhou Mountain was completely shrouded by the will of Pangu. Although the will of Pangu had weakened significantly after 2 calamity epochs, it was still beyond the ability of the Qilin clan to resist. They would need a long time to fully occupy the central continent, otherwise just approaching Zhou Mountain would see the will of Pangu crush them all into blood mist. This also caused the Qilin clan to end the war within the central continent quite early. However, to the west was the White Tiger clan, to the south was the Phoenix clan, and to the north, needless to say, was the Fierce Beast clan. It was already a stroke of luck that they were not invaded. How could they expect to invade them? Now the Beast Emperor Shini of the Fierce Beast clan had disappeared, and the 4 kings ruled the entire Fierce Beast clan. Even so, they dared not make any moves. It was helpless, just the 4 kings alone were more than the Qilin clan could handle. Thus, while other races were thinking of recuperating and building up strength, only the Qilin clan thought of continuing expansion. The best direction for expansion was naturally the east. They had not considered the Phoenix clan in the south, but the position of the 10,000 undying volcanoes was very awkward, exactly halfway between the southern continent and the central continent. That meant once they invaded the southern continent, they would directly face the Phoenix clan stronghold. The war between 2 top-tier races was something even the Qilin clan was not prepared for. As for the eastern continent, since the Dragon clan was not fighting on their home turf, their stronghold was in the eastern sea with the eastern continent in between. This was actually the most ideal expansion target for the Qilin clan. However, because the Dragon clan was also a top-tier race, the Qilin clan did not want to start a war unless they had to. But if the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan were already at war, that would be a different story. Reporting to the clan leader, I received news just now. Not long ago, an elder of the Phoenix clan left the Phoenix clan and went to the eastern continent where the Dragon clan is located. Shortly after, he left with a dark face. It seems that the matter was not settled. If this is true, then it is likely that the Phoenix clan will go to war with the Dragon clan soon. Moreover, our people have discovered that the Phoenix clan is fully mobilizing for war. Billions of troops are already amassing at the border, ready to march east at any moment. The elder said to Zhu Qilin and also to all the high-ranking members present. Haha, it seems that the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan are bound to have a war. If so, then the opportunity for our Qilin clan has arrived. Hearing the elder's words, another elder laughed loudly. This was indeed good news for them. They had never been content to stay on the central continent. It could be said that none of the creatures living in this era lacked ambition, and the ambition of the Qilin clan was obviously vast. Otherwise, they would not have directly occupied the entire central continent. They had long coveted the eastern continent, but because of the Dragon clan, they had delayed taking action. Now, with someone else to spearhead the attack, they could then play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How wonderful. Indeed, this is a great opportunity for our Qilin clan. However, we must confirm whether the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan will truly go to war. If they end up not fighting, then we cannot make a move either. Please rest assured, Ancestor. I will immediately dispatch people to ascertain the latest intelligence. In this way, if they do go to war, we can get the news in time and make preparations. Good. But we must also be cautious to guard against it being a scheme of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. After all, Zhu Long and Zhu Huang are not simple characters. At this moment, Zhu Long and his fellows were obviously unaware that the Qilin clan was also scheming against them. Otherwise, they would truly be unwilling to go to war with the Phoenix clan. After all, they already did not want to fight, and now they were being targeted by another top-tier race. Now the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan in the south may break into war. Should we take this opportunity to march our armies southward? At this moment, the northern continent was also in turmoil. The four kings of the Fierce Beast clan gathered together to discuss whether they should take this opportunity to march their armies southward directly. But if we march our army southward, might we be targeted by those several forces together? In response to Tao Ye's words, Qiongqi said with some worry. Currently their Emperor Shini was missing, and the entire Fierce Beast clan relied entirely on the support of their four kings. However, such a vast Fierce Beast clan could hardly achieve much with only the four of them. It was already quite good if they could ensure that the Fierce Beast clan occupied the entire northern continent without any incidents. As for expansion, to be honest, Qiongqi had never really considered this issue unless their Emperor Shini returned. Alas, we do not know where the Emperor is now. Why is there no trace of him in the entire Primordial World? Hundun was also very distressed. During this time, the other three kings were supporting the entire Fierce Beast clan on the northern continent, while he was searching for their Emperor's traces throughout the Primordial World. But obviously, no matter how he searched, he could not find them. As for the River of Time, he had not set foot there, and even if he did, he could not possibly find Shini. Perhaps the Emperor is doing something important over there, but for now, let us discuss the matters at hand. Tao Tai brought the topic back. They could not find the whereabouts of Beast Emperor Shini for now, and it seemed this matter would be a very long process. Currently, they needed to face the question of whether to march south. After all, the affairs of the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan were about to throw the entire eastern continent into turmoil, and the Fierce Beast clan had always been entrenched in the northern continent. If they did not achieve something, how could they make the Fierce Beast clan's reputation resound throughout the Primordial World? For now, it is still a question whether the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan will actually fight. Moreover, do you think that in their war there will be no one else wanting to be the final mantis-picking bird? Tao Wu said calmly. Among the four of them, Tao Tai was the most warlike, while Tao Wu was the opposite. He was the most intelligent one. Thus, many matters were actually managed by him, and he naturally saw things most clearly. Are you referring to the Qilin clan? Did they not just complete the unification of the central continent not long ago? How could they have the mind to set their sights on the eastern continent like us? Hundun was somewhat puzzled. However, since Shini's disappearance, the four kings had discussed all matters together, so they were very harmonious, and any doubts were voiced face to face. The Qilin clan ended the war to unify the central continent much earlier than the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan, which meant the Qilin clan had much more time to recuperate. The Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan had only just ended their unification wars. They clearly wanted to rest and recuperate now. That is why such incidents have been delayed for 1,000 years without a result. It seems they are not very eager to fight. And as for the Qilin clan, do not be fooled by their current inaction. If you observe carefully, you will find that the Qilin clan has already begun mobilization not long ago, and their army is starting to march toward the border. That means once the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan go to war, the one most eager to reap the benefits will surely be the Qilin clan. Tao Wu narrated calmly, and as he spoke, an image of the Qilin clan's army mobilizing appeared before them. It was something he had personally gone to the central continent to secretly capture. With a mighty cultivator at the Deluo deity level personally going to capture it, it would be very difficult for the Qilin clan to detect it. So it seems that once the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan go to war, it may evolve into a war among three clans. Wouldn't that benefit our clan? We only need to choose the right moment to strike. I believe we can not only take the eastern continent, but also occupy a part of the central continent. That is true, but whether they will actually fight is still unknown. Moreover, the Qilin clan certainly will not step in immediately at the start. They will wait until the Phoenix clan and Dragon clan are locked in a fierce battle. Then the timing of our entry becomes a problem. If we enter too early, the three clans might unite against us. If we enter too late, everything might be over. Yes, that is a problem. We must discuss this carefully. The timing of our entry to reap the benefits is crucial. We do not want to become the common target of all three clans. This was not only what the Fierce Beast clan did not want, even the Qilin clan, who wanted to be the fishermen, did not want it either. After all, being targeted by two top-tier races together was not a good thing. What use is it to talk about this now? If the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan do not fight, even if we come up with the best plan, it will be useless, right? Shouldn't we be considering whether they will fight or not? Qiongqi said bluntly, and his words silenced the other three kings. Indeed, if the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan did not fight, what was the use of all their discussion? Now, the most important thing was to determine whether these two races would actually fight. But this question was probably something even they themselves could not clarify, let alone outsiders like them. I have a way to make them fight. Suddenly Hundun said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. For him, it was simply uncertainty. So why not turn this uncertainty into a certainty? That way, even if the two clans wanted to avoid war, it would be impossible. What do you want to do? Leave this matter to me. I will go to the eastern continent and cause some trouble for the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. I will surely make them fight. Can you do this with absolute secrecy? You must know that if it is exposed, it will not be a good thing for us. Although the Phoenix clan is separated from us by the Qilin clan, without our emperor's presence, even the Dragon clan alone would be a great trouble for us. Rest assured on this point. When I handle things, they will surely be unable to detect it. In that case, this matter is entrusted to you. Let us continue discussing what we should do after they start fighting. Who are you stalking me like this? Do you not know that I am an elder of the Dragon Clan? At this moment on the eastern continent, Ao Mu, the Dragon Clan elder who had just returned from the Dragon Palace, looked around at the empty surroundings and shouted loudly. However, even though there was clearly no one around, he still stopped and cautiously surveyed the area. I didn't expect you to discover me, but it doesn't matter. You're just a dead man, and even if you did, it wouldn't be a problem. As Elder Ao Mu's words faded, a voice rang out, and then a figure appeared before Elder Ao Mu. A Phoenix Clan member. Did we not agree with your Phoenix Clan's ancestral Phoenix that we would give you an answer within 100 years? What do you mean by blocking me here now? Do you truly intend to provoke a war between our two clans? When he saw the newcomer, Ao Mu's pupils involuntarily contracted. He recognized the other, someone named Zhu Feng. It seemed the being in the Phoenix Clan whose status was second only to Ancestral Phoenix. But now this person appeared here blocking his path, and it seemed his intentions were far from friendly. However, Ao Mu was not worried. He was a noble dragon after all, and he did not believe the other would dare to attack him. After all, not only did the Dragon Clan need to recuperate, but the Phoenix Clan was also in urgent need of recovery. Under such circumstances, an attack on him would inevitably provoke a war between the two clans, unless the Phoenix Clan was truly prepared for battle with the Dragon Clan. But were they? Clearly not. Clearly they were not, and it was precisely because of this that even knowing the other was Zhu Feng, a being whose strength was second only to Ancestral Phoenix, he still felt no worry. Although the other seemed intent on killing him, he merely dismissed it as an attempt to intimidate him, the goal being nothing more than to extract from him Ancestral Dragon's reply. Yet he was also somewhat puzzled. Logically, only the elder ancestor Zhu Long should know of his whereabouts, so how did Zhu Feng know? And how did he dare to appear here and block him? Could it be that someone within the clan had exposed his location? Elder Ao Mu of the Dragon Clan, right? I know you. You were sent by Zhu Long to return to the Eastern Sea to seek a reply from Ancestral Dragon. So what is the Dragon Clan's answer to the Phoenix Clan? Zhu Feng looked calmly at Ao Mu and spoke indifferently, showing no regard for him. I need to first report this matter to Ancestor Zhu Long, and then Ancestor Zhu Long will inform your clan's chieftain. Unwilling to speak. It seems the Dragon Clan is unwilling to hand over the person to us, hence the need to inform Zhu Long. So what if it is so, what if it isn't? Zhu Feng, if you leave now, I can pretend today never happened. Otherwise, I will consider this a provocation against the Dragon Clan. Then I will report this to the chieftain and Ancestor Zhu Long, and even if the Dragon Clan is reluctant to go to war, we will surely seek justice. Ao Mu looked at Zhu Feng, hoping to make him retreat with words, but he clearly underestimated Zhu Feng's resolve. His words did not cause the other to back down, and his expression did not change, even slightly. I said from the very beginning that you would not return. In my eyes, you are nothing but a dead man, and you still dream of going back. Zhu Feng let out a cold laugh. He was in no hurry to attack. He simply stood quietly in the void, calmly watching the other. Damn it. Do you really want to provoke a war between our two clans? Ao Mu's face changed drastically. Earlier he had thought the other would not attack him, which was why he had been so calm. But now it seemed things were not so simple. The other had clearly come for him. If you die, who will know it was my hand? Boom. In the midst of speaking, the other struck directly, and terrifying fire laws instantly filled the surrounding space. Under the dreadful fire laws, Elder Ao Mu tried to dodge, but he found that the space around him was being scorched by a 9 nether heavenly fire, and he had no way to retreat. The 9 nether heavenly fire is the supreme flame wielded by the male phoenixes of the Phoenix Clan. Its might ranks among the various flames of the fire Dao no less than the sun true fire of the later Golden Crow clan, and only slightly inferior to the 9 in chaos fire wielded by the female phoenixes. Zhu Feng, you are provoking a war between the two clans. You will regret this. Ao Mu only had time to let out a roar before he was instantly incinerated by the 9 nether heavenly fire. The terror of the 9 nether heavenly fire lies in the fact that once touched, even the soul is burned clean, meaning that any creature slain by it will never undergo reincarnation. Dead. How weak. Zhu Feng looked at the dead Ao Mu, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He murmured to himself and then vanished from the spot. Disaster. Elder Ao Mu has fallen. At this moment in the Dragon Palace, Ancestral Dragon was still enjoying the dance of singing girls when suddenly a dragon clansman rushed into his palace and shouted loudly. What did you say? What happened to Ao Mu? Ancestral Dragon, who had been thoroughly enjoying himself, instantly stood up. He looked at the soldier who had come to report, his face full of shock, and demanded loudly. Clan Chieftain, just now Elder Ao Mu's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. Boom. As the soldier finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Ancestral Dragon. Under this aura, the entire Eastern Sea became turbulent and massive waves arose, stirring up endless storms that crashed toward the continent. Ancestral Dragon's figure vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Dragon Palace's chamber dedicated to storing the Dragon Clan's soul lamps. There the lamp representing Elder Ao Mu was completely extinguished just as the soldier had said, signifying that the elder had fallen. A soul lamp is formed by a living being using a strand of their own soul. It is a tool for easily knowing whether a clan member is in trouble. Once a soul lamp encounters an accident, it means that the owner of the lamp has also encountered an accident. And for a soul lamp like Ao Mu's to be extinguished meant that he had directly fallen. So who killed Ao Mu? After all, Ao Mu was one of the Dragon Clan's rare great cultivators with strength at the initial stage of the Daluo God realm. To instantly slay him, the opponent's strength was clearly not low. Inform Zhu Long to investigate. Turn the entire primordial world upside down if necessary, but find out who killed Elder Ao Mu. At this moment, Ancestral Dragon's face was stern and imposing, no longer bearing the unrestrained demeanor he had before. Now he truly embodied the spirit of the Dragon Clan's chieftain. Yes. In an instant, the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was thrown into turmoil. Countless experts left the palace to investigate the cause of Elder Ao Mu's death. Not long after, Zhu Long also received the news, and even he was greatly shocked, almost in disbelief. What did you say? Elder Ao Mu is dead. When he heard the news, Zhu Long was utterly stunned. He had sent Elder Ao Mu back to the Dragon Palace to seek an answer from the Ancestral Dragon, and now he was being told that Ao Mu was dead. Had Ao Mu died on his way to the palace or on his return? And more importantly, how had his whereabouts been exposed? Only Zhu Long himself knew of Ao Mu's movements. He certainly wouldn't have revealed them or ambushed him. So who else could have known and then intercepted him? In response to the Ancestral Dragon's inquiry, news came from the Dragon Palace that Elder Ao Mu's soul lamp suddenly extinguished on his return journey. The speed was so swift that even the guardian elder of the palace failed to react in time. Naturally, there were elders guarding the soul lamps in the Dragon Palace, for the lamps were crucial to the Dragon Clan. It would not be left to those of lesser strength. Elders were always present. Ao Mu's soul lamp had gone out so quickly that even the attending elder could not react. By the time he realized it, the lamp was already extinguished. So Elder Ao Mu died on the road back from the Dragon Palace, is that correct? A flicker of contemplation passed through Zhu Long's eyes as he sought confirmation from the soldier. Yes, Ancestral Dragon Zhu Long. All right, you may leave. I understand. Zhu Long sank into deep thought. Someone had ambushed him on the return journey, meaning his whereabouts were exposed during the trip. Who could have done this? Was it a personal enemy of Ao Mu's or the remnants of the myriad races in the eastern continent? Zhu Long had never suspected the Phoenix clan. He simply could not fathom why they would kill a dragon elder, nor could they have known Ao Mu's movements. Never mind. I will go and see who did this. There must be some trace left at the scene. Elder Ao Mu had only recently died. If Zhu Long set out immediately and traced his path, he might find clues. And with a clue, he could track down the murderer. Without hesitation, Zhu Long did not inform the other elders. He vanished on the spot and set out alone to investigate the route Ao Mu had taken. Dragons possess a unique aura. As the clan's ancestor, Zhu Long was acutely sensitive to this scent, so he had no trouble finding the path Ao Mu had traveled. Strange. Elder Ao Mu's aura is most concentrated here, but why is there also a trace of the Phoenix clan's aura? Could it be the Phoenix clan's doing? Arriving at a certain spot, Zhu Long looked grimly at the empty surroundings. His senses told him this was where Ao Mu had last stopped, for the aura was strongest here. Yet along with Ao Mu's aura, there was also that of the Phoenix clan. Why would a phoenix appear here? More importantly, the aura of the Phoenix and Elder Ao Mu's seemed to overlap, meaning they had been together at this spot. Zhu Long then used his divine power, a technique to pluck a fragment of the past from the river of time. He finally saw the truth. But when he saw it, he felt not anger, but deep contemplation. He saw a Phoenix clan member appear there, one he never expected, Zhu Feng. It was Zhu Feng who had killed Elder Ao Mu. Yet this only deepened his confusion. The Phoenix clan, like the Dragon clan, had no desire for war. Then why would Zhu Feng, second only to Zhu Huang in status, appear here and slay a dragon elder? Was he not afraid of exposing the truth and sparking a war between the two clans? Everyone tell me, what do you make of Elder Ao Mu's death? Is it a conspiracy, or is the Phoenix clan truly intent on starting a war? After returning to the army camp at the border between the eastern and southern continents, Zhu Long immediately summoned all the high-ranking members. Elder Ao Mu's death could not be concealed. The Ancestral Dragon had already issued a decree to search the entire primordial world for the murderer. How could Zhu Long hide it? So he told the elders everything he knew, seeking their opinions. Something about this whole affair felt off. Ancestral Dragon Zhu Long, I believe this is a provocation from the Phoenix clan. They pretended to give us 100 years, but secretly sent Zhu Feng to assassinate Elder Ao Mu. This is clearly an attempt to incite war. One elder stepped forward and declared loudly. He belonged to the war faction opposing Zhu Long's desire for peace. Though he respected Zhu Long as the clan leader's younger brother and an ancestor, he had been dissatisfied with the policy of appeasement. But Ao Mu's death had struck a nerve. If they lost one elder today, who would be next? If they kept dragging things out with the Phoenix clan, would they continue sending assassins? Everyone feared death, especially the elders who held high positions. They were more afraid than anyone, so they would not let this continue. The best way to prevent it was to wipe out the entire Phoenix clan from the Primordial World. Yes, ancestral dragon Zhu Long. We all wanted to rest and recover, but the Phoenix clan clearly thinks otherwise. They assassinated Elder Ao Mu this time. What about next time? Will they send more assassins? Rather than waiting to be killed, we should strike first. Since the Phoenix clan is so arrogant, let us deliver a crushing blow and erase them from the Primordial World. Enough. This matter is far too suspicious. I shall first visit the Phoenix clan today to investigate further. After all, our clan currently requires a period of recuperation. Rashly instigating a war between the two clans would hardly be beneficial for us. Of course, if the Phoenix clan truly is responsible for this, then I shall make them pay a grievous price. As he spoke, a chilling coldness flickered in Zhu Long's eyes. If the Phoenix clan had indeed perpetrated this deed, he would not hesitate to initiate war. After all, the one who had perished was an elder. Though the Dragon clan had grown strong, the death of an elder remained a monumental loss. It was far more severe than the loss of a few Phoenix clan members, for those fallen phoenixes were merely youths who had yet to transform, whereas their loss was that of an elder. Any Daoyuo god-level supreme being was a precious treasure to their race. Even among the weaker clans, their patriarchs might barely reach the initial Daoyuo god stage. Across the entire primordial land, the total number of Daoyuo god-level powerhouses barely exceeded 10,000, yet how many living beings inhabited the vast expanse? That number was beyond counting. Ancestor Zhu Long, perhaps I should go instead. You are needed here to hold the fort. No sooner had Zhu Long finished speaking than an elder stepped forward and declared loudly. Relatively speaking, if the Phoenix clan were indeed responsible, the elder might face mortal danger, but Zhu Long was their ancestor, and his presence was required to oversee the clan. Thus, even if the threat was real, the elder willingly volunteered rather than letting Zhu Long go. Enough. My strength ensures that even if the Phoenix clan were behind this, they can do nothing to me. Leave the clan to yourselves for now and await my return. Say no more. This matter is settled. Seeing the elder about to speak further, Zhu Long directly interrupted him. Faced with Zhu Long's decision, the elder said no more. Zhu Long was the master here. Though his word might not carry as much weight as Zhu Long's, it was clear that all present must obey his commands. You say something major has happened among the Dragon clan. At this moment, within the 10,000 immortal volcanoes of the Phoenix clan, Zhu Huang looked at the elder below with a puzzled expression. Indeed, clan leader. Not long ago, the entire Dragon clan in the East Sea suddenly stirred, as if searching for something across the eastern continent. Even the southern sea near our territory has become restless, with the Dragon clan seemingly attempting to land there. However, thanks to our Phoenix clan's suppression, the southern sea remains relatively calm. In response to clan leader Zhu Huang's inquiry, the elder spoke loudly. Since all present were high-ranking members of the Phoenix clan, there was no need for discretion. Do you know what they are searching for? Not yet, my lord. Dispatch more scouts to investigate. I want to know exactly what the Dragon clan is seeking. As you command. The elder acknowledged and was about to step out when a soldier suddenly entered. Report. Outside the 10,000 immortal volcanoes, the Dragon clan ancestor Zhu Long requests an audience with the clan leader. Why has Zhu Long come? Faced with Zhu Long's unexpected visit, not only Zhu Huang, but all the elders below and Zhu Feng were bewildered. What business could bring Zhu Long here at this time? Could it be that he had come to inform them of the Dragon clan's decision regarding that incident? Then what was the elder's report from earlier about? Let him in. Zhu Huang was the first to react, instructing the soldier. I am Zhu Long. Greetings to fellow Taoist Zhu Huang and fellow Taoist Zhu Feng. Upon entering, Zhu Long addressed Zhu Huang, who sat upon the throne, and Zhu Feng, who stood beside her. Among those present, only these two were worthy of his attention. As for the other Phoenix clan elders, he truly held them in contempt. None could withstand even a single strike from him. Zhu Huang's status required no elaboration. She was on par with his elder brother Zhu Long. As for Zhu Feng, his position in the Phoenix clan was second only to Zhu Huang, comparable to Zhu Long's own standing in the Dragon clan. His strength was also beyond question. Though he might not defeat Zhu Huang, he was not far behind. Hence Zhu Long deemed it necessary to show respect. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, have you come today to inform us of the Dragon clan's response to that incident? Zhu Huang sat upon the throne, her gaze calm as she regarded Zhu Long. Though he was the second in command of the Dragon clan, she did not place excessive importance on him. Yet neither could she afford to disrespect him. After all, Zhu Long often represented the Dragon clan, and much of their territory had been conquered under his leadership, and his reputation was built upon countless bones and the blood of innumerable beings. Upon hearing Zhu Huang's words, Zhu Long did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Feng, or rather he was sensing Zhu Feng's power. Is it indeed the 9 abyssal heavenly flame? After scrutinizing Zhu Feng for some time, Zhu Long finally confirmed his suspicion. He did not voice this thought aloud, but kept it to himself. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, is something the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? Zhu Feng was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with Zhu Long? Could he have taken a fancy to him? But he was a man. Why did Zhu Long keep staring at him like that? And why did his gaze feel so unsettling? I wish to ask fellow Taoist Zhu Feng, have you left the 10,000 immortal volcanoes today? Zhu Long ignored his question and inquired calmly, yet his eyes remained fixed on Zhu Feng, causing the latter's heart to feel inexplicably uneasy. I have. Zhu Feng did not conceal the truth. He had indeed left the 10,000 immortal volcanoes, recently traveling to the far south to deal with remnants of a minor race they had suppressed. Now that Zhu Long asked if he had left the volcano, he answered honestly. Fellow Taoist has left the volcano. Then do you know that not long ago our clan's elder Ao Mu was ambushed and perished on the eastern continent? What? Such a thing happened. Zhu Feng almost lost his composure. Though his face showed shock at Zhu Long's words, the corner of his mouth twitched upward slightly. Had he not reacted in time, he might have blurted out the wrong thing. However, he failed to notice that his expression had been fully captured by Zhu Long. So your dragon clan has mobilized all its forces recently to search for the murderer, is that it? Zhu Huang recalled the matter the elder had just mentioned. Wasn't it strikingly similar to what Zhu Long had said? After all, when an elder dies suddenly without a known culprit, even the Phoenix clan would make such a grand commotion. Indeed, that is precisely the reason. Zhu Long withdrew his gaze from Zhu Feng and turned to Zhu Huang, but a trace of coldness lurked deep within his eyes. By now he had already concluded that Zhu Feng was undoubtedly the murderer. Otherwise, why would Zhu Feng have left the 10,000 undying volcano precisely at the time of Elder Ao Mu's death? And why, upon hearing his words, though slightly surprised, did he wear an irrepressible smile? Didn't that all point to him being the culprit? Then what brings you here today? Is it simply to inform me of your dragon clan Elder Ao Mu's death? I think there must be more to it than that. Zhu Huang looked at Zhu Long, feeling that he gave off a strange aura at this moment, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. It just felt odd, as if she had overlooked something. Nothing much. I just came to confirm something. Now that I have, I should return. With that, Zhu Long turned and left the Phoenix clan's grand hall in the 10,000 undying volcano, leaving the Phoenix clan members utterly bewildered. In Zhu Long's view, since the murderer was already confirmed, he naturally couldn't stay. The reason he didn't confront them outright was that this was the Phoenix clan's territory, surrounded by Phoenix clan members. He believed that Zhu Feng's assassination of Elder Ao Mu was not a decision made alone. Although Zhu Feng was the second in command of the Phoenix clan, Zhu Huang was clearly more authoritative. Thus, this must have been orchestrated by Zhu Huang with the aim, naturally, being retaliation for the Dragon clan's delayed response to that matter. Of course, this was also due to Zhu Long's attitude. Until now, Zhu Long had only replied that those few youngsters were merely mischievous and ignorant, asking him to appease the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's actions were entirely for revenge, so this must be Zhu Huang's doing. Their choice of assassination was to keep the Dragon clan in the dark, but they clearly underestimated his abilities, allowing him to discover the truth. If he confronted them here, he would likely face their wrath and be suppressed on the spot. He had no desire to die so easily. Though he looked down on the other elders, Zhu Feng and Zhu Huang were both present. If those two joined forces to hold him back, while the other elders attacked, he would certainly be in a dire situation. He was proud, but not arrogant. He didn't think he could single-handedly defeat these Phoenix clan leaders. By the time the Dragon clan elders arrived to support him, he would likely already be slain by the Phoenix clan. So why not flee? Thus, after calmly leaving the Phoenix clan's grand hall, he activated his true form, traversed through time and space, and made a direct escape. This move left all the Phoenix clan members utterly bewildered. Did that Zhu Long just run away? An elder muttered in confusion, sensing that Zhu Long had already vanished from the 10,000 undying volcano. It seems so. At this moment, not only the elders, but even Zhu Huang seated on the throne stood up. Her gaze pierced through the hall's concealment and looked at the sky outside, where Zhu Long's figure was already gone, leaving only ripples in space from his traversal. So what exactly happened? Why did Zhu Long run away? Who knows? You ask me, but who can I ask? Enough, stop discussing this matter. Finally, Zhu Huang put an end to all the speculation. Even she felt utterly speechless, unsure of what was going on with Zhu Long. Could something have happened on the Dragon clan's side? Otherwise, why would Zhu Long flee so hastily? Her Phoenix clan wasn't some ferocious beast, so why such fear? Chieftain, could there be a misunderstanding in all this? Zhu Feng stepped forward and spoke loudly to Zhu Huang. He had felt strange ever since Zhu Long entered, especially with the way the other had looked at him. This made him uneasy as he pondered Zhu Long's words. The questions Zhu Long asked him and those directed at Zhu Huang seemed unrelated, yet combined with the strange gaze Zhu Long had given him, they felt connected. but he couldn't yet discern the exact connection. A misunderstanding. Do you mean Zhu Long misunderstood something, and that's why he fled so quickly? Zhu Huang turned to look at Zhu Feng. She had also noticed Zhu Long's gaze towards Zhu Feng earlier. It had seemed strange then, and now, with Zhu Feng's reminder, it felt even more peculiar. Chieftain, do you think Zhu Long might suspect that Zhu Feng ancestor killed their dragon clan's elder Aomu? That can't be right. Zhu Feng ancestor never did such a thing, and there's no evidence. How could he have such a suspicion? An elder stepped forward and spoke loudly, but halfway through he denied his own words. After all, this didn't seem realistic. Not only had Zhu Feng not committed the deed, but how could Zhu Long have come to suspect him? Moreover, he came this time, without clarifying anything, jumping to such a rash conclusion, based on a single sentence. Enough, stop guessing. No matter what Zhu Long's purpose was this time, as long as he doesn't speak, our speculations will remain uncertain. The Dragon Clan has yet to give us a resolution on that matter. Perhaps they intend to use this baseless incident to shield those Dragon Clan members. So all of you go prepare. If after 100 years the Dragon Clan still hasn't given a proper response, then our Phoenix Clan must seek justice for our own people. Zhu Huang waved her hand, signaling that this matter was no longer up for discussion. What they should focus on was the previous issue. If the Dragon Clan didn't respond, then war would be the only way to make them understand that the Phoenix Clan was not to be trifled with. Ancestor, you have returned. What was the result? Was it the Phoenix Clan? As soon as Zhu Long returned to the military camp, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan could hardly restrain themselves from questioning him. After all, this concerned whether the two races would truly erupt into war, and they could not afford to take it lightly. Enough speaking of this matter. Issue the orders. The army is to enter combat mobilization immediately. In 100 years we shall wage war against the Phoenix Clan. As for the clan leader, forget it. I shall make the journey myself. Zhu Long had initially intended for one of the elders below to convey the matter to Zhu Long, but after some thought he ultimately decided it would be better to go himself. Such a crucial decision still required Zhu Long's verdict, and once war broke out with the Phoenix Clan, Zhu Long would need to personally come and hold the fort. He alone could not contend with both Zhu Huang and Zhu Feng. If Zhu Long did not come, he would truly be in a difficult predicament. Yes. Upon hearing Zhu Long's words, the elders below and the other high-ranking members of the various sea clans were shaken. They thought to themselves that it was indeed so, and then all responded affirmatively before departing to prepare. With Zhu Long's return, the entire Dragon Clan began making constant preparations. It was clear they were preparing for a true confrontation with the Phoenix Clan. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Zhu Long was also unusually not watching the spectacle as usual. Instead, he sat quietly upon his throne, seemingly awaiting something. Brother Heir, you have returned. Clan leader. Seeing Zhu Long upon the throne with an expressionless composure, Zhu Long hesitated for a moment, so he addressed him simply as clan leader. There is no need for such formality between us brothers. Brother Heir, you came this time because war with the Phoenix Clan is about to begin, correct? Facing Zhu Long showed none of the majesty he displayed before other clan members. Instead, there was only a trace of gentleness. It was worth noting that none of his other clan members, not even his own children, were as close to him as Zhu Long, for they were the ancient ancestors of the Dragon Clan, born of the same era. Long before their birth, they had already cultivated together. Big brother, this younger brother comes precisely regarding this matter. I have confirmed that it was Zhu Feng of the Phoenix Clan who murdered Elder Aomu. This is a complete provocation against our Dragon Clan. Even if our Dragon Clan desires to rest and recover, we cannot simply swallow this insult in silence. We must exact a heavy toll from them. Zhu Long spoke to Zhu Long with evident agitation. He feared Zhu Long would refuse this war, for previously following that incident Zhu Long's stance had remained ambiguous. He neither said nor denied war. And now the same uncertainty persisted, which is why Zhu Long spoke, thus hoping Zhu Long would consider the opinions of the clan members. Are you so certain it was that fellow Zhu Feng? Keep in mind that although Zhu Feng's strength is not inferior to yours, Elder Aomu was far from weak as well. To erase him in an instant, so swiftly that not even his soul lamp had time to react. Brother Heir, can you accomplish such a thing? Zhu Long showed no change in expression, as though speaking of something exceedingly simple. This. Zhu Long's words left Zhu Long hesitating. At this moment, he carefully replayed the myriad details of the incident. Indeed, as Zhu Long had said, Elder Aomu's strength was relatively weak compared to his own, but he was still an early-stage Deluo divine expert. Aomu was no fool. If he were, he would never have reached this position. It must be remembered that this was not an era like the later days when saints constantly emerged. In that age, strong Deluo experts were indeed numerous. But in the current era, even powerful figures like Zhu Long and Zhu Long himself were merely at the Deluo divine level. Thus, anyone who achieved Deluo divine status was not someone to be underestimated. He believed he could subdue Elder Aomu, but to deliver a single fatal blow was clearly somewhat beyond his capability. Yet through the reversal of time, I also witnessed that it was indeed that fellow Zhu Feng who carried out the act. Furthermore, the scene left behind the 9 nether heavenly flame, which only Zhu Feng can wield. This was precisely what made Zhu Long so certain. After all, 9 nether heavenly flame was not something easily controlled. It was a flame uniquely belonging to the Phoenix clan. Its power was inherently terrifying, and since the Phoenix clan were spirits of fire itself, no other living being could hope to control 9 nether heavenly flame. Merely touching a wisp of it would likely prove impossible to withstand. The body would be instantly incinerated to death, and even the divine sense would be annihilated. It was precisely for this reason that Zhu Long had confirmed Zhu Feng's guilt, and even made a special trip to the Phoenix clan. Yet now Zhu Long spoke such words. Did he suspect that Zhu Feng was not responsible? Then who else could it be? Brother Heir, you are still too young. The primordial world is exceedingly vast, and those who control the great Dao of fire are not limited to the Phoenix clan alone. Naturally, those capable of wielding 9 nether heavenly flame are certainly not restricted to just Zhu Feng. Big brother, do you mean Elder Ao Mu was not killed by Zhu Feng, but by some other party interfering? Zhu Long's face revealed shock. He was not a fool. He could naturally discern the implication within Zhu Long's words. But immediately afterward, he felt something strange. But what purpose does the opposing side have in doing this? Zhu Long clearly could not fathom this point. After all, his dragon clan was not a minor race. If they were discovered and their plot exposed, it would not be a desirable situation. So why would the opposing party risk such danger to commit such an act? And furthermore, frame it upon the Phoenix clan, another top-tier race. The motives are manifold. The Eastern continent, or indeed the entire primordial world. How many ambitious schemers are there in this world? They harbor ambitions toward the entire primordial realm. Naturally, they would not wish to see our dragon clan occupying the most prosperous Eastern continent. Then, big brother, should we still wage war against the Phoenix clan? Hearing Zhu Long's words, Zhu Long grew hesitant. Before knowing of this affair, he would have only desired to launch a war to make the Phoenix clan pay a grievous price in retribution for Ao Mu. But now, knowing that a greater conspiracy lurked beneath the surface, he no longer wished to fight. For when the snipe and clam wrestle, the fisherman profits. War? Why not war? Moreover, we shall wage war with the aim of obliterating the Phoenix clan. Since they wish to provoke war between our clan and the Phoenix clan, naturally, we cannot disappoint them. Rather than letting them scheme in the shadows, it is far better to force them to reveal themselves. I also wish to see which vermin lurking in the sewers dare to covet the territories our dragon clan occupies. What? What are you saying? The dragon clan and the Phoenix clan are truly at war. At that moment, it was not only Patriarch Qilin but all the high-ranking present who were utterly bewildered. Though they had long suspected the two clans would eventually clash. For a century prior, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans had been amassing massive forces along their borders. The actual outbreak of war still sent shockwaves through them. Patriarch, this is a splendid opportunity. Once the two clans are at war with one another, our schemes may finally be set in motion. After the initial shock, one elder exclaimed loudly to Patriarch Qilin, his face alight with excitement. They had already made plans regarding the possibility of war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and now that their conflict had indeed erupted, there was no reason to delay their own designs any longer. You see, they had long coveted the eastern continent of the Oriental lands. Previously, because the Dragon clan had set its sights there as well, they had been forced to shelve their ambitions. But now that the Dragon and Phoenix clans were devouring one another in war, did this not present them with a golden opportunity? As for why they coveted the Dragon clan's eastern continent rather than the Phoenix clan's southern continent, the reasons were clear enough. The southern continent was, after all, the Phoenix clan's last red line. The 100,000 undying volcanoes lay far too close. Any attempt to invade the southern continent would inevitably trigger fierce resistance from the Phoenix clan. Once the southern continent was lost, the Phoenix clan would effectively be stripped of its status among the top races of the primordial world, ceasing to matter in the annals of history altogether. Do you think they would simply accept such a fate? They would surely fight to the death. And for the Qilin clan, that alone would mean catastrophic losses. Even when they finally struck long after both clans had already suffered heavy casualties, a decimated camel is still larger than a horse. The eastern continent, however, carried none of such concerns. Though currently held by the Dragon clan, their true bottom line lay in the four seas, the genuine foundation of their power. As long as the four seas remained untouched, even the loss of the eastern continent would scarcely wound the Dragon clan. They could simply recover their strength and retake it later. Under such circumstances, if the Qilin clan seized the optimal moment to enter the fray, the eastern continent would be as good as dinner on their lips. As a top race of the primordial world, the Qilin clan naturally knew how to weigh such choices. All that may be true, yet we must still deliberate carefully upon when the best time to intervene would be. Moreover, though we anticipated their war, do you not find something deeply suspicious about all of this? I fear there may be some conspiracy behind the scenes that eludes our understanding. Though Patriarch Qilin himself was quite stirred as the leader of his clan, he still possessed a broader vision. There were details that other elders failed to perceive, yet he could discern at least some of them. Not with the profound clarity of Patriarch Long, but sufficiently keen nonetheless. Patriarch, which clan do you suspect? One elder stepped forward and asked with visible confusion. As for which clan, he meant everyone present understood perfectly. A name carries weight like a tree-cast shadow. Though the Qin clan had never directly clashed with that particular race, the terrible reputation of Beast Emperor Qin Ming was known to all. As the first race to claim an entire continent for its own dominion, how could they possibly ignore it? Had Qin Ming not vanished without a trace throughout these long ages, the Qin clan would undoubtedly live in perpetual dread day and night. The truth was simply that they could not defeat him. As long as that fellow remains absent even for a single day, my heart cannot find peace. Patriarch Qin spoke with quiet melancholy. Unlike other patriarchs, such as those of the Dragon or Phoenix clans, who wished never to see Qin Ming, his feelings were entirely different. The Qin clan bordered too closely upon the ferocious beasts of the northern continent. As long as Qin Ming did not appear, he feared the man might be lurking in darkness plotting mischief. And most terrifying of all was the possibility that Qin Ming was secretly scheming against the central continent currently held by the Qin clan. Given all this, could he possibly remain unworried? And furthermore, the pretext the Dragon clan gave for waging war against the Phoenix felt strangely unnatural in his estimation. Elder Ao Mu of the Dragon clan had been killed, and the Dragon clan launched their offensive in the name of avenging him. Yet the Phoenix clan utterly denied any involvement. Still, the Dragon clan insisted it was the Phoenix behind the assassination. Any sensible person would find such an excuse absurd. Both clans had been hoping to rest and recuperate, yet war erupted all the same over such a laughable pretense. Despicable and shameless Dragon clan. You lead your armies to invade the territory of our Phoenix clan under such baseless accusations. Do you truly wish to ignite an all-out war? Where is Patriarch Long? Tell him to come forth and explain himself, or my 9 netherworld heavenly flame shall roast every last one of you into eels. High above, Patriarch Fong gazed upon the surging Dragon clan army with fury etched across his face and unleashed a torrent of curses. Though the Phoenix clan had prepared for war, they had envisioned themselves as the aggressors, not anticipated that the Dragon clan would strike with such swiftness. Rather than preparing defenses, the Dragons had launched a direct assault upon them. Patriarch Fong, do not presume that as the eldest patriarch of the Phoenix clan you may insult our Dragon clan's leader with impunity. There is no need for our patriarch to personally deal with you. We are more than sufficient. Those youngsters mentioned that Phoenix gall tastes exquisite, and we have never had the chance to try it. Today we shall open our appetites with yours. An elder of the Dragon clan pointed squarely at Patriarch Fong and unleashed a barrage of insults. His words instantly enraged Patriarch Fong beyond measure, for it was precisely this matter that had nearly driven the Fong and Huang clans to war with one another before. Now the Dragon clan deliberately dredged up the most sensitive topic imaginable. Was this not courting death? Sharp-tongued wretches. You may boast all you like with your words, but soon I shall draw out every one of your dragon sinews and send you scurrying back to the sea as dead eels. Recrimination was not something that required practice. It flowed as naturally as breathing. We shall soon see who is merely waving empty words. Dragon warriors, follow this elder and slaughter every last member of the Phoenix clan. Let them learn the consequences of provoking our clan. With a thunderous roar, the elder transformed into his true form and charged straight toward Patriarch Fong. Aolo, grower. Dragon roars echoed across the entire battlefield, intertwined with the monstrous bellowing of countless great beasts, some belonging to the sea clans, others to the various races of the eastern continent. Yin, follow me, kill. Patriarch Fong said little. The killing aura upon the battlefield rose straight into the clouds if further words were pointless. It was far more practical to conserve his strength and slay as many dragons as possible. Haha, who would have thought Hun Dun still had such a trick up his sleeve? He actually managed to set the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan at each other's throats. If one were to ask which race was the most overjoyed at this moment, it would undoubtedly be the Xiongqiu clan. Their jubilation even surpassed that of the Qilin clan. The Qilin had merely anticipated that the two factions would clash and planned to reap benefits from the chaos, but the Xiongqiu were no ordinary onlookers. They were the very spark that ignited this fire. Without their machinations, the Phoenix and Dragon clans might never have resorted to arms. Although Ancestor Dragon had maintained an ambiguous stance throughout, Zhu Long had consistently advocated for a peaceful resolution. He was the one who opposed war the most at such a delicate juncture. Had it not been for the sudden demise of Elder Ao Mu, even if Ancestor Dragon had ultimately refused to agree to a settlement, Zhu Long would surely have brought this matter to a quiet close. But who could have predicted such a variable would emerge? Ao Mu's death shattered the proud Dragon clan's desire for a truce, and this suited the Xiongqiu clan perfectly. Though the current Beast Emperor Qin Ming had vanished from the Xiongqiu clan, it did not mean they harbored no ambition for external expansion. The northern continent was vast, yet also surprisingly confined. To the Xiongqiu clan, or indeed any other race, it was an expanse of truly colossal proportions. Its territory was so immense that even a Daluo divine being would require hundreds of thousands of years merely to traverse it from east to west, and that was across the narrowest stretch alone. To cross it from north to south at its broadest point would take an unfathomable length of time, perhaps beyond reckoning. Such a domain would be more than sufficient for any race to sustain its existence, yet for the Xiongqiu clan, it remained woefully inadequate. While the powerful beings of the Xiongqiu clan could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow stronger, the weaker members found this path inaccessible. For them to advance, or even reach the threshold of sentience, demanded enormous quantities of resources. And what manner of resources did the Xiongqiu require? Simply put, the flesh and blood of other races along with the spiritual energy contained within. Devoid of true wisdom, they could only live by instinct, lacking any cultivation method suitable for absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Thus they were forced to rely on such primitive means to survive and grow. But consider this: how long had the Xiongqiu clan held dominion over the northern continent? An immeasurably long period. Even in the earliest days, when the life forms of the northern continent were no fewer than those of other continents, the relentless hunts waged by the Xiongqiu, as the supreme dominators, had eventually overwhelmed them. Were it not for the four great fiend beasts organizing all sentient Xiongqiu members to systematically ranch these creatures, the entire Xiongqiu clan would likely have faced starvation. Yet even with such measures, countless Xiongqiu had gone tens of millions of years without tasting the flesh of living beings, reduced to subsisting on coarse grasses and tree leaves. Clearly this trajectory could not continue. Without meat to fuel their growth, relying solely on grass and leaves could not sustain them. Indeed, the Xiongqiu clan was already showing signs of cannibalism. Fortunately, Xiongqi discovered this early and suppressed it swiftly with the tyrannical pressure of a beast king. Had he not acted, the Xiongqiu would have already fallen into full-blown ruthless predation among themselves. Thus, for the four great fiend beast kings, whether or not the beast emperor was present, one problem remained paramount: how to solve the food crisis of the Xiongqiu clan. And the only way to resolve this was to seize other continents. After all, no intelligent being on the northern continent desired to set foot there anymore. Death might await on other continents, yet there remained a slim chance of survival. But on the northern continent, one could only expect a most wretched end. To watch one's physical form devoured by beasts while one's divine soul remained utterly helpless, until the spiritual energy finally dissipated, transforming into resentful fury, only to become the most exquisite morsel for the Xiongqiu clan once more. There is nothing worth remarking upon. Merely a few petty tricks. Hun Dun was not given to arrogance. To him such matters were trivial. Nothing more than minor sleight of hand, hardly worthy of mention. That is not how one should see it. If a trick can drive the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan to war, then it is a fine trick indeed, is it not? Cao Tai held Hun Dun's actions in the highest regard. The Xiongqiu clan desperately needed a breakthrough. Though their beast emperor was absent, they still had to forge a path forward for their race. Who else among them were but kings of the Xiongqiu? Enough of this. Such trifles need not be discussed further. What matters now is this: the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan have already begun to clash. When is the optimal moment for us to enter the fray? Moreover, we must remain vigilant against the Qin Ming clan. They have long held dominance over the central portion of the entire central continent. Though they control only slightly more than half, the truth of the matter is known to all of you. They, like ourselves, harbor an intense desire for the eastern continent. Hun Dun speaks wisely. We must indeed be cautious of the Qin Ming clan. With His Majesty the Beast Emperor absent, the combined strength of the four of us might barely withstand the Dragon clan. But if the Qin Ming clan were to join the conflict, we would face dire peril. We must deliberate carefully on how to keep the Qin Ming from interfering with the eastern continent. The most effective method being to keep them so thoroughly preoccupied that they cannot attend to anything else. Tao Wu shared this view. In his estimation, as long as the Qin Ming clan could be held at bay, nothing would stand in their way of claiming the entire eastern continent. As for the Xuanwu clan dwelling in the northern sea, honestly, they had not given them a second thought. The creature was simply too lethargic. They were precisely the type that, left undisturbed, could slumber until the end of time itself. Since the Xiongqiu were land-dwelling creatures unversed in naval combat, they naturally had no interest in provoking a race that made its home beneath the waves. They were not fools after all. It made far more sense to secure dominion over the entire primordial realm first. Once that was achieved, would the Xiongqiu clan ever lack sustenance? Clearly they would not. So why waste effort provoking those sea-dwelling creatures? Even if confrontation became necessary someday, that was a concern for the future. Zulong, why do you lead the Dragon clan to invade our border? Do you truly disregard the eastern continent you just seized and insist on a deathmatch with my Phoenix clan? At this moment, Zhu Huang was exceedingly furious. Her Phoenix clan could invade the Dragon clan's territory, but clearly she did not wish to see the Dragon army encroach upon their southern continent. Helplessly, their undying volcano was too close to the eastern continent and the central continent. Once other races invaded the southern continent, a single misstep could bring the war to their undying volcano. The 100,000 undying volcanoes were the Phoenix clan's stronghold, harboring not only their billions of troops, but also countless newly hatched Phoenix offspring. If the war reached the southern continent, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Phoenix clan. Thus, they had always sought to keep the flames of war beyond the southern continent. But clearly this time things went contrary to their wishes. Not only did the Dragon clan initiate an invasion, but they also spread the war onto the southern continent itself, the very scene Zhu Huang least wished to see. Zhu Huang, you had my Dragon clan's elder assassinated. Now that my Dragon clan's wrath descends, are you unwilling to bear the consequences? Are you truly that delusional? Facing Zhu Huang's fury, Zhu Long remained remarkably calm. This time the Dragon clan patriarch, who had always stayed in the East Sea Dragon Palace, chose to personally intervene in the war against the Phoenix clan. He had told Zhu Long, since those rats in the gutters wanted their two clans to fight, let them have their wish. Respond to changes with constancy. This was the best approach. No matter how those shadowy rats played their tricks, as long as they kept everything under control, they need not fear their schemes. But one must play the role fully after all. He also intended to see if he could annihilate the Phoenix clan this time. The Phoenix clan's strength was formidable. If given ample time to digest the entire southern continent, their power would explode like a gushing spring, and even the mighty Dragon clan would not dare to trifle with them. Hence this was also an attempt by Zhu Long. Even if he could not destroy the Phoenix clan, he would at least cripple them. That way, on the path of future conquest over the Primordial Wilderness, he would have one less enemy. The peak races of the Primordial Wilderness were far too many, though only a handful to Zhu Long. That was already excessive. Damn it. Do you have no idea how your Dragon clan elder died? This is nothing but a trumped-up charge. If my clan had truly killed him, I would have no reason to hide it at this point. This is merely an excuse you fabricated to invade my southern continent. Perhaps such a thing never even happened. Speaking of this, Zhu Huang was livid. In her view, Zhu Long's excuse for attacking the southern continent was the most shoddy pretext imaginable. She even doubted whether the deceased elder truly existed, yet she had no way to prove it. Only the one who wronged you knows best whether you are wronged. As the one who framed the Phoenix clan, Zhu Long was naturally well aware that the Phoenix clan was not responsible. Although Elder Ao Mu was killed by 9 nether heavenly fire, the flame controlled by Zhu Feng, and Zhu Long had witnessed it with his own eyes. In the Primordial Wilderness, even what you see with your own eyes may not be the truth. The waters of the Primordial Wilderness ran deep, and Zhu Long, as a constant observer, understood this perfectly. Do not think that Zhu Long merely spent his days in the Dragon Palace indulging in music and women or spawning little dragons. In truth, he was the most perceptive of all. As one who had aspired to dominate the Primordial Wilderness since his birth, Zhu Long was a figure on par with the likes of Xin and I. He appeared to remain aloof, leaving all matters to Zhu Long, but behind the scenes he was always the strategist. He had thoroughly studied every race in the Primordial Wilderness, and none of the known great cultivators escaped his scrutiny. He knew full well that the Phoenix clan, or rather Zhu Huang, would not dare to assassinate his Dragon clan elder during such a sensitive period. Elder Ao Mu's death was orchestrated by someone in secret, then pinned on the Phoenix clan. As for who did it, Zhu Long did not yet know, otherwise he would have launched a war against that perpetrator's faction instead of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was merely a scapegoat and a pawn in his scheme. On the vast chessboard of the Primordial Wilderness, any living being could become a pawn, or perhaps the player who moves the pieces. And at this moment Zhu Long was clearly that player. Using his own Dragon clan as pieces, he fought the Phoenix clan on the board to lure out the hidden hand that sought to move his Dragon clan. Zhu Huang, no amount of words will change anything. This battle is inevitable today. You'd better save your energy to face my attack, or you might truly die. Though I am somewhat reluctant to kill you as the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, a peak race, I doubt I could subdue you. So I can only ask you to meet your end. As he spoke, a trace of regret flashed in Zhu Long's eyes. When he first emerged, he had wanted Zhu Huang to unite with him, but that failed. Now at this point it was utterly impossible. Zhu Long was worthy of being a future overlord. Even though he desperately desired Zhu Huang, he knew clearly whether he could obtain her. Obviously he could not before, and now it was even less possible. After all, as the patriarch of a peak race, even if the Phoenix clan were annihilated today, Zhu Huang's pride would never allow him to subdue her. So he abandoned that intention. You want to kill me? Zhu Long, you do not have that power. Zhu Huang declared haughtily, but her eyes were filled with caution. She had experienced Zhu Long's strength before, and was not arrogant enough to think she could defeat him. However, it was also clear that Zhu Long would have great difficulty subduing her. Some things need to be tried before conclusions are drawn. It is somewhat arrogant to speak so soon, Zhu Huang. What? Boom. Shameless. You attacked by surprise. After dodging Zhu Long's sudden attack, Zhu Huang cursed angrily. It turned out that just now, while Zhu Long was speaking, he suddenly appeared behind Zhu Huang and clawed at her back. If not for Zhu Huang's quick reaction, she would have been forced to take that strike. Although it was a sneak attack and did not use much strength, it would still make Zhu Huang very embarrassed. The war had just begun. If she fell at a disadvantage at this moment, it would not be a good thing for Zhu Huang, and could also cause the Phoenix clan's morale to drop. Naturally, Zhu Huang was extremely furious. Talk about baseness on the battlefield. A ridiculous statement. Zhu Long was not angry. He looked at Zhu Huang calmly without any emotional change due to his own sneak attack. Roar. Zhu Huang let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound wave resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Then she transformed into her true form and charged towards Zhu Long. Golden flames illuminated the sky. The temperature of the whole sky instantly soared by countless degrees, and wisps of steam continuously rose up. Good. Zhu Long's eyes also showed a rare hint of caution. He instantly transformed into his true form and fought with Zhu Huang in the sky above. Beyond their battlefield was the battlefield of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. The two armies were locked in fierce combat, with countless lives from both clans falling at every moment. Golden blood dyed the earth, and huge corpses piled up like mountains on the ground. Boom. After another collision, Zhu Huang's figure clearly retreated tens of thousands of miles backward, and then heavily crashed into a large mountain. The mountain peak instantly exploded upon contact, turning into countless flying stones that scattered around. Cough, cough. After finally stopping, Zhu Huang couldn't help but let out a series of coughs. Golden blood continuously flowed from her sharp beak. Her eyes stared sharply at Zhu Long not far away, and her heart was filled with shock. She knew that Zhu Long's strength was formidable, but she never imagined he would be this powerful. After just one collision, she was already deeply injured. She could even feel that her internal organs had slightly shifted. She was naturally very clear about what this meant. She was no match for Zhu Long. But why was the gap between them so huge when they were both great divine ability users, even the most top-tier ones? Was she really inferior to Zhu Long? It seems you are injured after just one strike. Your strength is a bit weaker than I imagined. Zhu Long was also somewhat surprised. He did not expect Zhu Huang's strength to be so weak. Of course, she was not very weak, as Zhu Huang's strength was at least much stronger than Zhu Long's. However, it was because Zhu Long's strength was too great that Zhu Huang's strength appeared weak. This is just my carelessness. Again. After saying that defiantly, Zhu Huang charged at Zhu Long again. The two of them fought in a tangled mass in the void, with terrifying power recklessly surging forth. No one dared to approach their vicinity. Zhu Feng, your opponent is me. At this moment, Zhu Feng was fighting fiercely against a group of Dragon Clan elders. His strength was already far greater than that of the Dragon Clan elders, so he naturally fought with ease. In fact, one of the Dragon Clan elders was directly severely injured by Zhu Feng. If not for the other elders risking their lives to block him, he would have likely been killed on the spot. And Zhu Long, who was stationed in the rear, naturally noticed this scene. So he who had originally planned not to enter the battlefield for the time being had no choice but to step in. Because if he did not step in, Zhu Feng would probably kill all the Dragon Clan elders. And only he and Zhu Long could block Zhu Feng, but Zhu Long was currently fighting a great battle with Zhu Huang, so naturally, he had no time to deal with Zhu Feng. Perfect timing. Zhu Feng saw the suddenly appearing massive body, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. The fight with those Dragon Clan elders just now was merely a warm-up for him. If not for Zhu Long holding back all along, he would have already killed those elders. Now that Zhu Long had entered the battlefield, he naturally would not pay attention to these mere initial stage Dragon Clan elders. He directly charged at Zhu Long. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. This was an unwritten rule of battles between the two major forces since ancient times in the Primordial era, and also a unique pride belonging to the strong. They disdained to fight against the weak. If not for Zhu Long's prolonged absence, he would not have fought with those elders. Heavenly fire burns the sky. Zhu Feng used his divine ability from the start. His innate true fire was the 9 nether heavenly fire. Its terrifying might illuminated the sky, and dark flames ignited from Zhu Feng's body, continuously surging towards Zhu Long. The surrounding space even rippled, clearly indicating that the temperature of the flames was extremely high. Space-time shatter. Since Zhu Feng had used a divine ability, Zhu Long naturally would not fall behind. If relying on physical body alone could withstand the divine abilities of other great divine ability users, then Zhu Long would not be Zhu Long, but rather Pangu. Although the Dragon Clan also cultivated their physical bodies, it was clear that their physical bodies were not as strong as the later Wu clan's physical bodies. Even the Wu clan dared not claim they could withstand a great divine ability user's divine ability, let alone Zhu Long. Zhu Long's pair of wings flapped in the void. His wings were naturally not used for flying. After all, Zhu Long was a dragon, and from birth his instinct allowed him to fly through the air, so he naturally did not need wings. And as the only dragon in the Dragon Clan with wings, Zhu Long naturally had other uses for them. His left wing contained the Tao of time, while his right wing contained the Tao of space. Together, they formed the law of spacetime. Of course, his eyes also contained the law of yin and yang. It could be said that Zhu Long was the only existence in the entire primordial era who mastered four laws. As his wings flapped, the surrounding space shattered layer by layer, and even time began to collapse. Zhu Feng's heavenly fire was powerful, but it also needed to rely on space to burn. After Zhu Long collapsed the space, there was naturally no fuel for combustion, and it eventually extinguished before Zhu Long. However, for Zhu Feng this was nothing, since he had not expected his divine ability to injure Zhu Long. At this moment, using the cover of the heavenly fire, he had already charged to Zhu Long's front. He flapped his wings, and a claw directly bypassed Zhu Long's head and appeared at his back. Then the claw heavily struck the scales on Zhu Long's back. Rip! A tearing sound came from Zhu Long's back, and then golden blood directly dripped from the void and fell to the ground. A bottomless deep pit appeared like this, and Zhu Long could not help but let out a painful sound. Roar! A friend has come from afar, but I wonder what business this Taoist friend has with our Baihu clan. At a time of chaos across the southern and eastern continents of the Honghuang land, the Baihu clan, the dominant power of the western continent, received a visitor, one they had to treat with caution, for he came from the northern continent. This alone was enough for Zhu Baihu, the clan leader, to treat him with utmost seriousness. I am Xiongqi. Greetings, Taoist friend Zhu Baihu. The visitor was none other than Xiongqi, one of the four kings of the Xiongshou clan from the northern continent. Naturally, he came to the western continent with a purpose, otherwise he would never have left the northern continent, for among the four Xiongshou, he was the only one who had been managing the entire Xiongshou clan. It could be said that he handled all clan affairs and was extremely busy. So it is, Taoist friend Xiongqi. I wonder what business brings you to my Baihu clan. Zhu Baihu was startled. Although he knew the visitor's status must be high, he did not expect it to be this high. One of the four Xiongshou kings. He had naturally heard of him. As the Baihu who also governed a clan of fierce aura, he was quite familiar with the Xiongshou clan. Of course, the reason for their deep understanding of the Xiongshou clan was not just this. Another reason was that the entity behind them had always been paying close attention to the Xiongshou clan. This led to the Baihu clan also placing great importance on the Xiongshou clan. Therefore, the sudden visit of Xiongqi, the king of the Xiongshou clan, caused Zhu Baihu to treat him with such caution. I have come this time to discuss a transaction with you, Taoist friend Zhu Baihu. I wonder if your Baihu clan has the courage for it. Xiongqi immediately used provocation. In his view as the clan leader, if he spoke thus, it would surely stir Zhu Baihu's competitive spirit, making it much easier for him to bring up his proposal. Perhaps Zhu Baihu might even agree to the transaction in a moment of excitement, wouldn't he? But clearly he had underestimated Zhu Baihu, or rather underestimated Zhu Baihu's understanding of the murky waters of the Honghuang. Zhu Baihu did not become agitated as Xiongqi had expected. On the contrary, he was very calm, quietly gazing at Xiongqi for a long time before finally speaking. Taoist friend, just state your transaction directly. As for whether I will agree, it depends on whether the content is beneficial to me. After all, we are all busy and have no time to chat about trivial matters here. Although the other was a king of the Xiongshou clan, he was after all the clan leader of the Baihu clan who ruled the entire western continent. In terms of status, he was clearly higher than Xiongqi. The reason he spoke peacefully with him was only because of the beast Emperor Shun Ni behind him. If not for that identity, Xiongqi would not even have been able to see him, let alone step into the Baihu hall. Seeing Zhu Baihu so calm, Xiongqi was somewhat surprised. How was this different from what he had imagined? But he quickly understood. After all, as a clan leader, if Zhu Baihu could be so easily deceived, he would not be worthy of leading the Baihu clan to occupy the entire western continent. Have you, Taoist friend, ever thought about the Zhongyang continent? Xiongqi said to Zhu Baihu. He did not finish his sentence, but it was enough, because a wise person would understand what he meant. The Zhongyang continent. Upon hearing this, Zhu Baihu's heart seemed to skip a beat, and his expression became somewhat excited. He naturally understood Xiongqi's meaning. Wasn't he just saying that the content of their transaction was the Zhongyang continent? But he quickly regained his composure, for he knew very well that this was unrealistic. Of course, if Shun and I had come to tell him, he would have believed it. But as for Xiongqi, to be honest, Xiongqi's status was still a bit low. The Zhongyang continent is occupied by the Qilin clan. Do you, Taoist friend, truly believe that my Baihu clan can seize the entire Zhongyang continent from the Qilin clan? Although I am pleased that you consider my clan stronger than the Qilin clan, I still have self-awareness. My Baihu clan is indeed stronger than the Qilin clan, but not by much. Even if we were to take the Zhongyang continent from the Qilin clan, we would inevitably suffer heavy losses, and I fear we would end up making a wedding dress for someone else. Zhu Baihu said this pointedly. As for who would be the one to benefit, did it need to be asked? It was the one who was present at the scene. It could only be said that Zhu Baihu was too confident, actually believing that his clan was stronger than the Qilin clan. Of course, this was taking into account the person behind him, otherwise not to mention provoking the Qin clan, even whether they could occupy the western continent was uncertain. But who among those who had reached this stage did not have a bit of arrogance? Zhu Bai, who, due to his position, had also become somewhat proud. Do you truly not wish to take the Zhongyang continent? Know that now your Baihu clan occupies the entire West. As the overlord of the West, are you truly satisfied? As long as you defeat the Qilin clan and occupy the entire Zhongyang continent, you will hold 2 continents' territories. Then you will become the overlord of the Honghuang, and only then will there be hope for the Baihu clan to become an eternal and indestructible race after the revival of the heavenly Dao. That is true when I naturally desire to occupy the Zhongyang continent. But sometimes ambition must be matched by strength. Even if I agree today to send troops to invade the Zhongyang continent, your presence forces me to consider what the final outcome might be. Then what if I tell you, Daoist friend, that during the time you attack and completely occupy the Zhongyang continent, for eons my Xiongshou clan will never invade your territory? What choice would you make? Will you continue to hesitate and fear to advance, giving up this opportunity, or will you decide to take a gamble? What did you say? Is this true? Zhu Baihu's expression became somewhat agitated, but soon he became conflicted. Xiongxi's words were too shocking, yet he had concerns. He did not know what Xiongxi, or rather the Xiongshou clan, truly aimed for. After all, such a transaction seemed to benefit the Baihu clan immensely. But what did the Xiongshou clan seek? He would never believe that the Xiongshou clan had no purpose, and this was the point of his hesitation. The natural path holds truth, yet I detect a trace of hesitation in you, reverend friend. You surely harbor certain reservations, might you not voice them, so I may dispel them for you. After all, we are destined to become the closest of partners. Xiongxi knew the patriarch of the White Tiger clan had taken the bait. Indeed, no race could withstand such temptation, for whether it be the White Tiger clan or the Qilin clan, their greatest fear was always being ambushed by rival factions during territorial expansion. At present, the Phoenix clan of the southern continent was locked in a fierce war with the Dragon clan over access to the western continent, while Xiongxi of the northern continent's fierce beast tribe had promised non-interference. Consequently, they harbored no further reservations and were keen to conquer the central continent, provided the fierce beasts truly stayed their hands. Should they instead find themselves merely paving the way for the beast tribe to reap the harvest, Zubo, who would surely die of frustration. You renounce the central continent, which entirely aids my White Tiger clan, yet I truly cannot fathom what the other half of this bargain entails. After all, nothing in this world operates without profit. Do you truly expect me to believe your fierce beast tribe would perform such an act of charity? I shall not be so easily deceived. Our fierce beast tribe naturally seeks its own gain. Even if I claimed otherwise, reverend friend, you would hardly believe it. Naturally, Zubo, who replied calmly, for no living creature would believe such folly. In the primordial world, did anyone not prioritize profit? They would never undertake matters that offered their clan no benefit. Then what if I were to tell you, reverend friend, that we set our sights upon the eastern continent? The terms of this bargain are remarkably straightforward. You, reverend friend, shall lead your White Tiger clan to invade the central continent. Should you succeed in holding back the Qilin clan and preventing them from reinforcing the eastern continent, you may freely claim the entirety of the central continent. Our fierce beast tribe will of course honor our pledge and cause you no trouble within the agreed time frame. Xiongxi laid out his purpose plainly. After all, their objectives were not only compatible, but nearly aligned, leaving no need for concealment. You desire the eastern continent. Indeed. With the Dragon clan, now embroiled in war with the Phoenix clan, they simply lack the time to concern themselves with you. Moreover, the eastern continent holds little strategic value for the Dragon clan. Even if driven back into the Four Seas, their losses would be negligible. Reverend friend speaks the absolute truth. Our goals therefore do not conflict, do they? You covet the central continent, while my fierce beast tribe covets the eastern continent. Agreed. I shall accept this bargain. But I trust you will honor your word, lest you wish to witness the consequences. Naturally. Thereafter the two engaged in an extended and detailed exchange regarding the terms of their alliance. Only after much time had passed did Xiongxi depart from Zubo, whose great hall, with a look of profound satisfaction, though precisely what they had discussed remained unknown. Why did you not inform me beforehand of your cooperation with the fierce beast tribe? Soon after Xiongxi's departure, a figure materialized within Zubo, whose grand hall. With a grim expression, he loudly berated Zubo, who sat poised upon his throne. My lord, are you not meddling too deeply? This is a matter of alliance between my White Tiger clan and the fierce beast tribe. It scarcely concerns you, does it? Upon recognizing the visitor, Zubo, who remained entirely unmoved. He reclined lazily upon his throne, gazing down at the robed figure with calm detachment, a faint glint of contempt flickering deep within his eyes. Zubo, who, do not forget your place. The black-robed man harbored a spark of annoyance. After all, it was his faction that had elevated the White Tiger clan to prominence, yet now they dared address him with such insolence. This fellow had clearly grown overconfident. I have not forgotten, my lord. However, you seem to have overlooked that this is territory of my White Tiger clan. Do you not fear unforeseen complications should you speak to me thus within these halls? Are you threatening me? A cold sharpness flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and the very air around them seemed to plummet in temperature instantly. I would never dare threaten you, my lord. I merely wish to remind you that our relationship is purely one of cooperation. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in my clan's internal affairs. Should you disrupt our alliance, do not blame me for failing to show you further courtesy. You seek death. Murderous intent radiated from the black-robed man only to vanish in an instant. Just as he was about to strike down Zubo, who he abruptly halted. His oppressive aura completely dissipated, and unless he still stood there, one might have suspected he had already departed. Zubo, who you have proven quite capable. But I hope you retain that smile of yours in the near future. I shall return to see you again. With those words, the black-robed man turned and departed as if he had never been there at all. TCH. Threatening me. If I had not yet uncovered the depths of your secrets, do you truly believe you would still be alive to speak to me thus? Zubo, who sneered derisively after the visitor had left. He cared little for the black-robed man. In those early days when the White Tiger clan was still vying for dominance over the Western continent, this stranger had suddenly appeared and promised to help him seize control of the entire region on the sole condition that his clan obey his commands unconditionally. Back then, the White Tiger clan was not yet as magnificent as it is now. Naturally, they had heeded the black-robed man's words, for his demonstrated power far surpassed his own at the time, and thus the White Tiger clan of today was born. However, after decades of wielding dominion over the Western continent, Zubo, who had grown utterly arrogant, he naturally no longer regarded the black-robed man with any reverence. Were it not for the stranger's exceedingly rare appearances which made it impossible to trace his origins, they would have long since parted ways in open hostility. What the White Tiger clan has slipped out of control. When Xinmo had just returned to Lingshan, he saw Luo Ho seated upon the throne. Luo Ho looked at him with an utterly composed expression and spoke casually, as if the matter did not concern him in the slightest. His demeanor was nonchalant to the extreme. Lord of Demons, you know of this. But why would you? Xinmo was somewhat perplexed. Judging from Luo Ho's demeanor, he clearly knew about this affair, yet why had he sent Xinmo to investigate personally? Moreover, the White Tiger clan breaking free from control did not seem to be a favorable development for Luo Ho. After all, the White Tiger clan was a faction they had nurtured. Had it not been for Luo Ho's approval, the White Tiger clan would not have been able to occupy the entire Western continent and might not even have survived. The Western continent had been Luo Ho's domain since the previous Culpa. This time the White Tiger clan was merely a front they had pushed forward. Can a chess piece truly break free from its player's grasp? They are but ants. Why bother caring? Even if the White Tiger clan were to completely break free, it would only take a little effort to cultivate the next White Tiger clan. Xinmo, you must remember the primordial world lacks nothing, but it certainly does not lack ambitious races. Without the White Tiger clan, there will be the Black Tiger clan, or even the Red Tiger clan. Luo Ho spoke very casually. As he said, the primordial world was the least lacking in races. On the Western continent, besides the White Tiger clan, there were countless other races. If Luo Ho wished, he could even now pull the White Tiger clan down from their pedestal and cultivate a new pawn. Then, Lord of Demons, what should we do about the White Tiger clan now? Should we deal with them, or wait a bit longer? Hearing Luo Ho's words, Xinmo came to his senses. Indeed, it was just a small White Tiger clan, and yet he had been troubled by it. Was it really necessary? Obviously not. The White Tiger clan was nothing but an ant race in their eyes. Even though they occupied the entire Western continent and became its dominant power, so what? No rush. Although they are a bit useless, they still have some use. Besides, haven't they reached a deal with the Fierce Beasts clan this time? Lord of Demons, you intend to? Xinmo was startled. He hadn't expected Luo Ho to want to exploit this situation. But thinking about it, in the current primordial world, Luo Ho wished to contend with Hongjuan, yet on the stage of their conflict, there were some discordant chess pieces, and that was clearly unacceptable. As the longest surviving indigenous creature of the primordial world under Luo Ho, Xinmo naturally knew some secrets, such as Luo Ho's origin and the struggle between Luo Ho and Hongjun within the primordial world. Luo Ho also treated Xinmo as his disciple, which was why he knew these things. We might as well make use of the waste. After all, we have nurtured them for so many years. Wouldn't it be a pity to abandon them like this? Luo Ho appeared very casual. A dominant power occupying an entire continent was thus casually dismissed as a discarded piece in Luo Ho's mouth. If Patriarch White Tiger knew, would he be heartbroken? Since the Fierce Beast clan wants to attack the eastern continent, Xinmo, you should help them along. Also go to the northern continent and see what exactly Shun Ni is up to. Has he truly disappeared, or is he hiding in the shadows plotting some unknown scheme? Luo Ho was also completely baffled by Shun Ni's disappearance. Shortly after Shun Ni vanished, he had swept his will across the entire primordial world, but clearly he had not detected any trace of Qin and I. It was as if Qin and I had truly vanished from the primordial world. This left Luo Ho unable to determine what had happened. Now he had sent XINMO to investigate once more, wanting to see if Qin and I had truly disappeared and whether Qin and I was involved in this plan. Qin and I was a remnant of the resentment of the world-destroying dragon from the previous Culpa. The world-destroying dragon itself had been influenced by a great venerable, making it a very special existence in the primordial world. In later terms, it was beyond the 6 paths of reincarnation and not within the 3 realms. No creature could fathom its essence. Obviously, Qin and I had inherited this trait of the world-destroying dragon. Luo Ho had repeatedly tried to use the heavenly Dao to locate Qin and I, but every time he failed. Not only was the heavenly Dao still asleep and not fully awakened, its coverage of the primordial world had not yet begun. Qin and I was naturally beyond the scope of heavenly Dao's providence. Combined with his inherited trait from the world-destroying dragon, Luo Ho could not detect even a trace. Most importantly, Qin and I was still being suppressed somewhere where a great venerable's Dao and law existed. Even the heavenly Dao, if it came, might not know about this. Only a chaos demon god like the great venerable could know something. Yes, Lord of Demons. XINMO acknowledged and left directly. He always obeyed Luo Ho's orders unconditionally, without any compromise. That was why Luo Ho valued XINMO so much. A good subordinate was better than 1,000 troops. The White Tiger clan. I fostered them originally just to help clean up the garbage on the chessboard between me and Hongjun. Did they really think they had some use? In such a short time, they have become so arrogant. It seems that after this, the White Tiger clan should no longer exist. Luo Ho sat on the throne, slightly supporting his head with his hand, muttering to himself. Originally, he had fostered the White Tiger clan because he saw some use in them. But unexpectedly, in just a short time, the White Tiger clan had become so arrogant. This displeased him greatly, so he naturally conceived the idea of eliminating them. But before that, the White Tiger clan would have to play some role, otherwise it would be a waste of his cultivation. After all, he had spent a little time nurturing them. If he didn't make use of them, it would be a waste of his time, wouldn't it? What exactly has been happening recently? Why has our clan lost 4 elders in such a short span of time? At that moment, in the Dragon clan's military camp at the border between the eastern and southern continents, the ancestral dragon was furious. It turned out that not long ago, 4 elder-level dragon ancestors had inexplicably died, and what infuriated him most was that they still had not found the culprit. If they could have found the killer, he would not have been so enraged. But the problem was that not only could they not find the culprit, they could not even uncover the slightest trace. Even when Torch Dragon personally went to, he was ultimately unable to do anything. The opponent seemed to know Torch Dragon's abilities and deliberately employed some kind of divine ability they had never encountered before to shield the area. Or perhaps the opponent had completely vanished from the river of time. Even Torch Dragon could not find the culprit by peering into a corner of the past. Normally, with the Dragon clan now at war with the Phoenix clan, one would assume the culprit must belong to the Phoenix clan. However, the war between their 2 clans had been ongoing for thousands of years, and throughout all that time, neither the Dragon clan nor the Phoenix clan had lost a single elder-level powerhouse. The 2 clans who should have been fighting to the death seemed to share an unspoken agreement, not targeting elder-level cultivators with lethal force. Thus the battle appeared ferocious on the surface, though the common soldiers on both sides had suffered heavy casualties with blood flowing like rivers. But recently something unknown had occurred. 4 elder-level experts of the Dragon clan had been mysteriously assassinated, and most infuriatingly, they had no idea who the culprit was. Of course, the Dragon clan had suspected this might be a conspiracy by the Phoenix clan. But clearly the Phoenix clan did not possess such capability, a fact the ancestral dragon well understood. Eventually they ruled out the Phoenix clan, yet the ancestral dragon was still consumed by rage. Ancestor, could it be that faction from last time? Torch Dragon suddenly spoke. At present, the only force he could imagine capable of such actions was the one that had assassinated Elder Ao Mu last time. Aside from them, Torch Dragon could not fathom which other faction would dare to strike at such a critical moment. Torch Dragon's words left all the high-ranking officials present, including those other than the ancestral dragon, in a state of bewilderment. After all, this matter was known only to him and the ancestral dragon. None of the other elders were aware of it, so their perplexed expressions were only natural. It would have been strange if they had reacted differently. You mean that rat from the sewer? Since they had no idea which faction the opponent belonged to, the ancestral dragon had always referred to them by that name. It expressed his deep dissatisfaction with this hidden faction that dared to scheme from the shadows, and far more than that, his hatred. After all, the Dragon clan had already sacrificed 5 elders because of them. Could he not harbor resentment toward that faction? It seems only they would be capable of such deeds. After all, while our 2 clans are at war with the Phoenix clan, appearing to fight fiercely on the surface, we have all been careful not to target each other's higher-ups. Surely as long as the Phoenix ancestor is not a fool, she would not provoke us at this time. Therefore, this is clearly not the work of the Phoenix clan. Outside of them, the only remaining suspect is that rat which ignited the war between our two clans. Torch Dragon analyzed, reasoning that once all impossibilities were eliminated, only one possibility remained, did it not? Moreover, even to this day, they had not fully uncovered which faction had originally ignited the war between their two clans. Therefore, even if they were not the ones behind this attack, the Dragon clan's fury could only be vented upon that nameless rat. Second brother, which faction do you think this rat belongs to? The Ancestral Dragon was equally troubled. After all, if it was truly not the work of the Phoenix clan, then which faction was responsible remained a question to be debated. Although there were not many top-tier factions in the Primordial World, there were certainly several non-top-tier ones. The Ancestral Dragon did not believe this was the work of ordinary factions. However, apart from the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan themselves, there were 4 other existences among all the top-tier factions. Identifying the mastermind among them would be extremely difficult. The Phoenix clan can be entirely ruled out. Among the other 4 races, I believe the Xuanwu clan can also be eliminated. Since their emergence, they have remained in slumber within the Northern Sea, posing absolutely no threat to us. As for the White Tiger clan in the west, they are separated from us by the Qin clan of the Central Continent. If they truly intended to act against us, they would either use the Qin clan as a vanguard or simply target the Phoenix clan in the south. Therefore, the possibility of the White Tiger clan is also quite low, though we cannot entirely rule it out, as redirecting the disaster eastward is still a possibility. As for the Fiend Beast clan in the north, with Xiong and I missing, and the 4 kings currently managing the clan, their level of suspicion is also considerable. However, I believe the Qin clan remains the most likely suspect. After analyzing for a long while, Torch Dragon ultimately concluded that the Qin clan bore the greatest suspicion. There was no other explanation. Who else but the Qin clan, who had remained completely silent during this period, showing not a single sign of movement. This was clearly suspicious. After all, 2 major races were fighting at their doorstep, yet they showed no reaction whatsoever. And yet that was precisely how the Qin clan behaved. Over the past 1,000 years, they had not only failed to send any representatives to investigate the situation, but they had not even dispatched scouts. Outsiders might have mistakenly believed the Qin clan did not exist. But could that truly be the case? Impossible. The Qin clan was the dominant power of the Central Continent. Do you believe the Qin clan is behind this? I merely suspect. Without concrete evidence, I cannot be certain. However, the Qin clan's suspicion is undoubtedly the greatest, followed closely by the Fiend Beast clan. Only these 2 races possessed such motive. Of course, we cannot entirely rule out the existence of other unknown factions hidden within the Primordial World. After all, the waters of the Primordial World run exceedingly deep, a fact you, Ancestor, understand better than anyone. Then what do you suggest we should do? At this moment, Ancestral Dragon already harbored the answer within his heart. He was fully aware of who was behind this incident, having deduced it from the faint traces of clues he uncovered by examining both the previous and current affairs. Although the adversary had taken the form of Ancestral Phoenix during the previous incident, no matter how they transformed, they were never the genuine article. It was precisely because of this discrepancy that Ancestral Dragon had managed to trace their whereabouts. As for this incident, it was purely conjecture. Since they were responsible last time, it was natural to assume they were behind this one as well. After discerning who was responsible, he naturally also contemplated their motives and even devised countermeasures. Nevertheless, he chose to pose this question to Zhu Long for a simple purpose. As the Dragon clan's sphere of influence continued to expand, a qualified overlord could not possibly attend to every matter personally. It was essential to cultivate a trusted being to assist him. Among trustworthy beings who could compare to Zhu Long, it must be noted that Zhu Long's strength was not merely slightly inferior to his own, but he was also his second brother. Within the Dragon clan, no one could rival the position Zhu Long held in his heart. Truthfully, not a single child born to him and other females could measure up to Zhu Long. Thus, Zhu Long naturally stood as his first choice. Moreover, Zhu Long was exceedingly intelligent, thoroughly worthy of Ancestral Dragon's cultivation and guidance. Currently, what we must do is swiftly identify the culprit. However, before that, I believe we also need to prepare defenses against the Qin clan and the Yosho clan, as they bear the greatest suspicion. Their purpose in doing this would undoubtedly be to take advantage of our war with the Fenghuang clan and plot against our Dongfang continent. What you have said is quite sound. I shall entrust this matter to you. As for the personnel required, I doubt anyone present would dare refuse. As Ancestral Dragon spoke, his gaze swept across all the elders and high-ranking officials present. Since his arrival, these individuals had come to understand that he was the true patriarch of the Dragon clan. Therefore, while they would heed Zhu Long's orders on major matters, they would bypass Zhu Long and seek further instructions from Ancestral Dragon after Zhu Long had made arrangements. This filled him with deep displeasure. After all, Zhu Long was his own second brother. Although these elders and high-ranking officials were acting correctly, his trust in Zhu Long was absolute. He had stated more than once that Zhu Long's commands were equivalent to his own, yet clearly this group treated those words as wind passing through their ears. Thus, although Ancestral Dragon's words this time appeared directed at Zhu Long, they were truly aimed at this group. He wished to remind them once again of Zhu Long's paramount position in his heart, urging this group to cease discounting Zhu Long's orders. Zhu Long naturally understood the meaning behind Ancestral Dragon's words, so he merely kept his head bowed, without speaking further. Yet a trace of emotion flickered in his eyes. Indeed, his eldest brother remained his eldest brother. Yes. All the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Clan were shaken. They were not fools, they fully understood that Ancestral Dragon's words were directed at them. Had they not seen his piercing gaze sweeping across them repeatedly? So has the Dragon Clan already lost 4 elders during this period. Not only was the Longzhu side engaged in discussion, but the Qilin clan, which was closely monitoring the war between the Dragon Clan and the Fenghuang clan, was equally attentive. After all, they had always harbored ambitions to invade the Dongfang continent and transform it into their own territory, necessitating thorough knowledge of the Dragon Clan's affairs. The inexplicable deaths of 4 Dragon Clan elders were matters that could not be concealed. If the Qilin clan had remained ignorant, they might as well have sought out a block of tofu to dash themselves against. Such a significant event could not possibly be hidden from anyone paying even the slightest attention to the Dragon Clan. Reporting to clan leader, this is indeed the case. Do you know what exactly transpired? Ancestor Qilin was also somewhat curious. Who could have orchestrated such a momentous event? One thing he was absolutely certain of was that it was not the work of his Qilin clan. The only individual within the entire Qilin clan capable of silently eliminating 4 elders without detection was himself. As for the other elders and high-ranking officials, there was no need to elaborate. Doing so would only invite sighs of sorrow. Moreover, Ancestor Qilin was far from so base as to assassinate several Dragon Clan elders. Therefore, if the Qilin clan was not responsible, then no one else could have accomplished it. Whether the Fenghuang clan was involved remained unknown, though he suspected they were not. After all, despite the bloody battles waged upon the battlefield, all the casualties had been lower-ranking fighters, with not a single high-ranking member perishing. This was utterly absurd, as though both clans had consciously confined the scope of their war to manageable boundaries. This was precisely why over the course of 1,000 years the Qilin clan had remained on the sidelines. Had they not genuinely clashed, the Qilin clan would have lacked the courage to provoke the Dragon Clan at such a time. We do not know. It appears the Dragon Clan has also been investigating. Clan leader, do you think the Dragon Clan might suspect us? As the elder spoke, he suddenly uttered words that sent a chill of cold sweat down Ancestor Qilin's spine. Yet upon reflection, there was considerable merit to his argument. After all, the Qilin clan had remained conspicuously silent, as if entirely oblivious to the great war between the Dragon Clan and the Fenghuang clan. But was that truly plausible? Obviously it was not. Yet the Qilin clan had remained silent nonetheless, and their position was rather precarious. If the Dragon Clan suspected their involvement, the reasoning would be entirely sound. However, the problem lay in the fact that they were not responsible. Were they to bear this unjust accusation? Your words hold merit as well. The Dragon Clan may indeed harbor suspicions against us. However, I imagine they will not directly approach us for questioning without concrete evidence. After all, drawing us into the war would not be advantageous for the Dragon Clan either. Nevertheless, being unjustly branded with such a heavy blame without cause fills me with discomfort. Ancestor Qilin also felt a throbbing headache. Although this matter was not of his doing, the tragedy would be compounded if the Dragon Clan insisted upon pinning it upon them. Who among us wishes to bear such a damning burden? Enough, let us not discuss this further. Haimu, are the troops ready for deployment? Reporting to clan leader, the Qilin clan's mighty army of billions stands at full readiness, awaiting only your command to seize the Dongfang continent. Report. The border is in crisis. The White Tiger clan has launched a fierce invasion. Your Excellency must make a decision. Just as the elders and high-ranking members were clamoring to mobilize their army for a direct advance eastward into the eastern continent, a soldier suddenly appeared, disrupting all their plans. Ziyu Qilin was instantly overcome with rage. When did this happen? Ziyu Qilin roared furiously. The border was in crisis. Why was such information only being reported now? Why had they received no word when the White Tiger clan launched their fierce attack? What were the elders guarding the border doing completely useless? It occurred 100 years ago. Boom. What did you say? 100 years ago. Why report only now? Ziyu Qilin was truly furious in that moment. The White Tiger clan had invaded a century ago, yet the news only reached him now. Should they not have waited until the enemy had already reached their doorstep before speaking up? The elder guarding the border was an utter waste of space. However, Ziyu Qilin had forgotten that the border between the two territories was separated by billions of light years. To receive notification within a century was already the fastest possible speed. The elder must have even deployed their innate divine ability, and one of the swiftest varieties at that. That elder likely did not come personally, but instead found another means to send the message. If they had attempted to travel here in person, it would have taken 10,000 years at the very least. Your Excellency, now is not the time for anger. We must consider how to respond to the White Tiger clan's sudden attack. A century has passed, and the situation on the border remains unknown. Moreover, our forces are currently deployed near the eastern continent. If we wish to reinforce the western front, it will take time. We must prepare for the possibility that the White Tiger clan has already broken deep into our central continent. One of the elders spoke with evident concern. From the moment the soldier mentioned the attack occurring a century prior, he had already begun contemplating this very issue. However, while that problem seemed manageable, another far more troubling concern still awaited them. Why has the White Tiger clan chosen to launch a surprise attack at this precise moment? Do they see the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan locked in combat, and feel restless seeking something to do? What nonsense are you spouting? If that were truly the case, would the White Tiger clan really come seeking out my Qin clan? If they were merely itching for a fight and sought an opponent, they should have targeted weaker races instead. My Qin clan controls the entire central continent. Could we possibly be considered weak? Obviously, this White Tiger clan invasion was meticulously planned. They likely desire far more than mere warfare. They may be aiming for our central continent itself. But how could they strike at precisely this moment? Do they truly believe my Qin clan to be weak? Several elders were deeply perplexed. Indeed, the timing chosen by the White Tiger clan was exceedingly suspicious. They struck exactly when the Qin clan was preparing to march their army eastward. They had never anticipated conflict with the White Tiger clan to the west, which is why their western defenses, though present, were relatively sparse, perhaps only numbering in the trillions. Such a force would be extraordinarily massive for most races, but for apex bloodlines like the Qin clan and White Tiger clan, it was merely a fraction of their strength, utterly incapable of halting the White Tiger clan's offensive. It was precisely because the Qin clan sought to invade the eastern continent that they had drawn the majority of their forces toward the east, thereby granting the White Tiger clan this perfect opportunity. Enough. Let us set that aside for now. What we must focus on is reinforcing the western front as quickly as possible. Must we truly stand by and watch the enemy pour into our central continent with such recklessness? Ziyu Qilin suppressed his fury. At this moment, what mattered was action, not endless discussion about why the enemy chose this timing. Whether or not they attacked now, the enemy's invasion ultimately sought one thing: the central continent. Since they could never surrender their territory, there was only one path forward: war. All forces assemble and reinforce the west. This time I will erase the White Tiger clan from the annals of history forever. Since they refuse to let us claim the eastern continent, then the western continent shall serve as compensation. Ziyu Qilin rose to his feet and declared with imposing authority. He had long coveted the western continent. Previously, he had focused solely on eastern expansion and avoided conflict with the White Tiger clan in the west. But now that the White Tiger clan had initiated war, he no longer cared about the east. First, he would seize the west and secure his rear. Yes, all the high-ranking elders were stirred to action. They responded immediately and departed the Great Hall to prepare their forces. In an instant, the entire Qin clan's army began mobilizing, surging wildly toward the west. The Primordial World was plunged into renewed turmoil due to the war between the Qin clan and the White Tiger clan. The Dragon clan in the eastern continent and the Phoenix clan in the southern continent had already been locked in combat for a millennium. Now, with these two clans added, the only major faction remaining calm was the Beast clan, and when they would enter the fray remained entirely unknown. However, any top-tier powerhouse who remained detached from this chaos understood one thing clearly: the Beast clan's involvement was only a matter of time. For at the very center of this storm's vortex lay the Beast clan themselves. The Qin clan, nothing more than mediocrity. At this moment, atop the western battlefield near the central continent, the White Tiger clan's patriarch casually trod upon lands that had once belonged to the Qin clan. Beneath his feet flowed endless rivers of blood and countless corpses of Qin clan warriors. Ziyu Baihu stepped upon them indiscriminately, gazing toward the distant mountain range that pierced the clouds, his whisper dripping with disdain. In merely a few years, his White Tiger clan's army had breached the border fortress guarded by a single Qin elder formally stepping onto this central continent. That Qin elder had naturally met his end, his head severed by Ziyu Baihu's own hands. Though the elder had managed to send word of the invasion before dying, Ziyu Baihu cared little for such matters. In his eyes, the Qin clan was nothing special. Even if Ziyu Qilin himself appeared, it would simply be a matter of cleaving him down with a single strike. The central continent now belonged to him as the territory of the White Tiger clan, while the Qin clan would inevitably be reduced to merely a footnote in the eternal history of the Primordial World. The two of you, what do you think of the current state of Hongwang? Atop a lofty peak on the eastern continent, Hongjuan, the old ancestor of Yinyang, and the old ancestor of Qinkuan stood in silence, gazing down upon the relatively tranquil expanse of Hongwang. Hongjuan turned to them and posed his question. A vast span of time had passed since the three had first journeyed across Hongwang together. During this period, they had traversed all 5 continents, and upon returning their bond, had grown considerably stronger. For after traveling side by side for so long, even the most distant of relationships would inevitably draw closer. Moreover, throughout their travels, Han Jun had deliberately sought to cultivate rapport with the two of them. Alas, the other continents are tolerable enough, but the northern continent is rather difficult to assess. Upon hearing Han Jun's inquiry, the old ancestor of Qin Ming spoke with a heavy heart. The other continents, though dominated by powerful factions, still allowed lesser beings to survive so long as they pledged submission. Wandering cultivators like themselves were also left undisturbed. In short, life could be sustained anywhere across Hongwang. But the northern continent was a different matter entirely. It belonged to the Xiongshou clan, and as a result no other living creatures remained. Any that once lived there had been devoured. The few that still existed were those deliberately preserved and bred by the Xiongshou as livestock. When the old ancestor of Qin Ming first discovered this, he had wished to intervene and rescue the trapped creatures. However, the old ancestor of Yinyang and the others had restrained him. The northern continent lay deep within Xiongshou territory, how any interference would have alerted the 4 great kings of the Xiongshou. Though the 3 of them might have escaped, they would inevitably have suffered grievous injuries. Thus, despite his desire to act, the old ancestor of Qin Ming had been forced to relent, leaving him powerless to speak of the horrors upon the northern continent. Alas, that accursed Xiongshou clan. The old ancestor of Yinyang could not help but sigh. The northern continent's population had always been sparser than that of other regions, yet now it was nothing but Xiongshou from horizon to horizon. One could only imagine the staggering toll of lives claimed under their dominion. Now is not the time for sighs. Before long the Xiongshou clan will march southward. What? The moment Han Jun spoke, the old ancestors of Qin Ming and Yinyang stared at him in shock. The news itself was staggering. If the Xiongshou had committed such atrocities upon the northern continent, what would they unleash upon the remaining 4 continents? Would any living being in Hongwang then have a place to survive? Friend Hongjuan, how could you know of this? Why did we fail to perceive it? Not even the old ancestor of Qin Ming had sensed anything, and that included the old ancestor of Yinyang, who possessed the Taiji diagram. They had remained alongside Han Jun this entire time, yet he alone had uncovered this intelligence. Of course they did not doubt his word. They knew well that Han Jun never spoke without reason. The southward advance of the Xiongshou was certain. Have you forgotten that I can briefly divine the workings of heavenly secrets? It is precisely because of this ability that I discovered it. Though the Xiongshou clan acted with considerable concealment, I detected subtle anomalies. The death of Dragon Clan Elder Ao Mu was the work of the Xiongshou, as were several subsequent assassinations. Most critically, the entire Xiongshou army is now massing in the south. If their intention were not to march southward, why would they mobilize thus? Han Jun spoke these words to them, though the truth was he had not obtained this intelligence through divination, for the heavenly way had not yet manifested, and thus no heavenly secrets existed. However, neither the old ancestor of Qin Ming nor the old ancestor of Yinyang was aware of this, and so they harbored no suspicion. In truth, these tidings had been relayed to him by Hongjuan's principal self. He had done so for his own purposes, and clearly neither the old ancestor of Qin Ming nor the old ancestor of Yinyang realized they had become pieces upon his board, fated from the very beginning. I see. The old ancestor of Yinyang nodded knowingly, then sank into troubled contemplation. The southward advance of the Xiongshou clan was hardly a favorable omen for all living beings in Hongwang. For the entire realm of Hongwang had already descended into chaos. Beyond the northern continent, all 4 remaining continents were consumed by warfare. If the Xiongshou descended from the north, who among them could possibly stand in their way? And which continent will they target? Friend Daoist, do you know which continent they intend to attack? The old ancestor of Qin Ming turned to Han Jun. If Han Jun could foresee the Xiongshou's southward movement, he must surely possess knowledge of their intended target as well. Judging by the positioning of their forces, they have clearly set their sights on the eastern continent. The eastern continent. That falls within the domain of the Dragon clan. Though the Dragon and Phoenix clans appear locked in fierce conflict, both have consciously refrained from escalating their warfare. Would the Xiongshou not fear the Dragon clan turning its full military might against them if they interfered now? Should they not have targeted the central continent instead? The White Tiger clan is already engaged in battle with the Qilin clan there. The Qilin are weakest across both the northern and eastern regions. If the Xiongshou chose them, they could have marched straight through. Why pursue the Dragon clan when they could have struck closer at home? That is a question perhaps only the Xiongshou themselves can answer. Han Jun did not reveal his knowledge of the covert alliance between the Xiongshou clan and the White Tiger clan, for such matters were secrets shared only between those 2 factions. To disclose them would raise uncomfortable questions about how he had come to know, compelling him to fabricate explanations. Yet one lie demands an endless chain of further lies to sustain it, and Han Jun possessed neither the time nor the inclination to justify his knowledge to 2 pawns. It was far wiser to simply remain silent. It was precisely Hongjuan's claim of ignorance that prevented the old ancestor of Yinyang and the others from growing suspicious. Had he claimed otherwise, especially alongside his earlier remarks about heavenly secrets, he would have been forced to weave elaborate justifications. Neither of them was naive enough to accept convenient explanations without probing into the details. Then what should we do? Should we directly notify Ancestral Dragon and have him prepare? Qin and Laozu turned to Hongjun and Yinyang Laozu and spoke. With their three combined, they were clearly incapable of halting the southward march of the beast horde. Though all three possessed formidable strength, they were merely on the same level as the late Beast Emperor Shun and I before his disappearance. Somewhat stronger than Ancestral Dragon, yet not by much. So while the three of them could perhaps hold off the four Beast Kings, what of that endless legion stretching to the horizon? It was plainly an untenable proposition. Rather than risking their own lives against the beast race, it would be far wiser to inform Ancestral Dragon and let him lead the dragon army to bear the brunt of the assault. This approach will not do. Hardly had Qin and Laozu finished speaking when Hongjun immediately voiced his opposition. Such a response was precisely within his calculated design. If Ancestral Dragon's forces were to advance northward, would it not shatter everything he had carefully laid out? Could Hongjun possibly agree to such a development? Moreover, even if Hongjun himself consented, there was another who would never agree. This grand chessboard was played by both him and Luoho. If he were to overturn the board on his own, Luoho would surely curse him rotten. The game was one shared by Hongjun and Luoho, its purpose being to clear away the destabilizing elements upon the board, much like the beast race. They intended to purge the beast clan entirely from the chessboard before commencing their true confrontation. For their final contest would determine the fate of the primordial world itself, and thus needed to be reserved for last. All that had transpired thus far was merely clearing the field. Whether the beast race of today or the dragon phone and Qilin clans of tomorrow, all were nothing more than pawns for them, merely preparing the proper battleground for forces yet to come. Yet neither the beast race, nor the three great clans, nor even Qin and Laozu and Yinyang Laozu in their present state could possibly comprehend this. And even if they did, what power did they possess to resist Hongjun and Luoho? In the end, they would simply be swept away clean and complete. Such is the sorrow of ants, completely powerless against those far greater than themselves. Why do you speak thus, Taoist friend? Consider the matter yourself. The Beast Emperor Shun Ni has vanished without a trace, and the beast race is now led by their four kings. Yet any who understand the beast clan would never believe they possessed the capability to march south. I suspect even you, Taoist friend, would hardly believe such claims were they not spoken by my own lips. As Hongjun spoke these words, he glanced at both Qin and Yinyang Laozu, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Hongjun had said, if they had not known him to be a man of his word, they would scarcely have believed him. After all, the situation was far too bizarre. Without their emperor, the beast race still dared to advance southward, a notion that defied all comprehension. Since you harbor doubts, what of Ancestral Dragon? Consider that he commands the four seas and the eastern continent. He is a man of immense ambition, once declaring his intent to become the overlord of the entire primordial world. Do you truly believe such a man would accept our words at face value? Furthermore, even if he were to believe us, what then? Should the Phoenix clan refuse to withdraw their forces, the dragon army would remain entangled in the southern conflict with no way to break free and confront the beast race. Hongjun spoke calmly, his words a mixture of truth and deception. It was precisely this ambiguity that caused Qin and Yinyang to accept his claims entirely, for the whole truth could not be revealed. Hongjun understood very clearly that the reason the dragon and Phoenix clans had yet to escalate their conflict was not due to any lack of ferocity. Though their battles appeared deadly and relentless, any discerning observer could see that both sides were exercising remarkable restraint. Since their first clash, none of their high-tier experts had personally entered the fray. Every engagement was merely overseen by a single elder on the front lines, while their true power brokers remained hidden behind the scenes watching the spectacle unfold. And the reason for this was naturally Ancestral Dragon. Having suspected that other forces meddled behind the scenes, he chose to maintain the charade to its fullest extent, yet without truly escalating matters, which is precisely how the current stalemate came to be. It was certain that if word reached Ancestral Dragon of the beast race marching south, he would immediately mobilize his forces northward. As for the Phoenix clan, they had long desired peace. However, they certainly would not aid the Dragon clan. The most they could offer would be to refrain from stabbing him while he was already down, a considerable concession to Ancestral Dragon's dignity. Yet Hongjun did not wish for the dragon army to advance north, at least not yet. For if they did so now, they would merely block the beast race outside the eastern continent. What he needed was for the beast army to press deep into eastern continent territory, so that even the arrival of the dragon forces could not alter the outcome. For another figure was also nearing his return. Once that individual arrived, the battlefield would undoubtedly stabilize, and the entirety of eastern continent would fall under that person's dominion. At that point Hongjun and Luoho's grand designs could proceed swiftly. Hongjun's calculations rang with perfect precision, and certainly Qin and the others were utterly unaware of this. Had they known, they would have been driven to despair, for if the beast race were to overrun Eastern Continent, it would not be mere bloodshed and suffering alone, they themselves would lose their sacred grounds. But did Hongjun care? Clearly not. They were but pieces on a board. Would he concern himself with their thoughts? In that case, why not seek out the Phoenix clan ourselves and negotiate? If we can convince Ancestral Dragon, then we shall together approach the Phoenix Empress and urge her to order a retreat. This way Ancestral Dragon can lead his forces north to oppose the beast race. It would be of no use. Setting aside whether Ancestral Dragon would believe us, suppose we go to see Zhuang herself. Have you considered that she as the matriarch of an entire clan would perceive such a large delegation arriving at her gate as an act of coercion? If she were to fly into a rage and insist upon a life and death struggle with the Dragon clan, would we not become the ones blamed? Therefore we must not interfere at present. We can only wait for the Dragon clan to awaken to the threat on their own. There may still be hope then. After all, with Beast Emperor Qin absent, those 4 kings are no match for Ancestral Dragon. It appears there is nothing else to be done. But the thought that countless lives will be cruelly taken if the beast race advances south fills my heart with unbearable anguish. That cursed beast race. The Eastern Continent, my beast tribe, has arrived. Cao Tai stepped casually upon the earth, gazing at the billions upon billions of ferocious beasts behind him, and said with supreme confidence, this southern march of the beast tribe could be considered a complete mobilization. They harbored no concern whatsoever about the security of the northern continent. For one thing, there were but a handful of forces capable of threatening the northern continent at present. The Xuanwu tribe in the North Sea was entirely disregarded. They spent nothing but sleeping and would never emerge. As for the 3 continents belonging to the 3 major powers that could only threaten the northern continent, the dragon tribe of the eastern continent was already fish upon their chopping board awaiting harvest. Meanwhile, the Qilin tribe of the central continent was already at war with the white tiger tribe of the western continent, and naturally had no time to bother with them. What about the Phoenix tribe in the south? That was even less of a concern. An entire continent lay between them. Even if they wished to act, they simply could not, for no one would truly believe the Phoenix tribe was merely passing through their territory. Thus the Phoenix tribe was the one the beast tribe least needed to worry about. Of course, not all 4 kings had come personally for this southern march. Currently, only Cao Tai led the main army southward. Xiongqi needed to guard the rear, and would not appear, while Hun Dun and Tao Wu were preparing other matters, and would follow slightly later. Nevertheless, they would march south swiftly as well, for even Cao Tai himself did not believe he could withstand the combined assault of Zhu Long and Zhu Long alone. They still required the assistance of other beast kings. Had Qin been present, there would have been no need for such concern. Alas, Qin had vanished without a trace, which is precisely why the 4 beast kings now acted with a certain degree of restraint. Damn beast tribe! Our clan leader will not let you succeed. When he learns of this, he shall slay every last one of you. A dragon tribe elder roared in fury. Unfortunately, at that moment, he was firmly clutched within the palm of a beast tribe strong warrior, utterly immobilized, able only to scream with his mouth. The dragon tribe naturally could not afford to be unprepared against the beast tribe to the north. Though the beast emperor Shun Ni's disappearance meant the race posed less of a threat in Zhu Long's eyes, proper precautions still needed to be taken. However, it was precisely Zhu Long's underestimation that left the defenses on the northern continent side inadequate. There was only a single elder-level dragon tribe warrior leading an army of hundreds of millions to guard this region. Yet facing the beast tribe led by one king commanding billions upon billions of ferocious beasts, not even news of the southern march could be sent out before everyone was slaughtered and became fodder for the beast tribe. It is but impotent rage. Zhu Long is nothing but our blood food. As long as he dares to come, I shall send him to dissolution. Upon hearing the dragon tribe elder's words, Cao Tai spoke with utter contempt. Zhu Long was indeed formidable, but none of the 4 beast kings were weak either. In a true confrontation, the victor remained uncertain. Who among them was not a proud creature of the primordial world? As long as they had not fought, no one would admit inferiority to another. Of course, this did not apply to Qin. The 4 kings feared his strength from the very depths of their hearts. Beast tribe, you shall all meet a wretched end. You bugs abandoned by the great Dao ought to rot forever in the river of history. Foul mouth. Throw him down. Let his flesh and blood become nourishment for our tribe's growth. Cao Tai said with a darkened expression to the beast holding the dragon tribe elder. Clearly the elder's words had struck a sore spot. The beast tribe truly was in existence abandoned by the great Dao, for they fed upon the blood of all living beings. Neither the great Dao nor the heavenly way could ever truly favor a single race. The world required all spirits to advance together, but the beast tribe relied on the myriad lives to strengthen themselves, and thus were naturally disfavored by both the great Dao and heavenly way. This was precisely why the Beast Tribe, though they could have occupied the northern continent and awaited Shin's return, chose to march south instead. They could no longer wait. They needed more blood food to fuel their growth so that they could truly dominate the primordial world and turn the entire primordial realm into nourishment for their own strengthening. Lord Tao Tai, what should we do next? After casually tossing the Dragon Tribe elder to other tribe members to share the Beast Tribe's strong warrior, asked Tao Tai. In the Beast Tribe, the strong were respected. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could even challenge the four kings and replace them. Of course, the price of failure was equally severe, namely one's life. But if one harbored such resolve, they could certainly issue a challenge at any time. Clearly, Tao Tai, who had risen from the very beginning to reach the status of one of the four kings, naturally possessed the strongest power. Thus, when the other three kings were absent, Tao Tai naturally held the greatest authority, and the billions upon billions of Beast Tribe troops all needed to obey his commands. And that Beast Tribe strong warrior was naturally no different. Although his strength was also formidable, it was clear that he did not surpass Tao Tai. What to do? Order my tribe's sons to scatter and begin their blood feast. Tao Tai said cruelly, an endless cold glint flashing in his eyes. If this order were truly carried out, the entire eastern continent would become a hunting ground for the Beast Tribe, with not a single living creature able to survive by chance. Lord Tao Tai, the Dragon Tribe has not yet been dealt with. If we do this now, even if... The Beast Tribe expert hesitated somewhat. As he said, the Dragon Tribe had not yet been eliminated, and if they acted this way now, it would surely inspire terror throughout all living beings of the eastern continent. In that case, once the Dragon Tribe moved north, they would inevitably join the fray as well. The Beast Tribe was powerful, but because the weaker ones lacked wisdom, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. I know what you wish to say, but you should also understand that our tribe has been too peaceful for too long, resulting in many newly born tribe members not having experienced much warfare, and this is clearly unacceptable. The strength of a clan lies not merely in having many powerful warriors, but in the common members also needing to keep pace with the strong. So even if this causes heavy losses among our people, is it not all worthwhile? The strength of any race comes from unity. Only when the tribe members are sufficiently strong can the race remain ever prosperous. But if there is a chasm between the clan's overall strength and its top-tier combat power forming two extremes, then the race naturally cannot go far, for the foundation is insufficient. Once the strong perish in battle, it is difficult to replenish them. This is something no race would ever wish to witness. Bang! That damn beast clan. They are provoking my dragon clan, provoking our ancestral dragon. At this moment, across the eastern continent within the dragon clan's vast army, the ancestral dragon slammed his fist upon the table before him, shattering it to pieces. Yet even this could not extinguish the fury raging in his heart. The entire great hall was suffocated by his terrifying presence, and all the high-ranking Dragon Clan elders bowed, their heads trembling in fear, daring not to meet his gaze. Even Zhulong kept his head slightly bowed at this moment, lost in thought. As for the Dragon Clan guards stationed outside, there was no need to elaborate. They stood completely still, eyes fixed ahead, as motionless as carved wood. It was only natural. Their patriarch was clearly enraged, and at such a moment any minor infraction might very well see them torn apart by his bare hands. Our Dragon Clan's elder, along with an army numbering in the billions, has perished so terribly, with not even a single bone remaining. This beast clan is simply courting death. The ancestral dragon's manic roar echoed throughout the entire great hall, clear enough for even the guards stationed outside to hear distinctly. To call it "no bones remaining" was charitable. Everyone present understood it was merely an expression. The Dragon Clan's army had suffered far worse than that. Flesh devoured by the beast clan with nothing left. Even their bones had been crushed by those sharp teeth and eaten. They had been torn apart and consumed. Even their spiritual souls had not escaped, wiped clean by those beasts. The elder's fate was the most tragic of all. Other Dragon Clan members might have been devoured by one beast, at most two or three together. But that elder had received special attention from the Tao Tai. He had truly been devoured by countless beasts, a sight too gruesome to describe. The ancestral dragon and his people knew these details precisely because others had told them. After the beast clan descended south, they showed no discrimination. Any creature they spotted was immediately swarmed and consumed. Those creatures were hardly fools standing still waiting to be devoured, so they naturally either fought back or fled. As the hegemon of the East, the Dragon Clan naturally became their beacon of hope, so countless beings fled to the Dragon Clan's army to report on the Beast Clan's southern advance. Among so many beings, naturally some knew firsthand the devastating losses the Dragon Clan had suffered when trying to block the Beast Clan's advance south. Ancestral Dragon, now is not the time for anger. We must swiftly lead our army north to halt the Beast Clan. With such brutality displayed by the Beast Clan, I fear that within the territories they have occupied no living creature remains. Only seas of flowing blood. A Dragon Clan elder stepped forward to speak. A trace of worry lingered on his face, for he did not belong to the Dragon Clan nor the Sea Clan, but to another race of the primordial earth whose people hailed from the eastern continent. This time, following Zhulong to campaign across the southern continent, he had naturally brought the elite forces of his race. After all, who could have anticipated the Beast Clan would descend south at this very time? Naturally, the weaker members of his race, along with those just born, still remained within their clan territory. Could he not be worried? The Beast Clan was far too brutal. Wherever they passed, millions of li of territory became desolate wasteland. Anyone unable to flee in time had already become their living prey. Under such circumstances, whether his race would even survive remained a question. Indeed, Ancestral Dragon, we cannot wait any longer. If we delay, more living beings will perish under their slaughter blades. Enough. I am aware of this matter. But do you think leading our army north is such a simple undertaking? Do not forget that we are still at war with the Phoenix Clan. Although we have tacitly refrained from committing our top combatants, it is merely because neither side has the confidence to defeat the other in a single decisive battle. Thus, both have seized this opportunity to regroup. But once our army marches north, if the Phoenix Clan also advances northward, we shall be caught between two enemies. At that point, not only will we be unable to block the Beast Clan's advance, we may not even be able to defend the entire eastern continent. The Ancestral Dragon said this with a dark expression. When he had originally decided to wage war against the Phoenix Clan, he had never imagined such events would unfold. Had he foreseen this, only a fool would have initiated such a conflict. One Phoenix Clan was already enough to give him a headache, and now the Beast Clan had appeared as well. Although the Beast Emperor Shun and I was not among them. That was a piece of welcome news. But were the four great Beast Kings truly easy to handle? Far from it. And now the Phoenix Clan had been added to the equation. Why was the Dragon Clan so cursed with misfortune? By the way, shouldn't the Beast Clan's southern descent have targeted the central continent? After all, that region shared the most border with the northern continent. Why had they specifically chosen the eastern continent? Ancestral Dragon, this matter is likely connected to several events that occurred previously. Zhulong suddenly raised his head and spoke to the Ancestral Dragon. His words made the Ancestral Dragon pause for a moment, but he quickly understood. Wasn't this exactly as Zhulong had suggested, connected as it was? If there were truly no connection, the Ancestral Dragon would never have believed it. Right now, discussing this serves no purpose. What we need to focus on is how to break this deadlock. To the south lies the Phoenix Clan. Once our army marches north, the Phoenix Clan will surely notice and advance into our territory. But if we do not reinforce the north, the Beast Clan will run rampant. Should they sever our retreat, our Dragon Clan forces would face annihilation between two enemies. Even if we managed to retreat successfully, the casualties would be devastating. The Ancestral Dragon saw the situation with great clarity. At present, they were uncertain how far the Beast Clan had advanced, so they could not confirm whether the Beast Clan was already preparing to encircle their rear. Once their retreat was cut off, they would be facing certain doom. Then, Ancestral Dragon, why don't we simply withdraw and cede the eastern continent? Haven't both the Phoenix Clan and the Beast Clan desired this land? Let us, the Dragon Clan, retreat to the Four Seas and surrender this territory to them. Let them fight over it themselves. When they have weakened each other sufficiently, we shall strike and reclaim it. At that time, the eastern continent will still be our domain, and we will also have curtailed the power of both the Phoenix Clan and the Beast Clan. One of the elders stepped forward and declared loudly. In his view, this was an excellent plan. Not only would it ensure the Dragon Clan's army could retreat steadily, but it would also weaken both rival factions. Why not? Chieftain, we cannot do this. If we do, what shall become of our races? What of the other beings upon this continent? As that elder finished speaking, the chieftain of another race immediately rose and shouted loudly. If Ancestor Dragon truly agreed with that Dragon Clan elder's words at this moment, it would mean far more than a mere blow to them. It would be an outright abandonment of all living beings upon the eastern continent. As chieftains of weak races, they could only choose to surrender and bow to the Dragon Clan when facing them. But against the fierce Beast Clan, they had no power at all. Either die and become the beast's bloody prey, or watch in helpless horror as the fierce beasts tore them apart while still alive. It could be said that neither choice was what they desired. Even ants cling to life, let alone sentient beings such as themselves. Naturally, they wished for Ancestor Dragon to reject this proposal, but could they truly sway his will? Ancestor Dragon remained silent, sitting quietly there. No one knew what he was thinking, not even Zhulong. The Dragon Clan has never cared for vermin like you. Had it not been for your occasional use as cannon fodder, you would have long perished beneath the Dragon Clan's executioner's blade. Now the fierce beast armies could cut off our retreat at any moment. Do you truly believe the Dragon Clan would squander its billions upon billions of troops here for the sake of ants such as you? A Dragon Clan elder spoke with utter disdain, and the other Dragon Clan high-ranking figures wore identical expressions. To them, even the sea races from the same region were held in contempt, regarded merely as slaves. Let alone these beings of the eastern continent who did not belong to the sea races. That they had not slaughtered them all in the past was already the Dragon Clan's greatest mercy. Now they actually dared to seek dragging the Dragon Clan into a battle where death was certain. How execrable their intentions. You. Hearing those words from the Dragon Clan elders, and looking up at Ancestor Dragon seated high upon his throne, the beings of the Eastern Continent fell into despair. Only now did they truly see the Dragon Clan's countenance. They cast their final hopeful gazes towards Zhu Long. It was Zhu Long who had originally offered them amnesty, and it was Zhu Long who had given them assurances that the Dragon Clan would treat them as one of their own. Only then had they laid down their weapons, accepted the Dragon Clan's offer of surrender, and acknowledged dragon sovereignty over the Eastern Continent. But when their gazes fell upon him, Zhu Long did not look at them. Instead, he slightly turned his head, his eyes scanning elsewhere. It was precisely that look that extinguished the last hope in their hearts. When confronted with the safety of the Dragon Clan's army, Zhu Long had ultimately chosen to abandon these beings of the continent. It was true he had made promises to them initially, but those promises were made under conditions without absolute threat. Now facing the Fierce Beast clan that could sever their retreat at any moment with the Phoenix clan before them and the Fierce Beasts behind, Zhu Long had still chosen to forsake them. In Zhu Long's heart, the Dragon Clan always came first, followed by the sea races, who were also beings of the four seas, and only last were these continental beings. So everything was nothing but a deception. May the Dragon Clan perish in agony. May the Dragon Clan suffer a wretched death. A being let out a desperate roar, howling to the heavens as a single tear of blood streamed from the corner of his eye. His race was located on the Eastern Continent near the Northern Continent. This time, as the Fierce Beast army marched south, his race stood directly in their path. There was essentially no chance of survival. Facing the annihilation of his race and the betrayal of the Dragon Clan, he too was utterly despairing. And as for revenge, he was merely a lowly Tai divine spirit. How could he possibly retaliate against either the Dragon Clan or the Fierce Beast clan? Suddenly the being spat a mouthful of golden blood, and his once luminous eyes abruptly dimmed. Dragon Clan Ancestor Dragon, I curse you with my life. May you never meet a good death. You sought to dominate the Primordial World, did you not? I curse that you shall never achieve supremacy over the Primordial World. In the future you will eternally repent for the decision made this day. After speaking those words, the being's entire figure dissolved into ash and scattered across heaven and earth. Thus a race that was among the more formidable among the myriad clans of the Primordial World ceased to exist forever. That being had cursed Ancestor Dragon with his own life and cursed the Dragon Clan as well. At the instant of his death, a wisp of gray aura quietly appeared upon the Dragon Clan's River of Fortune. At that moment, the gray aura was extremely feeble. In comparison to that vast River of Fortune, it was nothing more than a speck of dust. Damned fool, still seeking to humiliate the Dragon Clan, even in death. Ancestor Dragon said with great displeasure. The opponent had first severed his own divine soul before casting the curse upon the Dragon Clan, so the cursing words could not be interrupted. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. However, he did not take it to heart. In his view, this was merely an insignificant Tai divine spirit. Even a Daluo divine spirit would scarcely harm the Dragon Clan, let alone a Tai who was weaker than a Daluo. Meanwhile, the chieftains of other races watching this being who had cursed the Dragon Clan to destruction felt only a wave of desolation in their hearts. The Dragon Clan had abandoned them, but their races still lived. Yet no one knew how they should navigate their future paths. Chieftain of the Dragon Clan, since you have already abandoned the Eastern Continent and forsaken us, then for the safety of our race, we take our leave. The chieftain of one race stepped forward and declared loudly. Previously, they had also addressed Ancestor Dragon as chieftain, but now of course they would no longer use such a title. Ancestor Dragon did not refuse. It could be considered consent to the chieftain's words. This action served as acknowledgement that the Dragon Clan was abandoning the Eastern Continent and returning to the Four Seas. The other chieftains, seeing this, naturally had no reason to remain here either, and spoke up one by one, leading their racial armies in preparation to return to their own tribes. As for how the road ahead would unfold, even they did not know. But what they needed to do was stay with their races, for their tribes were in danger now, and they had to hurry back as soon as possible. The Dragon Clan actually abandoned the Eastern Continent in such a manner and retreated to the Four Seas. That cursed ancestral dragon does not deserve the title of hegemon over the Eastern Continent. By retreating, the Dragon Clan had effectively surrendered all living beings of the Eastern Continent to the ferocious beast hordes surging southward. This may have been a prudent move for the Dragon Clan. They would no longer face enemies on two fronts and could preserve their strength within the Four Seas. Yet such an act left the rest of the Eastern Continent's inhabitants to suffer. When the Dragon Clan had previously invaded the Eastern Continent in force, they had already slaughtered countless powerful cultivators. Those mighty races had naturally refused to submit, and the Dragon Clan, determined to consolidate their dominion, had ruthlessly eliminated all who resisted. Consequently, the most formidable races of the Eastern continent had either been wiped out entirely or reduced to puppets installed by the Dragon Clan, while the weaker races fared even worse. This retreat by the Dragon Clan was tantamount to abandoning every living being on the Eastern continent. Having already survived the Dragon Clan's brutal purges, the myriad races of the Eastern continent stood no chance against the ferocious beast horde. Thus, the Dragon Clan's withdrawal only deepened the resentment of those mighty cultivators who had long been discontent with the Dragon Clan. Enough, Patriarch Qin. Words are of no use now. The Dragon Clan has withdrawn, and the entire Eastern continent lies beneath the butcher's blade of the ferocious beast horde. We must focus on saving as many lives as possible. Patriarch Yin was equally furious, but they had no choice but to strive desperately to preserve the beings of the primordial world. All of them represented the future of Hongwang. If they perished at the hands of the beast horde, then even after eventual victory over the beasts, the Eastern continent would become an uninhabitable wasteland. How can we possibly save them? The ferocious beast horde advances with overwhelming force. An army numbering in the trillions marches southward. We had pinned our hopes on the Dragon Clan holding them back, and then with us scattered masters lending our strength, we might have at least managed to impede their advance. But now with the ancestral dragon fleeing without offering resistance, there remains no dominant power on the Eastern continent capable of confronting the beast horde head-on. With merely a handful of wandering cultivators like ourselves, this is impossible. It seems the Eastern continent has lost all hope. Patriarch Qin's pessimism was hardly unfounded. Their sole remaining hope had been that the Dragon Clan would march north and engage the beast horde, giving them an opportunity to intervene and assist. Even if they could not defeat the beast horde outright, they believed they could at least halt its southern advance. But what became of that hope? The Dragon Clan did not even fight. Upon merely hearing the news of the beast horde's southern march, they retreated without delay. They claimed with polished words that the war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans had left them severely depleted and that they needed time to recover before launching a northern campaign against the beasts. Only those newly awakened to the world would believe such excuses. Does the ancestral dragon himself not know the true extent of the Dragon Clan's losses in that war? Or does he take them all for fools? Their retreat now speaks volumes. They simply refuse to face the beast horde. Hongjun, did you foresee this from the beginning? Patriarch Yin turned to Hongjun beside him. Earlier, Hongjun had warned that the Dragon Clan could not be trusted, yet he could not have imagined this would happen so soon. I did not know this would transpire. At the time, I only surmised that the ancestral dragon, as a man of ambition, would never truly fight to the death against the beast horde. But I never imagined he would lack even the courage to engage in battle. That truly surpasses my expectations. Hongjun spread his hands in feigned ignorance. He had only reasoned that the ambitious ancestral dragon would likely hold back rather than commit fully to war with the beast horde. But this complete abandonment of the continent was something he had not anticipated. In truth, Hongjun, whose fox-like cunning was matched only by his deep understanding of all primordial beings, knew exactly what the ancestral dragon would do. But would he reveal that now? Obviously not. With the beast horde descending upon the Eastern continent, and all life teetering on the brink, we must make our own arrangements without delay. I suggest that the three of us set out immediately to seek those wandering great cultivators and urge them to act in defense of the innocent. As for directly confronting the beast horde, our only remaining hope lies in appealing to the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan. Hongjun deftly shifted the conversation away from his earlier remarks, steering it back toward the crisis at hand. He had no intention of dwelling on matters that could not be changed. Then I shall travel to visit the other patriarchs at their respective domains and urge them to act. Upon hearing Hongjun's proposal, Patriarch Qin responded. At this point, all they could do was what lay within their power. With insufficient strength of their own, there was no possibility of halting the beast horde directly. Then I shall go to the Qilin clan and see whether Patriarch Qilin can spare troops. Patriarch Yin spoke. Of the two clans capable of fielding forces, the Phoenix and Qilin clans were the only options. However, the Qilin clan was currently engaged in conflict with the White Tiger clan, making their participation uncertain. Still, what harm came from attempting? Then leave the Phoenix clan to me. I will ensure they mobilize their forces to march north and block the beast horde. Hongjun declared. Yet within his eyes lingered a faint, inscrutable gleam. Once again, Hongjun was laying his calculations in motion, and it remained to be seen who would suffer the consequences this time. Then it is settled. May you both return with success. After Patriarch Qin spoke, he turned and departed without delay. The Eastern continent was already drowning in blood, and he could ill afford to waste a single moment. Every passing minute meant countless innocent lives lost. Watching Patriarch Qin and Patriarch Yin depart, a faint gleam flickered in Hongjun's eyes. He said nothing further, merely stood in silent contemplation for a moment before turning and leaving the mountaintop. The summit stood bare and desolate, while dark clouds gathered in the distant sky. A profound aura of desolation settled over the entire eastern continent. The ferocious Beast clan has invaded the eastern continent, and the Dragon clan has withdrawn eastward to return to the Four Seas. Patriarch, how should we proceed regarding this matter? At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Phoenix clan from the 10,000 immortal fire volcanoes in the southern continent had gathered together to deliberate upon affairs concerning the eastern continent. Zhu Feng, what is your view on this matter? Zhu Huang did not respond to the elder's words. Instead, she cast her gaze towards Zhu Feng seated beside her. As one of the two most powerful figures in the Phoenix clan, both regarded as primordial ancestors, Zhu Huang often needed to heed Zhu Feng's counsel before reaching her own decisions. After all, the Phoenix clan was not like the Dragon clan, which operated as ancestor dragon's absolute domain. Here, she needed to observe Zhu Feng's stance before forming her own judgment. Patriarch, I believe our clan should temporarily refrain from interfering in this matter and simply pretend we know nothing of it. Facing Zhu Huang's inquiry, Zhu Feng pondered for a moment before offering her answer. How can you say that? Know that whether on the eastern continent or our southern continent, all living beings upon them represent the future of our Hongwang world. The ferocious Beast clan is exceptionally cruel. If we do not intervene, the entire eastern continent may well become a forbidden zone. When that time comes, even if we truly become the sole overlords of the Hongwang world, we shall be unable to enjoy the destiny vested in the eastern continent. Zhu Huang's words were entirely sound. The destiny of the Hongwang world derived not merely from the continents themselves, but far more significantly from the myriad living beings within the world. If one sought to become an overlord, one naturally needed to fully subjugate all life forms. Though this conquest was nominal in nature, it did not require a race to actually swear fealty. Even mere verbal acknowledgement of your supremacy would suffice. This was precisely why, upon claiming a continent, one had to compel other factions to submit, so as to connect those races' destiny with one's own, allowing their auspicious fortune to flow into one's racial destiny river. Once the eastern continent was truly slaughtered by the ferocious Beast clan and reduced to a forbidden zone, no living beings would remain upon it, and thus no destiny would exist. At that point, even if the Phoenix clan became the supreme overlord, they would be unable to enjoy the fortune of the eastern continent. Of course, the ferocious Beast clan was an exception. They did not seek to become overlords of Hongwang. In truth, they desired the entire Hongwang world to become their clan's dominion. In doing so, would they not already be supreme overlords? Since their pursued ends differed, naturally their methods would differ as well. Patriarch, our clan has waged war against the Dragon clan for thousands of years. Though our mighty experts have hardly suffered losses, countless ordinary clansmen beneath them have perished. Currently, our clan harbors strong resentment toward further warfare. Should we continue fighting, we risk shaking the very foundations of our race. Therefore, I strongly advise against engaging in another war, especially against a race such as the ferocious beasts. Should we win, so be it. But should we lose, our southern continent would likewise become lambs before the ferocious beasts, slaughtering knives. Moreover, I do not believe our single clan could halt the ferocious Beast clan. Consider whether Ancestor Dragon of the Dragon clan is truly so foolish as to be unaware that even after defeating the ferocious beasts in the future, he could still lead the Dragon clan to return to the eastern continent. Even if he could achieve that, would those races who suffered the Dragon clan's abandonment still sincerely obey the Dragon clan's commands? Ancestor Dragon must understand this quite clearly in his heart. Then why did he still take such action? Could it truly be that he feared being attacked from both front and rear? Zhu Feng's words rendered everyone present silent. Indeed, even Zhu Long, a figure as proud as he, had deemed himself incapable of rivaling the ferocious Beast clan. And at this time, the most powerful Beast Emperor Shun Enai was not even present among them. So were they truly stronger than the Dragon clan? They could not help but admit this. At best, their strength was merely comparable to that of the Dragon clan. While that may be, so you should also understand one thing: the ferocious Beast clan's primary objective in this southward march is the eastern continent. Perhaps we could preserve our strength by abandoning the northern expedition to block the ferocious beasts. But once the ferocious Beast clan has entirely consumed the eastern continent, their power will inevitably grow tremendously. Where then will their forces advance next? Will it be the central continent where the Qin clan resides, or will they continue marching southward directly into our southern continent? In any event, the Phoenix clan will inevitably wage war against the ferocious Beast clan in the future. Will it be now, while the myriad races of the eastern continent still survive and can assist us in battle, that we march north to reinforce the eastern continent? Or will we wait until the enemy has slaughtered every living being upon the eastern continent, grown enormously powerful, and only then face them? Consider this yourselves. Zhu Huang's vision was remarkably far-sighted. She understood very clearly that this southward advance by the ferocious Beast clan had been meticulously prepared. Indeed, once they had digested the entirety of the eastern continent, their forces would continue to advance, though to which destination she did not know. It might be the central continent, or perhaps their southern continent. But wherever it was, the two clans would inevitably come to blows. Thus, rather than allowing them to continue growing stronger, it would be better to act sooner rather than later. At least if they struck now, although, without the Dragon Clan's assistance, they would still have the remnants of the myriad races upon the eastern continent lending aid. With their support, the Phoenix Clan would not be entirely passive. Moi. Suddenly Zhu Huang appeared to discover something. Her gaze drifted slightly toward outside the Grand Hall, and her expression grew somewhat peculiar. However, she soon restored her composure and addressed the assembly within the hall in a calm manner. I am feeling somewhat weary. You may all retire. Ponder this matter carefully, and we shall discuss it further on another occasion. Patriarch, Zhu Feng and the others were thoroughly bewildered. How could Zhu Huang, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly claim to be weary? Were they not strong experts beyond such mortal concerns? Yet upon observing Zhu Huang's countenance, Zhu Feng was about to voice some concern, but ultimately held her tongue. Then they all departed the Grand Hall, and soon silence enveloped the place entirely. Who is this Taoist companion? Why have you suddenly intruded upon our clan's territory, and why did you bid me to dismiss everyone? Zhu Huang regarded the suddenly appearing pale old man with evident displeasure. Were it not for the fact that her perception could not fathom his strength, she would have struck immediately. His abrupt intrusion reminded her of Ancestor Dragon from long ago. That fellow too had a habit of trespassing upon others' domains just like this elderly stranger. This humble Taoist is Hongjun paying respects to the patriarch of the Phoenix Clan. Hongjun offered a slight bow towards Zhu Huang seated upon the throne, yet he made no effort to address her as a fellow Taoist. The reason was plain. Hongjun had come in his true form this time, not some fabricated avatar. In his original state, his cultivation had reached half a step beyond the heavenly Dao, the very realm of the sovereign emperor, and thus Zhu Huang naturally fell short of being considered his equal among Taoist peers. All who fall short of Hunyuan stand as little more than ants beneath the heavens. Even Qing Tian, who had already achieved the rank of Hunyuan powerhouse, would still address Hongjun as Ancestor Hongjun when in his presence. There was no comparison for Zhu Huang, who had not even reached half a step in a Hunyuan territory. So the fellow Taoist hails from the eastern continent. I wonder what brings you to my Phoenix Hall. Zhu Huang knew nothing of Hongjun's origins or the depth of his cultivation, so addressing him as a fellow Taoist was already an act of considerable courtesy. After all, he had barged into her Phoenix Hall without permission, and anyone with a shorter temper might have struck first. Hongjun naturally took no offense at this. Though his purpose for coming was to persuade the Phoenix Clan, it was equally clear he intended to keep his true intentions concealed. I come on behalf of the Phoenix Clan and the countless living beings across the eastern continent of Hongwang. I wish to request that the Phoenix Clan dispatch forces to help halt the advance of the ferocious Beast Clan. Hongjun revealed his purpose to Zhu Huang with a remarkably composed expression, though a trace of indignation flickered across his face when mentioning the ferocious Beast Clan, though this was merely an act staged for her benefit. So the fellow Taoist comes from the eastern continent, but I fear your request may prove difficult for me to agree to. Zhu Huang was no fool. She naturally sensed the deeper meaning in Hongjun's words and feigned hesitation as she spoke to him, but Hongjun remained silent. He understood Zhu Huang far better than she understood him, for as a fox of great cunning, all the supreme divine powers in Hongwang had long fallen within his sight, and he knew them all in detail, Zhu Huang included. The fellow Taoist should be aware that my Phoenix Clan suffered devastating losses in our war against the Dragon Clan. The dragons have barely retreated, giving us a moment to catch our breath, and now you ask us to march north to face the ferocious Beast Clan. Our people have no desire to fight again, and even if they did, I would need much deliberation before committing. They were all seasoned manipulators. In Hongwang, any straightforward soul would have long been consumed by scheming rivals. So though Zhu Huang had been discussing the northern expedition with her clan mere moments before, she now put on a show of reluctance before Hongjun. Hongjun understood perfectly well, but said nothing, merely smiling at Zhu Huang in composed silence. Patriarch Zhu Huang understands better than most the ambitions of the ferocious Beast Clan. Even without their Beast Emperor Shun and I present, the four kings who rule them are no simple opponents. Their invasion of the eastern continent stems from a pact with the White Tiger of the West, which explains why the White Tiger clan suddenly struck at the central continent where the Qin Ming clan holds sway. The ferocious beasts could have marched southward through the central continent, yet they chose the longer route to the east instead. Therefore, once the ferocious beasts have fully consumed the eastern continent, the central continent will likely see its own conflict resolved. As a fellow Taoist, you know well that the White Tiger and Qin Ming clans are evenly matched. Either side would suffer grievously. If the Qin Ming prevail, the beast horde can sweep inward unchecked. If the White Tiger wins, the central continent will enjoy peace for tens of millions of years. Yet whichever outcome, the Phoenix Clan will ultimately have to confront the ferocious beasts. Should the ferocious beasts fully digest the eastern continent, no force in the Phoenix Clan could hope to match them. especially with their Emperor Shun and I still absent. But if you march now, I can guarantee one thing: every living being across the eastern continent will aid your clan against the beast horde. All of them, including those reclusive great sages who typically shun worldly affairs. Hong Juan's words caused Zhu Huang's pupils to contract. She finally understood. He spoke not merely for himself, but for all the roaming cultivators of the eastern continent, whose combined power rivaled that of the foremost clans themselves. The truth was that the roaming cultivators of Hong Huang were truly formidable. Alone they might seem like mere ants to the great clans, but united they were a force that even the most powerful lineages would hesitate to challenge, for none could predict what kind of beings lurked among them. Hong Jun, standing before her now, being the clearest example. He appeared merely as an elderly man with a kind face, yet even Zhu Huang, one of the supreme divine powers, found it difficult to perceive the true depth of his cultivation. How many roaming cultivators existed across Hong Huang beyond the great clans and sects? Even Hong Jun could hardly give an exact count, only that the numbers were staggering. And among them, how many had reached the pinnacle of divine power? Though fewer in number than the forces of the great lineages, they were still remarkably numerous. Yet they were like clouds and cranes, content to dwell in remote corners, shunning conflict, and dedicating themselves solely to the quiet pursuit of the Great Dao. Can you speak for all of them? I cannot claim to represent them all, but I can move them to action. This calamity belongs to the eastern continent as a whole, so whether they desire conflict or not, they will rise. Yet alone they cannot hold back the beast tide. They need the Phoenix clan's might. Without such aid, annihilation awaits every living soul here. Should you seek dominion over Hong Huang, the eastern continent must be secured, for once the dragons surrender it, they forfeit their claim to its destiny forever. I shall give this careful consideration, though the final decision on troop deployment requires consultation with the other elders. The stakes are simply too grave to decide alone. Then let me offer my gratitude on behalf of all living beings across the eastern continent. Patriarch Zhu Huang, what in your estimation should our clan do? Within the 100,000 immortal fire volcanoes, the ancestral Phoenix, Zhu Huang gazed calmly upon the assembled high-ranking elders of the Phoenix clan and posed her inquiry. Though she had consented to Hong Juan's request, this did not mean she was irrevocably bound to send forth their forces. Any decision met with opposition from within the clan would prove exceedingly difficult to enforce, even for one holding the position of clan leader. Thus she sought their counsel. Clan leader, I believe we ought to dispatch our troops. As you yourself have stated before, if our clan aspires to hegemony over the great Hong Huang continent, we cannot relinquish the eastern continent. This land is blessed with exceptional talent and rich spiritual energy. Its resources and living beings far surpass those of our other territories. Should we abandon it now and allow it to become a desolate wasteland, even if we were to ultimately claim supremacy over the Hong Huang continent, the other races would scarcely acknowledge our authority. Therefore we must not forsake the eastern continent. Though the Dragon clan once reigned supreme upon it, they have clearly abandoned that domain. Should we drive out the Xiongshou clan and claim that territory for ourselves, the Dragon clan would undoubtedly dare not make any reckless moves, for at that moment we would be viewed as saviors by the living beings of the eastern continent. And should the Dragon clan attempt to reap unwarranted benefits from afar, those beings would never tolerate such treachery. One of the elders stepped forward and declared loudly. Clearly she supported the ancestral Phoenix's proposed northern expedition to reinforce the eastern continent, and she offered a thoroughly reasoned argument, even addressing the matters that would follow upon securing the territory. I dissent from Elder Huoling's position. I believe our clan should presently focus on recuperation and restoration rather than launching a massive northern expedition in support of the eastern continent. Our clan has waged war against the Dragon clan for thousands of years, and prior to that we fought across the entire southern continent for millennia. Our people are thoroughly exhausted, bereft of any desire to continue battling. Yes, the current moment presents an exceptional opportunity for aiding the eastern continent. Had we repelled the Xiongshou invasion, that region would undoubtedly become our territory, and its living beings would serve as a natural bulwark guarding our borders. But let us not forget, the terror of the Xiongshou clan is undeniable and well known to all. Why did the Dragon clan choose to withdraw from the eastern continent and return to the Four Seas at this very moment, even at the cost of bearing infamy? Was it truly merely a fear of being attacked from behind? No. The ancestral dragon understands the terrifying power of the Xiongshou clan all too well. He refuses to let his clan suffer devastating losses, and instead wishes to preserve his strength while watching from the sidelines. If we send troops northward now, setting aside the fact that our people are already unwilling to fight and their morale would inevitably be low, any clash with the Xiongshou would merely result in needless casualties. And even if we manage to halt the Xiongshou advance, have you considered the magnitude of our losses? When the Dragon clan returns with renewed force, will those living beings truly stand alongside us against such a powerful adversary? Zufeng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hearing the elders voice their differing opinions, the ancestral phoenix said nothing further. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Zhu Feng, who stood apart and had remained silent thus far. She asked with genuine curiosity, for while she might disregard the counsel of the elders as the primordial ancestor of the Phoenix clan, Zhu Feng's words carried weight. She could not ignore, for they represented the collective will of the Phoenix clan itself. The Phoenix clan had never been a realm ruled solely by the ancestral Phoenix's unilateral decree, at least not while Zhu Feng yet lived. But should Zhu Feng pass, the ancestral Phoenix would no longer need to heed the elders' counsel so carefully. Clan leader, I believe this battle is one we must fight. After a long silence, Zhu Feng finally voiced his opinion. His words sent the entire assembly into silence, and even the ancestral Phoenix showed a flicker of surprise. For Zhu Feng had previously opposed military action, so why had he suddenly shifted his stance? Share your reasoning. The ancestral Phoenix's expression remained utterly composed as she addressed Zhu Feng. Clan leader, I previously opposed sending troops because the vast majority of our clan was gripped by war weariness. We have endured prolonged conflict, and every member yearned only for respite. That is why I opposed the campaign. The ancestral Phoenix understood perfectly what Zhu Feng meant. She was fully aware that within their clan, whether among the senior elders or the newly born members, none desired to continue fighting. For continued warfare would strike at the very foundation of the Phoenix clan itself. Yet she knew his words were not yet finished, so she did not interrupt. However, after the previous conflict ended, I ventured beyond the 100,000 immortal fire volcanoes and observed the southern continent. Many refugees from the eastern continent have already gathered there, including countless avian beings. As the Phoenix clan claims to be the sovereign of all avian creatures, we bear the responsibility of protecting every winged soul across the Hongguang continent. Now the eastern continent suffers massacre at the hands of the Xiongshou, death claiming not only terrestrial beasts, but countless avian lives as well. These are all our kin. Had we remained ignorant, perhaps we could claim innocence. But now that we witnessed the tragedy upon the eastern continent, what justification remains for withholding our forces? What then distinguishes us from the Dragon clan? Therefore I maintain that our clan must mobilize. And I humbly request that this time you permit me to personally lead the northern expedition to halt the Xiongshou. At last Zhu Feng volunteered to lead the campaign himself. Such a request was unprecedented. If the ancestral Phoenix refused, at most a single elder would be dispatched with troops, or she herself would take command. That Zhu Feng should petition to lead personally had never occurred before. Are you certain of this decision? The ancestral Phoenix did not refuse, and her words implicitly signaled the Phoenix clan's commitment to this campaign. I cannot bear to witness the innocent slaughter of avian beings across the Hongguang continent. Therefore I resolve to personally lead our forces northward to halt the Xiongshou and rescue more winged souls. I beg your approval, clan leader. Zhu Feng offered no further pleasantries, but reaffirmed his petition. Very well. Since Zhu Feng also supports this campaign, I hereby decree you shall lead our billion-strong army northward to block the advance of the Xiongshou. Remember, your safety is paramount, and bring our people back alive. In closing, the ancestral Phoenix issued yet another admonition. She could not explain why, but upon hearing Zhu Feng's declaration to lead personally, an inexplicable unease stirred within her, as though some calamity awaited. Yet her attempts to divine the future through heavenly calculation could not reveal the source of this foreboding. Thus she emphasized her warning, repeatedly desperate to ensure that nothing befell Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng was the most formidable warrior of the Phoenix clan after the ancestral Phoenix herself. Coupled with the billion-strong army, should they suffer devastation upon the eastern continent, recovery would be impossible for countless epochs. Such a loss would strike at the very roots of their clan. Why would Shen and I return to the primordial world at this time? And where exactly had he been before? Why did he appear in the river of time this time? Strange, very strange. In the spirit mountain far away on the western continent, Luo Ho suddenly raised his head to look at a distant dimension. There a middle-aged man in imperial robes stepped out of the river of time with a grim expression. However, his robes were tattered in many places, and even his complexion was much dimmer. It seemed that he had not fared well in the river of time. However, Luo Ho merely glanced at him, and then withdrew his gaze. The reason he paid attention to Shun and I was simply out of curiosity about where he had gone. After all, when Shun and I disappeared earlier, Luo Ho had personally gone to investigate, but found not a single trace. If it were not for the ancient records of the primordial world that indeed documented Shun and I as the sovereign of the beast clan, Luo Ho would have doubted whether Shun and I truly existed. Moreover, he later sent his heart demon to the northern continent for another investigation, but still found nothing. Unexpectedly, he now discovered Shun Ni's traces in the river of time, and he looked rather disheveled. His robes were tattered, as if corroded by staying in one place too long. But come to think of it, Shun and I is a creature of the primordial world, isn't he? So why did he go to the river of time? That is a forbidden zone that even primal deities like them dare not tread lightly. They do not know what would happen if they entered, but they guess they would definitely be beaten up. Shun and I returns at this time. What a perfect timing. If so, the Phoenix clan will likely suffer heavy losses this time. Tisk TSK. One ancestral Phoenix, plus billions of tribesmen. Ancestral Phoenix, doesn't this break your heart? The gap with the Dragon clan will widen infinitely in the future. Knowing this outcome, would you still send your troops? Over Jade Capital Mountain, Hanjun was slightly startled by Shun Ni's sudden return. He had calculated that Shun Ni would inevitably return because Shun Ni existed in the future ages, but he did not know the exact time of his return. Thus, when he went south to contact Ancestral Phoenix, he never expected this turn of events. Unexpectedly, Shun Ni returned at this moment. It seemed his chessboard needed adjustment, for Shun Ni's return would disrupt many of his plans. He just wondered what tricks Luo Ho would play from this. The mere thought of Luo Ho gave Hanjun a headache. He understood Luo Ho, but Luo Ho also understood him. Thus it was truly difficult to set up schemes without Luo Ho noticing. However, sometimes one needs a worthy opponent, doesn't one? Otherwise, wouldn't the chess game of the Primordial World be extremely boring? Boom. At this moment in the Beast Emperor Palace on the northern continent, which was Shun Ni's palace, it had been completely sealed before due to Shun Ni's disappearance. But now with his return it naturally opened fully. Above the palace, the terrifying imperial might unique to Shun Ni pressed down upon billions of miles of territory. All ferocious beasts within this range instantly knelt trembling on the ground. This was their sovereign. Now that the sovereign had returned, they naturally had to prostrate themselves. Even those ferocious beasts without any intelligence instinctively knelt down. This is the sovereign's aura. The sovereign has returned. In the four directions, only a few 100 million miles away from the Beast Emperor Palace, there were four massive palaces. They were scattered in a horn-like formation appearing ordinary, but in fact they corresponded to the four symbols, and together with the Beast Emperor Palace, they formed the five elements. At this moment, the northernmost palace belonged to Qiongqi. He had been preparing some things, but upon sensing the Beast Emperor's aura, his body trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear but excitement, because this aura represented their sovereign. Shun Ni had returned. Then Qiongqi vanished from his palace. Now that the sovereign had returned, they naturally needed to go pay homage to their sovereign immediately. The same was true for the other three kings, including Tao Tai, who had only returned not long ago. Tao Tai had originally led a great army south to conquer the eastern continent, but unexpectedly the Dragon clan fled without a fight. The eastern continent clearly had no force or race that could stop the slaughter of the ferocious beasts, so he boldly returned to the northern continent. Unexpectedly, not long after he returned, their sovereign had come back. At this moment in the Beast Emperor Palace, Shun Ni sat cross-legged on the throne with a grim expression. This time he had truly suffered. The last time he stepped into the River of Time, he had intended to travel upstream to the distant chaos to see if there was a path for the Beast clan. But unexpectedly halfway through he was intercepted by a terrifying existence of unknown identity. And thus tragedy ensued. He was ruthlessly suppressed in the River of Time for endless ages. Every day the river water as vast as countless worlds washed over him, and the myriad thoughts of countless beings relentlessly assailed his will. If not for his unwavering will, he would have long since collapsed and perished under the onslaught of those thoughts. As for cultivation, forget it. Did you think being suppressed in the River of Time could make you stronger? Those countless stray thoughts were utterly useless to him. They only continuously eroded his will. Even self-tempering was futile. His will teetered on the brink of collapse every day. Even now that he had emerged, he was still somewhat dazed, sometimes unsure of what he should be doing. Moreover, there was no spiritual energy in the River of Time, so over the long ages his strength remained as it was when he left. However, he had already reached the half-step chaotic realm back then, so now his power was still the greatest in the primordial world, at least among his contemporaries. Who was that terrifying figure back then? And why did he suppress me in the River of Time? Even after his return, Shun Ni still did not know who had suppressed him, because the words spoken by that terrifying figure were completely incomprehensible to him. It was an ancient Dao tone. Unless he could comprehend those Daos, he could not understand it at all. But was the Dao tone so easy to comprehend? So you led the army south to the eastern continent recently. At this moment in the Beast Emperor's palace, Shun Ni felt a headache as he looked upon his four subordinate kings. Though these fellows had indeed toiled during his absence, they had also stirred up trouble, such as this southern expedition of the Beast Army. Originally, in his initial plan, he intended to wait until the issue of the Beast's intelligence was resolved before launching a war, then decisively conquer the entire primordial world in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, he had stepped into the River of Time, seeking an opportunity, never anticipating that he would be sealed within its endless currents. When he finally returned, he found that they had already marched south. And what surprised him most was that they had already achieved some results, and notably the powerful Dragon clan had retreated. This was the last thing he had anticipated. "Your Majesty, is there a problem?" Qiongqi asked nervously from below. There was no choice. This was their supreme emperor. If there truly was a problem, it would be troublesome. But thinking it over, the southern expedition seemed fine. They had encountered no effective resistance. Even if they had, could the four kings be considered weaklings? In terms of strength, the four of them were actually no less than Zhu Long. It's nothing you did well. What else could Qin and I say? Since things had already happened and yielded decent results, he couldn't dampen his subordinates' morale. So Qin and I could only offer praise. As long as the Beast clan wasn't completely ruined, everything would be fine now that he had returned. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. It is our duty to share your burdens. Qin Mi's words were merely perfunctory, but in the eyes of the four Beast Kings, it was a different matter. This was their emperor's recognition of their deeds, the greatest commendation, and they were naturally overjoyed. With Qin Mi's return, apart from Luo Ho and Hongjuan, only the four kings of the Beast clan knew of this. Even the ordinary beasts and high-ranking members were unaware, and this was naturally due to the Beast Emperor's own request. If even the high-ranking members of the Beast clan were ignorant, then other races knew even less. At this moment, Zhu Feng of the Phoenix clan was leading an army north to block the Beast clan, but he was unaware that the Beast clan had not only the four kings, but also Qin Ni himself present in the eastern continent. Had he known, he would have immediately turned his army back. Without Qin Ni, Zhu Feng didn't believe he could stop the four kings. At best, he could delay them. But with the Beast Emperor himself appearing, what was the point? Go home, wash up, and sleep. Dreams had everything. On the western battlefield, the White Tiger clan had gone mad, launching a frenzied assault on the Qilin clan's central continent, even deploying their deepest reserves. They were determined to fight to the death. The battlefield had become a meat grinder for both clans, with countless lives lost, daily blood soaking the earth into a vast ocean. This blood even flowed into the four seas, dyeing the shores gold and red. It seems the Phoenix clan is determined to fight me to the death. At this moment, in a beast palace on the eastern continent, Beast Emperor Qin Ni sat upon his throne, his gaze fixed far into the distance. After summoning the four kings at the Beast Emperor's palace, he had personally come to the eastern battlefield. He knew clearly that whether it was the Dragon clan retreating to the four seas, or the Phoenix clan dwelling in the south, they would inevitably clash with his Beast clan. It was only a matter of time. He had come this time to guard against a sudden attack from either clan, but he had not expected to soon receive news of the Phoenix clan's army heading north. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Phoenix clan is beneath our notice. They are merely coming to die. You are right. The Phoenix army is coming to die, but they have such courage. Yet the Dragon clan lacks even the courage to fight. How utterly ridiculous. Even the Beast Emperor Qin Ni spoke of the Dragon clan with utter disdain. Their actions were simply too absurd, retreating without a fight, bringing shame to their noble race. Qin Ni despised being in the same primordial world as such creatures. Yet he had to admit that Zhu Long possessed some ability. Though the retreat had cost them face, it had preserved the Dragon clan's living strength. Once the Phoenix clan or the Beast clan suffered heavy losses, the Dragon clan would surely return with a vengeance. Then who would laugh last in the entire primordial world was anyone's guess. They are here. As Qin Ni spoke, a vast sun-obscuring cloud of darkness swept over the distant horizon, accompanied by piercing cries. These were the elite forces of the Phoenix clan. Taotia, come out and die. As the army arrived, Zhu Feng, standing proudly at the forefront, roared loudly. He knew only that the southern expedition of the Beast clan was led by Taotia, unaware that the other kings and Qin Ni had also descended. Thus he called out Taotia's name. However, as he gazed upon the vast palace before him, a faint unease stirred in his heart, though he could not fathom its cause. Taotia, he's calling for you. Inside the palace, the other three kings turned their gazes to Taotia, their eyes filled with playful amusement. After all, it was Zhu Feng who had called out Taotia's name first. Though they too wished to fight, they had to give Taotai some face. A mere fool seeking death. Watch me pluck every feather from his body. So you are the one called Zhu Feng. You seek me then. Taotai appeared within the void, and behind him stretched an endless army of ferocious beasts. Though countless of them stood upon the earth, many more soared through the skies above. The race of ferocious beasts was naturally unlike the Qilin clan or the Fenghuang clan. The Qilin clan belonged to the beast race, while the Fenghuang clan was of the avian race. The ferocious beasts, however, encompassed both. Had they not lacked spiritual awareness before reaching the golden divine god realm, one might well have considered them two distinct races. Apart from their lack of sentience and their sole obsession with absorbing baleful energy, they bore little difference from the two noble clans. Taotai, one of the four kings of the ferocious beasts. Gazing upon Taotai before him, Zhu Feng realized he had erred, grievously so. His opponent's strength surpassed even his own. Though both had reached the late stage of the great Luo divine realm, it was evident that Taotia's power ran deeper, his aura alone overwhelmingly superior to Zhu Feng's. Standing in Taotia's presence, Zhu Feng could sense an edge of danger, a sensation reserved only for those who have earned it from the truly formidable. Enough. I have no patience for idle words with you. My sovereign watches from here. Die here today. Taotai said no more. As he spoke, he raised his hand and swept it backward, and countless ferocious beasts let out deafening roars. Roar! Kill them all! Tao Ye's thunderous roar sent terrifying pressure sweeping across tens of millions of miles of territory. The beast sovereign is here as well. Tao Ye's words struck Zhu Feng with sudden shock and dread. His gaze involuntarily turned toward the palace behind Tao Ye, yet no matter how he strained to see, he could not pierce through it. It felt like a colossal beast crouched upon the void itself, radiating an eerie, chilling aura. Zhu Feng, this place shall be your tomb today. Bold words. Let us see who dies here. My sons of the Fenghuang clan attack. Though initially trembling with fear, Zhu Feng cast aside his caution upon hearing Tao Ye's roar and fixed his wrathful gaze upon the beast before him, shouting aloud. In an instant the land became a battleground between the two clans, with terrible slaughter echoing ceaselessly as every manner of divine power was unleashed upon their enemies. Tao Ye, your opponent is me. Watching in horror as Tao Dai tore apart a Fenghuang clan member and fed him into its maw, Zhu Feng instinctively moved to intervene. Though he understood this was the inevitable brutality of war, his impulse overcame reason. His obstruction proved utterly meaningless to Tao Ye, yet his cry did draw the beast's gaze firmly onto him, sparing the weaker fighters. Kill! Tao Tai manifested its true form. An ancient ferocious beast of terrifying magnitude, radiating the raw essence of the primordial wild, roaring as it charged towards Zhu Feng. Seeing this, Zhu Feng dared not show weakness. He too transformed into his true form. A crimson bird wreathed in dreadful emerald flames hurtling toward Tao Dai. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Deep within the beast sovereign Shun Ni's palace, the three other kings and Shun Ni himself were all intently watching the battle unfold. It played out right before their eyes. No spiritual projection needed. They sat cross-legged upon the ground, and if they had held a handful of melon seeds and peanuts, they would have made a perfect picture of spectators at a grand performance. Does that question even need answering? Clearly it is Tao Dai. Though Zhu Feng is formidable, Tao Dai surpasses him in strength. At Tao Wu's inquiry, Hun Dun simply rolled his eyes and replied with calm detachment. Setting aside the fact that Tao Dai already exceeded Zhu Feng in strength. If for some reason he were weaker, they would still have backed him without hesitation. Tao Dai was one of their four kings after all. Zhu Feng was the enemy. Would they support their own or the opposition? That would make them no different from traitors. Wouldn't that make us as bad as beast traitors? We are pure-blooded ferocious beasts. We are no traitors. Enough. Watch the show properly. At that moment, Shin and I spoke up. They were enjoying the spectacle when a group beside them wouldn't stop chattering, ruining the experience entirely. So Shin and I decisively cut them off. Roar. Chirp. Terror filled the battlefield. Shin Ni's brows furrowed slightly. With a casual gesture, he warded the entire palace with protective power. And at that very moment, two devastating forces erupted in the void. One was a ghostly green radiance, the other a gray energy. And when they collided in the void, they stirred a tidal surge of spiritual power. Boom. Under that terrifying force, the palace some distance beyond the battlefield remained unharmed. But the living beings within the fray met a dire fate. Whether from the ferocious beast or Fenghuang clans, all who drew near were instantly reduced to ash by the monstrous power. Not a single speck remained, even their divine souls were utterly annihilated. In the primordial world, preserving one's divine soul after a powerful being's strike was nearly impossible. If such a powerhouse were to allow a foe's soul to linger, it would be nothing short of an embarrassment. Moreover, with no cycle of reincarnation existing at present, there was no path for true spirits to seek rebirth. Devour heaven, consume earth. Suddenly Tao Ye's form swelled to colossal proportions. Its mountain-like frame, empowered by divine ability, resembled the cosmic pillar supporting heaven and earth. Within its enormous maw, rows of fangs gleamed with a chilling radiance. Boom. Chirp. Struck by Tao Ye's sudden blow, Zhu Feng couldn't help but let out a pained groan. His form exploded backward, yet one wing was torn away in a single bite from Tao Ye's monstrous jaws. Golden blood fell from the void onto the earth, each drop carving bottomless chasms into the ground. But clearly neither Tao Tai nor Zhu Feng had any time to attend to such things. Tao Tai clicked its jaws as though chewing. Within its mouth, the 9 nether heavenly flames, powerful enough to incinerate even a divine soul, lay subdued, docile as a well-behaved child, daring not move an inch. In stark contrast, Zhu Feng's missing wing oozed golden blood continuously. He pressed his remaining wing against the wound, his face contorted in agony as he glared at Tao Tai. That bite had taken not merely his wing, it had also torn away part of the divine soul residing within it. His soul was now diminished. In the primordial world, cultivators of the divine path nurtured souls that existed as integral extensions of their physical form, unlike later eras when the primordial spirit resided in the Dantian or the sea of consciousness. Their souls were a mirror of themselves, perfectly proportioned to their bodies and woven into flesh and blood. This was precisely why Tao Ye's single bite could tear away a portion of Zhu Feng's divine soul. Not bad, I'm tempted to swallow you in one gulp. After chewing for a moment, a glint of greed flashed in Tao Ye's eyes. His gaze toward Ancestor Phoenix had completely changed. If before it was just an ordinary enemy, now it was like looking at a meal, an exceptionally delicious one. The Beast Clan loved nothing more than treating other beings as food, devouring their flesh and blood to grow stronger. And as one of the four kings, Tao Tai was the most gluttonous of all. You must know that Tao Tai was the most gluttonous among the four ferocious beasts. He couldn't resist taking a bite of anything that piqued his interest. Once, just to taste the flavor of a mountain, he bit off the highest peak in the northern continent. This shows just how insatiable his appetite was. This time, after biting off Ancestor Phoenix's wing, Tao Tai savored it carefully. Other foods he would swallow in one gulp without tasting, but Ancestor Phoenix was different. Not only was this his first time eating a phoenix, but this phoenix was also a top-tier great divine ability cultivator. How could he not relish it thoroughly? And it was this careful savoring that made him appreciate the deliciousness of Ancestor Phoenix's flesh, tender and juicy, the juice being blood. Add to that the 9 nether heavenly flame, and the flavor was beyond words. At this moment, Tao Tai only wanted to swallow Ancestor Phoenix whole, and then savor the taste slowly in his mouth. Beast! Ancestor Phoenix couldn't help but curse, but it was clear that the beings of the primordial world were still very innocent. They truly didn't know how to curse. The word beast was learned from the clansmen cursing others. Previously, Ancestor Phoenix had dismissed such language, believing only vulgar creatures used it, while he, as the lofty ancestor of the Phoenix clan, naturally disdained such words. But now he only regretted not having listened more to his subordinates' chatter. Thus, even if he couldn't defeat Tao Ye, at least he could have the upper hand in words. But now not only was he outmatched, he also couldn't outtalk him. The only curse he could manage was beast. But what difference did that make? None at all. Although in the primordial world the most vicious insult seemed to be beast. Good, very good. I like your attitude. With that, your flesh will surely be even more delicious. A flicker of displeasure crossed Tao Ye's eyes. How dare this creature call him a beast? He was a noble, ferocious beast. A measly feathered beast dared to insult him. But then he thought that the other was merely his food, a food cursing him. Naturally, he would take it out by biting a few extra times. Come, don't resist. Obediently become my food, and perhaps you'll suffer less pain. Daydreaming. Caught. The phoenix's cry resounded through heaven and earth. It was Ancestor Phoenix's lament. Facing Tao Ye's assault, even a prime Ancestor Phoenix stood no chance, let alone now missing part of his soul and gravely wounded. The only good news was that Tao Tai seemed unwilling to eat Ancestor Phoenix immediately. The bad news was that under Tao Ye's second attack, the other wing was bitten off, and later, even the legs were gone. Tao Tai was completely toying with Ancestor Phoenix, but Ancestor Phoenix was utterly helpless. The 9 nether heavenly flame seemed to have no effect on Tao Tai. Not only did it not burn his soul, but in his mouth the flame was as docile as could be. Lord Ancestor Phoenix. The miserable sight of Ancestor Phoenix naturally filled the watching Phoenix clan members with grief and despair. Their powerful Ancestor Phoenix was in such a wretched state, and they naturally fared no better. Facing the ferocious beast's suicidal attacks, they were also wounded in many places. The most absurd thing was that these beasts would bite at the sight of them. If they weren't careful, they'd lose a limb to a bite, and their souls would suffer accordingly. Worry about your Ancestor Phoenix. Better worry about yourselves. A ferocious beast still had golden blood at the corner of its mouth. Of course not its own, but the blood of a Phoenix clan elder it had fought. Because it, like Tao Ye, directly bit down if the opponent was careless, a bite was waiting for them. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. What? Boom. That Phoenix elder clearly knew he couldn't survive, so he ignited all his power and chose to self-destruct. After all, being devoured bite by this beast was worse than returning his soul to heaven and earth. At least this way his death would be tragic and heroic. How terrifying was a self-destructing elder. One could say its power was no less than a full-force strike from a great Luo golden immortal at the great perfection stage. The beast had clearly not expected his opponent to do this, so, without any defense, it was dragged to death together. That elder's act completely ignited the desperate Phoenix clan. All Phoenix beings, seeing no hope of survival, chose to self-destruct, either taking their opponent with them or charging straight into the beast army. In an instant, the entire beast clan suffered heavy losses. Countless beasts died miserably under the Phoenix clan's self-destructions. I'm sorry to you all. Clan leader, I promised to bring all clansmen back, but now it seems I must break my word. Watching his clansmen self-destruct one after another, Ancestor Phoenix felt a deep sorrow in his heart. This time he had led a vast army of billions upon billions from the Phoenix clan and all the flying tribes of the southern continent. One could say that if this army were completely annihilated, the Phoenix clan would suffer immense losses, even consuming most of their foundation. Tao Tai, you want me dead, but I won't let you off easy. After a moment of silence, Ancestor Phoenix suddenly raised his head. At this moment, he was still the proud ancestor phoenix. In his eyes, colorful flames ignited, real flames. You madman. The moment Cao Tai saw it, he knew big trouble was coming. He could only curse, and then flee backward. Your Majesty, save me. In terms of speed, Cao Tai was clearly no match for Ancestor Phoenix. Now with a death wish, Ancestor Phoenix ignited his life essence flame and chose self-destruction. Naturally, he wouldn't let Cao Tai escape. So the moment Cao Tai knew he couldn't escape, he shouted this. At this moment, the only one who could save him was their omnipotent emperor. Boom. Crack. With Ancestor Phoenix's self-destruction, among the 100,000 immortal volcanoes, one after another began to erupt without warning. The red flames surged hundreds of thousands of feet high, blotting out the sky of the 100,000 immortal volcanoes. Alas, what a pity, a promising little one yet unable to be of use to me. Standing silently in the void, Qin Ming clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an imperial aura that pressed down upon the scene. Even the surviving Phoenix clan members trembled and fell from the sky, prostrating themselves upon the earth. By now the grand army of the Phoenix clan had been decimated. Nearly all the elite warriors whom Zhu Feng had led north had perished. Only the weak and fortunate few remained alive. Yet as they lay prostrate, feeling the overwhelming pressure, they sensed that death was but a hair's breadth away. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Cao Tai scrambled awkwardly to his feet, his colossal form shrinking until he matched Qin Ming's height. He then appeared once more in the void and spoke respectfully to Qin Ming. It turned out that in the final moment, it was Qin Ming who had shielded Cao Tai, who otherwise Cao Tai would have surely perished in Zhu Feng's self-detonation. Zhu Feng was indeed formidable. The self-detonation of a late-stage Great Luo immortal was something Cao Tai could not evade. Though Zhu Feng had been severely wounded, his very soul partially devoured by Cao Tai, his self-detonation momentarily restored him to the peak of his power. In truth, the fault lay with Cao Tai himself. He could have devoured Zhu Feng in one gulp, denying him the chance to self-destruct. But Cao Tai, savoring the death throes of his prey, delayed the kill, leading to this outcome. Had Qin Ming not intervened, Cao Tai would have perished and regretted his folly. Nevertheless, the power of Zhu Feng's self-detonation was considerable, but Qin Ming was a half-step Hunyuan, equivalent to a quasi-sage in later eras. The self-detonation of a Great Luo immortal was beneath his notice. The gap between steps was vast, and the disparity between Zhu Feng and Qin Ming was far greater than a single step. Enough. Remember, never underestimate anyone. The waters of the primordial world run deep. Qin Ming did not blame Cao Tai. Instead, he spoke with earnest gravity. His gaze turned toward a distant region of the eastern continent, where he sensed no aura, but felt a vague unease in his heart. Yes, Your Majesty's lesson is well taken. Cao Tai dared not defy Qin Ming's words, and quickly agreed, though whether he truly heeded them remained uncertain. Your Majesty, what should we do with these remaining Phoenix clan members? Shall we use them as food? Hundun and Xiongqi stepped forward, and Xiongqi asked curiously. At this point, the war between them and the Phoenix clan was over. Whether further conflicts would arise was unknown, but it seemed likely. After all, the Phoenix clan had lost Zhu Feng's several elders and billions of soldiers here. Such a great enmity would surely demand vengeance. Even Xiongqi would think less of Zhu Huang if she did not retaliate. Yet as a clan leader suffering such devastating losses, even if she sought revenge, she would likely wait for ages, at least until the clan recovered somewhat. Kill them all, but do not eat them. These were valiant warriors, far stronger than those crawling reptiles of the Dragon clan. Qin Ming's decree sealed the fate of the surviving Phoenix clan members. Perhaps death was a release for them. Compared to being devoured by the Beast clan, merely dying without being eaten was already a mercy from Qin Ming. Your Majesty, wouldn't that be a waste? Cao Tai disagreed. To him, these were a feast of delicacies. If the tribe consumed them, perhaps some more members would awaken their intelligence. But the emperor commanded only death, not consumption. Do you object to my command? Qin Ming's tone was light, but the implication was clear. He was displeased with Cao Tai. No. Cao Tai rubbed his bald head awkwardly. Object. Impossible. They could only obey the Beast Emperor's orders unconditionally. Our clan has lost billions of soldiers, and even Zhu Feng has fallen on the eastern continent. Within the hall of the 10,000 immortal volcanoes, everyone stood in silence. The hall was oppressively quiet, broken only by the roar of the erupting volcanoes outside. Zhu Feng was the progenitor of the Phoenix clan's Feng branch, the first Phoenix to emerge in the world. His life was bound to the clan's fortune, which itself was tied to the 10,000 immortal volcanoes. Thus, the moment Zhu Feng died, the volcanoes began to erupt incessantly, alerting Zhu Huang to his demise. Zhu Feng's death meant the billions of soldiers who followed him north were also lost. Zhu Huang's face was dark with fury, her once beautiful features twisted with rage. She sat silently on her throne, surrounded by swirling seven-colored flames. For Zhu Feng's seven-colored flames were his innate true fire, but for Zhu Huang they were merely one of the many flames she commanded. Speak. What should our clan do now? Even Zhu Huang was at a loss. The loss of Zhu Feng and billions of soldiers had shaken the very foundation of the Phoenix clan. Even Zhu Huang, a top-tier great divine being with considerable composure, felt her vision darken at the thought. Chieftain Lord Zhu Feng has fallen. We must gather all our clan's strength to avenge him. It was an elder from the Feng clan who spoke. As the founding ancestor of their lineage, Zhu Feng's fall brought about effects far beyond the heavy losses suffered by the Phoenix clan. Those losses could be restored later, but one thing could never be restored unless their lineage produced another Zhu Feng. But is that possible? Clearly it is impossible. Not to mention that Zhu Feng was a primordial great power contemporary with Zhu Huang and of the same generation as Zhu Long. Even if a prodigy capable of matching Zhu Feng were to emerge again in their lineage, their status in the Phoenix clan would at most be that of an elder. They could never replace Zhu Feng because Zhu Feng was unique. And do you think Zhu Huang is a fool? Would she allow a junior to grow and take Zhu Feng's place? You must understand that the Phoenix clan is now divided into the Feng clan and the Huang clan. With Zhu Feng of the Feng clan fallen, the entire Feng clan can only rely on the Huang clan. Originally, the Huang clan had been dominant, but because of Zhu Feng's presence, Zhu Huang naturally restrained herself and often needed to listen to his opinions. But after Zhu Feng's death, the entire Feng clan will inevitably decline and become a vassal of the Huang clan. Even if Zhu Huang does not have such thoughts now, and the Huang clan has no such intention, time is a wonderful thing. It can make people forget many things, and at the same time it can breed many things such as ambition. Once Zhu Huang becomes accustomed to having the final say, even if she genuinely wishes for the Feng clan to rise, she will inevitably suppress them to prevent anyone from replacing Zhu Feng. The desire for power sometimes knows no gender. It was absent before only because there was no opportunity. Once the opportunity is given, anything is possible. The Feng clan are not fools either. They know that Zhu Huang will not mistreat them, for the development of the Phoenix clan cannot be separated from either the Feng or the Huang. If either branch is missing, the Phoenix clan would no longer be called Phoenix. But the elders of the Feng clan still do not want to see that situation. So the best method now is to make the Huang clan also suffer heavy losses. After all, among the army led by Zhu Feng this time, more than half were Feng clan members, while the Huang clan had few. That is why they are acting this way. Of course, avenging Zhu Feng is the top priority, but at the same time it is to weaken the Huang clan's power. Otherwise, in the future, with Zhu Huang's suppression and the Huang clan suffering minimal losses, the fate of the Feng clan is predictable. They would likely become nothing more than tools for breeding clan members. Chieftain, I do not agree with this proposal. Lord Zhu Feng and the countless armies have just fallen. Our clan has suffered devastating losses that have severely damaged our foundation. Moreover, the Feng clan's elites have been nearly wiped out, leaving only a few old veterans or a group of young ones not yet grown. If we continue to march north to avenge Lord Zhu Feng, I fear our clan will completely vanish from the primordial world. Just as the Feng clan elder finished speaking, a Huang clan elder stepped forward to oppose, though not out of personal animosity. The Phoenix clan was still very harmonious internally. The two clans' members were the best of partners in life and on the battlefield. Her opposition was entirely based on the interests of the entire Phoenix clan. If they marched now, what she described would inevitably happen, and no one wanted to see that. They did not only want to dominate the primordial world, more importantly, they wanted their race to become eternal and immortal, forever living in the primordial world. Everything was for the race. Indeed, chieftain, if we march now, we will be walking into a death trap. We are all grieving over the fall of Lord Zhu Feng and the countless armies, and we want to avenge them. But we must accept reality. Not to mention that according to intelligence, the Beast clan army advancing south only has a single King Tao Dai. Even if Lord Zhu Feng's strength was inferior, he should not have fallen at the hands of Tao Dai. More importantly, why did the beings of the Eastern continent not help us when our army marched north? We were helping them resist the Beast clan. Another elder stepped forward and spoke loudly. When she mentioned the Beast clan, there was clear hatred in her eyes. Zhu Feng's death and the fall of countless Phoenix armies. Some of them were her juniors, some were her friends. But what angered her most was why the beings of the Eastern continent did not help Zhu Feng and the others. They had marched north precisely to help the Eastern continent resist the Beast army, yet the Phoenix clan members had all died in battle, while the Eastern continent gave no news at all. As for how they knew that the Eastern continent had not acted, it was because the entire Eastern continent was now dead silent. Not to mention strong beings, even the races there had not sent out troops. That was what infuriated them the most. I will seek an explanation from the strong beings of the Eastern continent myself. Now what we need to consider is what our clan should do after Zhu Feng's death. Should we continue marching north to avenge them, or settle down to recuperate? After all, our losses are severe and our foundation is damaged. It will likely take thousands of culpas to recover. Zhu Huang sighed. This was the most troubling issue for her. Rationally, she did not want to march because, as the Huang clan elder had said, marching now would require the full strength of the entire clan, as they had truly been crippled. But once they did that, they would drag the entire Phoenix clan into a quagmire which they did not want to see. But if they did not march, it would chill the hearts of the Feng clan, whose founding ancestor had just died in battle. At this moment, the turmoil of the countless, undying volcanoes outside the hall had not yet subsided. Not marching would mean completely abandoning Zhu Feng and the countless armies. Once this decision was made, one side was bound to suffer losses. Unless she could make up her mind to abandon the Feng clan and treat them merely as tools for reproduction, otherwise, if she still wanted to rely on them, she would have to march. It was a trade-off and a question that would determine the race's fate, requiring her to think carefully. Chieftain, we cannot accept continuing this war. Numerous Huang clan elders rose to declare their stance. After all, this matter concerned the entire Phoenix clan, and they could not simply acquiesce to the Feng clan elders' demands. As for the chieftains and powerful experts of other clans, they stood silently in quiet observation. Though this conflict also involved them, and deep down they too hoped to avoid further northern warfare, it was clearly an internal Phoenix clan affair. Though they had submitted to the Phoenix clan's leadership, they understood that meddling in such matters would be unwise. Everyone present had lived for countless years, true monsters of wisdom. Were they unable to perceive such clear dynamics, they might as well have ended their lives long ago. Thus they maintained a tacit silence, for any word spoken would only invite misfortune. If you side with the Feng clan, won't those female phoenixes of the Huang clan come after you? Should you choose the Huang clan instead, the Feng clan, having just lost their founding ancestor, might take that as an occasion to settle scores with you as well. You'd perish without even knowing how. More importantly, rest assured that even if you die, and Huang would never speak a word on your behalf. At most, she might offer a perfunctory rebuke. Fengshan, what say you and your faction? And Huang did not immediately offer her own response. Instead, her gaze turned toward the elders of the Feng clan. Fengshan was the elder who had previously called for avenging Infeng. Behind him stood 3 other Feng clan elders. The rest had perished alongside Infeng on the northern battlefield, save for 1 or 2 who were still away on missions and had not yet returned. We shall obey the chieftain's decree. Fengshan lifted his gaze, first glancing at the Huang clan elders clamoring for peace, then turning to the elders behind him, all wearing grim expressions, heads bowed deep in thought. Finally his eyes settled upon An Huang, who sat upon her throne with an unflappable calm, and he spoke those words. The moment he uttered those words, An Huang could sense that he had aged profoundly. Strands of white hair had appeared upon his forehead, and his once towering mountain-like posture had grown slightly stooped, as though he were an elderly man approaching his twilight years. With those words, Fengshan had surrendered all initiative to An Huang on behalf of the Feng clan lineage. Whatever she decreed next would seal their fate, whether they would become mere instruments of reproduction for the Phoenix clan or remain the elite forces that conquered all under heaven. The choice rested entirely in An Huang's hands. Since Fengshan has spoken thus, I presume the elders behind him share your sentiment. An Huang gazed upon Fengshan with utter calm, her composure almost chilling. The elders under her scrutiny faltered slightly, for they had never witnessed such an expression from her before. Her eyes were like an ancient iceberg that had never known melt. The coldness within them sent shivers down their spines. Yet what could it matter now? And Huang's question was not seeking their opinions, it was a notification. Fengshan's words were to be taken as their own. Our attitude is in full alignment with Elder Fengshan's. The remaining elders could not help but display wry smiles. They already understood An Huang's position, though she had yet to speak. Her expression alone had revealed everything. Very well. Since all elders of the Feng clan faction pledge allegiance to my command, then for the sake of our clan's future, and to ensure the Phoenix clan does not face extinction within the primordial world, the vengeance for Infeng and the billions of fallen warriors shall be temporarily set aside. As for when we shall take retribution against the beasts, it will have to wait until our clan has regained its former glory. At that time, I promise the Feng clan shall lead the vanguard northward, avenging Infeng and the billions of our people. As for now, all clan members are ordered to return immediately to the 100,000 immortal volcanoes. No single member shall remain beyond. From this day forth, the 100,000 immortal volcanoes shall be sealed for 1,000 years. Particularly, all Feng clan members must be recalled. Fengshan, you must remember this. Ensure every last one of them returns. The Feng clan faction has suffered grievous losses, and with Infeng's passing, I fear many among you will harbor reckless desires for vengeance. You must pacify them properly, and ensure no disruption to our grand strategy. At the conclusion of her decree, An Huang addressed Fengshan with such earnest gravity that she appeared genuinely concerned for the Feng faction's current plight. Yet Fengshan understood all too clearly. She merely sought to stabilize her own faction. The death of Infeng was a devastating blow to their faction. Not only the common clan members, but even these elders themselves had, upon hearing the news, considered abandoning all caution to march north and avenge their fallen leader. Even if they could not slay many beasts, at the very least they wished to inflict pain upon their enemies. Reason alone had stayed their feet. First, there was their faith in the Huang clan. belief that Huang would inevitably avenge Feng. Second, there were the younger generation of the Feng faction. Should they all perish, the descendants of the Feng lineage would truly face utter ruin. Alas, they had overestimated the Huang clan and underestimated Huang. Nevertheless, what they had now could be considered the best possible outcome. At the very least, Huang had verbally promised to avenge Feng. Though that promise lay far in the future, it offered at least a sliver of hope, did it not? That was undoubtedly better than having no hope whatsoever. Second, their presence as elders of the Feng faction would surely restrain the Huang clan from going too far. After all, they were no pushovers, and the latter would still afford them a measure of respect rather than completely sever ties with the Feng faction. Yet the future promised to be exceedingly difficult for the Feng faction, a reality Feng Shan and the other elders fully comprehended. I understand. I shall ensure our clan members are disciplined and prevented from acting recklessly. Feng Shan exhaled a weary sigh. The Phoenix clan was no longer what it had been. He could feel it. But what could he do about it? For the sake of their faction's younger generation, they had no choice but to accept this transformation. All they could do was blame Feng for dying so abruptly, leaving them utterly unprepared, and blame Huang for her cold ruthlessness. Even as Feng had passed, furrows had already appeared upon her brow. Hongjuan, do you still have the face to come to me? Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this matter? At this moment in the Great Hall, just like last time, Zhu Huang sat high upon the throne, while Hongjun stood calmly below. The scene was no different from Hongjuan's previous visit, except that last time Zhu Huang had been composed, whereas now she was ablaze with fury. Terrifying flames continuously swirled around her, scorching the surrounding space into ripples. However, compared to Zhu Huang's rage, Hongjun was far more composed. He dared to come at this time because he had his own purpose, and not only might Zhu Huang be unable to do anything to him, but the arguments he would present would leave her speechless. Thus he could be said to be extremely calm. Seeing Hongjun so indifferent, indeed completely disregarding her fury, Zhu Huang's rage only intensified. After all, it was because she had heeded Hongjuan's words last time that she ordered Zufeng to lead the army northward. And what was the result now? Billions upon billions of troops had perished, and even Zufeng had fallen at the hands of the Beast clan. The Phoenix clan could truly be said to have suffered a crippling blow. Yet Hongjun stood there as if nothing had happened, even wearing a faint smile. What did he look down on her Phoenix clan? Did he think the Phoenix clan truly had no way to deal with him? Although she admitted that she could not fathom Hongjuan's strength, she did not believe it far exceeded her own. Therefore, if it came to blows, even if she were inferior to Hongjuan, she would surely make him pay a heavy price. Clan leader Zhu Huang, why must you be so angry? This poor Taoist has come precisely to give you an explanation. Before I have even spoken, you are already eager to accuse me. I cannot bear such a charge. Hongjun still wore that benevolent smile, but in Zhu Huang's eyes it was anything but kind. She even wanted to punch him in the face, knock him down, and then step on his face with her delicate foot. You had better give me a proper explanation, or else you Hongjuan may not leave this great hall today. Facing Hongjuan's smile, Zhu Huang also restrained some of her rage, but her voice was still filled with chill as she spoke. Clearly, if Hongjun could not give her a satisfactory answer today, she might indeed strike directly. Whether she could defeat him was another matter, but she would definitely attack. Clan leader Zhu Huang, do you think it was I who caused Zufeng's death? Hongjun did not answer immediately, but asked calmly. Is it not so? What did you say back then? You said that as long as our clan was willing to send troops to help the living beings of the eastern continent, you would have the rogue cultivators there, and those races assist Zufeng in fighting the Beast clan. But what was the final result? Zufeng died in battle, and my billions of troops perished. Yet I did not see a single one of the rogue cultivators you promised, nor the armies of the races from the entire eastern continent. Even after Zufeng fell, they made no move. Shouldn't you give me an account for this? Zhu Huang said coldly. The more she spoke of this, the angrier she became. It was clearly agreed upon, yet she had waited until Zufeng's death without seeing any of it. Clan leader Zhu Huang, you have wronged this poor Taoist. It is not that I failed to keep my promise, but that Zufeng died too quickly. Hongjun began his sophistry. What did he mean by Zufeng died too quickly? Was he implying that Zufeng's strength was too weak? But that was not the case. Zufeng was very powerful. He had fought against Tao Dai for hundreds of years before self-destructing and perishing. Moreover, the Phoenix clan's northward march had taken tens of thousands of years. In reality, if Hongjun had truly wanted to arrange things, he would have had ample time. But he had not done so at all. On the contrary, he had secretly prevented Qinko and Laozu, and Inyang Laozu, who had wanted to act, from doing so. As for why he did this, he naturally had his reasons. Ultimately, it was because the Phoenix clan had become too powerful. They had become so powerful that it exceeded his plans for the races of the primeval world. In truth, the pieces on this chessboard were not only the Phoenix clan, but also the Dragon clan and the Beast clan. It was merely that the Phoenix clan had been the first to suffer, and it was also Zhu Huang's own fault for falling into Hongjuan's trap. What should I thank you instead? You caused Zufeng's death, and my clan has been crippled, now forced to seal ourselves within the 100,000 undying volcanoes, barely surviving like this. Clan leader Zhu Huang, why must you mock me so? I said this time Zhu died too quickly. You must understand that those rogue cultivators are very difficult to negotiate with. They are accustomed to a carefree life. Even when the beast clan comes in their minds, it is merely a matter of moving to another continent. Therefore, communicating with them naturally takes time. The same is true for the living beings of those races. Although they are very willing to help the Phoenix clan resist the beasts, and even prepared long ago, clearly their strength is too weak. They would only become food for the beast clan if they went up. Therefore, I spent a little more time negotiating with the rogue cultivators and some other powerful races. But Zhu died too quickly before I could even react. He had already fallen. Of course, this is not to say that Zhu was weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. The reason he fell so quickly is that none of us had anticipated an unexpected variable Shenny. He has returned, Hong Jun said very calmly. As he spoke, he did not demean Zhu because no matter what Zhu was of the Phoenix clan, saying that someone's clan member was weak in front of the clan leader would be slapping Zhu Huang in the face. Therefore, Hong Jun actually praised Zhu highly and ultimately attributed his death to the unexpected appearance of Shenny. After all, Zhu Huang could not actually go to the northern continent to confront Shenny. Even if she did and learned the truth, she would likely conceal it within the Phoenix clan, as such a matter was extremely shameful. Zhu had been forced to self-destruct by Tao Tai. If Zhu Huang dared to reveal this, it would surely cause an uproar within the Phoenix clan. After all, in the hearts of the Phoenix clan, Zhu's strength was very great, only slightly inferior to Zhu Huang's. What? Shenny has returned. When she heard Hong Juan's words, Zhu Huang was not shocked by how Zhu died, but by the appearance of a named Shenny. He was an existence that made all living beings in the primeval world tremble. Although they had never truly fought, every time the name Shenny was mentioned, even Zhu was filled with fear. Because Shenny represented destruction and the resentment of all living beings, so it was truly not to blame Zhu and the others. Yes, Shenny has returned. Obviously, this is not good news for you nor for the other races of the primordial world, nor for us itinerant cultivators. Yet it is a fact we must face. Where Shenny disappeared to, and what he did remain unknown. But his purpose in returning now, even you Patriarch Zhu must clearly understand without me needing to elaborate. In any case, someone needed to take the blame. Hong Jun had no intention of letting Zhu lay the death of Zhu at his feet. Though he had indeed orchestrated the situation, he would never admit it. Thus a scapegoat was required, and Shenny was the perfect candidate. After all, Shenny's return at this time completely disrupted the schemes he and Luoho had laid out. So Zhu died at the hands of Shenny, is that correct? Upon hearing of Shenny's return, Zhu naturally attributed Zhu's death to him. She did not believe that Zhu's strength was inferior to that of a beast king. Even if he could not win with his power, escaping should have been no great difficulty. Thus it must have been Shenny's intervention that prevented Zhu from fleeing, meaning he perished at Shenny's hands. Compared to dying at the claws of Taoye, Zhu was more willing to believe that Zhu had fallen to Shenny, for Shenny had always been an enigmatic and fearsome presence. You could say that. Though the truth was otherwise, Hong Jun readily agreed with Zhu words to shift the blame onto Shenny. Little did Shenny know that he had unwittingly become the bearer of this black pot. In that case, I will not pursue this matter further. But you must tell me, how powerful is Shenny? After hearing Hong Jun's words, Zhu fell silent. A long moment later, she finally spoke. Clearly, she had accepted the notion that Zhu died at Shenny's hands. And since she did not believe Hong Jun was a match for Shenny, she would not accuse him of causing Zhu's death. After all, Shenny's movements had always been secretive. Hong Jun surely could not have foreseen his appearance at this moment, so he could not be blamed. One could only say that Hong Jun was a complete old fox while Zhu was still too naive. Or rather, her perspective was limited by her own vision, causing her to misjudge the true root of this matter, which was Hong Jun all along. She was thoroughly misled by Hong Jun. Who knows, when she eventually learns the truth, she might be so furious as to curse him out. Patriarch Zhu gives me too much credit. As for Shenny's strength, let alone me, even Zhu would find it difficult to see through. But I estimate it surpasses that of the Daluo Shun. After all, he subdued Zhu with a single hand. A glint flashed in Hong Jun's eyes. This black pot was firmly placed on Shenny's back, and Hong Jun had decreed it so. Regarding Shenny's power, Hong Jun feigned ignorance, yet he hinted indirectly. It was greater than that of the Daluo Shun, meaning stronger than Zhu and her kind. But exactly how strong he left for Zhu to guess. Is that so? Indeed, after hearing Hong Jun's words, Zhu fell into deep thought. She was now trying to gauge Shenny's actual strength, but after much deliberation, she could not form a clear comparison. However, one thing she was certain of: Shenny had certainly not reached the Hunyuan realm. Her confidence stemmed from the fact that attaining Hunyuan would inevitably trigger a response from heaven and earth. But clearly up to this point, no Hunyuan had emerged in the entire primordial world. Hong Jun and Luoho were obviously not counted. As for why Qing Tian achieved Hunyuan without a celestial response in this culpa, the reason was simple: Qing Tian was not currently in the primordial world, but within a world created by Hong Jun. Though that world was attached to the primordial world, it was completely independent. Thus, as long as Qin Tian remained in that world and never set foot in the primordial world, no imprint would be left there. The imprint of Hunyuan is different from that of a saint. A saint's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Dao. As long as the Dao endures, the saint is immortal. The imprint of Hunyuan, however, is etched into heaven and earth itself, akin to the heart of heaven mark left by an emperor upon achieving dominion in certain worlds, yet far more powerful. The primordial world is not such a realm, one emperor per era. A Hunyuan born in the primordial world imprints his great Dao upon it, as if telling all beings that such a mighty one exists worthy of reverence, and that his name must not be uttered lightly. Then what do you intend to do now, Taoist? I presume your visit here is not merely to explain the matter of Zufeng's fall. After a long silence, Zhu Huang finally asked again. Hongjun had indeed not come solely for that matter. If it were that simple, he would not have bothered to come at all. Even if Zhu Huang had misunderstood, he would have let it be. But he had other purposes for this visit. Indeed, this time I come to propose a partnership between all the scattered cultivators and powerful races of the eastern continent, and you, Patriarch Zhu Huang. A partnership. Do you truly believe I can still trust you after what happened to Zufeng? Even if I trust you, do you think my clan would agree? Clearly the matter of Zufeng remained a thorn in Zhu Huang's heart. Within the Phoenix clan this affair would be difficult to explain. However, if Zhu Huang were willing to step forward, it would be easily resolved. The question was whether she would do so. Patriarch Zhu Huang, do not say that. The return of Shini now concerns not only the beings of the eastern continent, but the very future of the entire primordial world. Once the Beast clan takes over the primordial world, not only the creatures of the eastern continent, but even your Phoenix clan on the southern continent, can you truly remain a safe haven? Remember, the beasts are brutal and cruel, and Shini is an emperor of absolute tyranny. Emperor refers to those who cultivate the imperial way. Shini, as the sovereign of the Beast clan, also follows the imperial way. The overbearing nature of the imperial way is inscribed in the Great Dao itself. Any being with even a slight understanding of it would be fully aware of this. That being said, this ordeal has left my Phoenix clan grievously wounded, and a full recovery will require an immeasurable span of time. Not only do my people refuse to fight again, but even I have no desire to wage any further wars. If you seek an alliance, then go elsewhere. The Dragon clan, the Qilin clan, or the White Tiger clan would all be far more suitable targets. At that moment, even if the heavenly Dao itself spoke, or if Shun Ni himself led the horde of savage beasts to the gates of the immortal volcano, ancestral Phoenix would not entertain the thought of war. The losses suffered by the Phoenix clan were simply too immense. Among the major races, the Phoenix clan had endured the greatest devastation. Under such circumstances, if the Phoenix clan still wished to continue the war, they would no longer be the Phoenix clan, but should instead rename themselves the White Tiger clan. For only those beings born solely for slaughter could accept such colossal losses and still desire to fight on. Ancestral Phoenix, do not be so quick to refuse. I never said that this alliance requires the Phoenix clan to mobilize immediately. I am speaking of an event that will not take place for thousands of kalpas yet. Did Hongjun not know the current state of the Phoenix clan? He was perfectly aware. After all, he was the one who had orchestrated this very situation. The Phoenix clan not only had no desire to continue the war, but Hongjun himself would never allow them to start another conflict. At this point, he had no intention of eradicating the Phoenix clan. His ideal chessboard was to first eliminate the Beast clan, that unpredictable element, and then using the Dragon clan and the White Tiger clan to remove all the other powerful races, sweeping them from the chessboard of the primordial world, clearing a clean stage for the final confrontation between him and Luoho. However, speaking of which, it seemed that Luoho was currently purging the unruly White Tiger clan. It appeared that the pieces on his chessboard would need to be rearranged once more. After all, if Luoho intended to eliminate the White Tiger clan, there was no way to stop him. After all, the White Tiger clan was under Luoho's control, wasn't it? Hongjun was well aware of this piece's ambitions to rebel against its master, something neither Luoho nor Hongjun wished to see. Thus, Luoho seized the opportunity to remove the White Tiger clan from the board. But this would inevitably disrupt Hongjun's plans. Yet he could not alter Luoho's will, so he could only readjust his own strategies. Nevertheless, the Phoenix clan still held value as a piece on the board, so Hongjun had no intention of letting them perish just yet. Oh, you mean this alliance is to prepare for an event thousands of kalpas from now? Then what sincerity can you offer this time? Do not play the same game as before. You should be well aware that if you do, I will throw you out of here. Ancestral Phoenix spoke calmly, but her eyes carried a hint of menace as she fixed her gaze upon Hongjun. The last time Hongjun had asked her to deploy troops, he had only given her a verbal promise, an empty check. The consequence was that their Phoenix clan lost Ancestral Phoenix's mate, with billions of trillions of soldiers perishing. If Hongjun were to offer another such empty promise, Ancestral Phoenix would certainly carry out her threat. She would throw him out of here. Naturally, last time we were caught off guard because the Beast clan attacked with overwhelming force. This time I come prepared, and I have made proper arrangements. To forge an alliance with the Phoenix clan, we naturally must show absolute sincerity. What do you think of this number? As he spoke, Hong Jun held up one finger. The moment Ancestral Phoenix saw that number, her pupils contracted. The offer was far too generous, so generous that it stunned her. Unlike the empty promise of last time, which had been intended to secure immediate military action, this alliance was for an event thousands of culpas in the future. If no sweetener was offered, Ancestral Phoenix might later renege, causing trouble. So this time Hong Jun had truly dug deep into his resources. Of course, since none of these resources were actually his own, he didn't mind being generous. In the Primordial World, one finger represented the resources and treasures of a great thousand world. This was a tradition that had persisted since the previous Culpa, even from the first epic. Thus, when Ancestral Phoenix saw Hong Jun raise one finger, she immediately understood what he intended. I wonder how Ancestral Phoenix finds this number. You must understand the Eastern Continent is currently enduring the invasion of the Beast Clan, so we cannot spare more resources for this alliance. One great thousand worlds worth is the most we can offer. It has taken all the savings of several fellow cultivators along with contributions from other race leaders to gather this amount. Seeing that Ancestral Phoenix, though shocked, had yet to respond, Hong Jun knew she was interested but wanted more. So he immediately blocked that path, telling her plainly that this was the sum total scraped together by many scattered cultivators and races. If she tried to ask for a lion's share, the answer was simply no. I am well aware of the difficulties on the Eastern Continent. But you should also know that after the last incident, my clan has developed a strong aversion to matters concerning the East. If we are to cooperate again, I will need to expend considerable effort to persuade them. Therefore, I ask for your patience. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory answer. How does that sound? Ancestral Phoenix spoke with her eyes slightly narrowed, hoping to conceal the thoughts swirling within them. But she clearly underestimated Hong Jun. Even if she closed her eyes completely, he would know exactly what she was thinking. Narrowing her eyes made no difference to him. Although she claimed she needed to consult with her clan, this was merely a tactic to extract greater benefits. The Phoenix clan's losses were indeed severe, and recovering from them would require far more than the resources of a single great thousand world, perhaps 100 times that amount. So Ancestral Phoenix naturally wanted to squeeze out more since it was all free gain. How much does clan leader Zhu Huang require to agree to cooperate once more? At this moment, Hong Jun was behaving like a true master actor, or rather as the ancient fox of the Primordial World, he had always been one. His expression turned slightly grave, and he looked at Zhu Huang with an air of reluctance, his voice thick with hesitation, as though voicing this question required a monumental decision. Truly, Hong Jun lived up to his legendary reputation. Of such acting prowess alone was enough to make Zhu Huang and her companions uneasy. And clearly Zhu Huang was deeply satisfied with Hong Jun's current demeanor. She had been dissatisfied with Hong Jun's previous aloof detachment, and now that he was essentially begging to cooperate with her once more, while ostensibly seeking more resources, it was also an opportunity to press Hong Jun into making concessions. Hong Jun understood this perfectly, which was why he adopted such an expression, to indulge Zhu Huang's petty vanity. Only in this way would she step into the chessboard he had prepared for her. Truly, Hong Jun knew when to yield and when to advance. Oh, no wonder he would go on to defeat Luoho in later ages. If Luoho had come instead, given his nature, he would not have stooped to Hong Jun's level of manipulation. Even overturning the table and walking away would have been beyond his capability. Since you fellow Taoists show such sincerity, then merely add this amount, and the matter is settled. Zhu Huang raised one finger toward Hong Jun with great satisfaction, and Hong Jun naturally understood what she intended to convey. No. Upon witnessing this gesture, Hong Jun responded with an instinctive outcry. This reflexive reaction was exactly what Zhu Huang had hoped to see. She was testing him, for the Eastern Continent was renowned for its wealth, though the other continents were hardly lacking either. The 5 continents of the current Primordial World had not yet suffered the tribulations that would plague later eras, and their prosperity was roughly equivalent. The Western Continent had not experienced Luoho detonating the ancestral vein and burying all spiritual energy beneath ruins, nor had the Northern Continent witnessed Tongtian slaying the Black Tortoise and polluting the northern wastes with its corpse. Thus, all 5 continents shared equal wealth, yet the Eastern Continent's fame for prosperity stemmed solely from the Dragon Clan. After the Dragon Clan seized the Eastern Continent, their peculiar obsession with collecting luminous treasures led them to exploit the land, mercilessly earning the East its famed reputation, though the other continents were not far behind. At most half that amount. The Eastern Continent has already endured the Dragon Clan's ravages and now faces the fierce beasts. We rogue cultivators are inherently weak, and even the clans have been depleted by these calamities, so our resources are extremely limited. Therefore, clan leader Zhu Huang, I implore you not to make things difficult for us. Hong Jun spoke with feigned reluctance, yet unwavering resolve, deliberately portraying their plight in the most desperate terms possible. It was precisely this performance that convinced Zhu Huang. She understood the hardships faced by those on the eastern continent, and she genuinely desired to cooperate with them. As for whether she would be deceived again, she was no fool to fall for the same trick twice. That would be worthy of ending her own life. Since you insist, then let us settle on 1.5. Does this arrangement suit you? Zhu Huang knew when to concede. Gaining half a world's worth of resources was far from nothing, better than having none at all. Moreover, she had already intended to form this alliance, for if the Phoenix clan faced the fierce beasts alone, even at full strength, they would stand no chance. But with the eastern continent's cultivators joining them, there might yet be a fighting chance. She also did not believe the eastern continent's cultivators would act foolishly by seeking only the Phoenix clan as an ally. They would surely reach out to the Dragon and Qin clans. If the entire primordial world united against the fierce beasts and the Phoenix clan stayed on the sidelines, they would miss their share of the spoils entirely. As for what if they should lose? If they did not unite, they would face certain death once the fierce beasts swept southward anyway. Failure and non-cooperation yielded the same outcome, so why not fight for a chance? That is most generous. Hong Jun displayed genuine delight and visible relief, all carefully staged for Zhu Huang's benefit. He then produced 2 worlds worth of resources and handed them to Zhu Huang, clearly having anticipated her request, and prepared 1.5 worlds worth from the start, waiting only for her to agree. Then I wish us a fruitful partnership. May this time prove different from last. Zhu Huang spoke these words to Hong Jun, though lingering resentment colored her tone at the mention of their previous encounter, certainly not something easily forgotten or forgiven. Clan leader Zhu Huang need not worry. It will not happen again. I must still reach out to the Dragon and Qin clans in the coming days, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, Hong Jun departed as quietly as he had arrived, without disturbing a single inhabitant of the 10,000 immortal death volcano. Save for Zhu Huang, none would ever know he had been there. Hong Jun, you are truly enigmatic. Yet what does this concern me? As long as it does not obstruct my path, your mysteries matter not. But should they ever threaten it, then I shall test the limits of the enigmatic myself. After Hong Jun's departure, Zhu Huang gazed at the place where he had vanished, murmuring to herself. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, and her aura flickered between presence and absence. Any living being present would have immediately recognized that her power transcended the Daluo divine stage. Half-step Huan Yuan, yet you conceal your aura within the Daluo divine perfection realm. Oh Zhu Huang, you believe your disguise is flawless, but it is merely self-deception. This piece proves more valuable than anticipated. It seems Zhu Feng's death was not in vain. Without weakening the Phoenix clan's strength, even Zhu Long would struggle to contain you alone. Beyond the 10,000 immortal death volcano, Hong Jun turned and gazed back toward it. Zhu Huang had masked her presence masterfully. Even Zhu Feng, her kin and fellow great divine power awakened one, had failed to detect her true cultivation. Yet such subtlety meant nothing before Hong Jun. A single glance revealed the depth of her hidden strength. Hong Jun said nothing on the spot, choosing instead to feign complete ignorance. A clear sign he wished to preserve his grand design. In truth, Hong Jun was nothing if not a cunning old fox, and Zhu Huang, now marked by his attention, could only hope for his mercy, for her ultimate fate rested entirely in his hands. Zhu Huang remained entirely unaware that Hong Jun had fully set his sights on her. Had she known, not only that she was being watched, but also his true strength, she would have found sleep impossible. Roar! The Great Dao bears witness. My Kiangsu clan now commands the entirety of the eastern continent and the northern continent, its might trembling all of Hong Huang for billions of years. Today I establish an imperial dynasty, known as the Beast Sovereign Dynasty. The Beast Sovereign Dynasty shall stand. May the Great Dao inspect and witness this. Billions of years passed quietly in this manner. Long after the battle between the Phoenix clan and the Kiangsu clan at Taoyue time in Hong Huang was the most inexpensive commodity. For ants a mere 1,000 years sufficed, but for the powerful even billions of years was but a fleeting nap. Among the 5 supreme races of that era, the Dragon clan had retreated into silence, completely withdrawing within the 4 seas, as though they had never existed. Even facing the Kiangsu clan, which had seized nearly half of the eastern continent, they showed no reaction whatsoever, pretending as if they had seen nothing at all. The Phoenix clan in the south, having lost their ancestral phoenix in that great battle, and seeing their countless billions of soldiers completely annihilated, had remained dormant within the ever-burning volcano ever since, recuperating their accumulated strength in secret. Meanwhile, on the central continent, the war between the Qin clan and the White Tiger clan raged uninterrupted to this day. Such was the ferocity of their conflict that it seemed almost impossible for either side to lay down arms unless one of them was entirely erased from Hong Huang. Yet the 2 clans were evenly matched in strength, making it extraordinarily difficult for either side to be completely obliterated. Thus their billion-year war dragged on until the present. As one of the protagonists of all Hong Huang, the Kiangsu clan behaved quite unlike expected after their clash with the Phoenix clan. Rather than advancing with their full army eastward or southward to seize the entirety of the eastern continent, They merely fortified their current holdings, advancing neither forward nor retreating backward. It was as though they feared something, or perhaps waited for something. Time passed in such manner for billions of years, until one day the tranquil Hong Wang was suddenly roused once more by the actions of Beast Sovereign Shun and I. We offer our respects to your majesty the Beast Emperor. Following the establishment of the Beast Sovereign dynasty, the four kings of the most fierce beasts appeared before the palace of Beast Sovereign Shun and I. Since the battle between Tao Dai and Ancestral Phoenix, Shun and I had returned to the northern territories of his Kiangsu clan, while the four kings naturally remained stationed on the eastern continent. That land was so perilous that even Shun and I harbored reservations about it. Were there not sufficiently powerful existence suppressing it, he might have been forced to recall his army entirely. Fortunately, the Kiangsu clan possessed not merely Shun and I among their strong ones, but also the four kings, making Shun Ni's burdens considerably lighter. Now that Beast Sovereign Shun and I had proclaimed the Great Dao throughout Hong Wang upon the foundations of his Kiangsu clan and established the Beast Sovereign dynasty, the four kings, as rulers, naturally had to return. They wasted no time in hastening back. What is the situation on the eastern continent currently? Shun and I asked calmly regarding the returning four kings. Your Majesty, the eastern continent remains entirely stable. No experts of the caliber Your Majesty mentioned have interfered with our Beast Sovereign dynasty. As for the matter Your Majesty tasked us with investigating, we have found nothing. Xiongqi stepped forward and declared loudly. Among the four kings he possessed the greatest wisdom, and thus in most circumstances he was the one entrusted with matters of importance. The tasks Shun and I assigned were naturally no exception. Not found. Upon hearing Xiongqi's words, Shun Ni's brows furrowed involuntarily, though he quickly relaxed them, for he well understood the difficulty of such a task. What Shun and I had asked Xiongqi to seek was not some heavenly treasure or supreme artifact, but rather a person. For reasons unknown, every time Shun and I visited the eastern continent, he always felt that something about it was deeply unusual. To speak plainly, the eastern continent always gave him a sense of danger. Yet whether through his own investigations or Xiongqi's covert searches, he had found neither a single person nor even a solitary clue. This was precisely why the Beast Sovereign dynasty, though capable of outright conquering the entire eastern continent, had yet to take that step. Shun Ni's instinctive wariness toward the eastern continent had caused his Kiangsu forces to remain stagnant. Your Majesty, could it be that you overthink the matter? The eastern continent has indeed always been mysterious, yet surely there are no such powerful experts there. If there were, how could we have never heard of them? Tao Wu also stepped forward and spoke. In his view, this was merely Shun and I frightening himself unnecessarily. If such a powerful expert truly existed, why had they never heard of them? They had not merely searched among themselves this time. They had even disguised themselves as beings from other races and infiltrated those clans to seek even the faintest clue. Yet thus far they had found absolutely nothing. In his eyes, this was entirely Shun and I scaring himself. Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts directly, for questioning Shun and I outright was an unforgivable transgression. Within the Kiangsu clan, one could question anyone, even oneself, but never the emperor. Enough. Let this matter rest. Since nothing was found, it is likely that whoever is there does not wish for us to know. The eastern continent remains as it is, for even we harbor some wariness of its terrors. We shall temporarily abandon this land, but that does not mean we shall forever forsake it. Shun and I said calmly. It mattered not that they did not know now. As long as this continent existed, there would come a day when Shun and I would uncover the truth. Or perhaps when his strength reached sufficient peaks, he would personally journey there to see for himself. What are the situations on the central continent and the western continent? Shun and I then turned his gaze toward Hun Dun, who had been closely observing the matter. On the central continent, the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan from the western continent continued their battles, stemming from agreements made with the Kiangsu clan. The promised billions of years of non-interference with the White Tiger clan had long since elapsed. Though the White Tiger clan had yet to claim the central continent, clearly Shun and I and his people had grown weary of waiting. If the White Tiger clan was incapable, that did not mean the Kiangsu clan lacked the ability. They would eventually crush both, especially the western continent. The central continent, bearing the presence of Pangus, held little desire for conquest. But the western continent was entirely different. There existed no such Pangus will. Should they invade, they could claim it entirely for themselves. What now? The Beast Emperor dynasty has been established. I presume you are nearly ready on your end as well. At this moment, within the palace of Luoho atop the western continent's Spirit Mountain, Hongjun appeared here against his usual demeanor. The two sat upright upon their thrones. Although Hongjun greatly disliked such thrones as the side-door demons of the Chaos World, they were inherently lofty and exalted, so even if he disliked it, he would still sit. Moreover, Hongjun actually had his own throne. It was just that compared to a throne, he still preferred a cattail mat. At this moment, Luoho looked at Hongjun with a calm expression and inquired, Naturally, he knew exactly what Han Jun was doing, otherwise how could he be worthy of being Hong Juan's friend and rival? You see, the one who knows you best is not yourself, but your enemy. Obviously, Han Jun and Luoho were exactly like that. Both friends and enemies, which was why they understood each other so well. It still needs some time. The strength of the Phoenix clan has not yet fully recovered to its peak period. Han Jun said casually to Luoho's words. His purpose this time was to discuss matters with Luoho because the two of them needed to cleanse the primordial world. However, this cleansing had to conform to the requirements of the Great Dao and could not be done recklessly. In fact, they could not take personal action, so they could only accomplish this through scheming. Now 100 million years had passed. This period was a vast span of time for many living beings, but for Han Jun and his kind it was merely a fleeting moment. Not even enough time for them to take a nap. The same was true for the Phoenix clan. It was obviously impossible to recover to their absolute peak in just 100 million years. However, they had recovered significantly. At least the clan members had returned to their previous peak. But the fallen ancestral Phoenix, a top-level combat force, had still not been able to revive. By the way, why bother planning this? If it's too difficult, just have the Dragon Clan directly expel the Dragon Clan, and the Qilin Clan. Wouldn't that work? Then we can think of a way to expel the Dragon Clan. That way at least the primordial world will have a vacuum period of peak races for billions of years, which is more than enough time for our rivalry. Luoho expressed confusion about what Han Jun was thinking, wasting so much time on such a scheme. In his view, it was a complete waste of time. The current strength of the Dragon Clan was actually not much inferior to that of the Beast Clan. The only difference was in top-tier combat power. The Beast Emperor Sheni possessed the strength of half-step Hunyuan, who aside from Luoho and Hongjuan, no one could match him. Besides Sheni, the four Beast Kings each had the power of Great Luo perfection. As for the Dragon Clan, both Zulong and Zhulong currently possessed the power of Great Luo perfection. However, Zulong was slightly stronger as he had already touched the boundary of half-step Hunyuan. It was only a matter of time before he crossed that threshold. The ancestral Phoenix of the Phoenix clan and the ancestral Qilin of the Qilin clan were similar. Luoho's idea was very simple: rely on these three clans to cleanse the Beast Emperor dynasty. As for the Beast Emperor Sheni, they would find a way to deal with him, while Zulong and the others only needed to eliminate the four Beast Kings. Then the Dragon Clan would eliminate the entire Phoenix clan and Qilin clan, and they would use a scheme to expel the Dragon Clan. In this way, the entire primordial world would have no peak race dominating it, and they would naturally have a stage for their rivalry. It wasn't that they didn't want to start now, it was due to the restrictions of the Great Dao and the demands of the Great Venerables. They were currently unable to move freely in the primordial world, and by move freely, they meant revealing their true power. That was why they needed a vacuum period. Even if they shattered the entire primordial world, future beings would not know it was them. Of course, this was just a metaphor. They didn't have the audacity to actually destroy it. Hongjuan's plan, on the other hand, required waiting for the Phoenix clan to return to its peak, then cleansing the Beast Emperor dynasty, after which the so-called three-clan conflict would occur, and then all three clans would be cleansed together. The advantage of this was that they wouldn't need to intervene again. However, the drawback was that it dragged on for too long. Although they didn't care about the time, it was clear that one of them was too impatient to wait. Luoho, you must know that haste makes waste. The time for the Heavenly Dao's revival has been determined. For us, this period is still very long. If we act prematurely, it's even possible that within this long time another calamity will arise which would go against the heavenly mechanism. Hongjun naturally would not agree with Luoho's words. For him, he followed the path of immortality. Now in the primordial world, it was different. He had turned from immortality to the heavenly Dao, which emphasized the heavenly mechanism. He did not want to do anything that went against it. Fine as you wish. Just don't fail to leave enough time for us, and then lose. At that time, don't go running to the great venerables to complain. Luoho shrugged nonchalantly. In his view, he wouldn't lose anyway. He had long been preparing for the battle with Hongjun. What had Hongjun been doing all this time? He had been busy with his scheming. How could he have time to prepare for their rivalry? Therefore, Hongjun's defeat was already inevitable. The outcome is not yet decided, but it's better not to boast. Be careful not to be slapped in the face later. But why is it that after all your scheming, the White Tiger clan still exists? This doesn't fit your style, Luoho. Hongjun just smiled. He didn't care about Luoho's words. Luoho was scheming, but was he really not? His schemes were probably even deeper than Luoho's. However, he was also a bit puzzled as to why the White Tiger clan still existed. You see, 100 million years ago, the White Tiger clan betrayed Luoho and was sentenced to death by him. Even Hongjun had given up on using the White Tiger clan as his pawn. Yet after 100 million years, the White Tiger clan, which should have perished, still existed. This made Hongjun suspect that Luoho was plotting something. Soon. You intend to use the beasts to annihilate the White Tiger clan. Correct. As expected of you, Hongjun. You saw through my thoughts with just a single glance. Luoho expressed his approval, but his eyes were very calm. Such a thing could be seen at a glance, of course, only if one understood the current situation of the primordial world. If one knew nothing, it would naturally be impossible to see through it. However, since Hongjun and Luoho were both scheming over the entire primordial world, it was impossible for them not to know the situation. I do not wish to know, but your schemes are too crude. I cannot help but learn of them. Hongjun scoffed at Luoho's words, dismissing such a lowly plot as beneath his notice. Did he think him a fool? The White Tiger clan had existed for eons, and he was well aware of the Beast clan's ambition. Shenny had always sought to dominate the entire primordial world, yet he knew the reason the Beast clan chose to advance westward rather than southward was the presence of Pangu's will. Pangu's will was the remnant of Pangu's spine that had transformed into Mount Bujo, a sentient force left to guard the mountain and watch over the primordial world. As the creator god, Pangu naturally cherished all life in the world. How did the Beast clan come into existence? They were born from the resentment of countless slain beings inherently destructive to the primordial world. Look at the northern continent. Countless miles of territory devoid of any other life, the very land scarred beyond measure. If the Beast clan's army marched south into the central continent, they would face Pangu's will. It was not that they refused to go south, but that they dared not. Neither the current creatures of the primordial world nor Shinny possessed the power to resist the suppression of Pangu's will. Of course, Shinny was not without a way to counter Pangu's will, but the prerequisite was that the Beast clan must first occupy the other continents, and then use the fortune of those four lands to resist Pangu's pressure. Only then could they safely dwell in the central continent. As for the eastern continent, Shinny still dared not act recklessly, and this was largely due to Hongjun. After all, the eastern continent was Hongjun's domain, and he naturally did not wish it to become a paradise for the Beast clan. Long ago, he had subtly revealed a trace of his aura, which was precisely the danger Shinny had sent Xiongqi to search for. Do not say that. As if your schemes are any less crude. Luoho laughed, completely unbothered by Hongjun's mockery. If he took such things to heart, he would have died of anger long ago. But tell me your thoughts. What were you thinking revealing your aura before the creatures of the primordial world? Are you not afraid that the great venerables will discover this? Luoho then asked Hongjun, curiously referring to the trace of aura Hongjun had released to suppress Shinny. He had wanted to ask earlier, but Hongjun's essence had been meditating in the Yujing Mountain Dao field when he released that aura, and only recently had he fully awakened, so Luoho had to wait until now. Whether it was the last tribulation or when they first arrived in this world, the great venerables had always placed strict restrictions on them. First, they could not act recklessly in the primordial world. Second, they could not casually reveal their auras. These restrictions were both a limitation and a protection. After all, the Great Dao now governed the primordial world. If they acted recklessly, the great venerables might not trouble them, but the Great Dao certainly would. The Great Dao valued the primordial world immensely, a fact known to Shurchin Pangu and all other great venerables, which was precisely why they had to restrict these primordial gods. Of course, aside from a few chaos primordial gods, none knew the true reason the Great Dao valued the primordial world. They only knew this much. It was merely a trace of aura, and only Shinny knows of it. Even if the great venerables learn of it, they will not condemn me. Besides, so much time has passed. Do you truly believe they are unaware? Hongjun glanced at Luoho. What was he thinking? Did he truly believe the great venerables had no interest in the primordial world? That would be a joke. He was not sure about the other great venerables, but he believed Pangu certainly watched over the primordial world. Yet he had dared to act confident that the great venerables would not object. Otherwise, why would he still be unscathed? Great venerables. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Shinny was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Then the two of them conversed in the hall, but no one knew what was said. After an unknown span of time, Hongjun quietly departed. As he stepped out of Luoho's hall, his gaze fell upon a spot not far from the spiritual mountain, a place where two creatures shivered in fear, yet gazed at him with curiosity. These two creatures had not yet taken human form, merely having just awakened a sliver of intelligence. That they could develop such awareness in a place where Luoho had dwelt for endless ages was surely a part of his arrangement. Otherwise, even appearing here would have been impossible. Hongjun said nothing, merely glancing at them with a strange glint in his eyes, then turned and left. Has he noticed? No matter. These two carry a karmic debt that demands your attention, Hongjun. I only hope I never need to use them. Luoho was naturally aware of Hongjun's gaze. It was exactly what he had intended. As for his purpose, no one knew, but one thing was certain: this was indeed a part of Luoho's scheme. Luoho sat upon his throne, his gaze piercing through the hall's walls toward the distant sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps even he himself was uncertain. While Luoho was deep in thought, a shocking event shook the entire primordial world. The Beast clan's army suddenly marched westward into the western continent. This action instantly stirred the once calm world into a turbulent storm. The White Tiger clan, one of the main races on the battlefield, was especially affected. Beyond shock, they felt an overwhelming rage. In contrast, the Qilin remained the most relaxed, even beginning to withdraw their forces from the battle against the White Tiger clan. Has the person sent to communicate with the Fierce Beasts clan returned yet? At this moment within the palace atop the White Tiger Mountain, the ancestral land of the White Tiger clan in the western continent, Zhu Baihu sat upon a lofty throne constructed from piled bones. As a clan that wields the power of ferocity and slaughter, the White Tiger clan harbors a deep passion for war and carnage, and above all they take immense pleasure in artifacts crafted from the bones of their enemies. As the chieftain of the White Tiger clan, Zhu Baihu was no exception. He had even used the remains of his former foes to build this very throne, not for any particular purpose, but simply to relish the sensation of sitting atop those he had vanquished. Even the goblets, tables, and chairs, and indeed the entire palace, were constructed from the bones of countless slain beings. Yet at this moment Zhu Baihu was in no mood to savor that former sensation. He was consumed by rage, but more so by a deep unease. The sudden invasion of the Fierce Beast clan's army had filled him with anxiety. Once Zhu Baihu had been arrogant beyond measure, even dismissing the Qin Ming clan outright. He had once declared that within 10,000 years he would conquer the entire eastern continent, and the Qin Ming clan would merely adorn his throne as bones. But unexpectedly the war with the Qin Ming clan had inflicted heavy losses on the White Tiger clan. After eons of conflict, they had not even managed to breach the gates of the enemy's continent. Taking advantage of the Qin Ming clan's forces being concentrated in the east, they had seized a vast territory in the central continent. However, once the Qin Ming clan regrouped and marched west, the White Tiger clan suffered a crushing defeat, losing all the land they had taken. Since then, the border between the central continent and the western continent had become a meat grinder for the two clans. Countless beings perished daily and golden blood floated on the seas. Already battered by heavy losses, the sudden invasion of the Fierce Beasts clan caught them off guard. The Qin Ming clan seized the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, but the White Tiger clan could not escape. The Fierce Beasts clan coveted the western continent, which was the White Tiger clan's territory. Thus, as soon as the invasion began, Zhu Baihu dispatched emissaries to the Fierce Beasts clan hoping to negotiate. Chieftain Elder Baitsong has been slain by the Fierce Beasts clan. Crash. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhu Baihu instantly hurled his goblet to the ground in fury, rising to his feet. The entire hall was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Elder Baitsong was the mightiest existence beneath Zhu Baihu in the White Tiger clan, serving as the Grand Elder. In this attempt to communicate with the Fierce Beasts clan, Zhu Baihu had shown absolute sincerity. Had it not been for the recent conclusion of the battle with the Qin Ming clan and the many tasks that demanded his attention, Zhu Baihu might have gone to the Fierce Beasts clan himself. Of course, the purpose of the visit was twofold: first, to negotiate, and second, to demand an explanation, for the Fierce Beasts clan had completely violated the terms of their previous agreement, at least in Zhu Baihu's view. In truth, the agreement had long expired, but Zhu Baihu refused to acknowledge this. Therefore, Zhu Baihu sent Grand Elder Baitsong accompanied by several subordinates carrying a wealth of resources. This was intended as a gesture of goodwill, hoping to persuade the Fierce Beasts clan to withdraw their troops, or at least grant the White Tiger clan time to recover. But to his dismay, the Fierce Beasts clan showed no regard for his overtures. They executed Baitsong and nearly all his entourage, sparing only one survivor, not because of his strength, but because they wanted him to deliver a message. Chieftain, the Fierce Beasts clan's actions are an utter humiliation. One of the elders stepped forward and declared loudly to Zhu Baihu. As fellow elders, the death of the Grand Elder dealt a heavy blow to them all, for Baitsong was far more than just a Grand Elder. Damned Fierce Beasts clan. Damned creatures. They have completely betrayed the previous agreement. They shall all die a miserable death. Zhu Baihu roared with fury, but soon calmed himself and returned to his throne. No one knew what thoughts churned in his mind, but he was now eerily calm. A calmness that was almost terrifying. Where have the Fierce Beasts clan's forces reached now? After a long silence, Zhu Baihu suddenly asked. The invasion had been so sudden that although he had sent emissaries to negotiate, he had not yet deployed the army to face the enemy. He himself had not even gone to the front line, merely assigning other elders to lead the troops. Chieftain, the Fierce Beast clan's army has already advanced to the vicinity of the Tianheng Mountains. The Tianheng Mountains are a range in the western continent relatively close to the northern continent. However, even for a great Luo god-level powerhouse, it would take about 7 days to reach the northern continent from there. Thus, the scale of this invasion by the Fierce Beast clan was actually rather modest. Tianheng Mountains. Tianheng Mountains. Muttering the name repeatedly, Zhu Baihu seemed lost in thought, but with each repetition the temperature in the hall dropped, while a chilling aura of slaughter steadily intensified. Chieftain, what should we do now? Should we? Seeing Zhu Baihu's prolonged silence, another elder reluctantly stepped forward to inquire. Zhu Baihu's decision would determine the fate of the White Tiger clan. Although they had dispatched elders to the battlefield, they had also sent Elder Baitsong to negotiate. Now that Baitsong was dead, they were uncertain whether to fight or to continue sending envoys. Yet in truth, most leaned toward war. The enemy had not even spared the Grand Elder, showing utter contempt. Sending more emissaries would only be feeding them to the wolves. It would be better to engage the Fierce Beasts clan directly in battle. After all, they did not believe their strength was inferior to the Fierce Beasts clan. Both were apex races. Though the war with the Qin clan had cost them dearly, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Did the Fierce Beasts clan truly think they could bully the White Tiger clan? Do I even need to say this? Zhu Baihu's somewhat dissatisfied voice echoed through the grand hall. At this moment, he was beginning to doubt whether these fellows had any brains at all, asking such a mindless question at a time like this. It was obvious. The Fierce Beast clan had already slain their dispatched Great Elder by Tsong, clearly signaling that they had no intention to negotiate. As for their purpose, it needed no elaboration. They had their sights set on the Western continent. Yet now you ask whether to continue sending envoys or wage war against the Fierce Beast clan. He truly had no idea how they could pose such an idiotic question. Yes. Although they sensed Zhu Baihu's displeasure, they dared not say more, for Zhu Baihu was their patriarch. The patriarch at this time was not like those of later generations who might hold only a nominal title with little real power. In later generations, a patriarch could ascend in two ways: directly through lineage upon the previous patriarch's death, or through election. But either way, one had to contend with the influence of the elder faction. Sufficient power was immensely tempting, and the lust for authority could drive these elders to sideline the patriarch. But clearly the current patriarch was not someone a group of elders could manipulate. In those days, the patriarch of a clan was typically the first living being born into the clan. Such a patriarch possessed not only absolute authority within the clan, but also supreme strength. Sideline the patriarch. Unfortunately, you would have to see if the patriarch's blade was sharp enough, whether your skull was harder than his sword. In these times, the elders were, to put it bluntly, no more than high-level enforcers. Except for the Phoenix clan with its unique relationship between Zhu Feng and Zhu Huang, other clans were essentially one-man shows, led by the patriarch. The Dragon clan was no exception, let alone the White Tiger clan. It was entirely Zhu Baihu's one-man rule. While the elders might wield considerable power over ordinary clan members, to Zhu Baihu, they were merely enforcers. If it came to a fight, Zhu Baihu alone could take on the entire Elder Council. Enough. All of you leave. I do not wish to hear any other voices on this matter. Since the Fierce Beast clan desires war, then we shall give them war. The White Tiger clan has lived in the Honghuang world, presiding over slaughter. When did it ever happen that another race dared to challenge our authority? Zhu Baihu waved his hand dismissively, ordering the elders to withdraw. At the same time, he declared loudly, if it was war they wanted, the White Tiger clan, born for battle, would never shrink from a fight. It seems I must make a journey after all. I hope you will not disappoint me. Zhu Baihu gazed at the now empty hall, seated upon the white bone throne. His eyes pierced through the snow-white walls of the hall, staring into the distant sky. No one knew what he was looking at, and his murmured words resonated through the entire hall. Zhu Baihu of the White Tiger clan requests an audience with Lord Xinmo. At the foot of Lingshan on the western continent, Zhu Baihu appeared. He bowed respectfully toward the mountain summit and called out loudly, repeating the call 3 times. Yet from Lingshan, there was still no response. Zhu Baihu knew of Lingshan because it was the location of the western continent's primal vein and also the dwelling of the mysterious Xinmo. Of course, he was unaware of Luo Ho's existence. Luo Ho, an exalted demon god, had laid his schemes across the Honghuang land, but clearly his identity was not something a mere Zhu Baihu could know. Moreover, Luo Ho regarded Zhu Baihu as nothing more than a chess piece. How could a chess piece ever know the identity of the chess player, especially when the game had not yet concluded? Zhu Baihu had come here with a purpose. Though he was proud, he knew that the White Tiger clan had suffered grievous losses in the war against the Qin clan. If the clan were at its peak, he might have dared to contend with the Fierce Beast dynasty. But now that was out of the question, especially since Shun and I had reportedly returned. After all, Shin Ni's voice, which had thundered across the entire Honghuang, was still fresh in his memory, and it had not been long since that event. He knew he was no match for Shin and I. But the mysterious being Xinmo must be formidable, even if not equal to Shun and I, certainly not far behind. If Xinmo would act, then they could stand a chance against the Fierce Beast clan. That was why he had come. Yet he was also aware that because of his previous betrayal this time, if he wanted Xinmo's help, he would have to pay a price, perhaps even suffer humiliation. But so what? A true man living between heaven and earth could bear such a slight. He would reclaim his dignity in the future. He did not believe Xinmo would refuse. He knew the cruelty of the Fierce Beast clan, and Xinmo knew it too. Once the Fierce Beast clan truly occupied the western continent, not only would the White Tiger clan perish, but Lingshan would also suffer. Such was Zhu Baihu's own reasoning. Thus he came bearing sincerity, yet still with a measure of pride. Demon Lord Zhu Baihu has come just as you predicted. Inside the Demon Lord's hall at Lingshan, Xinmo spoke respectfully to the Demon Lord Luo Ho, seated upon the throne. Not long ago, the Demon Lord had told him that Zhu Baihu would surely come to seek him out. At that time, Xinmo had been skeptical. Although Luo Ho was the Demon Lord and deserved his respect, Xinmo had his own will. He was not Luo Ho's puppet after all, and had his own thoughts. In his view, Zhu Baihu was a proud and arrogant man. Otherwise he would not have betrayed him before. Such a man should not out of fear of the fierce beast clan come seeking help from the one he had betrayed. Yet to his surprise, Luo Ho was indeed the demon lord. His words were to be heeded and believed, for now Zhu Baihu had indeed come. However, Xinmo was not eager to face Zhu Baihu. After all, this man had betrayed him. If not for the demon lord Luo Ho's command, he would have killed him long ago. Now he actually had the audacity to shamelessly come and ask for his help. Since he has come, if he wants to see you, then see him. Luo Ho raised his head and glanced at Xinmo calmly. No one knew his intentions, not even Xinmo. At this moment Luo Ho's expression was utterly serene, eerily, so yet a strange glint flickered in his eyes. But Lord Luo Zhu Baihu has betrayed us. Why do you still want me to see him? Shima was very puzzled. In his view, the best fate for a traitor was to return to the world, that is to be directly killed by his blade. But Lord Luo Ho had not agreed, and now he was even told to go see him just because the other party had come in person. He simply would not believe such a thing, so at this moment he was extremely confused, unable to understand what Lord Luo Ho was really up to. Just go and I believe you will know what to do. Luo Ho did not elaborate. Although Shinma was indeed his subordinate, Luo Ho actually wanted him to become his trusted right-hand man. Therefore he spared no effort in cultivating Shinma. Of course, this was also because Shinma was truly worthy of his cultivation. Otherwise, given Luo Ho's pride, how could he have taken a mere primordial creature seriously? Shinma did not speak. After hearing Luo Ho's words, he fell into deep thought. However, soon he raised his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Without the confusion, he now appeared extremely dignified. He had roughly understood Luo Ho's intentions, but it was clear that these plans required his execution, and he was the mastermind of this event. Although Luo Ho was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, and he was merely a chess piece in Luo Ho's hand, so what? Shinma held great respect for Luo Ho. In his eyes, being a chess piece in Luo Ho's hand was a matter of great joy. In the primordial world, the most feared thing was to be worthless, because those without value were dead, or they were like ants. Utterly insignificant, yet their lives were never guaranteed. It seems you have understood. Then go ahead. Luo Ho looked calmly at Shinma, and spoke indifferently. After speaking, he vanished from the hall, and with his disappearance the palace also turned into starlight and dissipated into the Spirit Mountain. Luo Ho could not expose himself. Once Zhu Baihu entered the Spirit Mountain, he would definitely have to meet Shinma. But this was Luo Ho's Demon Lord Palace. Even if he allowed Shinma to sit on his throne, Shinma would not dare to do so casually. If Shinma did not sit, Zhu Baihu would certainly become suspicious, which would be troublesome. Therefore Luo Ho directly moved his palace away, giving Shinma more room to maneuver. As the Demon Lord's palace vanished, a blood-colored palace rose in its place, covering the entire summit of the Spirit Mountain. Shinma naturally took the highest seat in the palace. Of course, this was not the throne. It was merely a seat that looked somewhat similar to a throne, but was different. Ordinary creatures would find it difficult to distinguish this seat from the throne unless they approached it closely. In Shinma's heart, he was merely a chess piece and a subordinate of Lord Luo Ho, naturally unworthy of sitting on the throne. Only Luo Ho could sit on the throne, so he would not prepare a throne for himself. However, to avoid arousing Zhu Baihu's suspicion, he made his seat somewhat similar to the throne. Zhu Baihu, come in. After Shinma was seated, his calm voice traveled through the hall and the Spirit Mountain, reaching Zhu Baihu's ears outside. Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Baihu straightened his previously slightly bent body. He could bow his head because he knew when to yield and when to stand firm, but that did not mean he would always do so. This time it was only because he needed Shinma's help, otherwise he would never have acted so. After all, he had dared to betray Shinma directly. Why would he care about such formalities? Zhu Baihu of the White Tiger clan pays respects to Lord Shinma. After entering Shinma's hall, he slightly bowed his hands towards Shinma on the throne. His words were respectful, but his actions lacked the deference he had shown outside the Spirit Mountain. He looked directly at Shinma, his peripheral vision scanning the hall, as if looking for something. Zhu Baihu, if I remember correctly, you are no longer one of my people. So why have you come this time? Shinma suppressed the urge to kill him, and spoke in a somewhat hostile tone. The fact that he could even speak with Zhu Baihu was already a sign of great patience. And Zhu Baihu was clearly aware of this, so he did not mind Shinma's attitude. If it were him, he would have already struck down a traitor. He was already satisfied that Shinma could speak peacefully with him. As for the attitude, when you are a traitor, why care about attitude? This time I have come to ask Lord Shinma to help the White Tiger clan. Zhu Baihu directly stated his purpose to ask Shinma to help them, because in his view only Shinma could stop Sheni. Huh? Zhu Baihu, are you here to make a joke? If I remember correctly, you are the one who betrayed me. Not killing you outright is already my mercy. Now that the White Tiger clan is in trouble, you have the audacity to come to me and ask for my help. What do you think, I am merciful and that my blade is not sharp enough? Although he had already anticipated the answer, Shinma was still somewhat speechless when he heard Zhu Baihu's words. How did this guy dare? After betraying him, he still had the nerve to ask for his help. I know that the betrayal last time left a grudge in your heart, Lord Qin Ming, but this time is different. I believe you are aware that the Beast Army is invading the Western continent. Given the brutality of the Beast Clan, if they truly take over the entire Western continent, there will be no living creatures left. Our clan has been severely weakened by the previous war with the Qilin clan and cannot fight against the Beast Clan, especially since the Beast Emperor Shini has personally entered the fray. If our clan is defeated, there will be no creatures left on the Western continent to fight the Beast Clan. At that time, I'm afraid even the Spirit Mountain where you reside, Lord Qin Ming, will not be spared. Slap. Zhu Baihu was about to continue, but suddenly Qin Ming, who was seated, slammed his palm on the table in front of him, causing Zhu Baihu to swallow his words. He looked back at Qin Ming, somewhat puzzled about his intention, though in his heart, he was fully aware. Zhu Baihu, are you threatening me? The inner demon demanded, his face flushed with anger as he stared at Zhu Baihu. Though clearly enraged, his eyes betrayed nothing. In fact, they were eerily calm. Lord Inner Demon, you jest. How could I possibly threaten you? I merely speak the truth. If you insist on interpreting it otherwise, I have no recourse. However, Lord Inner Demon must be well aware of the current state of my Baihu clan. I suggest you think carefully before making a decision. Upon hearing the Inner Demon's words, Zhu Baihu adopted a facade of deference, yet his words bore not a trace of fear. In truth, he acted thus because he was certain the Inner Demon would succumb to his threat. Otherwise, he would never have dared such insolence. In essence, the Inner Demon's attitude toward him had fostered a dangerous illusion. Were it not for this, Zhu Baihu would never have been so audacious, especially since he was currently seeking the Inner Demon's aid. Under normal circumstances, even if one refrained from killing a traitor, one would not deign to show them kindness, let alone grant an audience. Yet the Inner Demon received Zhu Baihu, which led the latter to believe that the Inner Demon dared not harm him. Though this appeared to be true, the reality was that Luo Ho simply did not wish to act. He had a grand scheme to orchestrate. Zhu Baihu never suspected this, largely due to the influence of fortune. Any powerful race possesses immense fortune, especially top-tier clans like the Baihu and Qilin, whose destiny permeates the entire continent. Although the heavenly Dao had not yet emerged, they were blessed by the Great Dao, making it rare for any wandering cultivator to dare provoke such fortune-shrouded beings. The fact that the Inner Demon did not strike Zhu Baihu reinforced his belief that the demon truly dared not. Thus he grew brazen, even addressing the Inner Demon with an air of arrogance. Yet he forgot one crucial point: all powerhouses harbor their own pride. Though the Inner Demon might not attack him directly, that did not mean he could not plot against him. You are quite something. The Inner Demon regarded Zhu Baihu with a placid expression, his voice low and indistinct. It was impossible to discern what thoughts churned within his mind. This time I shall act, not for your Baihu clan, but for the other living beings of the Western continent. After a long silence, the Inner Demon finally spoke again, as if offering Zhu Baihu an answer. Yet his disdain was evident. He deliberately cited the Western continent's beings rather than the Baihu clan. Then I thank you, Lord Inner Demon. I shall not trouble you further. Farewell. Upon hearing this, a gleam of delight flashed in Zhu Baihu's eyes. This was precisely what he had sought. Though the Inner Demon's intervention appeared to be for the Western continent rather than the Baihu clan, as long as he acted, the outcome would be the same. Get lost. The Inner Demon found Zhu Baihu's presence irksome. Had it not been for Lord Demon's orders, he would not have deigned to receive him. Now that the man was leaving, he had no intention of stopping him. Zhu Baihu departed with a satisfied smile. Though the Inner Demon loathed him, what did it matter? As long as the demon agreed to act, it was a boon for him. He cared little whether the demon found him annoying. Moreover, once this crisis was averted, he would have ample time to attempt the half-step Chaos Realm. When he eventually clashed with the Inner Demon, victory was not beyond his reach. Who would be the true master remained uncertain, so he harbored no concern. Lord Demon, you have done well. After Zhu Baihu left, the figure of Demon Lord Luo Ho materialized within the Inner Demon's palace. Seeing his master appear, the Inner Demon dared not remain seated on the throne. He respectfully descended, approached Luo Ho, and bowed. Luo Ho, ever indifferent to such formalities, would not be himself if he cared. He was exceedingly kind to those he trusted implicitly, his absolute confidants. However, this warmth did not extend to ordinary subordinates. Leave this matter to you. Remember, ensure the safety of the other beings on the Western continent. As for the Baihu clan, let them all perish at the hands of the Fierce Beast clan. Their deaths shall herald the path to the Fierce Beast dynasty's downfall. Luo Ho gazed calmly at the sky beyond Lingshan and spoke with an air of detachment. Indeed, neither Luo Ho nor the Inner Demon had ever intended to save the Baihu clan. Zhu Baihu's assumption that the Inner Demon's intervention equated to their salvation was sheer overconfidence. Had he been more perceptive, he would have noticed the loophole in those words. The Inner Demon had indeed promised to act for the Western continent's beings, but he had not specified when. Meanwhile, the Baihu clan's army was currently on the front lines, holding back the Fierce Beast clan. Could it be that the inner demon intended to wait until the Baihu army was annihilated before making his move? It was entirely possible, indeed highly probable. After all, both the inner demon and Luo Ho had spoken of using the Fierce Beast clan to destroy the Baihu clan. They would never intervene before the Baihu were utterly eradicated. The inner demon and Luo Ho cherished the beings of the Western continent, for though they were mere ants, they were still creatures of the primordial world. But they held no love for the Baihu clan, whom they regarded as traitors and expendable pawns. From the moment the Baihu clan committed betrayal, they had been marked as disposable tools. Now Luo Ho and his allies were orchestrating a grand scheme, using the Baihu's destruction to expel the Fierce Beast clan entirely from the stage of the primordial world. Thus the Baihu clan would serve one last purpose. It seemed that neither Zhu Baihu nor his clan had realized this. Even if they had, they would have been powerless to change their fate. When a half-step chaos powerhouse and a half-step heavenly Dao expert conspire against you, escape is nearly impossible, especially when Hongjuan, that old schemer, is also involved. The Baihu clan's destiny was sealed. Damn it, why hasn't that inner demon made his move yet? At this moment on the battlefield between the White Tiger clan and the Fierce Beast clan in the Western continent, ancestor White Tiger gazed furiously toward the direction of Spirit Mountain. His eyes blazed with rage, and the aura of slaughter permeated heaven and earth. Ancestor White Tiger was consumed by fury. The inner demon who had promised to strike had shown no sign of acting and was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the White Tiger clan suffered devastating losses. On the battlefield, clansmen fell incessantly, their golden blood staining the land, and their corpses piled up like mountains. Chieftain, what should we do now? The fierce beasts are far too powerful. If this continues, our entire clan may perish here. An elder stood beside Ancestor White Tiger, speaking with a worried expression. He gazed at the vast front lines stretching for billions of light years, where the two armies clashed endlessly. But in truth, it was the White Tiger clan, their own kin, who kept falling. Even as a high-ranking elder, he could not suppress a sense of sorrow. These were their clansmen dying tragically one after another. Yet as elders of the race, they were utterly powerless, forced to watch them perish. As for personally entering the fray, it would hardly make a difference. If they did not move, would the enemy truly remain still? After all, the four great beast kings of the Fierce Beast dynasty and the Beast Emperor Shun and I were seated upon the heavenly thrones, calmly observing the entire battlefield. Gazing at Shun and I, who sat serenely on the massive bone throne, propping his head with his hand, and the four beast kings radiating terrifying auras standing behind him, even the White Tiger elder felt a chill of dread. Fear of the Fierce Beast dynasty, fear of Shun and I. What to do? Ancestor White Tiger withdrew his gaze from Spirit Mountain and looked across the empty sky toward Shun Ni's position. Shun and I was smiling at him like an old friend and even nodded when their eyes met. But the icy killing intent in his eyes sent a chill through Ancestor White Tiger himself. Our White Tiger clan has no retreat now. Even if we wish to withdraw from the battlefield, the fierce beasts would not grant us that chance. So we must fight to the death. Spread the word, let the fierce beasts and all the beings of the primordial world know that the White Tiger clan is not cowardly. If the fierce beasts wish to annihilate us, let them test whether their teeth are sharp enough to break our spine. Withdrawing his gaze, a glint of ferocity flashed in Ancestor White Tiger's eyes. As a race that wielded the power of slaughter, they truly feared no enemy. When all hope was abandoned, they dared to fight, even the fierce beasts. Ancestor White Tiger now understood everything. The inner demon had never promised to save the White Tiger clan. He might indeed strike, but not for them. Only for the other living beings of the Western continent. Though they too were creatures of the Western continent, from the moment they chose betrayal, their fate was sealed. They had become pawns to be discarded. What scheme the inner demon harbored he did not know, but one thing was clear: no matter the plan, the White Tiger clan was doomed to perish. The inner demon would only act after their extinction. Fight then for the sake of the race. Ancestor White Tiger let out a deep sigh. Did he regret it now? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. If given another chance, he would still choose betrayal. The White Tiger clan was a top-tier race, unwilling to become vassals. Being someone's pawn discarded when worthless was not what they desired. As the king of the White Tiger clan, Ancestor White Tiger refused to be a mere chess piece. Betrayal was inevitable. Everyone had ambition. In this world, all sought to become the supreme ruler of the primordial world. Shin and I, come fight me. I, as the chieftain of the White Tiger clan, challenge you. Ancestor White Tiger rose to his full height. Having resolved everything, he had abandoned all hope of survival. He knew the outcome of challenging Shun and I, yet he did so anyway, hoping to leave a spark for his clan. Only by this could he achieve it. You have some courage. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Hearing Ancestor White Tiger's words, Shun and I found him somewhat amusing. If he had challenged one of the four beast kings, he might have had a chance to survive. But challenge him. Unfortunately, that was a one-way road to death. Shun and I was not so easily challenged. Shun and I know I am no match for you. I only ask that after my death you spare the White Tiger clan. At least leave them a glimmer of hope. Ancestor White Tiger looked at Shun and I with a complex expression. If there was hope, who would willingly embrace death? All feared death, even beings as powerful as Ancestor White Tiger and Shin and I. Yet he still made this request, hoping to bargain for the survival of his clan. Even if only one clansman remained alive, that was hope, was it not? At least in the future, the White Tiger clan would still leave its mark on the primordial world, unlike the previous calamity, where not a single being survived, leaving history completely blank. I see. I agree. Hearing Ancestor White Tiger's words, Shun and I instantly understood his intention. No wonder he dared to challenge him directly. He had realized he had no chance of victory and wanted to leave a legacy for his race. Though somewhat disdainful, Shun and I still agreed. After all, they were both powerhouses of the same era, and he respected those who faced death head-on. Thank you, Ancestor White Tiger said with a hint of joy, then charged forward without hesitation. He died. When the world fell silent once more, Ancestor White Tiger fell in battle, pinned to the ground by Shin Mi's spear. His massive form was lifeless, his soul utterly destroyed. The final fate of the White Tiger clan needed no elaboration. With their chieftain dead, the rest of the clan followed. They displayed the spirit of their race. None retreated, all perished charging forward. Little one, you may go. I promised your chieftain to leave your clan a final spark of hope. On the battlefield, all White Tiger clansmen had fallen. The only survivor was the little cub before Shin and I, the last hope of the White Tiger clan. Shin and I chose to spare him, keeping his promise to Ancestor White Tiger. I will return to take revenge on you. The little White Tiger glared at Shun and I with hatred, then turned and fled without hesitation. He was the last hope of the White Tiger clan. He could not die, at least not now. Otherwise, the sacrifice of his chieftain and clansmen would have been in vain. The White Tiger clan has fallen. A supreme race is now no more. It seems the Hongwang grows ever more chaotic. At this moment upon the central continent, Zhu Qilin sat upon his throne, his gaze drifting sorrowfully toward the western continent as he murmured to himself. Others may not have known the true strength of the White Tiger clan, but the Qilin clan, having warred with them for countless eons, understood it well. Their power was no inferior to their own, and in some aspects even more terrifying. For they wielded the power of slaughter, the most fearsome force in warfare. Yet this mighty clan ultimately fell to the hands of the Fengshou clan. Even Zhu Qilin found himself contemplating the future of his own Qilin clan. This time it was the western continent that suffered the invasion of the Fengshou clan. But who could say their next target would not be the central continent? If the Fengshou clan invaded, he did not believe his Qilin clan could withstand their forces. And if they fell, would they not simply follow the White Tiger clan into oblivion? Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, what is your opinion? At this moment within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Zhu Long sat upon his throne. Before him stood an elder with white hair and an ethereal immortal bearing his face etched with a warm smile. The kind grandfatherly appearance gave the impression of a gentle soul. Hong Jun, you speak truly. The southward advance of the Fengshou clan cannot be avoided by any race. This is indeed a calamity for the Hongwang. But so what? How does this concern my dragon clan? Even if the Fengshou clan were to overturn all of the Hongwang, it would make no difference to me, would it? As long as our dragon clan holds dominion over the four seas, even if beast sovereign Shin and I sought to invade, he would think twice. Look, does he not? The Xuanwu clan in the North Sea remains untouched. Zhu Long agreed with Hong Jun's first half, but dismissed the rest with open scorn. In his view, the Fengshou clan was indeed powerful, but that was merely a matter for the continent. The dragon clan held the seas, and as he saw it, even if the Fengshou seized all of Hongwang, they would hardly dare touch the beings of the four seas. That was why Zhu Long refused to provoke them. It would bring devastating losses to his clan, an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. But since Hong Jun had come, he would surely not leave so easily. To return empty-handed would mean becoming a laughingstock before Luoho. Zhu Long, are you certain of this? You must understand, once the Fengshou clan controls the entire Hongwang continent, Shun and I will be able to draw upon their immense fortune to break through to Hunyuan. Once he wields that power, can your dragon clan truly escape his wrath? One day you may catch a thief, but can you guard against him for 1,000? If you still do not grasp this, then consider me never having come. Hong Jun spoke to Zhu Long. He had already said much. If Zhu Long failed to understand, there was nothing more to be said. Such a Zhu Long and such a dragon clan had no future. They were not even worthy of becoming his pawns. Why waste more words? Zhu Long remained silent, lost in thought. He was no fool. He understood Hong Jun's reasoning. Yet he truly did not wish to become entangled with the Fengshou clan, let alone oppose them. But it seemed unavoidable. Hong Jun, even if I agree, what then? With our current strength, we would hardly be able to contend with even the 4 great Fengshou kings, let alone Shin and I. As you said yourself, Shin and I stands at the threshold of Hunyuan. My own cultivation is merely great Luo God perfection. I am no match for him. Even if all living beings of the Hongwang united, they would still fall before a single one of his strikes. How could we hope to resist? Zhu Long ultimately chose to cooperate with Hong Jun, but first he needed to know how Shun and I would be dealt with. Qin Ming's strength. It was not merely Zhu Long who trembled before it. Even combined with Zhu Long, they would be no match. Half-step Hunyuan. Those who brushed against Hunyuan were never ordinary beings. Qin and I had killed Zhu Baihu with a single strike. All of them at Great Luo God perfection were no match for him. Fear not. There are those who can handle Qin and I. Though my cultivation is also but Great Luo God, you must realize that the Hong Huang runs deeper than you know. Qin and I is not invincible. Others exist who can suppress him. Apart from Shun and I himself, the Fengshou clan has few capable elders. Once someone holds him in check, you must eradicate every last member of the Fengshou clan. Hong Jun spoke to Zhu Long with quiet confidence. Though he revealed only his Great Luo God strength, powerful on the surface yet ultimately limited, he would not fight personally. The one who would strike was already part of his calculation. And with Zhu Long's nod, the demise of the Fengshou clan was already sealed. Pangu, why are you not in your own domain, but instead come to mine? At this moment in the Chaos World, the Order Primordial God looked at Pangu with some curiosity and asked, for this was her domain, and Pangu would normally never come here. Pangu was not the World Tree who, as her sister, naturally visited, but recently the World Tree had been busy with something unknown, even rarely coming to her domain, spending every day either in his own domain or going to Shurchin's. This made the Order Primordial God even suspect that the World Tree and Shurchin shared some secret, but Shurchin had also been in seclusion recently, presumably without time to attend to the World Tree. I have come this time to seek your assistance. Pangu spoke to the Order Primordial God before him. If not for a matter of importance, he would never have sought her out, especially not in her domain. Whoever wished to come could, but he, Pangu, would not. Oh, you Pangu actually need my help. Let me hear it. The Order Primordial God was somewhat surprised. Pangu asking her for help. This was the first time since their inception. Pangu's pride was second only to Shurchin's. Though every Chaos Primordial God was immensely proud, their pride could not compare to that of two individuals. One was Shurchin, the first to emerge in the Chaos World, and seated upon the most ancient throne of emperors. His pride was unmatched by any. It could be said without exaggeration that Shurchin's pride rivaled the Great Dao itself, not because he looked down on others, but as a result of his supreme confidence. As for Pangu, needless to say, he was the son of the Great Dao. Without Shurchin, he would undoubtedly be the foremost of the Chaos Primordial Gods. Even now, with Shurchin above him, his pride remained unparalleled. After all, as the son of the Great Dao, he possessed the absolute destiny of a protagonist. Thus, the Order Primordial God had never expected Pangu to come seeking her help. Given his pride, it was difficult for him to utter the word help to any other primordial god, except perhaps Shurchin, the only one who could make Pangu say such a thing. This time it is for Shurchin, Pangu said after a moment of silence. If not for Shurchin, his good brother, he would never have come to the Order Primordial God for help. Only Shurchin could make Pangu willing to lower his proud head. Shurchin, hasn't he been in seclusion recently? Did something go wrong on his end? But that can't be. I haven't sensed any anomaly in the time Dao within the chaos. While speaking of which, the time laws do seem a bit too active lately. So hasn't Shurchin been in seclusion? What is he doing? The Order Primordial God said as she fell into thought. Previously, she had been busy with her own affairs and hadn't paid much attention to the state of Shurchin's time laws in the chaos. Now reminded by Pangu, she observed and found that while other Daos had fallen into silence, the dimensional time laws were abnormally agitated, as if they had taken some stimulant even more intense than that. In many places within the Chaos World, the time laws had even formed time storms or time vortices within which the laws were extremely chaotic. If a weak creature accidentally entered one, it could be swept into a time turbulence, possibly appearing in some future period or some past era. In short, the time here was extremely chaotic. With even a slight misstep, one might directly leave the chaos and travel to another unknown world. Of course, the most likely outcome was to be erased from time itself, becoming a speck of dust in the annals of history. He has indeed been in seclusion recently, but I assume you have also noticed the current situation in the Chaos World. Therefore, I need your help to smooth things over. This matter has already incurred the displeasure of the Great Dao. Although it was unintentional on Shurchin's part, it has happened. If we do not deal with it quickly, the Great Dao might awaken Shurchin to resolve it. Pangu sighed softly. This kind of matter should have been handled by Shurchin, but his current state clearly made it unsuitable. Thus, with no other choice, he had to come to the Order Primordial God. If anyone aside from Shurchin was most suitable, it would be the Order Primordial God. As the one who governs the Order Dao, the entire chaos is a form of order. Even disorder is a kind of order. It is merely a type unrelated to order itself. Now only the Order Primordial God could quell those time disturbances. In truth, Pangu could also do it, but his methods would be far more violent. After all, he governs the Dao of force, which can break all laws with sheer power. However, if he did so, he would inevitably disturb Shurchin, and clearly Shurchin must not be disturbed now. Then wake him up. It's only seclusion for healing, not a major issue. At worst, he can resolve this after coming out of seclusion, and then continue. Obviously, the Order Primordial God did not yet grasp the meaning of Pangu's words. She said matter-of-factly, "Whoever caused this should fix it. I'm not here to clean up after him. Such matters should not be brought to me. Shurchin's current state cannot be disturbed, or otherwise it would be troublesome." Pangu said again, reminding the Order Primordial God of Shurchin's condition. He could not be awakened, so it was clearly not a simple matter of healing seclusion. But if not healing, then what was it? It was up to the Order Primordial God to understand. Some things could not be stated too explicitly. After all, Shurchin had not yet succeeded. Had he cannot be awakened. Not just seclusion for healing. Why can't he be awakened? Wait, you say his current state cannot be awakened. Do you mean? In the first half of the sentence, the Order Primordial God had not yet caught on, but then she immediately understood. None of them were fools, especially as Chaos Primordial Gods who had lived for untold eons. Even a genuine fool would have become an old fox under the influence of time. Thus at that moment the Order Primordial God realized what Pangu meant, but she was instantly stunned, truly stunned. Well, just as you thought, but whether he can actually take that step still depends on whether Shurchin's foundation can support it. Pangu said with a trace of envy. That realm. Once Shurchin truly steps into it, it means he will be the first being in the chaotic world to achieve that realm, and the gap between them and Shurchin will grow wider and wider. Even Pangu felt envious when speaking of it. He did not harbor any jealousy. After all, this was his own brother. It could be said that if Shurchin truly stepped over, Pangu would sincerely rejoice for him. Such was Pangu. He harbored no jealousy whatsoever. Moreover, none of the chaos demon gods in the chaotic world would envy Shurchin. They would only genuinely be happy for him, and then strive even harder themselves. If among the later generations of beings someone were to witness a friend or acquaintance achieving such a feat, they would likely already be preparing to stab him in the back, for they fear both their brother's suffering and their brother's success. It can only be said that because Shurchin was in the chaotic world, he could attempt this with such peace of mind. Otherwise he would have long hidden himself to try secretly rather than allowing even Pangu to know of this matter. It seems it's true. His speed is truly astonishing. Upon hearing Pangu's words, the Order Demon God knew it was true. As for whether Shurchin would fail, the Order Demon God never considered it. Actually, though Pangu said this, he too had not entertained the thought of Shurchin's failure, for Shurchin must have been fully prepared to dare such a move. Without confidence and preparation, Shurchin would never have attempted it lightly. Do not think that taking this step is simple, when in fact it is extremely difficult. Once failure occurs, it could even lead to death and the dissolution of one's Tao. Countless eons of cultivation would vanish into nothingness, and not even a trace of the soul would remain. Thus one would be erased from the river of time, leaving no trace behind. Only those truly transcendent ancient beings might remember you, but to them that realm is merely an ant. How could they remember the existence of an ant? So this time Shurchin attempted it with the determination that he would surely succeed, otherwise he would not have chosen this moment. In truth, Shurchin was forced into this. Originally he wanted to wait a bit longer, at least until he had made complete preparations, but there were always people forcing him. This time he had attracted the attention of Shabu Nicholas. If he did not break through as soon as possible once he left the chaos, he might be found by that entity. And obviously Shurchin needed to fulfill his promise to the Great Dao, so he had to leave the chaotic world. Yet outside the world existed that entity. If his strength could not match the opponent, he would certainly be in danger. Shurchin would not entrust his fate to others, nor would he gamble on whether the opponent could descend across dimensions to attack him. Thus the best solution was naturally for him to reach that realm himself. In this way, even if Shabu Nicholas truly descended into this dimension after he left the chaos, he would be able to fight it. The opponent had indeed been in that realm for a long time, but Shurchin's foundation would allow him, upon first stepping into that realm, to rival these ancient beings. Therefore, once he set foot in that realm, he would naturally no longer fear the opponent. This was also the reason why Shurchin originally wanted to wait a bit longer, but now chose to step into it at this time. Since this is Shurchin's matter, I will take action. A few temporal disturbances are nothing. For me, it's merely a wave of the hand. The Order Demon God said no more. Shurchin's affairs were her own. If she had not known earlier that Shurchin was about to step into that realm, she would not have taken action, for in her view each person should handle their own matters. Since it was Shurchin's matter, and at that time she thought Shurchin was merely in seclusion to heal his injuries, taking action would not be a problem for him. Once he came out of seclusion to settle things, he could continue his seclusion without much impact. That was why she was unwilling to act. But now that she knew Shurchin was striving to break through that realm, she decided to take action herself. As she said, such a matter was very simple, something that could be resolved with a wave of the hand. Since Shurchin was inconvenienced, she would act. After all, she, the Order Demon God, was a demon god of Shurchin's camp. Since Shurchin had a need, she naturally had to act. Moreover, if Shurchin truly broke through that realm, it would also bring her immense benefits. Not to mention that Shurchin's Tao lectures had already benefited them greatly, and Shurchin had promised her that if that matter could be accomplished, she would have hope of true transcendence in the future. Then I shall leave this matter to you, fellow Taoist. Pangu nodded. Since the Order Demon God was willing to do it, that was naturally best. He did not think she would refuse after learning of the matter because he knew the relationship between the Order Demon God and Shurchin. That was why he had come directly to her, instead of handling it himself. A small matter. As she spoke, the Order Demon God raised her hand, and a mysterious aura dissipated from her palm. Soon an inexplicable ripple spread throughout the entire chaos. Beneath that ripple, the temporal disturbances that had appeared in the chaos were instantly smoothed away. Everything seemed to return to its original state, yet it also felt different, as if the entire chaotic world had been bound by some inscrutable rule. It seems the Order Demon God has made her move. But adding some extra elements of your own while doing so is a bit excessive, isn't it? Well, let's wait until Shurchin comes out of seclusion to discuss this. We'll see what Shurchin thinks. For now, it's better not to say anything. At that moment, as the Order Demon God acted, Yang Mei, the Space Demon God, naturally sensed it. He even detected that the Order Demon God's move carried some extra elements within it. But clearly he did not want to get involved, for this matter had little to do with him. He was but a carefree wanderer. In the terms of the Primordial World, he was a rogue cultivator. Those who would truly have a headache were the ones with certain ideas. However, the specifics would obviously have to wait until Shurchin emerged from seclusion. Those guys likely thought the same. It would be a very unwise choice to confront the Order Demon God at this moment. How did I come to be upon the River of Time? No, this does not seem to be the River of Time. At this moment, the figure of Shurchin appeared upon a river that stretched from the primordial past to the infinite future. He gazed at the water flowing from ancient antiquity toward the ages yet to come, murmuring to himself. At first he believed it to be the River of Time, for it bore an uncanny resemblance, suffused with the aura of the time law. But he soon realized this was not the River of Time. As the master of time and sovereign of the River of Time, he knew that river more intimately than any living being. This river was virtually identical to the River of Time, even in its aura. Any other creature would have been utterly unable to discern the difference, yet Shurchin detected a subtle divergence. The waters of the River of Time surged with fierce vitality. Most importantly, when Shurchin set foot upon it, the torrential currents would stir as if recognizing their master. Great waves would rise and the water would gently brush against the tips of his feet without ever wetting him. But this river, though similar, lacked a certain vitality. Yes, vitality. If the River of Time were a vigorous youth, this river was a decrepit elder. The water was dead and still, remaining utterly motionless even when Shurchin trod upon it, as if he were merely watching a flowing painting. At last you have set foot here. Just as Shurchin was observing his surroundings, a voice whispered faintly in his ear. The voice carried a tinge of desolation and primeval antiquity, as if eons of time stretched between them, ancient and hoary. Who is there? Shurchin was instantly on alert. He recalled that he had been cultivating in his own abode. Appearing here was already strange enough, and now a sudden voice, ancient, utterly indistinct in gender, had emerged. It was like walking down a dark, empty alley, and suddenly hearing a faint sigh in your ear. That was exactly how Shurchin felt. Had he not sensed that his power remained unaffected, he might have cursed aloud. You are the Dao. No, you are not the Dao. Though your aura is remarkably similar to the Dao's, it is ultimately different. So who are you? Turning around, Shurchin saw a woman in a purple palace robe standing silently behind him. Her face was cold and beautiful. If ever there existed a being whose mere presence could captivate all worlds, it would surely be she. Her beauty surpassed even that of the Order Demon God and the World Tree. Though the World Tree and the Order Demon God were already the most exquisite maidens across the myriad heavens, they paled in comparison to her. This was not a matter of facial features. The three were nearly equal in that regard, but of temperament. The mere aura she exuded standing there could enchant all worlds. A mysterious, noble, yet cold demeanor. The moment Shurchin saw her, he was utterly stunned. He had called her the Dao not because he had ever seen the Dao's form, but because of her aura. It felt exactly like the Dao's, yet somehow different. That was why he concluded with certainty that she was not the Dao. I am indeed not the Dao, but you need not know who I am. Not yet. The purple-robed woman spoke softly, her voice seeming to come from all directions. Her lips moved, yet no sound emerged, and as she spoke, Shurchin could feel the river beneath his feet subtly shifting. It was a river in its twilight, yet somehow at the instant of her speech a vast vitality seemed to be brewing in its depths. Shurchin could not help but scrutinize it, but to his dismay he saw nothing. Then at least you can tell me where this place is, and why I have appeared here. After staring for a long time without discovering anything, Shurchin had no choice but to give up. This was simply beyond him, and he was not possessed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Besides, a living person, a very mysterious one, stood before him. If he could still focus on anything else, his heart would indeed be too vast. You already know in your heart what this place is, do you not? As for why you are here, you cannot ask me that question. You must ask yourself, for only you can find the answer. The purple-robed woman said everything yet nothing. At that moment Shurchin was utterly bewildered. What did she mean by "you already know in your heart"? If he truly knew, why would he have asked? He was not so idle as to feign ignorance when he was fully aware, nor was he so bored. And why must he ask himself how he came to be here? Why must he seek the answer on his own? If that were the case, what was the point of asking her? It would have been better not to ask. Is there any point in speaking like this? Can you not just say it outright? Why must you speak in riddles? If I knew, why would I bother asking you? Shurchen was somewhat irritated. Was this woman insane? She spoke in a rambling, incoherent manner utterly unlike a normal person. And her eyes, they seemed utterly lifeless, devoid of any vitality. She exuded a rich aura, yet Shurchen felt she was but an empty shell, as if her soul had departed, leaving only the physical body. But then how could she speak? This struck Shurchen as most peculiar. Moreover, the more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed, as if he had seen her somewhere before. She gave him a familiar yet utterly foreign feeling, a profound contradiction. Shurchen, everything has already been predetermined. There is no escape for you. You may leave now. The purple-robed woman in court dress paid Shurchen no mind. After uttering those soft words, she turned and departed as mysteriously as she had appeared. As her voice faded, Shurchen felt as though controlled by some unseen force. His figure began to dissipate, uncontrollably vanishing from that ancient river as if he had never existed. Great Dao, is this truly your choice? Could he really be our hope for the future? After Shurchen departed, a ghostly voice echoed across that weathered and ancient river. Unfortunately, Shurchen was already gone and destined never to hear who had spoken. You should not have appeared at this time. A voice suddenly rang out over the river. There, clad in turbans-colored court attire, stood a woman whose appearance was nearly identical to that purple-robed lady, yet her aura was distinctly different. She had materialized upon the surface of the river. The two gazed silently at one another. To any observer, they resembled twin sisters. Yet their temperaments and demeanors were profoundly different. Great Dao, you ultimately could not restrain yourself from coming forth. Beholding the woman in turbans-colored court dress, an uncanny flicker of amusement appeared upon the purple-robed woman's normally cold countenance. Though she appeared little more than a vessel, she possessed her own independent will, an intriguing paradox indeed. You have already brought him here. Were I not to appear, I fear you would have already set your plans in motion. Great Dao spoke with palpable discontent. Had she not intervened in time, she knew this woman well enough to anticipate she might say something to Shurchen, something she most certainly did not desire. Within her carefully laid designs, Shurchen was not yet prepared to know too much, for that would unravel everything. With no other recourse, she had been forced to appear in person. Had I not done this, how would you have chosen to appear? The purple-robed woman said calmly to Great Dao. That was precisely her intention, to draw Great Dao forth. Shurchen had no idea he was merely a pawn, a tool the purple-robed woman wielded to compel Great Dao's appearance. Now that Great Dao had revealed herself, this tool served no further purpose, which explained why he had been sent back without hesitation. If only he knew, he might have wept with despair. When had the master of time himself become nothing more than someone else's instrument? Enough. I have no patience for such talk, and my time is limited. Speak. What matter is so urgent that it demands my presence? Unwilling to linger on this particular topic, Great Dao spoke with visible impatience. Her demeanor suggested she would depart immediately if he did not reveal his purpose forthwith. Great Dao, I only wish to understand why you chose him. We had reached an agreement long ago, yet you ultimately reneged and abandoned us to keep our posts alone. Are you truly saying he means so much to you? Or could it be that he truly possesses the ability to fulfill our designs? The purple-robed woman employed two distinct pronouns, the first clearly referring to Shurchen, while the second pointed towards someone entirely different, though only she and those involved could say who. Chuangshu, these matters lie beyond your concern. I have never abandoned the promises I made, nor have I broken our covenant. The reason for my departure was simply that I saw no glimmer of success where you stand, so I chose to leave and begin anew. I hope you can understand. Great Dao fell silent for a long time before responding, her voice carrying an undertone of sorrow. She had never wished to break her word, and had there been any hope, she would have faced this together with her friends. But there was none. At that time she had been utterly devoid of hope, which is why she ultimately chose to leave. Yet throughout the years since, she had never abandoned her original pledge, continuing to strive toward it even when the prospects seemed distant. Was that not far better than the barren hopelessness of the past? You have changed. The purple-robed woman, Chuangshu as Great Dao called her, gazed at Great Dao with something shifting in her eyes for the first time. It was not warmth, but rather disappointment, loss, and sorrow. With her emotional shift, the river beneath them fell into sudden stillness. The faint life force that Shurchen had sensed earlier in the riverbed completely vanished, as though it had never existed. All who depart from their change, and you are no exception. Great Dao spoke as though refuting her, yet also stating something entirely ordinary. Silence fell after Great Dao's words. Both she and Chuangshu sank into quietude. Their gazes were fixed not upon each other, but upon the river stretching before them. Have you remained here all along? Great Dao asked after a long silence, her voice carrying the weight of certainty more than inquiry. Amen. Only the echo from every direction answered Great Dao. Chuangshu, visibly affected by what had been said, had grown even more withdrawn and offered no further response. This place was once beautiful, but ever since his fall it has become a river of silence. It is truly a pity. Had it not been for you back then, he would never have fallen, and this place would not have become as it is now. Great Dao had barely finished her lament when Chuangshu's words struck her speechless. Indeed, the desolation before them bore her responsibility. Yet this too had been decreed by fate. Inescapable even for beings of their stature, etched into the ancient river of destiny long ago. His fall was fated, and their regret was sealed with it. These words were carved into the ancient river of destiny itself. What else could they do? They could follow the path inscribed upon the river of fate, or attempt to shatter destiny itself and forge their own way, but such endeavor was impossibly difficult. I have no desire to discuss this further. If there is no pressing matter, I shall depart now. Great Dao had initially wished to linger, having not seen Chuangshu in countless ages, never since she had departed that place long ago. Yet now she felt compelled to leave, for the woman before her remained as sharp-tongued as ever, speaking without mercy or regard for consequence. What purpose could there be in staying with someone like that? One would surely grow weary of the endless provocation. Visit more often next time. They all miss you quite dearly. Seeing Great Dao's intent to depart, Chuangshu made no move to stop her, merely offering these words in quiet calm. Who exactly these they referred to none could say. Very well. Boom. On this day the entire chaos suddenly began to stir, as a terrifying aura permeated the whole chaos world. Under this pressure, even mighty beings like Pangu and Yang Mei could not help but tremble slightly. Under the dreadful pressure, they felt their bodies almost beyond control, as if compelled to kneel. Yet their proud will would not allow them to succumb, so two formidable wills clashed incessantly within them. That fellow really doesn't make things easy for us, does he? The first to succumb was the Order Demon God. The other Chaos Demon Gods were desperately using their own Great Daos to resist the terrifying pressure spreading through chaos. Even the entire chaos itself was emitting the aura of countless different Daos. But facing this sudden terrifying pressure, the Order Demon God offered no resistance. Not even a trace of her Dao's aura surrounded her. She simply allowed the dreadful force to descend upon her without any intention to resist. Because she was already seated, and the pressure could at most force a standing being to kneel. For the Order Demon God, it held no significance, for sitting and kneeling were essentially the same to her. The reason other Chaos Demon Gods resisted was their unwillingness to submit to this overwhelming pressure. But the Order Demon God had no such concern. Besides her, there was another, the World Tree, who was currently at Shurchin's Taoist sanctuary, directly facing the epicenter of Shurchin's pressure. She chose the same path as the Order Demon God. After all, both belonged to Shurchin's camp. Even if they submitted, what could the other Chaos Demon Gods say? Rather than resist and expend great effort, possibly failing and ending up humiliated, it was better to simply accept the pressure. That way at least they would not appear too disgraceful. Though she silently accepted, the Order Demon God could not help but mutter a complaint. Unfortunately, no one else was present, so her words went unheard. As for Shurchin, after leaving that unfamiliar place, he felt his aura could no longer be suppressed, and the insights he gained about the Tao suddenly surged forth in a torrent of growth. If before Shurchin's understanding of the time Tao was within the realm of mastery, now he seemed to have become time itself. Everything about time was as simple and familiar to him as his own body. So this is chaos. Shurchin, sitting cross-legged, murmured to himself. He felt as if he were immersed in a vast void. As his comprehension of the time Tao deepened, the void around him began to transform. Time, space, and myriad Taos emerged, and a complete chaos world materialized within his consciousness. Boom. Suddenly a thunderous explosion burst in his mind, and chaos began to riot. The power of the time law rose and separated from the chaos within his mind. When no trace of the time law remained in the entire chaos world, a lofty throne rose from the chaos. That is the throne of laws. Not only did a throne formed by the time law appear in Shurchin's mind, but also in the external chaos world a majestic throne slowly emerged. All the Chaos Demon Gods could not help but look up to the sky. The throne was clearly within chaos, yet it seemed to transcend the chaos world itself. It seems another Tao friend has stepped onto this path. In the endless dimensions, ancient and mysterious beings turned their gaze toward a certain dimension where an ancient throne slowly materialized. Though no one had yet sat upon it, the appearance of the throne signified the imminent birth of a new sovereign, a fact none could change. Indeed, you are right. But by the looks of it, this new one is related to time. I wonder what their temperament is like, whether they will be easy to get along with. In response, another agreed, but then added with a slight digression, do you really need to say something so obvious? The throne they condensed is the time law throne, We can all see that. As for their character, as long as it's not like those few, it should be fine. The mere thought of those few made even these ancient beings who had already reached this realm shudder. Not because those few were particularly terrifying, but because their personalities were extremely unruly. Eccentric would be an understatement. How eccentric? Only those who had faced them could truly describe it. Suffice it to say, none of them wished to encounter those strange individuals again. Is this the throne of laws? Gazing at the throne emanating waves of time, Law Shurchin gently caressed it, feeling the familiar and intimate aura of time. So the Chaos realm requires the condensation of an ancient throne of laws. Shurchin finally understood. Condensing a throne of laws was essential for the Chaos realm, and it was no simple task. The foremost requirement was perfect mastery of a single Dao. For many beings this was extremely difficult because the Daos they cultivated often limited them. While mastering more laws and Daos might seem to increase one's power in the early stages, upon reaching this realm one would realize that the more Daos one cultivated, the greater the restriction. Since only one law could be used to condense a throne of laws, one had to choose a primary Dao among the myriad. For those like Shurchin who cultivated only a single Dao, it was manageable. But for those who had cultivated multiple Daos, it was troublesome. They lacked the focus that Shurchin had, and they could not be sure if there was already a pioneer on the path they chose. One Dao, one person. This was an eternal truth, unchanged since antiquity. Only the purest of beings like Shurchin could achieve it. Other beings found it extremely difficult, and thus very few ever reached this realm. Should I sit on it? Rumble. As Shurchin stepped onto the law throne and sat down, the entire Chaos world began to tremble wildly, as if some terrifying entity was about to descend. In Shurchin's eyes as he sat on the throne, he felt his vision continuously elevated. At first he was still within the chaos, but as time passed he felt he could see the entire chaos at a glance. And even beyond the chaos, the boundless void, the vast myriad heavens were all like this. O great and holy Lord of time! Praise your grandeur. As the dimension continuously elevated, the hymns of countless beings rang in Shurchin's ears. Perhaps Shurchin did not know which worlds those beings came from, but the moment he sat upon the law throne, hymns of beings kept resounding. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for stepping into this realm. An ancient voice sounded in Shurchin's ears. He turned to look and found that he had now arrived at the highest point. This was not the so-called high place, but it was no different from a high place, because it was the highest point of the dimension. Not far from him, there stood law throne after law throne, but at this moment no figures were present on these thrones. Perhaps they were not on their thrones. Shurchin roughly counted that there were only about 20 thrones throughout the entire dimension. In other words, among the vast myriad heavens, only about 20 beings have stepped into this realm, truly rare. One must know that the beings in the boundless heavens are countless, yet there are only about 20 Chaos Realm powerhouses, even including him. This shows how difficult this realm is. Countless supreme powerhouses exist, but after the waves of time, only a few can reach this step, truly the exalted ones. The throne of the one who had just spoken with Shurchin was beside him. Of course it looked close, but in reality, it was extremely far away with an endless distance between them. However, at their realm, distance no longer mattered if they wished to speak even across infinite distance. It was as if they were right next to each other. I am Shurchin, a humble Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I ask your name? Shurchin asked with a bow. This was merely a simple courtesy. After all, the other party could sit on the law throne, meaning their strength was certainly at the Chaos realm. Since they had no conflict and were meeting for the first time, there was nothing else to say. Shurchin, I seem to have heard your name, but I cannot recall where exactly. Hearing Shurchin's words, the being said with some surprise, then fell into thought. It was unclear what they were thinking. Perhaps they were trying to remember where they had heard Shurchin's name. But it seemed they did not recall, otherwise they would not have said the latter sentence. All right. You may call me Ling Nengzi. I attained the Dao through spiritual energy. Of course you have seen the others beside me. Obviously they do not wish to know you. So if you want to ask about them, I will not say. You will get to know them later. Ling Nengzi, the figure sitting on the law throne beside Shurchin, said calmly. When mentioning the other thrones, he had a strange expression. Obviously, there were other reasons behind this. Of course, Shurchin did not know this as he was not familiar with them. Among the thrones here, the only one he could recognize was probably that of Shabu Nikolasi, because only his throne emitted an ominous aura and endless darkness. Don't stare at that throne. That fellow's temper is very strange. Be careful not to catch his attention. As if noticing Shurchin's gaze, Ling Nengzi said to him. When mentioning that fellow, he was obviously a bit wary. Clearly, Shabu Nikolasi was also a very terrifying existence among them, but only slightly wary as their strengths were probably not too different. Can you tell me about this place? Shurchin withdrew his gaze from the ancient throne and looked at Ling Nengzi. Although he had already learned some things through certain events, it was obviously not comprehensive, so he needed someone to explain. And clearly Ling Nengzi was the best choice at this moment. In fact, Shurchin did not know that what he asked was exactly Ling Nengzi's duty. Ling Ningzi was specifically here to answer questions for powerhouses like him who had just achieved this step. As for who gave him this duty, it was unknown. That was why Ling Ningzi appeared when Shurchen arrived while the others disdained to come here. Even though Shurchen's current strength was not weaker than theirs, they simply did not appear here. That was the reason only Ling Ningzi came alone. Of course it is my honor, Ling Ningzi said with a smile. Of course this was just modesty. If Shurchen believed it, there would be a problem. This is outside the dimensions. The entire world is actually divided into 13 dimensions plus this place, outside dimensions. The 13 dimensions should not be unfamiliar to you. The vast myriad heavens are basically in the third dimension. The first dimension currently has no living beings while the second dimension has some, but it is very difficult for them to achieve the third dimension. This point Shurchen knew a little. He had some knowledge of dimensions, but not much, as dimensions had always been rather mysterious. I know that, but what about the other dimensions? Shurchen asked curiously. He indeed knew little about the other dimensions, only that beings like themselves generally stayed outside the third dimension, i.e., above the fourth dimension, but he did not know why they stayed in these dimensions. Above the fourth dimension is actually the dimension where we have always stayed. Even I do not know how dimensions are generated. Perhaps only one being can give you the answer, but obviously he does not wish to see you at this moment. So if you want to know the answer, you will have to wait until you meet him and ask him. Ling Ningzi's gaze shifted toward a law throne. Clearly the he referred to was the owner of that throne, but at the moment the throne was empty and the other had not appeared, so he said no more. Dimensions are a very mysterious thing, yet not so mysterious to us. By the way, since you have reached this level, there is one thing you need to know: the ancient covenant, that supreme gods must not casually interfere in the affairs of the boundless myriad worlds. That is to say, you can no longer arbitrarily set foot in the third dimension. Ling Ningzi did not explain much about dimensions, but instead brought up another matter: the ancient covenant. This was an agreement made by certain beings in the past to restrict supreme gods, i.e., chaos realm powerhouses, from casually interfering with the third dimension, i.e., the myriad worlds. Why? I seem not to have signed this covenant, so it cannot bind me. Shurchen was somewhat puzzled, but more so displeased. How could something he didn't even know about try to restrain him? He had stepped into this realm partly because the time was right, and secondly, because he wanted to use this realm to collect enough world origin faster to fulfill his agreement with the Great Dao. But now he was told he could not arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of the third dimension. Wasn't that telling him he couldn't collect world origin? How could he possibly agree? This is a covenant established by the ancients, and all beings who step into this realm must abide by it. Actually, there was no such covenant at first, but back then a certain being directly crossed endless distances and polluted many great worlds. Even now those worlds are still in decline, and the battle between dark calamity and righteous warriors has continued for countless cycles without a decisive outcome. So the ancients established this covenant to restrict us from acting recklessly. You see, although the dimension we reside in is higher than the myriad worlds, they are actually interconnected. Once the third dimension completely collapses, the dimensions above will also be affected. And if we casually interfere in the third dimension, it could easily cause its collapse. So you understand. Ling Ningzi talked for a long time, but Shurchen only understood one sentence: in the very ancient times, there was actually no such covenant. It was just that a certain being had acted recklessly, polluting many great worlds, causing chaos in the myriad worlds. So the ancients intervened to restrict beings like them. Dimensions are like a pyramid, the lower dimensions are like the foundation. Once the foundation collapses, the upper dimensions naturally cannot exist alone. So that is why they restrict reckless behavior in the third dimension. But this has nothing to do with Shurchen. Not to mention he did not sign the covenant. Even if he had, so what? In this world, power always speaks. Only those without power need to respect such things. And clearly he did not intend to obey. I'm not bad. Shurchen only said calmly. As for whether it was really not bad, only he knew. Anyway, such things were just talk. He didn't believe these guys would actually abide by it. Even if they did, so what? Hadn't Shabo Nicholas tried to descend across dimensions many times? By the way, what has that guy been up to lately? Now that he had reached this level, he figured he no longer needed to fear him. Do you know which dimension Shabo Nicholas is in? The entire world has 13 dimensions, and ancient beings like them were generally scattered among these 13 dimensions. Unless they revealed themselves or others already knew which dimension they were in, it was truly difficult to detect. Moreover, Shurchen had just achieved the Chaos Realm, so he did not know which dimension the other was in. Shabo Nicholas. You mean that great evil god? Why are you asking about him? I advise you not to inquire about him. His temper is not good, and if you provoke him it might cause some trouble. Obviously Ling Ningzi did not know about Shurchen's relationship with the other, otherwise he would not have said that. But he meant well for Shurchen. In his view, Shurchen was merely a newcomer to this realm. Although there was no distinction of strength in this realm, Shabo Nicholas had lived for so many years, and his trump cards were still terrifying. Moreover, his personality was one of the most eccentric among them. To provoke him would be a great trouble. Anyway, Ling Ningzi did not want to provoke such a being, too troublesome. It's not that I want to provoke him, but he has already taken an interest in me. Shurchen muttered. Yes, it was the other who had taken an interest in him. Otherwise he would not have chosen to break through this realm so quickly. It was all because the other forced him. It seems there are things I don't know, but since you are already connected I won't ask further. He is currently in the 11th dimension and seems to have fallen asleep again recently. You'd better not try to wake him or it will cause some trouble. In the end, Ling Ningzi revealed the dimension where the other was, but he also added a warning. Currently Shabo Nicholas had fallen asleep again. A sleeping evil god was nothing to fear, but once he awoke it would be a different matter. Big trouble would arise. So it's the 11th dimension. I understand. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for answering my questions this time. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. If I have any further questions I will surely return to ask you. I hope you will not be stingy then. Shurchen smiled at Ling Ningzi, then turned and left. Alas, it seems a troublemaker has emerged. But this myriad world is far too boring. I hope you can make it more interesting. Taoist, you should be well aware of what this place is. Once you step inside, the consequences it brings may far exceed your imagination. Are you certain you still wish to enter? Just as Shurchen's steps reached the threshold of the 11th dimension, a figure blocked his path. Between dimensions there were no actual gates. It was akin to transitioning from one space to another. Of course, dimensions could not be understood so simply, for many intricacies were involved. However, what mattered most was that someone had obstructed Shurchen's journey. I am fully aware that the 11th dimension houses that being Shabo Nicholas. Clearly I know this, or I would not have come here. Blocked in his path, Shurchen was not angered. Anyone who could stand here and stop him was undoubtedly of no lesser strength, at least on the same level as himself. Moreover, the other bore no hostility, so why would he make an enemy? It seems you are aware. Then this simplifies matters. Let me introduce myself. I am called the Firstborn. You may not know me, but I am no stranger to you. The last time I learned of you, you were merely a supreme, yet now before I know it you have risen to stand alongside us. The Firstborn spoke with a hint of emotion. The last time he had learned of Shurchen, he had even cast a gaze towards Shabo Nicholas, and had even offended the latter in the process. Yet he cared not. In the end, he had also traveled to a certain place because he sensed the aura of chaos upon Shurchen. He had thought it would be a very long time before he encountered it again, yet how much time had passed. The other had already arrived before them, and now spoke with him as an equal. This made him feel that all his years of cultivation had been wasted. After all, his existence was far more ancient than Shurchen's, and he had reached this realm far longer ago. Shurchen was but a newborn babe among them, yet this babe now possessed strength comparable to theirs. The thought was truly vexing. Was their talent inferior to Shurchen's? In truth, it was not so. The difference lay in the paths they walked. Shurchen had achieved this step so quickly because the Great Dao had paved the way for him. Without that, not even the Supreme Realm would have been reached in a long time, let alone this one. The Firstborn. Hearing the name Shurchen, found it rather peculiar. Compared to Ling Ningzi and his own name, it indeed seemed odd. Yet the vast universe held all wonders, the other's name likely related to his origins. These powerful beings usually named themselves after the circumstances of their birth, so strangeness was only natural. Strange is it? I was born at the dawn of the myriad heavens, so there is nothing odd about it. Seeming to read Shurchen's curiosity, the Firstborn explained. His words left Shurchen somewhat astonished. He had known the other's existence was ancient, but not to such an extent. The dawn of the myriad heavens, a time that was simply beyond investigation. Even Shurchen, the master of time, who governed the ancient river of time, could not pinpoint it. The main river of time, even Shurchen had never traversed its upstream to its end, thus this time was truly difficult to determine. Then what is the purpose of your coming? Shurchen asked calmly. Though inwardly startled by the other's existence, his current strength was not far from that of the Firstborn. What he lacked was merely time, and clearly he was still young. Having reached this step, time was no longer a meaningful constraint for him. To stop you. You know that Shabo Nicholas resides in the 11th dimension, but you do not know that there is another being living there besides him. Both are currently in slumber. If you step in, you will surely awaken them both. I assume Ling Ningzi has told you about the ancient covenant. Indeed, Ling Ningzi did mention something of the ancient covenant to me. Shurchen nodded. There was no need to conceal it, as the other clearly knew of Ling Ningzi's affairs. Then you must not know that the ancient covenant only binds beings like us. It holds no sway over an existence like yours. The one who formulated that covenant has long since merged with the Dao, yet the covenant itself persists. That is why we have been slow to leave the dimensions and set foot into the myriad heavens. However, as time passes, the covenant's power gradually fades. Before long, it will dissolve completely within the dimensions, and then we ancient beings will once again tread upon the boundless heavens. But until then, we shall not interfere with the heavens. Under the covenant's restraint, we usually pass the time in slumber, especially a few of our kind. And Shabo Nicholas is one of them. They will remain asleep until the covenant's power fully dissipates. However, if you step into their dimension, they will awaken directly. To be honest, I cannot fully see through your strength. It should be not far from mine. But to face two evil gods at once, your power is still insufficient, especially considering these two evil gods once polluted the heavens. Thus it would be best if you do not enter. I say this for your own good. When the firstborn mentioned the evil gods, a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. Had there been only one, he would not have feared. But the problem was they were two, and their relationship was peculiar. For that reason, even the firstborn felt somewhat restrained when facing them. I am most grateful for your counsel, but it makes no difference to me. This 11th dimension, I must enter. You cannot stop me. Young man, I admit you are strong, your talent can be said to surpass all the heavens. But after all, I have lived longer than you, so you should at least show some respect to an elder. Since I have said I will stop you, you cannot enter the 11th dimension today. Upon hearing Shurchin's words, the firstborn remained calm at first, but his expression instantly darkened. He even began to assume the posture of an elder ready to lecture Shurchin, a trait most detestable among the powerful who, regardless of their actual strength, always love to adopt the air of a superior instructing a junior. Indeed, Shurchin held no advantage in age. The firstborn had emerged at the dawn of the heavens, while Shurchin's birth was far later. But let it not be forgotten, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. When one's power is sufficient, age becomes a laughable concept. As for the firstborn's attitude, Shurchin would not show him any courtesy. If you speak to me properly, I will respond in kind. But if you try to put on airs before me, then sorry. I will show you what it means to have strength as the ultimate rule. Respect for the elderly. That is merely a code upheld by the weak. Are you presuming on your seniority before me? Firstborn, I think you have regressed with age. This is a world where strength is paramount. I admit you have existed for eons longer than I, but that is no reason for you to act superior before me. Step aside now, or I will use my fists to teach you the power of youth. And when you do, you had better not cry. Showing respect. Obviously, that was reserved for friends. Although he did not wish to make too many enemies, it did not mean he was afraid. Back when he was in the Great Dao's crucible, he had dared to challenge the Great Dao itself. Even now, Shurchin had no confidence he could defeat the Great Dao. The firstborn's strength was roughly on par with his. Although the other had existed for an ancient span, Shurchin, having broken through to the Chaos realm with the Great Dao's guidance, was not far behind. The firstborn had hidden cards, but did he not have his own? If he didn't, he would not have dared to come directly to the doorstep of Shabanigulasi. One being an ancient evil god, the other the firstborn born at the dawn of the heavens. You are courting death. With Shurchin's words, the firstborn's aura erupted violently. The entire dimension began to tremble, and the vast heavens shook in terror. Countless worlds collapsed under the horrific pressure, and immeasurable beings perished. Such is the tragedy of the weak. Every word or action of the powerful can determine their fate. They may live peacefully in their own world, but one day a mere breath from a mighty being can shatter that world, and they as insignificant beings can only perish in sorrow, unable even to enter reincarnation. Threatening me. A cold glint flashed in Shurchin's eyes. It seemed they would have to fight. He had only just stepped into this realm, and these ancient beings still looked down on him with arrogance. When he broke through, even though he had reached the same level as them, none except Ling Ningzi had appeared to congratulate him, or even glance his way. Do not speak of the excuse that they were all in slumber. The throne of laws was in essence a manifestation of their Tao. Though it lay beyond the dimensions, any disturbance in that place would rouse a sliver of their divine sense to investigate. But obviously none of them did. Was it not because they thought he was merely a new breakthrough unworthy of their acquaintance? As for Ling Mingzi, Shurchin had already guessed why he appeared during their conversation. It was his duty. Though he did not know who had given him that duty, it was clear that helping newly broken beings understand this world was Ling Mingzi's responsibility, and that was why he had shown up. The same was true of the firstborn before him. Although he had spoken peacefully at first, Shurchin was not a fool. He could hear the condescension in the firstborn's voice. Even though Shurchin sensed that his own power was comparable, the firstborn's long-standing arrogance infected his speech, betraying a slight disdain for the young man. And now the same. If any other ancient being had spoken to the firstborn like that, he would have stepped aside, for no one wished to ignite a supreme war. But when Shurchin spoke, he did not think of yielding. Instead, he wanted to teach Shurchin a lesson. This showed that he did not consider Shurchin worthy of attention, or that he did not believe Shurchin's strength could match his own. Boom. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed before Shurchin and the firstborn, leaving a thunderous roar before vanishing. The firstborn's expression changed drastically, and his aura completely dissipated as if it had never existed. Shurchin was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Was that an illusion just now? Clearly not. The firstborn's face shifted between gloom and uncertainty, changing like a Sichuan opera mask. But soon he calmed down and regained his original haughtiness. Your name is Shurchin, right? I have marked this matter. I have other business today, and do not wish to be bothered, so do as you please. But your accusation that I am presuming on my seniority will not be forgotten. I will come to you personally and discuss this matter thoroughly. The firstborn addressed Shurchen, clearly holding a grudge over being called out for his condescension. No need for later. We can settle it now. I have time. Before I go after Shabanigulasi, I can warm up with you. Shurchen was not one to let someone threaten him and then walk away. His principle was that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even 10 seconds is too long. Did he think he could act tough and then flee? Who gave you the face? Did you really think Shurchen was someone to be bullied? If I have matters to attend to, I will remember this. I will come back for you. The firstborn snorted coldly, his face dark, and vanished from the spot. Shurchen was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, the firstborn's aura had completely disappeared from the dimension. Obviously, he had concealed it entirely. Chidans pays respects to the guardian. At this moment, inside a palace, Chidans, with an exceptionally grim expression, was paying respects to the Hongming guardian seated at the head. He had originally intended to teach Shurchen a lesson, but just as he was about to strike, he was summoned back by the Hongming guardian. This was why his expression was so unusually unpleasant at that time. You have returned, you may take your leave. Facing Chidans, the light source, the Hongming guardian remained utterly calm, or rather his visage was completely indiscernible, for a layer of mist shrouded his face, preventing even Chidans, the light source, from seeing his features. Guardian, there is one thing I do not understand. The Hongming guardian had bidden Chidans to leave, but he made no move. Instead, he raised his head to look at the other, his eyes filled with a trace of resentment and anger. It must be known that he was exceedingly proud, and being humiliated by Shurchen in this manner was something that had never happened before. Previously, wherever he went, he was always the one who received respect. Moreover, due to his extremely special status, even other supreme gods dared not provoke him casually. But this time, in his eyes, Shurchen was merely a newly risen upstart who had the audacity to point at his nose and accuse him of presuming on his seniority, showing not a shred of respect for his elder. This infuriated him greatly. He had wanted to teach Shurchen a lesson, but before he could even strike, he was called back. How could he be reconciled to this? Moreover, now it seemed that the guardian intended to protect the other party, completely disregarding the injustice he had suffered. How could he tolerate this? Speak. The Hongming guardian's voice was extremely cold, though it was unclear at whom it was directed. It had become so the moment Chidans spoke those words. Although the surrounding atmosphere showed no change, the originally somewhat bright hall instantly darkened considerably. Guardian, why did you stop me from teaching that brat a lesson? I am after all his senior. Moreover, this matter was something you ordered me to do. Now that I have been called a presumptuous elder to my face, and when I wanted to discipline him, you called me back. Chidans was evidently unaware of the Hongming guardian's current state of mind. He shouted loudly at the other, and even a tone of reproach could be heard in his voice, revealing his dissatisfaction. It turned out that this matter was indeed related to the Hongming guardian. Although he had not appeared outside the dimension, he had overheard every word of the exchange between Shurchen and Ling Ningzi that took place beyond the dimension. When he learned that Shurchen intended to seek out Shabo Nicholas for some unknown reason, he ordered Chidans to block Shurchen's path, simply wishing to prevent Shurchen from going to Shabo Nicholas. He never expected it to escalate to this point, which is why he called Chidans back. His purpose was to prevent a supreme war between Shurchen and Shabo Nicholas, not to let Chidans and Shurchen engage in battle. Slap. Is this the tone you use to speak to me? Chidans, after all this long time, it seems you have forgotten your own status. The moment Chidans finished speaking, the Hongming guardian seated at the head instantly erupted in fury, even shattering the seat beneath him. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire hall, its vastness causing sweat to trickle involuntarily from Chidans' forehead, and his eyes were filled with boundless fear. Both were supreme-level powerhouses, and Chidans could be certain that the Hongming guardian's strength had not exceeded that of a supreme god to achieve transcendence, because if he had transcended, the entire void would have changed. But it had not, meaning the Hongming guardian had not transcended. Yet the aura he emitted made Chidans feel despair. It was like an ordinary mortal standing before the heavens, an aura of infinite despair, a power that he could not hope to oppose. Guardian, please calm your anger. This subordinate would never dare to betray you, never dare. Faced with the Hongming guardian's wrath, even Chidans was panicked. He had no choice. He did not consider himself a match for the Hongming guardian. He recalled the scene when he first met the Hongming guardian. It was when the myriad realms had not yet begun, when all was still void. The Hongming guardian appeared in the void, and with a wave of his hand enlightened a wisp of dim light, which was the present Chidans. Then the Hongming guardian created the infinite realms, and thus the universe of myriad realms came into being. Chidans did not know the Hongming guardian's origin. He only knew that when he was enlightened and the realms were created, the Hongming guardian was bearing a severely wounded body. He could tell because the injuries were so grave that the entire body was covered in dense cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. What outsiders did not know was that Chidans was not only the supreme god of the entire void, but also a subordinate of the Hongming guardian. This was why Chidans so diligently carried out his orders. However, there was another reason, one that only Chidans himself knew best. Chidans, I will say it once more regarding all matters of chaos you only need to report to me. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Moreover, if I ever see you attempting to lay a hand on the beings within chaos, I will personally send you to your dissolution. The Hongming Guardian completely disregarded the many years of service Chidans had rendered him, delivering a harsh blow. In his heart, everything concerning chaos was of utmost importance. Chidans was merely a dog he had casually raised to facilitate the search for news about chaos. If he had not been severely wounded and in need of recovery, he would never have enlightened Chidans, because in his heart nothing could compare to the importance of chaos, not even Chidans. If forced to choose between chaos and Chidans, the Hongming Guardian would unhesitatingly choose chaos. The reason for this would only be known later, for at present no one except the Hongming Guardian himself knew the cause, not even Chidans. He only knew that all these years the Guardian had been ordering him to search for news about chaos ever since the myriad realms came into existence, without ever ceasing. This subordinate understands. Faced with the Hongming Guardian's words, what could Chidans say? He dared not say anything. He could only choose to obey, for he believed that the other would absolutely do such a thing. In the other's heart, Chidans was not important. Even less important than the Supreme who stood guard outside the door. How tragic was that? A sense of desolation always lingered in his heart. 11th dimension Shabu, this time I come to you in person. What will you do? At this moment Shurchun was unaware that in a place unknown to him the firstborn had just been scolded by the being he served. Now standing outside the 11th dimension, he muttered while gazing at it. Boom. As he stepped into the 11th dimension, the entire dimensional space began to tremble incessantly. Of course this was not the aura emitted by Shurchun, but rather the aura emanating from other supreme beings. At this moment, within a dark world in the 11th dimension, an ancient being with a terrifying aura slowly opened its eyes. Ominous darkness swirled around it, and the dreadful aura caused the entire 11th dimension to tremble. Shabu has awakened. Who has intruded into the 11th dimension? Wait, who is that fellow? As that ancient figure slowly awakened one after another, the disturbed ancient beings couldn't help but open their eyes and cast their gazes into the 11th dimension. Shabu, as the most ancient among them, was not only called a dark god because of his terrifying power, but also because his temperament was extremely bizarre, and he would sometimes do inexplicable things. Thus, facing the awakened Shabu, they would rather see the sleeping Shabu who never moved. But now the dark god who had been sleeping had actually awakened. In a corner of the darkness, a terrifying being also seemed to be on the verge of awakening from its slumber. However, as if sensing the aura of Shabu, its eyes only opened a tiny slit before immediately closing again. Even its aura completely dissipated, and it appeared to sink back into sleep once more. The other ancient beings who had been observing this scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it were only Shabu, it would be manageable. But if this one also awakened, then the matter would become troublesome. After all, like Shabu, that one's temperament was also very strange. Both were called dark gods, and once awakened no one could tell what they wanted to do. As for Shurchun, who had just stepped into the 11th dimension, they claimed to have no recognition of him at all. They had actually known when Shurchun had ascended, but because his power had only just been elevated, they had not taken him seriously and had paid little attention. This resulted in them not recognizing Shurchun, and they were even unaware of the confrontation between Shurchun and the firstborn. This fellow, he really went over there after all. Seated on the throne of laws outside the dimensions, Ling Nungzi muttered with some headache. He had actually known when he was conversing with Shurchun, but he did not stop him, because his duty was not this. His duty was only to help newly ascended beings answer their doubts. The rest was not his concern. And the most important point was that in fact no one knew that he could not leave this place, that is, could not leave the outside of the dimensions. At least until the ancient covenant was completely finished, he could not leave here. As for whether he could leave after the covenant ended, it would depend on the will of a certain being. The ancient covenant, it seems to be nearing its end. How long exactly? 10 void years. Or 15 void years. What a long time indeed. Ling Ningzi murmured to himself while seated on the throne. That would be a very long time, but he had already waited through even longer periods, let alone this short time now. Void year was a concept used by the group of supreme gods in the void to record time. After all, although they did not care about the passage of time, it did not mean they did not keep track of time. Because no matter how powerful a being was, if it lost the concept of time, it would eventually fall into confusion and then proceed on the path of dissolution. This was something they did not wish to see, because in the past some ancient beings had entered dissolution precisely because they had completely forgotten time, forgotten everything, and even developed the thought that living had no meaning. It was for this reason that their Dao hearts collapsed and they perished, leaving not a trace behind. Of course, some had also entered reincarnation. However, reincarnation was a very terrifying matter. Even for beings of their power, once they stepped into reincarnation, whether they could return was unknown. Because the current reincarnation was not perfect, Or rather, the reincarnation of the past was perfect, but after the death of that one, the originally perfect reincarnation collapsed into the imperfect one of today. This caused the ancient beings to pale at the mention of reincarnation, for the unknown is always the most terrifying weapon. Shabo Nikolasi, I Shurchin have come to find you. The majestic Dao sound resounded throughout the entire 11th dimension, and all the ancient beings who had cast their gazes here heard the voice of chaos for the first time. Although at this moment they did not know that this was the voice of chaos, presumably in the future they would understand what chaos was and what true great terror was. What a characterful little fellow. Is this your plan? The Great Dao, it seems you have succeeded halfway. I wonder what other surprises you will give me, but I suppose it will be soon. You should have sensed it too. They are about to lose their patience. In a dim hall, an ancient being cast its gaze into the 11th dimension, looking at the towering figure and the Shurchun who exuded the terrifying aura of the Time Dao. A glimmer of joy and a hint of expectation flashed in its eyes, as if anticipating something. But more than that was worry, because the they it spoke of were about to be unable to hold back and come out. The time left for them to make arrangements was running out. Shurchun, such a familiar name. Whom I remember now. Are you that little fellow from back then? You've grown so fast. A series of ripples that only the ancient supreme gods could understand came from the 11th dimension. This was a very ancient voice, completely beyond the heavens and dimensions. The voice was very calm, but it was a Dao sound that could directly pollute ordinary beings, even supremes, if they heard it. However, such a Dao sound clearly meant nothing to Shurchun, because to him it was just an ordinary sound. It seems you still remember me. But that's understandable. It hasn't been that long. You are still coveting my Dao, aren't you? The scent emanating from your being is exceedingly sweet. How about we strike a deal? Facing Shurchun, a flicker of greed flashed in Shaba Nicholas's murky eyes. Countless tentacles swayed casually within the dimension, yet seemingly random, endless ripples kept the entire dimension firmly under its control. It could be said that any one of its tentacles was enough to pierce through the dimension, yet they also seemed to be repairing the collapses that constantly occurred. From its mouth dripped viscous fluid, and within that fluid black goats emerged one after another, only to be absorbed by its tentacles. Allow me to devour you, and I will grant you transcendence alongside me. How about that? Shabo Nicholas, not giving Shurchun a chance to speak, eagerly said. In its view, as long as it devoured Shurchun, combining Shurchun's Time Dao and the seed of space-time, it would have hope of transcending and becoming the first supreme god to transcend in all ages. You dream well, but it's time for you to wake up. Shurchun was somewhat speechless. Was this creature not awake? Or did it think it was still dreaming? Let himself be devoured. Was he stupid, or was the other party stupid? This kind of thing anyone would not agree, right? Moreover, Shurchun could transcend on his own. Why would he need Shabo Nicholas? Furthermore, if he really let the other devour him when the other transcended, whether he would still exist was a problem. How could he possibly make such a choice? Not possible. I suppose so. It seemed that the long slumber had caused some confusion in Shaba Nicholas's thoughts, which was why it said such things. After Shurchun's refusal, it showed no anger, but the greed in its eyes never diminished. Clearly, it was still thinking about devouring Shurchun. Then why have you come today? To disturb my slumber. At this moment, Shabo Nicholas was very clear-headed, so it spoke with reason. However, the reason why Shabo Nicholas, as an evil god, made other ancient beings wary was obviously not when it was lucid. In fact, both Shabo Nicholas and the other evil god were very easy to communicate with when they were lucid. But the problem was that their temperament was eccentric, precisely because they were sometimes not lucid. Once they fell into a state of unconsciousness, they would act recklessly, and no one could stop them. It was during its unconsciousness that it had coveted Shurchun's Dao. Clearly, Shurchun did not know this. Although greed lingered in Shabo Nicholas's eyes, it was actually a manifestation of its unconsciousness. Sure enough, as soon as it finished speaking, the murkiness in Shabo Nicholas's eyes grew more severe and greed became even denser. However, after it let out a strange sound, it became clearer again. Shabo Nicholas seems to be about to go berserk again. Should we warn that little fellow? At this moment, a voice arose among the ancient beings watching the scene. It was clearly aware of Shabo Nicholas's state. Upon seeing the change in its eyes, it could judge its current condition. What do you think about this? And obviously that fellow is not an easy opponent either. Moreover, the 11th dimension is a dragon's den and tiger's lair. If we don't enter, it's fine, but once we do, it won't be just Shabo Nicholas, the evil god, who another entity will also awaken. Don't be fooled by its deep slumber. Pay attention to its aura. Clearly it is in a light sleep now, and once disturbed, it could awaken at any moment. That creature's probability of going berserk is even greater than Shabo Nicholas's. Once it awakens, it will go berserk immediately. Have you forgotten what happened last time? I do not want to enter there. Even these ancient beings could not help but shudder when recalling the last incident. That creature's rampage was so terrifying that it nearly destroyed the entire dimension. Therefore, compared to facing that creature's berserk, they would rather only see Shabo Nicholas go berserk. Then let's ignore it. We'll just watch the show as long as they don't destroy the dimension. The ancient being who had spoken first after a moment of contemplation decisively chose not to enter. There was no choice for them. The 11th dimension was also a terrifying place, not because of Shabo Nicholas, but because of the one still sleeping. Perhaps the battle between Shurchin and Shabo Nicholas might not even wake it, but once these old fossils stepped in, their auras would surely awaken that one. Suppressing it, then, would not be easy. If not for that one's timely intervention back, then they would probably have long since lost sight of the current dimensional space. Roar. Shurchin looked at Shabo Nicholas strangely. He felt it was acting bizarrely, as it occasionally did something utterly incomprehensible. For instance, just now it was fine, but then it directly pierced through a black goat's body with its tentacle, tossed it into its mouth, and began chewing. And that black goat was clearly not dead, because the strange sound came from the black goat inside its mouth. Was this hunger or some other reason? Shurchin was puzzled. Swish. Suddenly a tentacle appeared silently behind Shurchin. Without any warning, the tentacle pierced through the void and struck towards Shurchin. At this moment, Shabo Nicholas's eyes were completely filled with murkiness and greed, and the fluid dripping from its mouth was even more abundant than before. Not good, this one has fallen into chaos. A group of ancient beings observing the 11th dimension couldn't help but exclaim loudly. They were all too familiar with Shabo Nicholas's condition. Once trapped in chaos, the mucus it secreted would be far more abundant than usual, and it would indiscriminately attack its surroundings. If no other life forms were present, Shabo Nicholas would snap out of its chaos after a few random strikes. But if other beings were nearby, trouble would be inevitable. You seek death. A glint of ferocity flashed across Shurchin's eyes as well. He had not expected Shabo Nicholas to ambush him. Although he had come prepared for battle, being ambushed like this still stirred a hint of anger within him, even for one of his stature. He raised his hand and severed the tentacle that lunged toward him. But the moment that tentacle broke, countless more surged in his direction, accompanied by a horde of black goats. Boom. Shurchin too was ablaze with fury. With a mere gesture, the terrifying Great Dao erupted across the entire dimension. The laws of time were instantly drained dry, plunging the whole dimension into an eerie stasis. Yet Shabo Nicholas seemed completely unaffected by the temporal interference. Countless tentacles ceaselessly struck at Shurchin, tearing through the boundless void and time itself. They attacked from the past, present, and future, unleashing terrifying power upon the river of time. Countless eons and ancient histories along the river sank into darkness or crumbled into ruins beneath the onslaught of those tentacles. Time returned to zero. Shurchin's temporal treasure, the Wheel of Ages, materialized around him. With the artifact's amplification, he seized control of the entire river of time, freezing everything within its flow and dragging all into the end of time itself. Time is the most majestic force. Beneath its dominion, all things turn to nothingness. Even the supreme existences could be made to vanish by Shurchin's power. Roar. A sound akin to both a beast's roar and another creature's chant echoed across the entire dimension. At this moment, no matter the 11th dimension or the first, wherever life existed, one could see an indescribable entity brandishing tentacles that were both incomprehensible and emanated a mesmerizing allure. Opposite that terrifying figure stood another being of unimaginable grandeur and dread. Bang! Crack, crack. Suddenly a sound like shattering glass arose. At first it reached only the ears of Shurchin and Shabo Nicholas, but soon every ancient being in the void heard that cracking noise. The 11th dimension is collapsing, someone exclaimed. In an instant, the entire void was seized by a collective palpitation. Dimension collapse. This was their greatest fear come to pass. Under the clash between Shurchin and Shabo Nicholas, the 11th dimension could no longer bear the weight of their power and began to crumble. Moreover, this was no trivial matter, for above the 11th lay the 12th and 13th dimensions. If the 11th dimension truly collapsed, the two dimensions above would inevitably be affected. As for the realms outside the dimensions, there was no need to worry. In essence, the outside was below the first dimension. Unless all dimensions were shattered, it would never be touched by the collapse. Shabo Nicholas, I'll show you something interesting. Shurchin bellowed, plunging his hand directly into the dimension, disregarding the already collapsing 11th. He then pulled out a river, the majestic river of time, radiating the brilliance of temporal light. The immense power of all living beings blazed dazzlingly as he dragged it forth from the dimension. Countless beings manifested upon the river of time, their voices resounding in praise of the time controller's magnificent form and overwhelming might. Boom. Shurchin slammed the river of time heavily towards Shabo Nicholas. The latter, completely lost in chaos, made no attempt to dodge and took the blow directly. The terrifying force collided with Shabo Nicholas's physical form. Countless tentacles were annihilated in that single strike, and even its massive body was halved by the impact. Left with only half its body, Shabo Nicholas's eyes were vacant, yet the greed within them never diminished. In fact, a flicker of rage now appeared. Though it lacked its own will at the moment, that did not mean it was insensible to pain. Having half its body shattered by Shurchin's river of time caused immense suffering even if it could eventually repair itself. Moreover, Shurchin's strike had not only harnessed the vast laws of the river of time, but also the collective will of all beings. That was the most devastating blow of all. Ugh! A low groan escaped Shabu Nicholas's mouth. The half of its body that had been scattered by Shurchin slowly reassembled amid wisps of black mist. Yet the pain had ignited its fury. Countless tentacles plunged directly into the void. Boom! Without giving Shurchin any time to react, a dark world materialized before him. His vision went black and his entire body was obliterated by that world. This was no ordinary world, nor was it a world at all. It was a dimension. Yes, Shabu Nicholas had used its tentacles to uproot an entire dimension and hurled it at Shurchin with devastating force. How could Shurchin have anticipated such a move? A dimension is far beyond a mere world. Consider that the entire myriad heavens mostly exist within the third dimension, and you can grasp the terror of a dimension. Only Shabu Nicholas could pull up an entire dimension and use it as a weapon against its foe. These two madmen. If they keep fighting like this, even the entire myriad heavens won't be enough for them to destroy it. An ancient being remarked with some exasperation. Who had ever seen such a battle? One pulled the river of time straight from a dimension to use as a weapon, while the other, even more ruthless, leveraged its own advantage to wield an entire dimension as a weapon. If they continued in this manner, the whole myriad heavens would be annihilated, leaving only the 20 or so of them with no other beings. What would be the point? Should we intervene to stop this? One of the great beings finally couldn't help but ask. If they didn't put a halt to this, who knew what these two would do next? Stop them? How? One is lost in chaos, the other is in a rage. If we go up, we'll just get beaten by both of them together. Granted, this young one has just ascended, but we have to admit that being able to fight on par with the chaotic Shabu Nicholas means his power is far from weak. The few of us would only end up as punching bags. What then? Should we just stand by and watch? With the way they are fighting, the heavens and dimensions might not be able to withstand their battle. The ancient one who spoke first glanced at the last speaker, then nodded in understanding. No wonder the other had spoken thus, for these ancients, having existed for eons, some had even buried their own kin in the worlds they once lived in. To them, emotions were utterly foreign. In their hearts, only the path of transcendence mattered. Everything else lay beyond their concern. Perhaps they still harbored some emotions, but believe me, even if they did, they would be scarce. At most, they might feel a fleeting pang of sadness when the boundless heavens withered, not for the perished beings within, but for the loss of a playground. That was the sole reason for their sorrow. Yet even that would last no more than a second, perhaps even shorter, before they sank into their long slumber. Such were they, the ancient supreme gods, aloof, overlooking the ages, watching the heavens shift and change, moving pieces only for their own amusement. The reason the former understood the latter was simple: the latter had not existed as long as they had. Though ancient compared to ordinary beings, the latter was still far younger than these true relics. Moreover, the latter's Tao throne of laws was built upon the path of emotion, a rare road one few could tread even in the boundless heavens. Yet clearly the latter had succeeded and reached the same realm as them. Thus, as a junior who achieved enlightenment later and walked the path of emotion, it was only natural for the latter to care about this matter. He did not mock the other, however. Every supreme god held a firm Tao, though none reached this level by sheer luck. Their paths were forged with unwavering conviction. A saying circulated among the supreme gods: never mock another's Tao, for being niche for you would never know how formidable one who treads a narrow path might become. This was a lesson written in blood. The last one who mocked another's Tao was still nailed to the pillar of shame. Stop thinking about it. You must understand. We all know this. Do you think they don't? But look, have they stepped in to stop it? No, they haven't. Clearly this is still within their control. No need to worry. Though he had no desire to intervene, he could not let the other act, either, knowing full well the latter's strength. If the other stepped in, he would face a 2-on-1 beating. Not fatal, but certainly enough to earn eternal mockery from the other ancients. For the other Sake, he could only offer this advice. Of course what he said was true. The truly terrifying ancient ones had not moved, indicating that the matter was either under control or that even they dared not meddle rashly. Damned creature playing tricks on me. At that moment, atop the collapsed ruins of the 11th dimension, Shurchin reappeared. Compared to before, he now looked somewhat disheveled. His silver-white Tao robe covered in wrinkles, his crown missing, and his long silver hair scattered over his shoulders. The silver lotus on his forehead blazed brighter than ever. Wheels of time spun around him, absorbing all temporal laws in the vicinity, freezing the entire dimension's time. A chaos realm being, a supreme god, could not be killed, at least not by a peer. In the same realm, none could truly suppress another. And if none could match them, who could slay them? After all, no transcendent being existed. So even when Shab Nicholas crushed him with a dimension, Shurchin simply reconstituted himself from the river of time, albeit a bit disheveled. Boom! The moment Shurchin appeared, the entire sky darkened. Shab Nicholas had used his power to shroud the dimension. Even the heavens of the first, second, and third dimensions plunged into blackness. Shab Nicholas, whose Dao throne of laws was darkness and misfortune, naturally possessed the ability to corrupt the entire dimension with his native darkness. Even Shurchin, powerful as he was, found his vision hindered. He could no longer locate Shab Nicholas, as if the latter had vanished completely. But was that possible? Boom. A tentacle emerged from the darkness, only to be shredded instantly by the temporal currents around Shurchin. Within Shurchin's time domain, no force could easily touch him. Do you think blocking my sight lets you attack me freely? Shab Nicholas, you are too naive. Shurchin raised his hand and struck in a certain direction. A massive palm pierced through layers of darkness, slamming heavily onto a creature, eliciting a pained cry. The sound was bizarre, unlike any living beings. It hardly matched Shab Nicholas. Shab Nicholas was called the Black Goat, but also bore the name Supreme Mother Goddess, a female deity. Yet the pained groan Shurchin heard, though incomprehensible, carried a deep masculine resonance. This creature seemed male. Had he struck the wrong target? That was Shurchin's first thought. But were there other beings in the 11th dimension besides Shab Nicholas? It seemed there was. One who had emitted a faint aura when Shurchin arrived, but quickly fell silent upon sensing Shab Nicholas, as if deep in slumber. Now trouble might be brewing. Bloody hell. How did that one's aura suddenly become so intense? What did Shurchin do in that darkness to awaken that being? It was evident that the ancient being who uttered this had likely roamed the modern world, for otherwise such words would not have been spoken. To them there was no realm they had not visited. Even if they wished to go, they could do so without anyone knowing of their existence. But at this moment the issue was not the tone of its words, but the being it mentioned. Not only this one, but even the other ancient existences could not help but feel a tremor in their hearts, for that one had awakened. If it were only Shabu Nigulasi, everything would still be manageable. After all, no matter how powerful it was but one. But if this one awakened, then there would be two evil gods. Could Shurchin truly hold them back? At this moment, they were all sweating for Shurchin. Did the attack just now bypass Shabu Nigulasi and strike the sleeping one? Is this little one lucky or unlucky? To have awakened this one as well, it seems I must intervene. Otherwise, if the Great Dao finds out that you were bullied in my domain, she would surely come charging with her blade. Others could not see the situation within the darkness shrouded by Shabu Nigulasi, but the Hongming Guardian could. Its power far surpassed that of other supreme gods. No one knew the true extent of its terror, for no one had ever witnessed it unleash its full might. However, an ancient being once attempted to provoke it when it was still gravely wounded, only to be suppressed with a single hand. Thus all ancient existences who knew of it gave it a wide berth, let alone dared to oppose it. And naturally it became one of the most feared among their ranks. Notably, the Hongming Guardian possessed no personal law throne beyond the dimension, a fact that puzzled all the ancient beings. For every supreme god upon reaching this realm must condense their own law throne, which would then appear beyond the dimension. This was common knowledge. Yet the Hongming Guardian alone had no law throne, though no one dared question its strength, for it was indeed a supreme god, a truth confirmed by an ancient being's own humiliation. Meanwhile, Shurchin had no idea that someone was concerned about his affairs. At that moment he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, realizing he had stumbled into a great trouble. Alone Shabu Nigulasi did not frighten him much. Although he had only recently ascended, that did not mean he was weak. But now another evil god seemed about to emerge. In the endless darkness, countless lights illuminated the void, and a monster composed of innumerable orbs, or perhaps eyes, came into Shurchin's view. It was an existence beyond words. King of the infinite void, star mover, dreadful conqueror, the primordial omniscient and omnipotent Lord, praise your grandeur. With its appearance, countless beings sang hymns of praise. Each title was both correct and incorrect. They were descriptions of its power by the masses, tributes to its majestic form, and interpretations of its abilities. But Shurchin preferred to call it the one of all things Yug Suatusi. In the Cthulhu mythos he had once read, it was one of the three pillar gods, the ruler of time and space, the omniscient and omnipotent deity of the mythos. You seem to know of my existence. The newly appeared Yug Suatusi was evidently very wise. Though its eyes were as chaotic as Shabu Nigulasi's, it seemed to maintain a kind of absolute rationality, which was why it could still communicate with Shurchin. As an omniscient and omnipotent god, though this was a peculiar form of omniscience, not truly knowing everything like a transcendent being, it still discerned from the subtle changes in Shurchin's eyes that he knew its identity, which piqued its curiosity. For it knew of Shurchin only through Shabu Nigulasi, a little one who not long ago was still an ant among sovereigns. By the span of its existence, Shurchin should not have known it, yet he did, which intrigued it. The one of all things Yug Suatusi, the ruler of time and space. Shurchin spoke each word deliberately out of respect for the other's power. As a fellow master of time, he could clearly sense its strength. A presence slightly more formidable than Shabu Nigulasi, and with Shabu still present the situation was dire. Has Nigulasi fallen into chaos again? Truly a troublesome one. Yes, it seems I am about to descend into chaos as well. Yug Suatusi did not immediately converse with Shurchin. Instead it looked behind him at Shabu Nigulasi, who had long since fallen into chaos, but had now fallen silent due to its awakening, yet had not emerged from that chaos. It murmured to the other, then stated its own current state. Yes, it too was on the verge of chaos. Though called the wisest god, omniscient and omnipotent, it could not completely prevent its own descent into madness. Such was the tragedy of these evil gods, and due to past causes they could only use slumber to suppress their sanity and keep from falling into chaos. Shurchin, leave now, for if I too fall into chaos it will bring you no benefit. Without giving Shurchin a chance to speak, Yug Suatusi addressed him, his tone calm, yet tinged with an inexplicable emotion that Shurchin could not discern. Shurchin was deeply perplexed, for he could not fathom what had befallen Shabu Nigulasi and Yug Suatusi. Had Shabu Nigulasi attacked him earlier because of this so-called state of chaos? But why would such a condition afflict one of the two supreme gods? Was it a deviation in cultivation or something else entirely? Clearly no one would answer this question for Shurchin now. He had to decide whether to stay or leave, as Yug Suatusi had suggested. If he stayed, he would have to contend with Shabu Nigulasi and Yug Suatusi, who might at any moment descend into chaos, as he had warned. He could handle either one alone, but with both, he would have to weigh his options carefully. Leaving, of course, would spare him such concerns, but to depart like this, would it not be a blow to his dignity? Shurchin, leave now. You can hardly suppress Yug Suatusi once he falls into chaos. While he is still lucid you can go, and he can calm Shabu Nigulasi. Just then a voice whispered in Shurchin's ear, its tone crisp and cold, startling him. For someone to speak to him at this moment, their strength must be formidable indeed. Who are you? Shurchin remained composed, though the voice surprised him. He reasoned it might be some other ancient entity, so there was no need for alarm. I am the Hongming Guardian. Leave this place first, and we will speak later. Very well. Upon hearing that title, Shurchin was genuinely astonished. The Hongming Guardian. What manner of ancient being bore such a name? Shurchin was no stranger to the name Hongming, having read countless novels about it. Legend held that Hongming existed before chaos, but whether that was true, even he could not say. He dwelt in the Chaos World, yet he knew not whether Hongming preceded chaos, or if it had always been a void. Perhaps Hongming and chaos were both vast worlds, for in this reality anything was possible. Shurchin glanced at Yug Suatusi, whose once wise eyes were now clouded. He was on the verge of falling into chaos, and once his eyes were fully turbid, he would become like Shabu Nigulasi. Shurchin turned and departed, leaving behind the ruins of the 11th dimension and the 12th dimension, which was collapsing from the aftershocks. Did the Hongming Guardian intervene just now? It has been a long time since I last saw him. Yug Suatusi murmured to himself as he watched Shurchin leave. Clearly he knew the Hongming Guardian, and their relationship was likely quite close. The Hongming Guardian's voice had sounded in Shurchin's ear, but such things were hard to conceal from Yug Suatusi, who as an omniscient being could hardly be deceived. Shabu Nigulasi, it is time for you to sleep. Yug Suatusi approached Shabu Nigulasi and gently stroked the tentacles with a hand that seemed made of radiant spheres. Though Shabu Nigulasi was in chaos, he calmed like a child, falling silent as his words faded. The turbidity in Shabu Nigulasi's eyes gradually receded, and halfway through his presence fell into stillness, sinking into a deep slumber under Yug Suatusi's soothing. Alas, this path is long. When will we ever escape this state? Hongming Guardian, you have yet to fulfill your promise to us. Do not let us three down, or we may be forced to risk the cycle of reincarnation. Having calmed Shabu Nigulasi, Yug Suatusi turned his gaze to other dimensions where another ancient being lay in slumber, radiating an aura strikingly similar to theirs. Seeing that one peacefully asleep, Yug Suatusi nodded in satisfaction. He could quell not only Shabu Nigulasi's rage, but also that one's chaos, provided he himself had not yet fallen into chaos. Fortunately, only Shabu Nigulasi was completely lost in chaos, while the other remained asleep, and he, by entering slumber in time, could suppress his own turmoil. Dust returns to dust, ashes to ashes. Let all that has perished return. As Yug Suatusi departed, only an ancient voice lingered, a tongue so old that even some supreme gods might not understand it. With his words, the collapsed 11th dimension began to rebuild, and the 12th dimension ceased its collapse, showing signs of restoration. Yet the complete restoration of the 12th dimension would have to wait until the 11th was fully healed, for the 11th was the very foundation of the 12th. Is this the end? Not only the other ancient beings were bewildered, but even the true powers felt a hint of confusion. Was it really over? They had expected Yug Suatusi's arrival to escalate matters, but instead it ended like this. It was astonishing that Yug Suatusi, known for being the most erratic, had resolved the situation so lucidly. An incredible feat. The show is over. Go back to your own business. How did you find this place? Looking at Shurchun who suddenly appeared before her, even the Hong Ming guardian was somewhat taken aback. She could not fathom how this fellow had managed to locate her. After all, many ancient beings were not even aware of this place. Yet Shurchun, having only spoken with her once, had somehow detected her aura and tracked her down. It was utterly absurd. Had she not known that the Dao was unaware of her location, she would have suspected the Dao of revealing it. Is this place hard to find? Well, I suppose it is a little, but to me it is quite simple. Although Shurchun had forged his throne of laws through the law of time, one must not forget that he also possessed the law of space and the great Dao of time and space. While the latter was not particularly strong, barely at the supreme realm, it was by no means useless. Finding someone was almost too easy for him. By utilizing the faint trace of aura emitted during their previous conversation, he could lock onto her location across the endless river of time and space. He simply wanted to see what kind of being this so-called Hongming guardian truly was, for he was immensely curious about Hongming. He wished to know whether this Hongming was a world unto itself or truly connected to chaos, and why he had never heard of it from the Dao. Ah yes, I forgot that you also control the great Dao of time and space. You must be the most powerful one the Dao has cultivated. Truly, I never imagined the Dao's plan would actually come to fruition. A look of understanding dawned upon the Hongming guardian. Earlier she had failed to notice the aura of the great Dao of time and space emanating from Shurchun, but now that he stood before her, if she still could not detect it, she would be unworthy of the title Hongming guardian. You know of the Dao? Upon hearing the Hongming guardian's words, Shurchun was genuinely shocked. He had not expected her to be aware of the Dao, and from the sound of it, she seemed to have a rather close relationship with it. Yet what concerned him more was the mention of the Dao's plan. What exactly was this plan? Why would she say that he was the most powerful one in the Dao's plan? What was the Dao planning? Or was it scheming something he did not know about? Of course I know. That fellow Dao once betrayed us, you see. Though the word betrayal was spoken which ought to be accompanied by anger or at least indignation, the Hongming guardian's tone was as if she were stating something trivial entirely detached from the matter. This contradiction made the situation all the more unsettling. What exactly happened back then? Shurchun furrowed his brow. He had a nagging feeling that this matter was deeply connected to him, yet his lack of knowledge left him unable to fathom the secrets it held. Asking me about this will get you nowhere. Even I am unaware of many details in this matter. Only that fellow Dao knows the most. If you wish to know everything, you must ask her yourself. Her. The Dao is female. Shurchun keenly caught the pronoun her, used by the Hongming guardian. Although her and him were similar in the divine language of the ancient beings, there was a subtle difference in pronunciation through the primordial Dao tones. Thus Shurchun could discern this distinction, otherwise he would only have learned the truth upon seeing the Dao's true form. It seems you know nothing at all. The Hongming guardian was somewhat surprised upon hearing Shurchun's words. She had not expected the Dao to keep even such basic information from them. It appeared that the Dao remained quite mysterious to Shurchun and his kind. Even the Dao's gender was unknown. How mysterious was that? But considering the Dao's nature, it was understandable. Then can you tell me something? Shurchun did not bother thinking about the Dao, for he knew that even if he asked, the Dao would not tell him. Thus his only hope was to glean some information from this so-called Hongming guardian. Don't even think about it. I will not tell you. Ask the Dao yourself. If she tells you, then you are meant to know. If she does not, then clearly you are not yet worthy. The Hongming guardian naturally would not divulge such matters. She understood one thing: if the Dao remained silent, it meant the time had not yet come, and Shurchun was not yet qualified to know. Though she herself longed to see the Dao, and if she told Shurchun, the Dao would inevitably come seeking her, she knew she could not disrupt the Dao's arrangements. This was of great consequence, for any disruption would introduce an uncertain variable into the future. Moreover, their gazes were fixed upon them, so any movement would surely alert them. Not yet worthy. Shurchun let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had never imagined that one day he would hear that he was unworthy of knowing something. Yet his strength had already reached the chaos realm. He might not be the most powerful being across all dimensions, but he was certainly the strongest within the entire chaos world, excluding the Dao, of course. Even he dared not claim he could suppress the Dao. How powerful the Dao truly was, Shurchun had no idea. It was as if they existed on entirely different planes of existence. Nevertheless, Shurchun did not try to force the Hongming guardian. He understood that if she was unwilling to speak, even force would not yield answers, and he was not even certain he could overpower her. After all, it would be most embarrassing if he attacked and failed to win. Winning would be acceptable, but losing would be a humiliation. In this regard, Shurchun was quite self-aware. That was why he accepted the answer. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. Nothing cannot be solved by strength. If it can't, then your strength is simply not great enough. Then could you tell me, did Hongming truly exist? Shurchun asked the Hongming guardian. Perhaps he himself did not know why he was asking, but he felt a peculiar attachment to the world of Hongming. Maybe it was because he had heard too many tales of it, and his curiosity had grown insatiable. Hongming. Upon hearing Shurchen's words, the Hongming Guardian fell into an unusual silence. She seemed lost in memories, and even the Grand Hall appeared to dim slightly. Ultimately, the Hongming Guardian said nothing, yet Shurchen already knew the answer, did he not? From the Hongming Guardian's demeanor, it was evident that Hongming had once truly existed. However, something must have transpired, something unknown to Shurchen, leading to Hongming's ultimate destruction, which is precisely why the Guardian now stood before him. Moreover, Shurchen harbored a suspicion perhaps the Great Dao itself originated from Hongming. Since the Hongming Guardian was acquainted with the Great Dao, the most likely place for their meeting would have been within Hongming. Yet what caused Hongming's destruction and whether any traces of its ruins still persisted, Shurchen could not fathom. The Hongming Guardian said nothing more, and Shurchen did not press further. You've returned. When Shurchen returned to the Chaos, Pangu and the Demon God of Order had both appeared at his Dao sanctuary. The World Tree needed no mention. She had remained at his sanctuary constantly and had never left recently. However, two figures had now joined Shurchen's sanctuary, none other than Bai Sujin and Shaoqing. Having received Shurchen's Dao and methods in that world, their cultivation had advanced remarkably swiftly. Combined with the temporal divergence between this world and the Chaos realm, they had reached the Deluo Shun level during Shurchen's seclusion, transcending their small world to enter his sanctuary. Yet they could only reach Shurchen's sanctuary so far. Venturing further into the outer chaos was impossible, for the chaos remained in constant flux. Even a half-step Hunyuan cultivator could not safely navigate it now, let alone those at the Deluo Shun level. Moreover, they currently existed as Shurchen's attendants. I'm back. Shurchen replied with a smile when Pangu inquired. Perhaps this was what friendship meant. Appearing before him the moment he returned, indifferent to whatever troubles he might face elsewhere. Whenever he came home, he was always met with a smiling face. Has that matter been resolved, eh? The World Tree asked from the side, referring to the earlier incident involving Sutta Nicholas. Though she remained unaware of his identity or cultivation level, she had witnessed the concern etched in Shurchen's eyes at the time, making her keenly aware of his purpose when he departed. This was precisely why she had stayed at Shurchen's sanctuary all these years. Although this was ostensibly his own affair, she bore some stake in it as well. Was she truly worried about him? Perhaps she was. Already resolved. Shurchen spoke calmly. He chose not to disclose what he had encountered within the dimensions. Pangu, the Demon God of Order, and the World Tree were all at the zenith of the Supreme Realm's 9th stage, yet none had truly broken through. Unless they attained that realm themselves, it was wiser not to burden them with such matters. Sharing them would only cause needless worry, offering no assistance. That's good. The World Tree's anxiety dissipated upon receiving Shurchen's response. She knew he would succeed, yet she could not help but worry, could she not? Now then, do you have nothing else to attend to? Why have you all come to me? Though touched that Pangu and the others would visit immediately upon his return, Shurchen showed no inclination toward overt sentimentality. They were all chaos demons after all. They understood the value of maintaining dignity. Even genuine emotion remained concealed from others' sight. This visit serves two purposes: first, to witness your return; second, there are minor matters requiring your attention. Pangu cast a glance toward the Demon God of Order before addressing Shurchen. The issue clearly involved her. Though Pangu had withheld comment, while Shurchen was absent now that he had returned, resolution became necessary. Or how could he justify himself to the other chaos demons? The matter you refer to? Shurchen pondered briefly and instantly understood. Though he had been in seclusion, he remained fully aware of events unfolding within the chaos realm. The Demon God of Order had exploited his assistance in suppressing temporal turbulence to execute an unauthorized move. One Shurchen naturally knew of, which is why he immediately recognized the reference when Pangu mentioned it. What else could it be? Several have already sent summons demanding accountability. If this goes unresolved, they may act recklessly. Pangu himself felt some discomfort. Fortunately, the elder chaos demons had remained silent, likely awaiting Shurchen's return, as he surmised. Accountability. Why should I render an account? I defeated the Demon God of Order previously. Since she has already acted, let it stand. Should anyone harbor objections, they may approach me directly. I'll determine whether to strike them down or not. Shurchen saw no need for further deliberation on such matters. He had originally intended to address this after breaking through his current realm. But since the Demon God of Order had already acted, he naturally would not oppose it. Whatever was done was done. Expecting her to withdraw was entirely impractical. Moreover, the chaos had endured sufficient disorder. It was high time for order to be established, lest certain individuals forget the authority of the top-ranking elders among them. As long as you keep it in mind, I have no objection. Provided it does not affect the Honghuang world, all is well. Pangu nodded. As long as Shurchen understood the situation, everything was manageable. Furthermore, his paramount concern remained Honghuang, for the configuration of Honghuang directly shaped his path toward the Great Dao. He could not afford to disregard it. I intend to construct a city within the chaos. What are your thoughts? Shurchen turned to Pangu and the others beside him and asked. In truth, he had been contemplating this matter for quite some time, but it had been delayed by various other affairs. Now, however, things were different. Not only had he just returned and had no pressing tasks awaiting him, but Hanjun was already present in the primordial realm, so there was no need for him to keep watch over it for the time being. Only then did he have sufficient time to attend to this. More importantly, building a colossal city would also allow him to fulfill his promise to the Order Demon God, a matter he had long planned. Clearly, constructing such a city required an astronomical amount of resources, and despite his considerable wealth, it still fell short. Thus, at this juncture, he would simply have to extort Pangu and the others. After all, this was hardly his first time doing such a thing, and he felt perfectly at ease about it. Besides, who made Pangu so extraordinarily wealthy? The favored son of the Great Dao. Much like last time when Shurchin had plundered all of Pangu's private reserves only for Pangu to become wealthy again before long. At this, Shurchin openly expressed his envy. He had tried searching for resources himself, but to no avail. Not even a single scrap could be found within the chaos. It was utterly, one might suspect the Great Dao was personally targeting him. This is an excellent idea. Pangu likely hadn't overthought it. Upon hearing Shurchin's words, he eagerly agreed with a bright smile. Building a grand city within the chaos was indeed a beneficial endeavor for the current state of things. For whether they were chaos demigods like themselves, lesser demons, or the beings dwelling in the vassal worlds affiliated with the chaos, all who entered the chaos were forced to wander through a monotonous gray expanse. There were simply no places worth lingering in. Pangu himself had once considered this matter, but lacking knowledge in such matters, he had never contemplated building a city. Now with Shurchin bringing it up, it suddenly enlightened him. Indeed, Shurchin was someone who had seen the wider world. Such thoughts naturally came to him. He truly deserved his title as the Chaos Street Wanderer, ever roaming the outer realms. If Shurchin knew what Pangu was thinking right now, he would likely fight him to the death. What did he mean by street wanderer? Did he have a choice? He was merely driven to it by the Great Dao. The World Tree regarded Shurchin with mild curiosity, saying nothing. She sensed he had some scheme in mind, but could not discern what it was, for she was unaware of his previous raids on Pangu. Had she known, she would have understood his intentions this time as well. Well, the idea is sound, but, as you know, I am rather impoverished myself. Constructing a massive city, one capable of being sustained by the chaos, requires substantial materials of exceptional quality. Anything inferior would crumble under the scouring of chaotic chi. Shurchin adopted a pitiful expression, sighing repeatedly as he spoke. Even Pangu, simple as he was, could read between the lines. Shurchin was once again setting his sights on him. Why say again? How strange. Pangu chose silence, for the chaos of today bore little resemblance to that of the past. Previously, after handing resources to Shurchin, he could simply gather more and restore his wealth. But now, even if he gave everything to Shurchin, even he, the favored son of the Great Dao, might struggle to recover. The root cause lay in the tremendous drain on the chaos's resources caused by the presence of chaos demigods and demons alike. Though the 30,000 chaos demigods were powerful, they were few in number. The demons, however, were another matter entirely. Legions of them consuming resources in quantities beyond count, sustenance that only the boundless chaos could provide. Try this in any other world, and bankruptcy, and perhaps even the world's collapse, would follow in moments. Even so, the chaos had grown considerably leaner, and Pangu found it exceedingly difficult to locate even modest treasures within it. If I do possess some resources on hand, though not much, they might still prove somewhat useful. Pangu feigned ignorance, but someone refused to let him off so easily. In truth, Pangu knew exactly how wealthy Shurchin was. To be honest, within the chaos, there were two great hoarders. One was Pangu himself, and the other was undoubtedly Shurchin. Though Shurchin had not gathered much through direct exploration of the chaos, one must remember he had plundered Pangu on multiple occasions. It could be said that of all the fine treasures Pangu had originally found, Shurchin had seized at least half. Do not cite the resources Shurchin used to build his own cultivation grounds. Consider just how extraordinarily wealthy Pangu had been. The treasures he had produced once formed a pile reaching twice their height. Yet had Shurchin truly used all of them for his cultivation grounds? Some had been used, but certainly not all. Moreover, Shurchin had plundered him many times afterward, meaning his wealth was by no means inferior to Pangu's. Therefore, Pangu had no intention of yielding further. It was time for Shurchin to contribute something himself. They could not keep squeezing him dry indefinitely. That would simply be too much. However, Pangu remained silent, and neither the Order Demon God nor the World Tree could tell whether Shurchin was truly poor or merely pretending. Hearing his words, they assumed he genuinely lacked resources. The World Tree, unaware of Pangu's repeated side-eye signals, spoke outright. Pangu could not help but press his fingers to his forehead. Had the World Tree truly grown dull lately? Was she simply accepting everything Shurchin said? If he were truly impoverished, what of the other chaos demigods? The World Tree is quite perceptive indeed. Pangu, as the wealthiest among the chaos demigods, will you not contribute? Shurchin narrowed his eyes and gazed at Pangu with a grin. Had the world tree not spoken, he might have been unable to coax anything from Pangu, who pretended such ignorance. But now with the 11th rank demon god herself speaking and offering her own reserves, it would be his own dereliction of duty if he failed to make Pangu part with his treasures. But Order Fated One has not yet spoken. Pangu tilted his head, implying that since the Order demon god had not weighed in, Shurchin should not target him alone. All the while he kept signaling the Order demon god. If the latter refused or feigned poverty, Pangu would have an excuse to deflect Shurchin's demands rather than bear them solely himself. Indeed, this is a great boon for chaos itself. Naturally, I shall offer my support. Though my coffers are somewhat meager, I can still spare a few resources. I only hope Daoist Qinshi will not disdain them. Most excellent. With desperate hope in Pangu's eyes, the Order demon god spoke words that plunged him into despair. Instantly, the World Tree and the Order demon god declared their support for Qinshi and produced their own collections. Pangu meanwhile wore an expression of utter desolation. He seemed to have forgotten one crucial point: everything Qinshi had done was prepared for the Order demon god. While all beings in the Chaos World might benefit, clearly her share was by far the greatest, for it concerned her very path to the Dao ahead. The Order demon god was no fool, and she naturally saw this clearly. Thus, long before Qinshi finished speaking, she had already made up her mind. After all, could she really let him extend a helping hand only to tear down his platform outright? Unless she were utterly addled, she would never do such a thing. So placing his hope upon the Order demon god was simply Pangu digging his own grave. Indeed, the Order demon god and the World Tree possess true insight. Therefore, Pangu, you should learn from the two of them. Qinshi gazed at Pangu with a broad smile, one that made Pangu practically want to strike him. It was the very picture of a petty triumph. At that moment, Pangu longed to turn and flee, yet he could not bear to lose face. That wretched pride. It left Pangu completely unable to step down. Can you not ask for less? You well know the current circumstances. Pangu said with a bitterly drawn face. There was no choice, although he was wealthy, he could not withstand Qinshi's relentless desire to fleece him at every turn. If this continued, he feared one day Qinshi would leave him entirely stripped bare. Alas, Pangu, you must understand me. I am poor. The moment Qinshi heard Pangu's words, he launched into a performance of wailing about his poverty. Although he was actually quite wealthy, he clearly had no intention of parting with anything. In his view, the fact that he could contribute effort was already more than sufficient. How could he be expected to furnish everything himself? That simply would not do. Pangu was a veritable tycoon. To ignore him would be an insult to his own little vault. Pangu was truly on the verge of fury. His mouth opened, yet no words came forth. Mainly, he knew no curses. Were he so gifted, he would have transformed into a telegraph machine and let Qinshi taste his wrath. Meanwhile, the World Tree and the Order demon god by his side had also realized the situation. Previously, they had genuinely believed Qinshi to be poor. But now it seemed otherwise. This was clearly in scheme to fleece Pangu. So they had become accomplices. Yet since they could fleece Pangu, they were willing to be accomplices. Who blamed them? Pangu had offended them both in the past, particularly the Order demon god, an incident she would carry in her heart for a lifetime. Women are narrow-minded after all, and she cared not a whit. I know Daoist Pangu is the most generous of all. You merely hesitate to speak it. I understand. You wish to shoulder all the resources yourself, though shame prevents you from saying so. It matters not among us here, you need not hold back. Let me thank Daoist Pangu for his generosity in advance. Qinshi's face nearly cracked from smiling. Did Pangu truly think he could contend with him? Clearly not. Qinshi had ample methods to coax every resource from Pangu without giving him cause for complaint. Qinshi, you are despicable. You are truly despicable. Pangu ground out those words through clenched teeth. Then he chose silence, for he understood one thing clearly. He could never out-talk Qinshi. Were he to press further, Qin likely talk him into producing even his last pair of undergarments. To protect his private stash, Pangu could only swallow this humiliation. Thereupon Pangu produced some of his private hoards. One could only say Pangu was truly overflowing with wealth. He had quite possibly collected all the resources of the entire Chaos World. Even Qinshi would believe it. Gazing at those resources enough to fill countless great thousand worlds with surplus, Qinshi's eyes reddened with envy. Pangu truly deserved his title as the wealthiest being in the Chaos World. The sheer quantity was so overwhelming that Qinshi felt another urge to rob him. These were no ordinary resources as found in the Primordial World. Such things would not even merit a glance from Pangu. These had been gathered from every corner of the Chaos World. Had Qinshi searched alone, he could scarcely have filled a single great thousand world. Only Pangu possessed the means to amass so much and still have excess. Pangu, you are truly overflowing with wealth. At this, it was not only Qinshi who murmured in wonder. Even the World Tree and the Order demon god could not help but eye the troves enviously. So vast were these resources that although they served little purpose to the two of them directly, simply beholding them brought a profound sense of satisfaction. Moreover, even if they could not use them themselves, they could certainly cultivate talented prodigies from below with such wealth. Yet their longing remained just that, longing. For the resources Pangu had now produced belonged to Qin Shi. To plunder from Qin Shi's hands would be to court death unless they cared little for their comfortable existence in the Chaos World. Should they dare lay a hand upon them, Qin Shi would ensure they learned within minutes what it meant to be a chaos demon god. This was beyond question. Even such wealth cannot withstand being fleeced in this manner. Pangu said resentfully. If Qin Shi continued this method of extraction, he feared Pangu would soon go from being the richest chaos demon god to the poorest. Qin Shi showed no mercy, single-mindedly targeting only him, nearly stripping him bald. Do not speak so. How can this be called fleecing? This is all for the development of chaos. Say it not so, do you not agree? To reinforce the persuasiveness of his words, Qin Shi even turned toward the world tree and the order demon god beside him. Yet that gaze of his seemed far less like a question and far more like a threat. TCH. Very well, the goods are now in your hands. May I depart now? I find your presence utterly vexing. I should never have come here today. I have squandered so many fine treasures for nothing. Pangu cast a lingering glance at the several worlds in Qin Shi's possession, worlds he had painstakingly gathered over the years. Now they were no longer his. The mere thought filled him with bitter frustration. At this moment Pangu cared not at all for Qin Shi's strength or cultivation. He only wanted to vent his anger and leave. The sight of Qin Shi reminded him too painfully of what he had lost. He had already made up his mind next time he would find a way to drink every drop of Qin Shi's wine, so that Qin Shi himself would know the taste of heartache. This Pangu is quite wealthy. Gazing at the resources in his hands, Qin couldn't help but remark once more. Of course the world tree and the order demon god were not impoverished either. Though not as affluent as these two, they were still considered fairly well off among the chaos demon gods. Especially the world tree. Who would have thought that quietly, and without fanfare, the resources she produced would even make Qin marvel at her true wealth. Qin was almost tempted to rob the world tree, but then he reflected that given her possession of the vast myriad realms, her affluence seemed only natural. After all, within a boundless universe, what couldn't the world tree obtain if she wished? Thus her wealth was perfectly understandable. Alright, shouldn't you two be leaving now? Having sorted through the treasures given by Pangu, the world tree, and the order demon god, Qin addressed them. One moment he was asking for their belongings, the next, he was ushering them out. Only Qin could pull such a stunt. Anyone else would have retained some semblance of decorum and waited a while, though the final outcome would be the same, but the timing would offer a different impression. Yet did Qin care? He did not, and neither the world tree nor the order demon god ever thought otherwise, for they knew this was Qin's nature. Then I shall take my leave. Since Qin was already dismissing them, the world tree could hardly insist on staying. Besides, she had lingered long enough. If she delayed further, her arrangements in the primordial world might be ruined. Do not assume that once you set up a scheme in the primordial world it remains unchanged unless you personally intervene. In truth, the chaos demon gods were far too idle. While laying their own plans in the primordial world, they constantly sought out and sabotaged each other's schemes. They could not completely destroy them. For instance, they dared not touch the most crucial pieces, as doing so might wipe out the entire game and provoke the other's wrath, leading to a direct confrontation. Thus they would only eliminate insignificant or less important pieces, the ones that would not affect the core strategy. This way they could annoy their rivals and delay their progress. Why not? During the time the world tree spent at Qin's dojo, some of her pieces in the primordial world had already been removed by a certain fellow. If she didn't return soon, she would be left with nothing but a bare commander, and that would be no fun. Why aren't you leaving? The world tree had departed, but one remained shamelessly lingering, the order demon god. Naturally, I'm waiting until you finish building the city. The order demon god replied with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. This city was being constructed for her sake. Though on the surface it was said to foster better development of chaos, the true purpose was for her. She needed a place to unfold her order Dao. Recently, she had been continuously spreading her Dao across other worlds, trying to transplant the path of transcendence, which could only be walked in chaos, into other realms. But due to the uniqueness of her Dao, even after many attempts, the results in other worlds were far from satisfactory. In fact, she had already fallen far behind the other chaos demon gods. Even if Qin hadn't taken this step now, she would have brought it up with him soon, because he had once promised her. And a promise must be fulfilled. Clearly Qin had thought of it ahead of time. Thus this matter came about to help her sow the seeds of order throughout chaos, waiting for the right moment to sprout, take root, and eventually grow into a towering tree, aiding the order demon god in achieving transcendence. Qin was covered in displeasure. Although this was indeed for the order demon god, did she have to be so excited? She acted as if she had never seen the world before, putting him in an awkward spot. Besides, with her watching, how could he embezzle the resources from Pangu and the others? Would all those resources really be used solely for building the city? What a waste. How vast a city would need to be to consume so many resources. The constructed city would probably occupy a tenth of chaos itself. she would be satisfied, but then the other chaos demon gods would come looking for trouble. Do not think that because the resources only fill a few great worlds, the resulting city would be merely that size. That is not the case. The resources fill entire worlds, but a city is not a solid block where every part is filled. Moreover, the city would need other materials added, so the final structure would be enormous. Qin certainly had no intention of using all the resources for construction. He would probably only use 1%. The rest, well, sorry, they were his labor fee, never to be returned. All his. But with the Order Demon God present, he couldn't very well take everything. He needed her to leave so that he could pocket the resources with a clear conscience. Building the city will take a long time, so there's no need for you to wait here. I will inform you once it's done. Besides, I imagine you are quite busy, aren't you? Qin's words left her no room to argue. Go wherever you like, but just don't stay here watching me work. With you here I can't embezzle in peace, so please leave. Fine. The Order Demon God said somewhat reluctantly. She had wanted to see the city where she would one day preside as soon as possible, but since Qin refused, she had no choice but to leave. The vast chaos was perpetually shrouded in a hazy gray. At this moment within his Dao arena, Qin sat cross-legged. Outside his palace, two figures quietly sat on meditation cushions gazing at the breathtaking scenery before them. The landscape within Qin's Dao arena changed constantly, so even after billions of eons it never grew tiresome. Isn't it rather extravagant to use Chaos Shirong? Forget it, I'll just use this. Qin hesitated as he looked at the mass of Chaos Shirong in his hand. This material was truly extraordinary. Even a tiny bit of the Primordial Shirong in Honghuang had been used by Nuwa to create an entire race, let alone this Shirong from the chaos itself. Although it had no grade classification, it contained an immense law of life within it. If used to create a race, it could produce a species in the chaos that was no weaker than any innate great god of Honghuang. However, Qin clearly would not do so. Though the chaos was vast, and the demon gods were few. So few that if they were not scattered they could not even occupy a corner of the chaos. What of it? Their living territory as demon gods was already immense. Moreover, in the future Qin would connect the chaos and Honghuang, so the chaos would not remain tranquil. Thus there was no need to create a race, otherwise he would have done so long ago, and he could have done it without needing Chaos Shirong. Chaos Shirong had many other uses, but at this moment Qin was using it as the foundation for a future city. If any other beings in Honghuang knew of this, they would surely call him a wasteful spendthrift. The Chaos Shirong came from the resources provided by the World Tree. As the sovereign of a myriad of heavens, her fortune was quite good. Much better than Qin's in fact, for she could even find items like Chaos Shirong. Then Qin took out many other materials from these resources, Chaos Hardstone, which was the most ordinary, along with more precious items like space-time crystals, source stones, and a host of other treasures. Qin also coveted these items, but the top priority was building the city. This city would become the link between Honghuang and other worlds in Qin's future plans, so he could not use inferior materials. Otherwise it would bring shame upon all the chaos demon gods. As Qin's hands moved, a model of a city gradually took shape in his grasp. At this moment only the outer city walls had been formed while the internal layout had not yet appeared. Yet even so the faint aura it emitted was enough to be awe-inspiring. Next Qin began arranging the interior. The most important part was naturally the city center where a grand palace stood. He adopted the principle of one palace suppressing 10,000 palaces, using the central palace as the cornerstone of a great formation. Then outside he built a total of 2999 slightly smaller palaces. This was partly Qin's selfishness. He considered that this city might one day serve not only as an extension of the Order Demon God's Order Dao, but also as a gathering place for all 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. The central palace would naturally be his own residence, while the outer palaces arranged according to the order of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods would serve as their dwellings. Sometimes it wasn't necessary for them to truly live there, but as long as they had their own residences they might occasionally stay over. This would make the city the most central place even among the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods in the future. Such was Qin's plan. Though perhaps difficult to realize, it was always wise to prepare in advance. What if it actually came to pass? After completing the palaces of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods, only a few minor details remained. Things that were simple for Qin. The two main concerns were the quality of the city and the interior of these palaces. As the future center of the Chaos world, the city needed not only absolute quality, but also careful attention to many details such as defensive grand formations. They might never be used, but they must exist. That was Qin's creed. Additionally, there were forbidden spells and other safeguards. The palaces also required proper decoration, or else the Chaos Demon Gods would not be impressed and would not visit. To this end, Qin spent a great deal of time perfectly applying the law of space, the law of time, and others. The 3,000 palaces were not only magnificent in appearance with color schemes matching each Chaos Demon God style, but also featured unique carvings of their true forms atop the palace roofs. These carvings were so lifelike, they seemed almost real. Yet they still lacked a trace of spiritual essence which would only come after the gods moved in, as it required their own aura, a feat even Shurchun could barely achieve. As for the interiors, each palace had a reserved spot for its master's throne, but Shurchun had only left the space. The thrones themselves would need to be installed by the owners, as each chaos demon god had different preferences. For instance, Shurchun simply favored silver-white in a magnificent, imposing style, while the reincarnation demon god preferred a skull-entwined aesthetic, perhaps due to his dominion over reincarnation. Since the styles differed and Shurchun did not know all of them, he naturally could not prepare everything. Having them do it themselves would also give them a sense of accomplishment, wouldn't it? Furthermore, inside Shurchun had specially applied the law of space. Each palace appeared only so large, but in reality its interior might be 1/10 the size of the chaos. This was because some demon gods preferred to appear in their true forms, so Shurchun designed it accordingly. In short, the entire city was built to be the home ground of Shurchun and his fellow chaos demon gods. But that was inevitable. After all, was this not their home ground? Beyond these palaces, Shurchun roughly divided the city into 4 districts. The eastern district was to be a gathering place for sideline demon gods, the western district served as a future trading center, and the other 2 districts naturally had their own functions. Thus, several hundred years slipped away quietly. The city in Shurchun's hands was finally nearly complete. The next steps were to place it, set up the forbidden spells and grand formations, and then the city could be left to its own devices. This is the city you've built. Didn't you say it was prepared for me? But looking at it, it doesn't seem like it at all. Standing in the chaos when Shurchun appeared, the chaos god of order had already rushed over. Throughout these hundreds of years, the chaos god of order had been waiting, eager to see what Shurchun had prepared for her. But when she saw it, she began to doubt. Is this thing really prepared for me? What's with those 3,000 palaces? Are you certain I should reside in the central palace? When the 3,000 chaos gods reside at the periphery, given her strength, it would be strange if they didn't tear her apart. Only Shurchun and Pangu could inhabit the central position. No one else could hope to suppress the other chaos gods. Not even Yang Mei, the chaos god of space, could accomplish this task, for the chaos god of destiny would undoubtedly be the first to challenge such authority, a principle the chaos god of order understands well. Shurchun comprehends this equally, which is why as he gazes upon the fortress in his hands, the chaos god of order hesitates. Were it merely a single city, she would be ecstatic, for it would symbolize her ability to extend her Tao of order throughout the chaos itself. The seeds she plants would inevitably take root and flourish into towering trees of power. Yet this transcends a simple city. It involves the presence of other chaos gods, raising the question of whether her authority would truly hold sway over them. Rest assured, this was prepared specifically for you. As for the others, with me present, what is there to fear? Shurchun said with a smile, for he would need to establish his presence here in the future. If those individuals were to secretly undermine him right under his nose, he'd have no face left to show. This was also a signal to the other chaos gods. The chaos god of order's accomplishments were backed by his support, a concession to his younger sister. After all, while the chaos god of order occasionally made minor schemes under his command, these were ultimately harmless. Beyond his original promise to her, as one of his own, she deserved some recognition. Otherwise, how could he expect the others to work for him without reservation? With those words from you, I feel at ease. Upon hearing Shurchun's words, the chaos god of order exhaled in relief. Had she faced suppressing these figures alone, it would have been nearly impossible. None of them could be subdued single-handedly. But with Shurchun's approval, she could now proceed without hesitation. Enough, step aside. I'll deploy this first. Shurchun gazed at the chaos god of order and spoke. He wasn't unwilling to deploy immediately, rather she stood precisely where he intended to place it, so she needed to move first. Oh. Upon hearing Shurchun's words, the chaos god of order hurriedly stepped aside to clear the space for him. Shurchun raised his hand and hurled the model outward. Instantly, it began expanding, rapidly growing to the size of a great universe within the blink of an eye. Yet the city's true limit clearly extended far beyond this, continuing to swell, even as Shurchun and the others observed their original forms, unable to match its immense scale. Amidst the vast chaos, the towering metropolis continued shifting within the void, eventually stabilizing at roughly 100,000th the size of the Chaos World itself. This scale was nothing short of staggering. The Chaos World had taken eons to mature to its present dimensions, a scope only Shurchun and the Great Way truly comprehended, while even the other Chaos gods remained uncertain of its exact magnitude. Boom! With a thunderous crash as the city descended, it stirred up massive spiritual energy vortices that shook the entire Chaos World. Shurchun paid it no mind. As the city landed, his hands never ceased their movement, activating grand formations. The Great Five Elements Formation, the Universal Star Formation, the Yin-Yang Sun-Moon Formation. Whatever formations Shurchun knew, he installed within the city without hesitation. The Chaos God of Order watched in utter astonishment. From the outside it appeared he was constructing a fortress for war rather than the central city of the future chaos. The sheer number of formations made even the Chaos God of Order tremble with fear. Wait, what are you doing? Shurchen had just raised his hand to inscribe another formation, one that the Chaos God of Order found absolutely shocking. This particular formation existed only in theory. It was fundamentally impractical and should have been impossible to execute. Yet there he was carving it into existence before her very eyes. The activation conditions for this formation were extraordinarily demanding, requiring all 3,000 Chaos Gods to work in unison. The reason it was considered purely theoretical stemmed not from Shurchen's design, but from the Great Way itself. Since their emergence into existence, this formation had accompanied them, yet the stringent requirements for activation combined with the absence of any suitable enemy to unleash it against naturally relegated it to the realm of pure fantasy. Now Shurchen was inscribing it directly, though its true power remained unknown. Still, the thought of a formation designed with 3,000 Chaos Gods as its foundation suggested its capabilities would be formidable by any measure. Phew, good thing I ran fast, or I'd be flattened. A certain unfortunate Chaos God, having barely escaped, gazed upon the colossal city before him and murmured with a mix of relief and lamentation. Had he been even a moment slower, the city would have crushed him flat. While death might not have been certain, the humiliation would have been absolute. To be slain by a city itself was a singular disgrace in the Chaos world, enough to draw ridicule from the other Chaos Gods for an entire epoch. Yet alongside his relief, curiosity stirred within him. Who could have orchestrated this? He could affirm one thing: this was certainly not the work of any Chaos God, for none possessed such overwhelming power. Gazing at the impossibly distant walls and the flickering light pulsing along their surface, the aura emanating from those lights made even a Chaos God shudder with dread. Could this be the handiwork of the Great Venerable? Only the Great Venerable's creation could explain such terrifying power. The oppressive energy radiating from the city walls struck him as something that could prove fatal. Shurchen, are you attempting to subdue us? Then we shall see if you possess the means. Crack. At that moment, within a spatial dimension, an ancient face gradually emerged on the trunk of a towering willow tree. Its gaze pierced the distant depths of chaos, as if beholding all things. Yang Mei, as the space ancient god, could instantly perceive the slightest stirrings in the chaos world, just like Shurchen. For who else but he governed the Great Dao of space? And this time Shurchen's actions were far from subtle. They had directly shaken the entire chaos. The moment that colossal city descended, it alarmed the whole chaos. Perhaps the lesser gods did not know what had transpired, but could those of them who were chaos ancient gods remain ignorant? Impossible. They knew, and they knew it all too well. Even the lifelike carvings of their true forms upon the palace belonging to them within Shurchen's vast city were clearly known to them. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Mei had awakened from his slumber. In truth, it was not only Yang Mei, the other chaos ancient gods were also mostly in a state of slumber. They had been stimulated by Shurchen's sudden breakthrough and had recently sunk into deep sleep to seek their own paths. Of course, though asleep, they were still constantly monitoring the happenings of the primordial world, for it held the key to their future transcendence. Yang Mei, for instance, had already bet his future on the primordial world, and aside from him, several other chaos ancient gods had done the same. Yet some were not so inclined. Their paths to transcendence had already been arranged. Though they had not yet even reached the chaos realm, they had foresightfully laid out their own transcendence. When the results would come to aid them was merely a matter of time. It would not be too short nor too long. At least they had a goal. But those within the dimensions had no such objective, for they did not even understand what transcendence meant, nor did they know how to tread their own path to it. The fact that the chaos ancient gods could lay their plans so early was all thanks to the scheming of the Great Dao. Yet clearly they were unaware of this at present. Even Shurchen did not know, for he had not yet spoken with the Great Dao, nor had any dimensional supreme deity informed him. Naturally, he remained ignorant. But precisely because of this, Yang Mei and the others regarded their paths to transcendence with utmost gravity. Even while asleep, they left a sliver of their divine sense to constantly observe the situation in the primordial world. And this time Shurchen's actions startled them awake. For Shurchen's scheme this time was directly related to them, the chaos ancient gods. If they still did not awaken, they would be showing far too little regard for the matter. Yang Mei, even you have awakened. But then again, this time Shurchen has set his sights on you as well. So what do you say? Just as Yang Mei was sighing in contemplation, a voice rang out. A middle-aged man appeared before him, casually sitting cross-legged, paying no heed to the fact that Yang Mei was still in the form of his original willow tree. Ming Yun, I never expected you to appear in such a form. Even Yang Mei was surprised to see the visitor. It was well known that Ming Yun always preferred to roam in his true form, yet this time he had appeared in a humanoid shape, the first time since his birth. I have no choice. My true body is still in slumber. I am but a mere strand of divine thought. In response to Yang Mei's remark, the Ming Yun ancient god spoke directly. He knew best the state of his true body. As the most fond of sleeping among the 3,000 chaos ancient gods, not even the collapse of the heavens could disturb him. This time he sent a strand of divine thought to seek Yangmei only because the strand he had left earlier to observe the primordial world had happened upon this incident. Otherwise he would have paid no heed and continued sleeping. Enough of that. Tell me, what do you think of Shichen's matter? Ming Yun, ancient god, clearly did not wish to dwell on this topic. His sole purpose in coming was to ask Yang Mei's opinion on Shichen's actions, so he wanted to steer clear of other matters. What do I think? I sit and think. Ming Yun, set aside your little schemes. Do not think I am unaware of what you are plotting. First of all, Shichen is the first to step into that realm. You cannot possibly be his match. Even if you truly break through, you cannot even defeat me. How could you target him? Since Shichen has made such a decision, he naturally has his own plans. I advise you to harbor no other intentions, or if you get beaten, do not expect me to help you. Yang Mei calmly glanced at the Ming Yun, ancient god, seeing through the petty schemes in his heart. Did he not want to unite all chaos ancient gods to suppress Shichen's momentum? But had he considered Shichen's current strength? Aside from Shichen, there was still Pangu. And did he truly believe that Shichen had no other chaos ancient god allies besides Pangu, the order ancient god, and the world tree? They were all old foxes of the chaos world who did not know home. Although that group had not shown it the moment Ming Yun, ancient god, dared to speak with them, word would reach Shichen in an instant, and in great detail. They were all seasoned schemers. Do not think to deceive others, each had their own agenda. That is not how it should be said. What petty schemes could I have? I merely wanted to ask your opinion on this matter. Since you are unwilling to speak, so be it. Ming Yun, ancient god's eyes flickered with evasion. Did he not know what Yang Mei had said? But to submit so easily was naturally difficult. One always wanted to resist, if only to test the waters. If it failed, so be it, but if it succeeded? And clearly at this moment the chaos world was not the only place where Ming Yun, ancient god, and Yang Mei were discussing this. Other locales were the same. Where there are people there is contention, and the same went for the chaos ancient gods. Though they were beings of chaos, each possessed their own will and thoughts, which was precisely what made chaos so fascinating. If it were as stagnant as dead water, where would the intrigue lie? The chaos ancient gods were also exceedingly bored. Under the weight of an endless lifespan aside from pursuing the Great Dao, they could only rely on such matters to add a touch of amusement to their eternal existence. Shin Ni, today is the day of your downfall. Your blood beast clan should withdraw from Hongluang. At this moment on the vast land of Hongluang, Zhu Long gazed arrogantly at the beast emperor Shin Ni ahead, roaring loudly. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. It couldn't be helped. Shin Ni's imposing aura was too terrifying, and his blood beast imperial city had occupied the western continent, eastern continent, and northern continent. It was no wonder that Zhu Long, who himself harbored ambitions, felt such envy. With 3 out of the 5 continents of the Hongluang world controlled by a single ruler, Shin Ni's blood beast dynasty, the imbalance was impossible to ignore. How fortunate it would be if his own dragon clan held such vast territories. Indeed, Shin Ni, today marks your death. Yield to your fate. Following Zhu Long's roar, Zhu Qilin also joined in. As fellow ambitious rulers, he shared the same jealousy toward the beast emperor Shin Ni. However, unlike Zhu Long, who wore his disdain openly, Zhu Qilin kept his emotions concealed, not from greater patience or depth of strategy, but simply because their temperaments differed. Zhu Long was arrogant and dismissive of all other beings, utterly self-centered. For him, many things were worn openly on his face. Such a person possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, and thus naturally had no concern about exposing his ambitions directly. He was certain he could suppress all dissent. Zhu Qilin was exactly the opposite. His nature was somber and reserving, like the earth that conceals itself. Yet he lacked the earth's depth and gravitas, leaving an impression of cold reserve, a man who kept everything hidden within. Shin Ni remained silent, and instead turned his gaze towards Zhu Huang beside him. As one of the 3 great races, Zhu Long and Zhu Qilin had already spoken, so there was no reason for Zhu Huang to remain quiet. He simply wanted to hear what Zhu Huang would say, and to see whether any of these 3 clan leaders possessed anything noteworthy. As one of the supreme powers in Hongluang, Shin Ni was exceedingly proud and arrogant. In his view, how could 3 weaklings dare challenge the prestige of his blood beast clan? How ridiculous! Shin Ni, you killed our ancestor Feng. Today I have come solely to avenge her. Unlike Zhu Qilin and Zhu Long's words, Zhu Huang's reason was to avenge the deceased ancestor Feng. Of course, these were merely empty words. After ancestor Feng's death, the Phoenix clan entirely bowed to Zhu Huang. Whether she truly sought vengeance was determined by her own word alone. Ancestor Feng, whom she was quite a notable figure. Upon hearing Zhu Huang's words, Shin Ni fell into thought, pondering who ancestor Feng had been. Soon he returned from his reverie. The impression she had left on him back then was still quite vivid. If he hadn't intervened in time, his 4 great blood beast kings would have been reduced to 3. That was precisely why the name Ancestor Phone remained so etched in his memory. Why waste words with her? From today onward, she will be nothing but a relic of history. Zhu Long proclaimed loudly. He was eager to challenge Shun Ni precisely because the latter's formidable reputation made such a confrontation so tempting. As one of the supreme powers in Honghuang, whoever sought to prove themselves would naturally aspire to test themselves against him. Moreover, Zhu Long's guiding principle was to aid his elder brother Zhu Long in the struggle for supremacy over Honghuang. Clearly on the path to dominance, the greatest obstacle was not the Qilin clan nor the Phoenix clan, but the Blood Beast clan under Beast Emperor Shen'enai. Even the proud Zhu Long could not deny this. The Blood Beast clan's power was overwhelmingly formidable. As long as they remained unbroken and their emperor alive, these other clans need not speak of dominating Honghuang. For merely defending their own territories would prove a sufficient challenge. It could be said that if the Blood Beast clan were not so merciless, sparing no slaughter of other races upon seizing each new territory, they might yet become the eternal overlords of Honghuang. Shen'enai himself would then rise as the realm's supreme powerhouse after the Azure Sky. Were the Blood Beast clan less brutal, even Hongjuan's endless schemes from behind the scenes would prove futile, for Shen'enai could amass the destiny of Honghuang itself to counter them. But that was precisely the problem. The Blood Beast clan's cruelty knew no bounds, and they slaughtered the people of other races without mercy. It was precisely for this reason that despite controlling much of Honghuang's territory, the fortune they had gathered was scarcely greater than that of the Dragon clan, which held dominion over the four seas. This imbalance allowed Hongjun to scheme against them with ease. So eager to throw yourselves to your deaths. You believe that all of you together could destroy my Blood Beast clan. How absurd. Hearing Zhu Long's words, a mocking smile flickered across Shen Ni's face. To him, a swarm of Daluo Shun ants daring to challenge a half-step Hunyuan expert. Had they lost their senses, or had he grown too weak to wield his blade? Such contempt, speaking so boldly, without fear of consequence. Our group, bolstered by the vast army behind us, is more than capable of destroying your Blood Beast clan. As for you, naturally, there is someone destined to face you in battle. Faced with Shun Ni's mockery, Zhu Long responded calmly. He understood his own limitations. Neither he alone, nor even all of them combined, could defeat this opponent. The strength of a half-step Hunyuan was truly incomparable to their Daluo Shin cultivation. To put it bluntly, Shun and I could dismantle them 1,000 times over with a single hand, and they would have no recourse. But clearly their true opponent was not Shun and I himself. On his side, someone capable of countering him must exist. Otherwise, they would never have dared march forth with their entire army. Oh, you seem remarkably confident. Then which one of you wishes to face me? Step forward and speak. What purpose is served by lurking in the shadows? Shen Ni's gaze swept across the surrounding void. He had sensed something lurking there before, though he hadn't considered it at the time. Now, hearing Zhu Long's words, he finally understood. So these fellows dare challenge me now because they have a power equal to mine at their side. Yet he had never heard of such a figure. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Who could it be that had reached the half-step Hunyuan stage alongside him at this very moment? Beast Emperor Shen I have seen you many times, but I suppose you would not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the inner demon of Mount Meru in the Western continent. A figure shrouded entirely in a black robe appeared in the void. He gazed calmly at the Beast Emperor and spoke in a placid tone, yet his voice carried a hint of oppressive majesty. Though it paled in comparison to the Beast Emperor's overwhelming aura, it was still more formidable than that of Ancestral Dragon and the others. Upon seeing the inner demon emerge, Ancestral Dragon and the others felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Earlier they had defiantly declared their intent to slay the Beast Emperor, yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations. It was far more likely that they would be the ones slain. With the inner demon's arrival, however, they found a newfound pillar of strength, and the oppressive weight upon them seemed to lift. The pressure exerted by Shun and I was simply too immense, compelling them to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. The Western continent's Mount Meru. Merely a skulking rat. Do you truly believe that being a half-step Hunyuan as well you are my match? The Beast Emperor sneered at the inner demon, his face brimming with disdain. Yet beneath that contempt a flicker of vigilance lingered. He was indeed unfamiliar with the inner demon. Had it not been for this confrontation, he would never have known that such a being existed in the primordial world. However, Mount Meru was a name that had long reached his ears. Do not assume that the mere presence of Luo Hu and others in their territories would keep them hidden from the world, especially for a being like Shun and I, the pinnacle of the primordial world's native life forms. While he might not know Luo Hu personally, he was certainly aware of the two sacred sites Mount Meru and Jade Capital Mountain. After all, the White Tiger clan of the Western continent and the Dragon clan, the overlords of the Eastern continent, had both been wary of these two places when they conquered their respective lands. They dared not send a single clansman to explore the vast expanse of billions of miles around them. Though Shun and I did not know what they feared, these places exuded a faint aura of danger that could be sensed upon entering the western or eastern continent. It was impossible for him to remain oblivious to them. Whether I am your match will only be known after battle. The inner demon did not take offense at the Beast Emperor's disdain. He was no longer the insignificant inner demon who had once followed Luo Hu. Over the long ages, he had grown immensely tempered by Luo Hu's guidance into a being of composure. In the past, such contempt would have driven him to charge recklessly into battle. But now, though a great war was inevitable, he no longer acted impulsively. I will hold Shin and I at bay. The rest is up to you. The inner demon appeared before Ancestral Dragon and the others without glancing back at them. Like the Beast Emperor, he did not hold them in high regard. Though he had shed his impulsiveness, that did not mean he had come to respect them. In his eyes, and in Shun and I's, as long as Ancestral Dragon and the others had not broken through to the half-step Hunyuan realm, they were but insignificant ants that could be crushed with a flick of the hand. Had it not been for Luo Hu's direct command to assist them, he would not have deigned to come. Even exchanging a few words with them now was a gracious concession. Otherwise he would not have bothered with them at all. Yes, Lord Inner Demon. Though displeased, they had no choice. Circumstances dictated that they must rely on the inner demon to suppress the Beast Emperor. Thus, even the proud Ancestral Dragon lowered his head and replied in a subdued tone. The others followed suit without a word. If the Ancestral Dragon himself had bowed, any defiance on their part would only invite trouble. Moreover, the top priority was to annihilate the Beast Clan. Settling scores could wait. The Beast Clan was the greatest obstacle on their path to dominance over the Primordial World. Until it was eradicated, they would know no peace. Shin and I, how about we settle this in the chaos? The inner demon addressed the Beast Emperor. Though the Primordial World could withstand their clash, it was not advisable to cause wanton destruction. This world, shaped by the hands of Shi Chun, was immensely resilient. Even a battle between half-step Hunyuan, or even a full Hunyuan, would not cause catastrophic damage, merely shattering mountain ranges and carving ravines into the earth. It would not tear a continent asunder. Yet the inner demon insisted on taking the battle to the chaos. He had his reasons, and it was clear that these reasons were not meant for the ears of the three clans' creatures. Of course, the chaos he spoke of was not the true chaos. It was a borderland between the Primordial World and the genuine chaos, an intermediate zone where Shi Chun had once set countless restrictions. This zone contained chaotic energy, but its purpose was to isolate the Primordial World from the true chaos and prevent the native creatures from discovering the secrets beyond the world. The reason was that the Primordial World was still in a state of seclusion. When it would fully open was entirely up to Shi Chen's will. Even Pangu lacked the ability to know this, though of course he had never asked. Agreed. The Beast Emperor looked at the inner demon with curiosity, wondering what the other had in mind. But it was clear that the inner demon would only reveal his intentions once they were in the chaos. So he did not press further and simply accepted. They are yours to handle. Do not disappoint me. The Beast Emperor instructed the four Beast Kings behind him, then turned and flew toward the vault of the Primordial World. The inner demon followed suit. The battlefield here would be left to Ancestral Dragon and the others, while the Beast Emperor and the inner demon would decide the outcome in the chaos beyond the world. The chaos outside the Primordial World was more aptly called a chaotic space. It was a segregated pocket of chaos isolated from the true chaos. It contained chaotic spiritual energy, but it was far from the violent turbulence of the real thing. Indeed, the chaotic energy here was as docile as a gentle kitten. That was, of course, from the perspective of a half-step Hunyuan powerhouse. For a Daluo deity, this chaotic energy remained extremely violent. Without a sufficiently powerful treasure, they would risk having their physical body torn apart. So whether it was docile or not depended entirely on the beholder's strength. You seem to have something to say to me, but you don't want them to know, do you? So you are not of one mind. Standing within the chaos, Shun Ni calmly gazed at the inner demon before him without the slightest tension of an impending great battle. Instead, it was as if two close friends were chatting here, though it would have been even more harmonious if Shun and I were not holding that long spear in his hand. The God-slaying spear, although it is not ranked among the innate supreme treasures, its terrifying lethality is even more dreadful than that of an innate supreme treasure. The inner demon did not answer Shun Ni immediately. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the spear, radiating baleful energy in the opponent's hand, recognizing its origin in a single utterance. Thinking about it, if the inner demon did not know that Shun Ni possessed the God-slaying spear, then Luo Ho would have been too irresponsible. The God-slaying spear, a treasure that appeared after the creation of the world, operates on the principle of baleful energy. Although it is not ranked among the innate supreme treasures, its power cannot be underestimated by anyone. In terms of killing, even the Pangu banner, one of the three innate supreme treasures renowned for supreme killing, cannot compare. Among the three innate supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram possesses unparalleled defense. Standing above the head, it ensures invincibility from the start. In terms of defense, no treasure in the primordial world can rival it, not even the innate merit treasure, the Heaven-Earth, Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. The Pangu banner, as the supreme treasure of unmatched offense among the three innate supreme treasures, emits chaotic sword chi capable of tearing the chaotic void. Below it is the measuring ruler, a merit treasure, but in terms of offense it is still slightly inferior to the god-slaying spear in Qin Ming's hand. The final treasure, the Chaos Bell, is relatively moderate. Naturally, its defense needs no elaboration, and its offense is not lacking. It can be said to perfectly combine the advantages of the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, but it also has its own shortcomings. Its defense is inferior to the Taiji diagram, its offense is inferior to the Pangu banner, and it is even more incomparable to the god-slaying spear. Moreover, the Chaos Bell's function is not for combat. In fact, the Chaos Bell is used to stabilize time and space. It only became so famous because Dong Wangtai used it for battle. It seems not that you have something to say to me, but that someone behind you wishes to convey something to me through your mouth. The inner demon had clearly said nothing, nor even shown anything except that it recognized the god-slaying spear. Yet Shen and I immediately deduced from this that the inner demon's origin was extraordinary. This surprised the inner demon as well. The god-slaying spear had hardly ever appeared in the primordial world. Even this time was the first time Shen and I had taken it out. When he pinned the ancestral white tiger to the earth, it was merely an ordinary spear condensed from baleful energy by Shen and I. Thus it can be said that at this moment no living being in the primordial world could recognize the god-slaying spear at a glance. Although the god-slaying spear is actually quite easy to recognize because of its terrifying, baleful, and killing aura, anyone who knows it would identify it. The problem is that few know it. Simply put, even if Shun and I placed the god-slaying spear in front of Ancestral Dragon and the others, they would not be able to recognize it. Moreover, Shun and I had once flowed backward through the river of time. Although he was suppressed by time halfway, he still saw some things. Thus he could speak so confidently that there was someone behind the inner demon, because he understood the primordial world too well. The person behind me indeed has something to say to you, but after seeing your god-slaying spear, I have decided to wait before speaking. Looking at Shun and I, the inner demon said calmly. Indeed, as he said, the Luo Ho behind him had something to tell Shun and I, and had asked him to convey it. However, upon seeing the god-slaying spear, he truly wanted to wait. As for why, naturally it was because he wished to fight Shun and I. Interesting. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shin Ni's mouth. Naturally, he saw the fighting spirit in the inner demon's eyes, and he too longed for a battle with the inner demon, because this was the first time he had encountered a powerhouse of the same realm. As a strong one, he naturally yearned for an opponent. Boom. As a terrifying battle intent erupted from both figures, the surrounding chaotic chi was instantly stirred up. Shin and I tightened his grip on the god-slaying spear. A terrifying, baleful aura soared into the sky, and the primordial sky behind him was shrouded by dark clouds. I have a sword in my hand. I hope fellow Taoist Shin and I will appreciate it. Swish. As four swords appeared, the already dense, baleful energy, brought by the god-slaying spear, became even more intense. The baleful aura on the four swords even rivaled that of the god-slaying spear. What a fine treasure. You truly have great fortune, fellow Taoist, to obtain such a precious artifact. Looking at the four long swords behind the inner demon, even Shun and I could not help but feel a flicker of greed in his heart. These were four treasures that perfectly suited their ferocious beast clan. If he could obtain them, the boost to his power would be enormous. With the god-slaying spear and the four swords from the inner demon, it could be said that no matter how deep the waters of the primordial world were, he would not be afraid. However, this flicker of greed passed in an instant. He knew well that treasures have spirits. If the treasures did not choose him, even if he could truly slay the inner demon, it would be useless because he would not be able to obtain the four swords. These four swords are Zhu Xian, Lu Xian, Zhu Xian, and Xian Xian. Individually, they are each at the innate spiritual treasure level, but together they can rival an innate supreme treasure. So, fellow Taoist, be careful, or even you will fall under my sword. The four swords in the inner demon's hand were indeed the supreme treasures of Luo Ho. This is beyond doubt. As for why, as the companion treasures of a primordial demon god, they were only at the supreme treasure level, that was deliberately done by Luo Ho. Because the primordial world cannot tolerate treasures beyond the innate supreme treasure level. If such a treasure appeared, it might awaken the heavenly Dao prematurely. To avoid awakening the heavenly Dao, Luo Ho went to great lengths, forcibly sealing a chaotic spiritual treasure to the level of an innate supreme treasure in the inner demon's hands. Of course, this was also because Luo Ho cared for the inner demon. He knew that Shun and I possessed the god-slaying spear, while the inner demon had no suitable weapon. If the inner demon fought Shin and I, it would be at a great disadvantage, so he gave him the Zhu Xian four swords to use. Truly a fine treasure, but it is a pity. Hearing the inner demon's words, Shun and I sighed with emotion. As for what he regretted, no one knew. Perhaps he himself was the only one who understood. Enough of these idle words. Beast Emperor Shun and I let us fight. Luoho, who do you think will be the victor between the two? At this moment within the Hongjun Daoist temple on Yujing Mountain in the eastern continent, Hongjun looked at Luoho, who appeared before him, and asked with curiosity. This affair could be said to be a trap jointly laid by the two of them, so it was only natural that Luoho was here. After all, this was now the final step of this chess game. Neither of them will win. Luoho was silent for a moment, then shook his head. He was very clear about Shinma's strength, and naturally knew a thing or two about Shenyi's power. It could be said that if it were a real life and death battle, Shinma would have no hope of winning, and would only meet his doom. The reason why Beast Emperor Shenyi had never made a move in this era yet was feared by countless beings was precisely because Shenyi's strength was truly too terrifying. So terrifying that even the heavenly Dao, which had not yet been born at this moment, was wary of him. Although Shenyi was only at the half-step Hunyuan realm now, there was no help for it. Who could blame his foundation being so formidable? Once he broke through to Hunyuan, even the heavenly Dao, the ruler of the primordial world, would find it difficult to control Shenyi. And for the heavenly Dao, it needed no variables, much less an uncertain element like Shenyi. That is why all beings feared Shenyi so much, because of the machinations of the heavenly Dao behind the scenes. Do not think that just because the heavenly Dao had not yet awoken, it had done nothing. In fact, that was wrong. The heavenly Dao had already awakened a sliver of its will, and everything happening now was actually due to its contribution, even though the major part of the arrangement was done by Hongjun and Luoho. Otherwise, do you really think why Zulong and the others would be so afraid of Shenyi? Remember, they had basically never dealt with Shenyi, so how could they be so fearful without knowing him? It was simply because of the small tricks the heavenly Dao was playing behind the scenes. Not necessarily given Shinma's strength. Shenyi is indeed powerful, but once Shinma can unseal the seal on your Juxian four-sword, slaying Shenyi would be a very easy task. Hongjun was somewhat puzzled because he had never thought about this matter from other angles, so he knew less about this matter than Luoho did. In his view, Shinma wielded Luoho's Juxian four swords. Although Shenyi also possessed the supreme killing treasure, the God-slaying spear, in terms of grade the God-slaying spear was merely a killing treasure of the primordial world, while Luoho's Juxian four swords were killing treasures of the demon gods. As chaos spiritual treasures if they truly exerted their power, not to mention the God-slaying spear, which was not even an innate supreme treasure, even the Pangu banner and the Taiji diagram could be shattered. Never underestimate Luoho's Juxian four swords. As for whether the heavenly Dao would be awakened, Hongjun indicated that there was absolutely no need to worry because Luoho had 1,000 ways for Shinma to unseal the Juxian four swords without being detected by the heavenly Dao. But Shinma will not unseal the Juxian four swords, so given his own strength, he is indeed no match for Shenyi. Hongjun suddenly realized. No, you seem to have some kind of fear towards Shenyi, otherwise you wouldn't have let Shinma do this. So what are you afraid of? Hongjun suddenly came to a realization. This Luoho was not right, very not right. It seemed Luoho was afraid of something, otherwise with his proud nature, how could he have made such a choice? After all, if a real bloody battle ensued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Shinma, and he might even fall here. This was clearly not what Luoho wanted to see. Shinma was after all his half-disciple, wasn't he? If he were to fall here, Luoho would be devastated. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, there is the shadow of the great venerables behind this. That is why I told Shinma not to do that. Although I am not sure which great venerable is behind it, this is obviously not a reason for us to disrupt their schemes. When Luoho said this, he couldn't help but show a trace of fear on his face. Obviously, anything involving the great venerables was no simple matter. Great venerables? How could that be? Hearing Luoho's words, Hongjun was also startled. He had never thought of such a thing, which was why he had made today's arrangements. But if it was indeed the work of the great venerables as Luoho said, then why had they gone so far without Luoho ever reminding him? Don't overthink. On this primordial land, even the schemes of the great venerables must abide by the rules of the game. Don't forget that the rules of the game were set by the great venerable behind you, and the other great venerables naturally have to follow them. As long as we don't go too far, the great venerables naturally cannot trouble us. Luoho glanced at Hongjun. He naturally knew what Hongjun was thinking, so he said calmly. However, he did not specify what the boundary of going too far was, but obviously Hongjun was very clear about it, so there was no need for him to say more. Having survived in the primordial world for so long, if they still didn't know the bottom lines of those great venerables, then they would have truly lived in vain. It was actually very simple. You could scheme freely within the primordial world, even expel someone from it, but one thing was that you could not kill the opponent. That was their bottom line, because although every chess piece was casually thrown down by the great venerables, it still represented the face of the great venerable behind it. If you expelled them, it would at most be a loss of face, but if you killed them, then sorry, you were slapping that person's face. The former might not be cared about, but the latter, slapping face, was different. Chaos demon gods valued face even more than demon gods. If you slapped his face like that, and he still let you off easy, then he might as well give up his title of Chaos demon god. So that was the boundary of going too far. Which great venerable do you think it could be? Hongjun asked Luoho curiously. Although they knew it was the work of the great venerables, and thus had some fear, they obviously still wanted to know which great venerable it was, so that they could act accordingly. After all, some great venerables were very concerned about face, so they could not go too far, at least they needed to let the opponent leave the primordial world with dignity. Other great venerables did not care about such things, so naturally, they did not need to carefully plan for a dignified exit. I don't know, and that is why I let Shinma do this. Faced with Hongjuan's question, Luoho also frowned slightly. There was no choice. In the absence of certainty about which great venerable was behind the opponent, he could only let him leave with dignity. Otherwise, if the great venerable behind him was a petty one, the trouble would fall on him, and Hongjuan, after all, the only demon gods left in the primordial world were the two of them. Boom. A terrifying aura permeated the entire chaos realm as boundless baleful energy stirred the chaotic spiritual energy within. Yet for the two figures now standing in the midst of this chaos, it was utterly imperceptible. Shun Ni wielding the Godslayer spear clashed incessantly with the heart demon's immortal-slaying four swords. Each sword aura tore through the primordial world, ripping apart the starry sky of that ancient realm. The immortal-slaying four swords are truly a peerless treasure, both offensive and defensive. After yet another collision, Shin Ni's figure retreated explosively. He gazed at the heart demon ahead and murmured involuntarily, "If it were merely the heart demon alone, I could utterly crush him with the Godslayer spear. But the four swords are far too powerful." Moreover, Shun and I had a persistent feeling that the current immortal-slaying four swords were not at their full strength, as if a seal had been placed upon them. The killing aura should have been far more terrifying, yet it seemed to falter, as if it could not sustain itself. It was as though the swords could wound him, but each time their baleful energy surged forth, it required a moment to reaccumulate. This gave Shun and I an exceedingly strange sensation. Yet even so, the Godslayer spear in his hand could not breach the defenses of the four swords. Each sword possessed its own unique ability, but when combined they presented an awe-inspiring menace. Whenever his Godslayer spear broke through one sword's attack and was about to strike the heart demon, the other three swords would suddenly appear to block his blow. Thus, even after prolonged combat, the heart demon bore not a single scratch. Of course, Shin and I could not wound the heart demon, nor could the heart demon wound him. Though the heart demon wielded the four swords with unmatched offense and defense, Shin Ni's own strength was no less formidable. As the most fearsome existence of this era in the primordial world, one whom even the heavenly Dao feared, his power was beyond the heart demon's comparison. Sometimes, even a supreme treasure cannot bridge the gap between two beings of vastly different calibers. Moreover, the opponent also wielded a treasure that was in essence not a treasure, but still a formidable weapon. The gap remained immense, it was simply that neither could easily harm the other. Beast Emperor Shin and your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Even the heart demon, who had witnessed countless powerhouses, could not help but sigh in admiration. For the heart demon was a formidable being under Luoho, having lived through two Kulpas in the primordial world. In the previous Kulpa, his opponent had been none other than Qin Tian, one of the nine heavens. Even Qin Tian had never placed such terrifying pressure on him. But in this battle against the Beast Emperor, Shin and the heart demon felt an immense weight, as if one careless move could leave him wounded by the Godslayer spear. As a killing treasure, being struck by the Godslayer spear would cause even the heart demon immense suffering. Thus he dodged whenever possible. Yet this caution made him fight timidly, further compounded by Luoho's earlier words. "I have never heard of you, but your strength is not to be underestimated. Therefore I shall use my full power." Shin and I no longer wished to waste time with the heart demon. He sensed that the heart demon seemed wary of him, each attack holding back some force. This infuriated him. As the supreme powerhouse of the primordial world, to have an unknown opponent fight him while holding back. Was this not an insult? Roar. A furious roar resounded throughout the chaos realm. An aura from the ancient epic spread out, and for the first time the mighty Beast Emperor Shin and revealed his terrifying true form before the world. It was a creature that defied description, perhaps bearing a faint resemblance to the world-destroying dragon of the previous Kulpa. Such a terrifying aura. Is this Shin Ni's true form? It resembles that being somewhat, though only an aura. Gazing at Shin Ni's massive form emerging in the chaos realm, the heart demon could not help but feel a wave of emotion. He had never expected the Beast Emperor of this Kulpa to be so powerful. Powerful enough to make even a being from the previous Kulpa sigh in awe. Boom. Suddenly transforming into his true body, Shin and grabbed the Godslayer spear with his claws and lunged straight at the heart demon. His true form amplified his strength, but he was no fool. With the immortal-slaying four swords protecting the heart demon, Shin and knew that without the spear he might not be able to harm his foe. He was confident in his physical body, far stronger than even the later primordial witches with Pangu's bloodline, who attained the quasi-sage realm. Yet he would never be foolish enough to believe his flesh could withstand the immortal-slaying four swords. Though the heart demon claimed that the four swords only reached the supreme treasure level, when combined they gave Shun Ni an eerie feeling. So no matter how arrogant, he would not gamble with his life. He would not abandon his most effective weapon and rely on his body against the four swords. The heart demon, on the other hand, found himself in a quandary. Staring at Shun Ni's billions of Zhangtal form, his eyes were filled with bitterness. This fellow, even in human form, I was already outmatched. Now he has revealed his true body. A physique more terrifying than mountains, standing there alone and crushing me with pressure. And now he's even swinging the Godslayer spear at me. Watching the spear mighty as a heavenly pillar, the heart demon could only dodge endlessly. In that moment, the entire Chaos realm witnessed Shun Ni wielding the Godslayer spear like a pillar of heaven, frantically chasing the heart demon, who could only evade and was utterly unable to counterattack. The heart demon did have a true form, but it was ethereal and intangible, incomparable to Shun Ni's. If he revealed it, he would likely be struck by the spear and use divine abilities. Don't be ridiculous. The heart demon's greatest ability is to invoke fear in others' hearts. But does Shun Ni have any fear? As the most powerful being of this Kulpa in the primordial world, he fears nothing, not even the awakening heavenly Dao. So how can you invoke fear where none exists? Even if you tried to create one, he would tear it apart without a second thought. Damn it, I'll never fight someone like this again. It's pure bullying of an old man. The heart demon was infinitely frustrated. He belonged to the previous Kulpa, so calling himself an old man was not an exaggeration. Even Shun Ni was far younger in comparison, yet he was being beaten down by a junior. How could he not be exasperated? Enough! I'm done fighting. The inner demon exclaimed in exasperation at that moment, only wishing to end the battle with Shun Ni as quickly as possible. As for continuing the fight, that would be a fool's errand. Did he, the inner demon, appear foolish? Sorry, but he was no fool. At that moment, Shun Ni felt nothing but confusion swirling in his mind. Good heavens, it was you who proposed a battle, and now you refuse to fight. What is the meaning of this? Do you take me for a plaything? Nevertheless, Shun Ni halted as well, for although he had attacked the inner demon with his true form for quite some time, regrettably, he had yet to land a single blow upon him. It could be said that if the inner demon was truly determined to evade, then Shun Ni would indeed find it exceedingly difficult to harm him. After all, though transforming into his true form greatly amplified his power, his colossal size inevitably hampered his movements, leaving him helpless against the inner demon's speed. Unless he could wear the inner demon down, but since both were at the half-step primordial unity realm, exhausting the inner demon would bring him no benefit. Moreover, the entity behind the inner demon would surely not allow him to fall here. Shun Ni, let us cease this battle and have a discussion instead. Standing amidst the chaos, the inner demon shouted loudly towards Shun Ni. There was no choice. Shun Ni's mountain-like form forced him to crane his neck, and even his voice involuntarily grew louder for fear that the other might not hear. What do you wish to discuss? The Beast Emperor Shun Ni instantly transformed his figure into a humanoid form and gazed at the inner demon as he spoke, even withdrawing the Godslayer's spear in his hand. Clearly he too had no intention of continuing the battle, for it was utterly unnecessary. Not only did they have no conflict or enmity, they were not even connected. And as for the matter of the three clans and the Beast clan, what did that have to do with the inner demon? Shun Ni was no fool. He could clearly see that the inner demon was not aligned with the three clans. That is to say, the inner demon's actions were entirely beyond the three clans' control, or rather they had no right to interfere whatsoever. Let us discuss the matter of your Beast clan withdrawing from the primordial world. The inner demon addressed the Beast Emperor Shun Ni. This was the very purpose of his visit. Regardless of the final outcome, the inevitable result was that the Beast clan would withdraw from the primordial world. This was a conclusion predetermined by Luo Hua and Hong Jun behind him, one that no one could alter. Even if the great venerable backing Shun Ni intervened, it would be futile, for were not Luo Hua and Hong Jun also supported by great venerables. Moreover, Hong Jun's backer was Shurchen himself, among all the chaos demons who possessed a voice as authoritative as Shurchen. Even Pangu could only listen in silence when Shurchen spoke. If he held a contrary opinion, he could at most offer a suggestion. Thus among the chaos demons, Shurchen held the greatest authority, followed by Pangu, and then the rest. Hence Hong Jun and Luo Hua dared to scheme so boldly, while Shun Ni was forced to accept his fate. Whether he knew the identity of his backing great venerable or not, it made no difference. My Beast clan withdraw from the primordial world. Preposterous. Do you believe that possible? Shun Ni was unaware of these matters. At that moment, upon hearing the inner demon's words, he found them utterly absurd. After all, his Beast clan was the most powerful race in the primordial world, and he himself was the strongest being in the realm, so strong that he even held the heavenly Dao in contempt. And now this inner demon tells him to withdraw his Beast clan from the primordial world. On what grounds? Should his Beast clan abandon the primordial world simply because of the inner demon's words? What kind of logic was that? Qin Ming, this is for the good of your beast clan. For the good of my clan. Inner demon, do you not find these words laughable? Laughable? I do not think so. Qin Ming, you are indeed the most formidable existence in this current calamity. Even the yet unawakened heavenly Dao is deeply wary of you, which is why it has allowed all beings to know your name. And your beast clan empire can be said to be the pinnacle race of the entire primordial world. However, the waters of the primordial world run too deep. They are beyond the control of you and your beast clan empire. The inner demon declared loudly to Qin Ming. He spoke not a single falsehood, and Qin Ming himself was well aware of this truth, for upon hearing the inner demon's words he fell into silence. Yes, the waters of the primordial world were deep. Of this, he was acutely conscious. Qin Ming, you should know that since the birth of the primordial world, several calamities have passed. But have you ever heard of any living being from a previous calamity surviving into the next? No. Yet I must tell you this, I am a survivor from the previous calamity. What? Upon hearing the inner demon's words, Qin Ming was truly shocked. He had never expected the inner demon to be a being from the previous calamity. Yet on second thought it made perfect sense. Only a being from a previous calamity could remain unknown to him. After all, the inner demon's strength was undeniable. If he had broken through in this calamity, Qin Ming would certainly have known. But he did not. In fact, had the inner demon not appeared in this calamity, he might never have known of the inner demon's existence. I witnessed the most glorious race of the previous calamity perish under machinations, and I saw new powers rise and transcend the primordial world. Qin Ming, the primordial world is but a vast chessboard, and you and I are merely pieces upon it. Now you and your beast clan empire must exit the stage, for this chess game no longer requires your presence. Leave now, and you may have a dignified exit, preserving your beast clan and possibly returning to the primordial world in the future. But if you refuse to leave, then only annihilation awaits you and your beast clan empire. So consider it carefully. The inner demon held a deep respect for Qin Ming, for he had single-handedly supported a vast empire. Without Qin Ming, even the dragon clan could bully the beast clan at will. Not that the four fiends were weak, but they lacked Qin Ming's authority to suppress the entire beast clan empire. And races like the dragon clan in the previous calamity were inferior even to the early primordial human race, let alone the peak powers of that era. I can withdraw, but I require a place for my empire to thrive. I doubt you can provide such, but those behind you can. Deep within the endless eons, how swiftly time changes. Amid the four seas, Zhu Long, gazing at the dragon palace before him, couldn't help but let out a sigh. In the Hongluang world, time was the least valued thing, whether for beings with a bit of cultivation or for the great powers of these mighty races. To put it bluntly, even being a waste in the Hongluang world meant a lifespan that was extremely long, starting from tens of thousands of years. But one must know, in the Hongluang world, how could there be such a thing as a waste? Especially in this era. The heavenly Dao had not yet fully awakened, and the land of Hongluang was not like the later ages with sparse spiritual energy. It could be said that the spiritual energy in Hongluang now was extremely abundant, and beings born under such dense spiritual energy, even pigs would be immortal pigs. Second brother, why do you think the beast clan suddenly disappeared back then? Suddenly Zhu Long turned his gaze to Zhu Long beside him and asked. This question had puzzled Zhu Long for billions of years. In fact, it wasn't just him, all three clans that had participated in the siege of the beast clan harbored such doubts. It turned out that during their battle with the beast clan, something unknown happened. The beast clan, which had been fighting them, suddenly vanished entirely. Yes, extremely abruptly. Just a moment ago they were engaged in combat, and the next moment they were all gone. Not only the ordinary beasts, but even the four great beast kings at the level of great powers also disappeared. It was so sudden that they had no time to react. At that time, Xinmo also returned directly from the chaos, and told them one thing: the beast emperor Qin Ming, who had fought him, had also suddenly disappeared into the chaos. Even he did not know what had happened. At that time, Zhu Long and the others were completely bewildered, utterly clueless about what had happened. Even after that incident, they had searched for traces of the beast clan in Hongluang many times, but obviously not a single beast was found, not even one. They had completely vanished, even in the beast clan's old lair on the northern continent. This had become a thorn in Zhu Long's heart, because the beast clan had only disappeared, not completely perished, which meant they might reappear in the future. As long as the beast clan existed, the unease in Zhu Long's heart would always be there. Big brother, I don't know about this either. Faced with Zhu Long's question, Zhu Long could only helplessly say he didn't know. If he had known, how could he have let the beast clan disappear right before his eyes? Obviously, that was impossible. Do you think this matter might be related to that fellow Xinmo? During the battle with the beast clan, the others fought on the land of Hongluang, so they could see what happened. However, only Xinmo and Beast Emperor Qin Ming fought in the chaos. Although it was said that this would not damage Hongluang or cause innocent deaths among their clansmen, none of them knew what had actually happened in the chaos at that time. Moreover, when Xinmo returned at that time, he was too normal, so normal that it was a bit eerie. Not to mention that he and Shun and I were both at the same cultivation level. After half a day of battle, it was impossible for him not to be injured. Even if he truly wasn't injured, why were his clothes so neat? And even his aura showed no change at all. Furthermore, after Shun Ni's disappearance, they had never heard of Xinmo searching for him. Although they wouldn't know even if he did, Zulong had a feeling that the disappearance of the Beast clan must be closely related to Xinmo, but he had no idea how it was done. As for whether a half-step primordial powerhouse had the power to silently relocate an entire race before their eyes, he didn't believe it. If Xinmo could do that, then he wouldn't be a half-step primordial, but directly a primordial powerhouse. This matter is hard to say. Perhaps it has nothing to do with him, perhaps it does, or perhaps he actually knows something. Zulong said speculatively because he didn't know either, so he could only give an answer based on guesswork in response to Zulong's words. Alas, let's drop this matter. How is the Eastern continent now? Zulong sighed and said, these questions might only be answered in the future because currently they knew nothing and obviously Xinmo would not tell them. So rather than speculating here, it was better to give up thinking and focus on the matters at hand. Now our clan has completely reoccupied the Eastern continent. The army is gathering at the North Sea ready to move into the Northern continent at any time. Hearing Zulong's words, Zulong's heart trembled, and he quickly said, this was a matter concerning whether the Dragon clan could unify Hong Huang, and it could not be taken lightly. No reaction from the Qilin clan. Zulong withdrew his gaze and walked toward the Dragon Palace. During this period, he had been in seclusion trying to break through to the half-step primordial realm, and all clan affairs were entrusted to Zulong. Obviously, he had great trust in his second brother, otherwise he wouldn't have been so at ease to go into seclusion. Zulong had not disappointed his expectations. During Zulong's seclusion, Zulong led the Dragon clan to reoccupy the Eastern continent once again, and now they were casting covetous eyes on the Northern continent. As long as they made a move and the Qilin clan didn't react in time, they had a good chance of occupying it. Currently, the Qilin clan has no reaction. Their attention is focused on the Western continent, and the Phoenix clan has also set their sights on that place, so the two clans are now in conflict. Then let the army strike directly. Seize the Northern continent with lightning speed, and by then I should be able to break through to the half-step primordial realm. Zulong suddenly stopped, and said with great ambition. He was very much looking forward to breaking through to the half-step primordial realm, because he had witnessed the might of Beast Emperor Shun and I, and had a rough understanding of the terror of that realm. As a powerhouse who would want to stay stagnant forever. Yes, big brother, I guarantee to complete the mission. However, regarding our plan against the Phoenix clan, should we put it on hold? Let the Qilin clan and Phoenix fight each other, and we reap the benefits. After agreeing, Zulong suddenly spoke with some hesitation, because before this he had devised a scheme against the Phoenix clan, and now he needed to ask Zulong whether to listen. After all, once that plan was set in motion, it would be a war between the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. So this matter needed discussion so as not to ruin Zulong's plan. There is no need to stop this or proceed with your plan, as is. Facing Zulong's inquiry, Zulong appeared remarkably composed. In his eyes, a mere Phoenix clan, even with the addition of the Qilin clan, was no match for the Dragon clan. This was not arrogance on his part, but a reflection of the Dragon clan's true strength. After all, even during the era of the primordial beasts, the Dragon clan was already the most powerful beneath them. With the primordial beasts now vanished, this hold was even more absolute. Of the 6 ancient races, the primordial beasts had disappeared. The White Tiger clan had been annihilated by the Qilin, and the Xuanwu clan remained suppressed by the Dragon clan in the North Sea, not daring to stir. Only the Phoenix and Qilin clans could contend with the Dragon clan to some extent. But consider this, the Qilin clan was held together solely by Zhu Qilin, and little else needed to be said. The Phoenix clan before the fall of Zhu Feng might have stood alone against the Dragon clan, but after his demise, though they regained their peak strength, they had still lost a supreme powerhouse. The Dragon clan, however, was different. They had always maintained absolute dominance, boasting 2 supreme powerhouses, Zhu Long and Zhu Long. With them, no single race could truly challenge the Dragon clan. This was the reason for Zhu Long's supreme confidence. His strength left him no room for humility. But my brother, wouldn't that drive the Phoenix clan to ally with the Qilin against us? This was Zhu Long's concern. If they truly targeted the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix, after tasting defeat, would inevitably seek an alliance with the Qilin. Then the Dragon clan would have to face 2 top-tier races alone, a troubling prospect. Second brother, you worry too much. Let's set aside whether the 2 clans together could defeat us. Besides, Zhu Huang is a creature of immense pride. Would she really lower herself to seek an alliance with the Qilin? Even if she does, there's no need to fear. In fact, it would only benefit us, wouldn't it? If we annihilate both clans, no force in the primordial land will be able to challenge the Dragon clan. Our ascension to the supreme rule of the land will be an unshakable certainty. Zhu Long spoke with utter indifference. The Qilin clan, the Phoenix clan, Apologies, but they had never earned a place in his regard. Indeed. Zhu Long nodded. He had indeed overthought the matter. With himself and his elder brother Zhu Long, the Phoenix and Qilin clans could scarcely stir up any significant waves. The reason the Dragon clan had not yet launched a full-scale conquest of the Primordial land was simply that they had been preparing. Now with preparations nearly complete, the time had come. Go! Meanwhile, in the everlasting fire mountains of the Phoenix clan, a young prince of the Phoenix clan had been born 10 million years ago. The origin of this young prince could be traced back to Zhu Huang, the sovereign of the Phoenix clan. After Zhu Feng's fall, a trace of the Phoenix clan's original essence had re-emerged from the everlasting fire mountains. It took 10 million years for this essence to finally gestate and become the young prince of the Phoenix clan. His birth brought immense excitement to the Feng subclan. Following Zhu Feng's demise, the Feng subclan's status within the Phoenix clan had been in steady decline to the point of near irrelevance. But the young prince's arrival offered them a chance to reclaim the throne of the Phoenix clan. Thus they held him in the highest regard, even assigning a Dalio-level elder to accompany him on his daily excursions. The young prince was also remarkably gifted. At birth, he possessed the strength of a gold deity. After 10 million years of cultivation, he had reached the peak of the gold deity realm. However, one slight flaw was his temperament. Perhaps owing to his recent birth, he was exceedingly mischievous and lively, always fond of running about. This caused no small amount of worry for the Feng subclan's elders. But he was their treasure. They could not confine him, so in the end they had no choice but to let him roam freely, though an elder always accompanied him. The Feng subclan took his safety very seriously. One day the young prince once again led the elder out of the everlasting fire mountains. But this time their destination was not the southern continent. It was the eastern continent, the domain of the Dragon clan. Elder Feng Yin, is this the eastern continent? It's truly beautiful. Gazing at the eastern land before him, Feng Yi, the young prince of the Phoenix clan who had always lived in the everlasting fire mountains of the southern continent, was filled with excitement. This was his first visit, and he had never imagined the scenery could be so breathtaking. Compared to the southern continent, the eastern continent was more blessed with outstanding talents, and the spiritual energy here was slightly denser, making the landscape even more enchanting. The southern continent was not without its charms, but the presence of the everlasting fire mountains gave it a warmer climate, hence the difference. Yes, young prince, but this is the Dragon clan's territory. If we wish to tour here, we must be cautious and never reveal our identity as Phoenix clan members. Otherwise, trouble may arise. Elder Feng Yan's eyes betrayed a hint of fondness. He adored this young prince of the Feng subclan. However, they were in the eastern continent, not their own southern continent, so he felt compelled to warn him. Though the three great clans were currently at peace, the rivalry among them had persisted ever since the disappearance of the primordial beasts. If their identities were exposed to the Dragon clan, it would cause great trouble. The best course was to remain incognito. As for why they had come here, it was simply because the young prince wished to see this land. Even if it were a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he would have no choice but to bring the young prince along. Elder Feng Yin, you can rest assured. You know me well. I won't reveal myself. Let's just quietly admire this continent. Report to Ancestor Zhu Long, the little prince of the Phoenix clan has entered our territory today. At the moment, the Phoenix clan's little prince Feng Yi and Elder Feng Yin stepped onto the eastern continent. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already been detected by the Dragon clan. It was not due to their lack of caution. One could say they had gone to great lengths to conceal their tracks, even deliberately altering their auras, but who could blame the Dragon clan for having already set their sights on them? Thus, the moment they set foot on the eastern continent, a Dragon clan member reported their arrival to Zhu Long. So they have finally come. I thought they might not show up at all. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, a flicker of delight crossed Zhu Long's face. He had long plotted against the Phoenix clan, especially the little prince whom he had been watching closely. How could he not know of his existence? The Phoenix clan's little prince carried great expectations from his clan. If he matured, he would undoubtedly elevate the Phoenix clan's status among the Phoenix race. Moreover, he possessed the primordial essence of Zhu Feng, and with time his growth was assured. His existence, however, boded ill for both the Dragon and Qilin clans. The Phoenix clan already had Zhu Huang. Another Zhu Feng would be undesirable. Better not to let that happen. Aou, are you ready? Ancestor Dragon turned his gaze to Aou, who stood nearby. Aou, an elder of the Dragon clan, possessed strength at the mid-stage of the Luo Shin, surpassing Elder Feng Yin accompanying the Phoenix little prince. What set Aou apart was the Dao he cultivated, distinct from other Dragon clan members. Aou mastered the art of transformation. Once transformed, he could even mimic the divine abilities of the being he imitated unless faced with a cultivator powerful enough to detect the subtle flaw. Otherwise, his disguise was flawless. This was Zhu Long's scheme to have Aou transform into a creature of another race and intercept the Phoenix little prince and Feng Yin. The outcome would depend on Aou's execution. Rest assured, Ancestor Zhu Long, this subordinate will accomplish the mission. Aou stepped forward and declared loudly. He held the task in low regard, having been informed of it when Zhu Long first devised the plan. Thus he was hardly surprised. Very well, then set out. Remember, do not reveal yourself under any circumstances. Zhu Long nodded with satisfaction and gave further instructions to Aou. This was his carefully laid plot. If exposed, it would not severely harm the Dragon Clan, but it would fail to achieve the desired effect. Yes. Aou departed, leaving Zhu Long standing silently lost in thought. Zhu Long, I hope you will appreciate this gift I have prepared for your Phoenix Clan. I wonder how you will respond when the time comes. How beautiful. Gazing at the splendid scenery, the little Prince Feng, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Beside him, Elder Feng Yin appeared somewhat tense. Just moments ago, a sudden unease had gripped his heart, as if a great calamity was about to befall them. Yet no matter how intently he tried to sense it, he could discern nothing specific. This was a peril-sensing ability unique to powerful cultivators, allowing them to preemptively detect danger. Whether one heeded such warnings, however, depended on individual disposition. Some dismissed them out of arrogance, trusting in their own strength to crush any threat, and thus paid no heed. Elder Feng Yin clearly belonged to the former category. Though confident in his abilities, he understood the depths of this world. The moment he sensed danger, he became alert. Little Prince, we must leave. This place feels dangerous to me. For your safety, we need to depart immediately. What? Danger? That can't be, Elder Feng Yin. Are you overthinking? I see nothing but tranquility here, no danger at all. Elder Feng Yan's sudden words jolted the little prince from his reverie. He glanced around in bewilderment, but his cultivation was merely at the peak of Jin Shun, far below Feng Yan's Deluo Shun. Even the elder had only sensed a faint trace of danger without pinpointing its source. To the little prince, the surroundings remained unchanged, the same quiet sea of flowers. I hope I am overthinking too, but for your safety, let us leave here first. We can explore other places. The Eastern continent boasts many beautiful sights, not just this one. Elder Feng Yin spoke gently to the little prince. Despite sensing danger, neither of them had considered leaving the Eastern continent entirely. In truth, if they had wished to flee, Elder Feng Yin could have easily taken them both away. But Feng Yin thought that since this was the little prince's first visit to the Eastern continent, and he wished to enjoy himself, it would be best to accompany him. After all, the little prince would have little time for such leisure in the future. As for the faint sense of danger, he simply assumed it might be the domain of some mighty being displeased by their intrusion. Once they departed, the feeling would naturally dissipate. After all, the Honglong earth was vast, and hidden great cultivators were abundant. As an elder, Feng Yin knew this well. The southern continent had many, and the eastern continent could not be an exception. All right then. Since Elder Feng Yin had spoken thus, the little prince, though playful, was sensible. He understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing Feng Yan's serious yet affectionate expression, he reluctantly agreed. Leaving? But you won't escape. Shortly after they departed, a figure appeared where they had stood. Gazing in the direction they had gone, the figure murmured to itself, then set off in pursuit. Little Prince, no. Suddenly, Elder Feng Yin, who was advancing alongside the little prince, halted abruptly. Standing in the void, he stared gravely at the rear, sensing a familiar aura there. What's wrong, Elder Feng Yin? The little Prince Feng Yi observed the solemn expression on Elder Feng Yan's face and the hint of caution in his eyes. This puzzled him. There was nothing amiss, so why did the elder wear such a look? He kept scanning the area behind them, but all he saw was a vast expanse of white sky and green earth. Beyond that, there seemed to be nothing else. Not even a single other creature. Yes, the absence of any living beings gave a very strange feeling. Even in the southern continent, which was not the most populous one, would still see many creatures while traveling across the land. Yet here in the eastern continent, the creatures they encountered along their journey were exceedingly scarce, as sparse as the northern continent now. This was utterly inconceivable. Something is off. I feel as if some familiar presence has been following us. Elder Feng Yin spoke sternly, his gaze fixed on the rear, unshaken by the little prince's words. If it were only him, it would not matter. Even if an enemy sought to ambush him, he could flee if he couldn't win, or fight to the death if all else failed. For them, death was merely returning to the 10,000 immortal volcanic flames. They were born as spirits of the immortal volcano and would die as its ghosts. That was their choice. But this time was different. He was escorting the little prince. The little prince was the hope of the Phoenix clan's future among the Phoenix race. If anything happened to him, not only would the other Phoenix clan members never forgive him, but he would never forgive himself. Hence he had to ensure the little prince's safety, which was why he had been so cautious throughout the journey. Tisk tisk, I never expected you, Feng Yin, to not flee, but instead wait here with your little prince. It seems you knew I was coming and waited for me. At that moment, a charming laugh suddenly rang out from afar. Before long, a woman clad in red robes appeared in their view. The moment he saw her, Feng Yan's pupils constricted sharply, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Huang Yi, what is the meaning of this? Or rather, what does Ancestral Phoenix intend? Looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, Feng Yin was utterly bewildered. Yet sensing her hostile aura, he was not foolish enough to be unaware of her purpose. Still he was puzzled. This journey with the little prince had been kept extremely secret. Even most of the Phoenix clan elders did not know where they had gone. How did Huang Yi find out? Moreover, they had been wandering aimlessly, yet she had located them with such swift precision, sending a chill down his spine. And the fact that they had been traveling without any set destination, yet she could find them so quickly sent a chill through his heart. The little prince did not recognize Huang Yi as the relationship between the Phoenix and Huang clans within the Phoenix race had become intensely strained. The little prince belonged to the Phoenix clan and had been protected by them since his youth, so he had never met Huang Yi. However, he knew she was a member of the Phoenix race, so he felt no fear, only curiosity as he gazed at her. Of course, this was also because he did not understand the implications of their words. What does it mean? Can't you see? Feng Yan, you are an elder after all. Surely you can grasp such a simple meaning. In response to Feng Yan's questioning, Huang Yi smiled lightly, completely unconcerned by his attitude, and spoke calmly. Damn it. Your Huang clan truly cannot bear to see our Phoenix clan rise again. We should have known this long ago. The Grand Elder should never have held any hope for your Huang clan. Elder Feng Yan erupted in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. He knew she had come to kill the little prince, and he would inevitably die as well. That was indisputable. Yet he did not care about his own death, though what mattered to him was the little prince's fate. His anger also stemmed from the Huang clan's betrayal. In his eyes, that was precisely what it was. The Huang clan did not want the Phoenix clan to rise again, and had even sent someone to take the little prince's life without any regard for past ties. Your Phoenix clan has been dormant. You should have remained dormant forever. The Phoenix race does not need your contributions. Yet you still dream of rising again. Do you think we would allow it? Huang Yi sneered coldly, completely indifferent to Feng Yan's wrath. Just as I thought. Little prince, run quickly. Return to the Phoenix clan and inform the Grand Elder of the Huang clan's conspiracy. I will hold her off. A look of understanding flashed in Feng Yan's eyes. This was something they had long suspected. But because the Grand Elder had clung to a sliver of hope, the other elders had said nothing. Although the Huang clan had been suppressing the Phoenix clan, they had never gone too far, so things had remained peaceful. But this time was different. Feng Yan believed this was entirely the Huang clan's conspiracy, or perhaps even the ancestral Phoenix's scheme. He could only order the little prince to flee while he held Huang Yi back. As long as the little prince returned to the Phoenix clan and reported this to the Grand Elder, his mission would be complete. As for life or death, he had long ceased to care. He could only order the little prince to flee while he held Huang Yi back. If the little prince could return to the Phoenix clan and report this to the Grand Elder, his mission would be complete. As for life or death, he had long ceased to care. All right. The little prince took a deep look at Huang Yi, then replied to Feng Yan. Though he had been well protected, he was not ignorant. He simply lacked guile. From the exchange between Huang Yi and Elder Feng Yan, he understood that her intentions were hostile. Without a word, he turned and fled. He knew his own strength. Staying would not only fail to help Elder Feng Yan, but would also become a burden. It was better to carry out the task Elder Feng Yan had entrusted to him. Holding me off? Do you overestimate yourself? Huang Yi laughed contemptuously at Feng Yan's words. Feng Yan was merely at the early stage of Great Luo deity, while she was a mid-stage Great Luo deity. The only thing that could pose a threat to her was his self-destruction, but even that would only delay her for a short while. Not enough time for their little prince to escape the eastern continent. I hope the little prince can make his escape now. Elder Feng Yan glanced back at the direction in which the little prince had fled, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Ever since the little prince was born, he had remained by his side. To him, the little prince was not merely the hope of the Feng clan, but akin to his own child. Though he always maintained a respectful demeanor, he had after all watched him grow up. Do you think he can escape? Shh. What a... Pupils contracting sharply, Elder Feng Yan stared at the small child suddenly appearing in Huang Yi's hands. He had already fled far away. How could he have been caught and brought back? It turned out that while Huang Yi was speaking, she had suddenly thrust her hand into the void and a comatose little body materialized in her grasp. Clearly the very little prince who had just escaped. Do you truly think I would have let him run once I arrived? Huang Yi said with a faint smile, finding the notion trivial. Let go of the little prince. Elder Feng Yan roared and charged toward Huang Yi. With the little prince held in her hands, his original intention of mutual destruction was shattered. He had never entertained any hope of returning alive. He had long resolved to detonate himself and take his enemy down with him. Only then could he ensure the little prince's safe departure from the eastern continent and return to the Feng clan. But he had not foreseen that she would snatch back the little prince from such an incomprehensible distance. Now that she held the child in her grasp, if he dared to detonate, he did not know whether she would perish, but the little prince would undoubtedly die. This was something he could never accept, for the little prince was not only the hope of the Feng clan, but also someone he had personally watched grow. Every living being carries the instincts of an elder, and even Elder Feng Yan was no exception. You overthink things. Boom. Huang Yi struck with a casual flick of her palm. Since the little prince was in her hands, his opponent dared not unleash his full power, terrified of harming the child. Thus, upon facing Huang Yi's single blow, he was sent flying instantly. How about we make a deal, eh? Huang Yi suddenly said with a smile, though a strange gleam flickered in her eyes. One who knew not what scheme she harbored. Speak. Having barely steadied himself, Elder Feng Yin stood upon the void, his gaze chilling as he fixed upon Huang Yi. If given the chance, he would have detonated himself immediately and dragged her along, but the little prince in her hands kept him from acting. Now the initiative lay in her hands, and whatever she said, he would have to comply. It was humiliating, yet he had no choice. Everything was for the future of his Feng clan. What if you commit suicide and I, Huang Yi, release your little prince? Huang Yi gazed at Elder Feng Yin and smiled, her expression so sincere that it appeared as though her words were genuine. You are not joking. Elder Feng Yin was somewhat startled. He could not comprehend what she was plotting, yet since the little prince's safety was at stake, he could only entertain her words half trustingly, even though his instinct told him her words were unreliable. Do I appear to be jesting? To be frank, a mere child poses absolutely no threat to us, does he? On the contrary, an elder like you carries far greater danger. Indeed, Huang Yi's words were not without merit. A mere child before reaching maturity was truly of no threat to them. But an elder was different. No matter how weak a Grand Luo Divine Elder remained a Grand Luo Divine being. Upon self-detonation, he could even drag a fully accomplished Grand Luo Divine Expert down with him, provided he caught his opponent completely off guard. Yet even so, the threat posed by a Grand Luo Divine Elder could not be dismissed. Compared to the death of a mere child, forcing an elder to commit suicide would bring far greater satisfaction. Very well. If you are willing to spare the little prince, then I shall take my own life. But how should I trust you? After a moment of silence, Elder Feng Yin spoke to Huang Yi as though having made a monumental decision. He did not trust her, at least not after she had come to ambush them. How could he possibly place his faith in such a person? I can swear by my own name. Will that suffice? Huang Yi said to Elder Feng Yin. Yet the bizarre shimmer that flashed in her eyes as she mentioned swearing by her own name went unnoticed by him, or else he never would have agreed. Agreed. As long as you honor your promise and spare the little prince, then it shall be so. Elder Feng Yin cast a deep searching look at Huang Yi. Though he did not understand her motives, as long as the little prince could return alive and safely, he was willing to try anything, even offer his own life in exchange. So be it. I, Huang Yi, swear upon my very own Dao path. As long as you, Feng Yin, take your own life, I shall spare your clan's little prince. Huang Yi declared loudly. Though she did not specify the consequences of breaking such an oath, those who swore by their Dao path faced only two possible outcomes. Either they honored their oath with no consequence, or they broke it and were forever barred from pursuing a higher Dao for the rest of their lives. And precisely because of this, upon hearing Huang Yi's oath, Elder Feng Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He was certain she would not risk her own Dao for such a trivial matter, so his initial hesitation quickly hardened into resolve. I hope you honor your pledge. After uttering these final words, Elder Feng Yin slowly raised his right hand and struck forcefully upon his own forehead. There was no spray of blood, but the divine light within his eyes instantly dimmed and vanished. This strike was aimed directly at his divine soul, for only by destroying one's soul could true death be achieved. And this was precisely what she desired. Such loyalty. But do you truly believe I am one who keeps her promises? How laughable. I am not even the real Huang Yi. How could an oath possibly bind me? A sinister smile played upon Huang Yi's lips as she looked at the already deceased Elder Feng Yin and sneered. If he could still hear her words, he would have been outraged enough to die all over again. But alas, he was already dead. Huang Yi raised her palm and delivered a devastating blow upon the little prince. Pow! A golden mist of blood dispersed, signifying that the last hope of the Feng clan, the little prince, had perished upon this ancient continent. Now within the 10,000 undying volcanoes on the southern continent, the great elder of the Feng clan, who had been chatting and laughing with other elders, suddenly underwent a drastic change in countenance and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His face turned deathly pale, yet he paid no heed to this, instead wearing an expression of fury and despair. This left the other elders utterly bewildered, for they had never heard of the great elder sustaining any injury. How could he suddenly spit blood without any reason? Great elder, are you all right? The other elders looked at him with deep concern. Ignorant of what had happened, they were particularly anxious at this moment. It must be known that the great elder was the most crucial figure in the Feng clan other than the little prince. Any mishap befalling him would be an enormous loss to them. The great elder of the Feng clan did not belong to the Huang clan. It could be said that before Zhu Feng was still alive, the Feng clan had no great elder. They were uniformly governed by the great elder of the Huang clan. However, after Zhu Feng fell, the Huang clan fiercely suppressed the Feng clan, causing them great distress. In response to the Huang clan's oppression, the position of great elder was established. Of course, this was also because his strength was absolutely sufficient. He was the foremost person under Zhu Feng, but only within the Feng clan, not including the Huang clan. For this reason, the Great Elder gradually became the most powerful figure in the Feng clan. However, the Great Elder was not covetous of power. His lifelong pursuit was to restore the Feng clan to a position of equality with the Huang clan. To this end, he had been tirelessly striving nurturing the little prince, and even before the little prince's appearance, he had communicated with Zhu Huang multiple times. Although the results were not significant, mainly because Zhu Huang had been placating him with empty words, there was no alternative was there. The Phoenix clan. Without either the Feng or the Huang, it would no longer be the Phoenix clan, wouldn't it? Thus, no matter how much the Huang clan suppressed them, the Feng clan never considered leaving to develop on their own. This was not only because they would only grow weaker without the Huang clan, but also due to the suppression from Zhu Huang. In short, Zhu Huang kept them hanging with mere verbal promises without giving any actual compensation. The Feng clan could not do without the Great Elder nor without the Little Prince. At least until the Little Prince matured, they could not be separated from the Great Elder. However, the Great Elder's sudden spitting of blood left them all bewildered and at a loss. Little Prince. The Great Elder paid them no heed. He suddenly raised his head and roared to the heavens, his voice filled with despair. He had sensed the moment the Little Prince died, and that was why he had suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But now everything was too late, for he knew that the Little Prince had perished and they could do nothing. Little Prince. What happened to the Little Prince? It could be said that the matter of the Little Prince touched the nerves of everyone present. Upon hearing the Great Elder's desperate roar, they knew that something must have happened to the Little Prince, otherwise the Great Elder would never have acted like this. It turned out that after the Little Prince's birth, the Great Elder had left a wisp of his own aura on him to ensure his safety. This wisp could not allow him to intervene in time to save the Little Prince, but it could let him sense the moment something went wrong. Originally, with Elder Feng, Yin a Deluo God by the Little Prince's side, they had never imagined the Little Prince would be in mortal danger. This precaution was merely to keep track of the Little Prince's whereabouts at all times. But now he sensed that the aura he had left on the Little Prince had dissipated. There was only one possibility for this: the Little Prince had fallen. For his aura was fused with the Little Prince's soul. Unless the Little Prince had attained Deluo, it could not dissipate. Something has happened to the Little Prince. I will go and see for myself. The Great Elder had no time to explain to the other elders. He only wanted to ascertain one thing as quickly as possible: the life or death of the Little Prince, and what had happened to Elder Feng Yan. Why had the Little Prince who was under his protection suddenly died? What should we do? The other elders stared at the suddenly vanished Great Elder with confusion. They only knew a rough outline, but nothing else, and the Great Elder had no time to explain. Let's follow him and see. One of the elders gritted his teeth and said, if the Little Prince had truly met with an accident, then they must go there immediately. Not to do anything else but to find the murderer and avenge the Little Prince, and also to ensure the Great Elder's safety. For after the Little Prince's death, the Great Elder was the last hope for the Feng clan's resurgence. This is where the aura finally dissipated. After a long journey, the Great Elder of the Feng clan and the other elders finally arrived at the place where the aura had dissipated. He looked at the tranquil surroundings and fell into deep thought, for he did not sense any sign of battle here. It must be known that if a Deluo god-level powerhouse engaged in battle, the resulting aura could not dissipate in a short time. It would take at least several thousand years to completely vanish. However, they had only traveled for a mere few hundred years. Within that time, the aura should not have dissipated. It should still be rather dense. Yet now they sensed no aura at all. Even the ground was undisturbed. This was utterly impossible in a battle between Deluo gods unless no battle had occurred at all. Great Elder, this seems to be Elder Feng Yan's corpse. Suddenly, an elder cried out to the Great Elder in alarm. It turned out that after arriving, he had been flying at low altitude, scanning the surroundings. When he saw a corpse, curiosity led him to approach and look, and he saw the deceased Elder Feng Yan. As long as a Deluo god did not die from having their body destroyed, their physical form could be preserved eternally. Thus, after several hundred years, Elder Feng Yan's corpse showed no signs of decay. This is a suicide. Looking at the corpse of Elder Feng Yan that was brought before him, the Great Elder confirmed it after just one glance. And precisely because of this, a wave of shock surged within him. What could cause a Deluo god to take their own life? As for betrayal, not to mention the Great Elder, even the other elders would not think so. For they knew Elder Feng Yan's character very well. He would never betray the Feng clan. Moreover, at present, they did not even know who was targeting their clan. What is this? Suddenly, an elder exclaimed in exaggerated alarm, his reaction immediately drawing the Grand Elder's attention. That elder's gaze was locked firmly upon Elder Feng Yan's hand, for the deceased appeared to be gripping something tightly, though it was completely clenched and impossible to discern what it was. Pry it open and retrieve it, the Grand Elder said with a grim expression. With Elder Feng Yan having taken his own life and the young prince missing, his mood had been nothing but bleak. At such a moment, any clue whatsoever would be the best possible news for them, and the object that Elder Feng Yin had clutched so desperately even in death might be precisely the lead they so desperately needed. Yes. Several elders worked together to pry open Elder Feng Yan's hand, and at the same time a crystal fell into their grasp. The moment they saw it, their eyes filled with brilliance, for this was no ordinary object. It was a memory stone unique to the primordial era. Though it could not capture sound, it preserved visual imagery, meaning that with this recording they would be able to learn exactly what had happened. The Grand Elder took the crystal directly and channeled his power into it. In an instant a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Even the Grand Elder's expression darkened further upon seeing the scene within the crystal, while the other elders' faces grew increasingly grim. This is the Phoenix Clan's conspiracy. They are trying to extinguish all hope for our Feng clan. Indeed, the scene playing within the crystal was precisely that of Huang Yi and Feng Yan. Though they did not know what exactly Huang Yi had said to drive Elder Feng Yan to suicide, they knew one thing clearly: the young prince was in Huang Yi's hands. They naturally all recognized Huang Yi. Indeed, every elder of the Phoenix clan was very familiar to them, for they had once served together for many years. However, after the ancestral Phoenix fell, the Phoenix clan began bullying the Feng clan, causing deep dissatisfaction among all the Feng elders. They had not visited the ancestral Phoenix Palace in a long time, making their past cooperation nothing but a distant memory. Of course, if the Phoenix clan were ever faced with a racial crisis, the Feng clan would still intervene. But as long as the Phoenix clan currently faced no crisis, the two clans had effectively separated. Damn Phoenix clan. This is entirely an attempt to destroy all our hope. Grand Elder, we must recover the young prince as soon as possible. If he remains in the Phoenix clan's hands any longer, we will forever be at their mercy. Because the recording ended precisely when Elder Feng Yin died, they were unaware that Huang Yi had struck down their young prince with a single palm strike. At that moment, they believed this was Huang Yi and the ancestral Phoenix behind her, using the young prince to coercively control the Feng clan, forcing them to hesitate. Yet they had no idea that their prince had died at the very instant Elder Feng Yin fell. Had they known, they would have been even more enraged. This matter, let us return first and discuss there. This is after all Dragon Clan territory. Although the Phoenix clan's actions have entirely trampled upon the Feng clan's dignity, this is ultimately an internal affair of our Phoenix clan. If the Dragon Clan learns of it, complications may arise. The Grand Elder still maintained a shred of rationality. In truth, a doubt gnawed at him. Previously, the ancestral Phoenix had turned a blind eye to matters concerning their young prince, so why had she dispatched someone to intercept them at this precise moment? The ancestral Phoenix was not a fool. She should have understood that the young prince was the Feng clan's last hope. If she had truly arranged for someone to ambush and kill the young prince, and if the Feng clan were to discover this, internal strife within the Phoenix clan would inevitably erupt. Could the ancestral Phoenix truly be unaware of this? Moreover, Huang Yi was an elder of considerable experience. How could she not know about memory stones? When she forced an elder to take his own life, why did she fail to search whether he might have left behind such a recording? This matter was riddled with anomalies. Yet without absolute evidence, the Grand Elder could not say much. He could see the other elders were consumed by rage. Even if he voiced his suspicions now, they would not believe him. At this moment, they harbored nothing but hatred for the Phoenix clan. Therefore, the Grand Elder could only steady them and postpone further action until they returned. After all, this was an internal affair of the Phoenix clan and should best be resolved internally. As for external clans, it was better they remain uninformed, for the sake of the Phoenix clan's future. As Grand Elder, he certainly did not wish for his clan to vanish from the river of history due to internal strife. One could say that because the Grand Elder occupied a different position, his perspective on matters naturally differed from others. All the elders' gazes turned toward the Grand Elder. None spoke, but their expressions all conveyed the same meaning. What? Has my authority diminished? The Grand Elder's countenance turned cold, and he loudly reprimanded the other elders. Yes. Seeing the enraged Grand Elder, the other elders trembled and quickly complied. Though the Grand Elder did not match the ancestral Phoenix in authority, he still commanded respect, for he had served as Grand Elder for many years. Ancestor, 100 years ago, all the elders of the Feng clan hastily departed the 100,000 immortal volcanoes, heading toward the eastern continent. At that moment, within the 100,000 immortal volcanoes inside the ancestral Phoenix's palace, the ancestral Phoenix had just emerged from seclusion when an elder appeared and reported to her loudly. All the elders of the Feng clan left the immortal volcanoes for the eastern continent. Why was this not reported to me immediately? Upon hearing this, the ancestral Phoenix's expression turned cold, and she rebuked the elder sharply. Although she had been in seclusion 100 years ago, she had clearly stated before entering seclusion that any important matters must be reported to her without delay, even if she was in meditation and could be directly disturbed. I apologize, Ancestor. At the time, I assumed they were merely departing for a short while and would return promptly. I did not expect. He trailed off without finishing. You did not expect that they would be gone for 100 years and still not return, is that so? Huang Nan, you have disappointed me. The ancestral phoenix glanced at Huang Nan with visible disappointment and spoke calmly. Though her tone was composed, Huang Nan could still detect the anger simmering beneath her words. Do you know why they departed the 100,000 immortal volcanoes? And have you investigated what on the eastern continent was so significant that it required all the elders to journey there? Reporting to the clan leader, the little prince of the Feng clan and elder Feng, Yen have left the Shiwan Bushi Huashan and headed to the eastern continent. Huang Nan said to Zhu Huang. Indeed, within the Phoenix clan, the Huang clan has never acknowledged the little prince of the Feng clan as their own little prince. Although they are both of the Phoenix clan internally after the fall of Zhu Feng, the Huang clan has been fiercely suppressing the Feng clan, even refusing to recognize their prince as a prince of the Huang clan. From this, it can be seen that the internal conflicts within the Phoenix clan are extremely significant. So all the elders of the Feng clan suddenly leaving the Shiwan Bushi Huashan could be related to their little prince, is that it? What exactly is the connection? Have you found out? Zhu Huang pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. If that is the case, then it makes sense. Because the Feng clan attaches great importance to their little prince. If he had encountered trouble, it would be understandable for the elders to be so anxious. However, whether he has truly encountered trouble or they are using this as an excuse to go to the eastern continent for some other purpose remains unknown. Reporting to the clan leader, we haven't yet. Huang Nan said somewhat awkwardly, because we have indeed tried our best to investigate, but time is too short, and this time all the elders of the Feng clan have gone. We cannot possibly arrange for someone to follow them, although we would like to. But the consequence of doing so would be that they would detect us, and then they would come here to complain to Zhu Huang, and in the end, we would be the ones scolded. It would be a loss rather than a gain, which is why we still haven't obtained any information. Arrange for someone to find out the reason as soon as possible, and also send someone to contact the elders of the Feng clan, urging them to return early. After all, the eastern continent is the territory of the Dragon clan. What do they intend to do by going to the eastern continent in such a grand manner? Are they going to start a war with the Dragon clan? If the Dragon clan finds out and sends people to intercept them, what then? Zhu Huang said to Huang Nan with great authority. On the surface, she was concerned about the safety of the Feng clan elders, as the eastern continent was the Dragon clan's territory. Once their whereabouts were exposed, it would be troublesome if the Dragon clan elders intercepted them. The elders of our Huang clan are all in the southern Shiwan Bushi Huashan. Once the Feng clan elders are intercepted, or even if Zhu Long and Zhu Long act personally, even I would find it difficult to provide timely support. What was the real purpose really that? No, it was not that simple. It must be known that the strength of the Feng clan elders was not weak, and this time all the elders had gone out together, more than 10 elders. This force, even if the Dragon clan really wanted to intercept them, would have to weigh how many elders they would have to sacrifice to completely eliminate them. It could be said that as long as they did not separate, they would be absolutely safe. Even if their whereabouts were exposed, it would not matter, because the Dragon clan could not really start a full-scale war with the Phoenix clan, at least not at present. However, Zhu Huang said this because the departure of the Feng clan elders made her feel that they were plotting something. It must be known that within the Phoenix clan, Zhu Huang had been suppressing the Feng clan members since the fall of Zhu Feng, and the elders were even more restricted. Unless there was a very important matter, she would not even allow them to participate. This was also Zhu Huang's way of subtly removing them from the core of the Phoenix clan. Therefore, now that these elders were not under her watchful eye, she could not rest easy. Yes, Huang Nan responded, and then left the place. This was Zhu Huang's palace, and she had come here only to inform Zhu Huang of the matter. Now that everything had been said, she could naturally leave. Feng clan, is it really because your little prince has encountered trouble that you left, or are you plotting something? Do not disappoint me, or else I will not hesitate to have the Phoenix clan consist only of the Huang clan, without the Feng clan. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhu Huang's eyes. Previously, she had restrained herself when dealing with the Feng clan. After all, they were the people of Zhu Feng. But time is the best poison and also the best antidote. It gradually erases a person's authority. Over the long years, the authority of Zhu Feng had been erased from Zhu Huang's heart. Thus now Zhu Huang had no psychological burden in dealing with Zhu Feng's people. Even if she directly eliminated the Feng clan, she could do it. The reason she had not done so was that the Feng clan was still very powerful, and they had never done anything to betray the Phoenix clan over the years. Therefore, although she suppressed them, she had not considered eradicating them. However, once they did something to betray the Phoenix clan, Zhu Huang would have to say sorry. In the future, there would definitely be no Feng clan members in the Phoenix clan, but the specifics would depend on whether those elders would obey. How is the matter going? At this moment, in a Dragon clan palace on the eastern continent, this was Zhu Long's palace. Since the eastern continent needed a guardian, and obviously Zhu Long had to guard the East Sea Dragon Palace, it was Zhu Long who came here. He looked at Aou in front of him and said calmly, "Reporting to your excellency, the matter has been settled. That old Feng clan member did not detect any anomalies. They are currently on their way back to the Phoenix clan. It is estimated that a good show is about to begin. Aou said to Zhulong. No one would have thought that Aou was actually Huang Yi, who had previously killed the Feng clan's little prince and forced Elder Feng Yan to commit suicide. However, that was just her transformation technique. Now she was still Aou, an elder of the Dragon clan. Well done. You may go to the treasure vault and take one item as a reward. Zhulong was very satisfied, and he would not be stingy with those who had rendered meritorious service. It was known that the Dragon clan was the wealthiest race in the Primordial World, and even the forces of previous Kulpas could not compare to the Dragon clan's wealth. After all, they occupied the four seas. Moreover, they also possessed the Eastern continent and the Northern continent vast territories. What other races did not know was that the Dragon clan had actually plundered the treasure vault of the Beast clan in the Northern continent. Of course, they did not find Qin Ming's treasure, but even so it was enough, wasn't it? After all, the Beast clan was once a race that occupied 3 continents, and the treasures they had accumulated were countless. Boom. The primordial world suddenly trembled, then completely dissipated. What is happening? Why has the heavenly fate of the primordial world suddenly become so chaotic? The trembling of the world naturally roused Hongjun and Luoho. Perhaps Zhulong and the others felt nothing at all, for their cultivation had not yet reached the half-step of Huanyuan, and their comprehension of heavenly fate was virtually non-existent. After all, the heavenly Dao had not yet awakened. However, Hongjun and Luoho understood this matter clearly. Therefore, at the first instance of the tremor, they both awoke from their slumber and gazed toward the distant sky, constantly calculating the heavenly fate. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the heavenly fate had become utterly chaotic, and they could not discern even the slightest clue from it. Hongjun, what are you plotting again? Even the heavenly fate has become this chaotic. Luoho's figure appeared instantly at Hongjun's Taoist sanctuary, and he pointed at Hongjun, unleashing a tirade of complaints. Me. Hongjun wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Was he not deep in slumber? How could he have suddenly caused something that disrupted the heavenly fate? Who was spreading such rumors? He himself had no idea. Unless it was me, then who? Luoho retorted irritably. Since this was not his doing, he knew full well that among the primordial world only he and Hongjun had the capability to cause such disturbances. Of course, there were also the great venerables in the chaos, but obviously they would simply dismiss that possibility, for they dared not even entertain such thoughts. Thus they had no choice but to blame Hongjun. I know nothing of this. Could it have been your doing? Hongjun was equally bewildered. He had been sleeping peacefully when suddenly the heavens and earth trembled, rousing him from his slumber. Before he could even comprehend what had occurred, Luoho had already arrived at his door, accusing him of wrongdoing. This left him utterly speechless. It wasn't you. Luoho examined Hongjun's countenance and found no trace of deception. Though they were now rivals of sorts, if Hongjun had indeed stirred up such tremendous disturbance within the primordial world, he would not have concealed it afterward, for such matters could hardly be hidden. Observing Hongjun's appearance, even Luoho began to harbor doubts. If neither Luoho nor Hongjun was responsible, then who could it be? At this moment, they both thought of one possibility. Could this incident be connected to the great venerables in the chaos? But why at such a time? They knew that the primordial world had only been orchestrated by the two of them. Should any other great venerable interfere with the primordial world, it could disrupt all of their carefully laid plans. Moreover, they would not be permitted to raise any objections, to hold grievances against the great venerables, unless one truly wished for death. But clearly they had not yet reached such a point. I said nothing and have not been anywhere. Upon considering this possibility, Luoho felt somewhat embarrassed and hastily told Hongjun this, then vanished from the spot in an instant, as though he had never been there at all, leaving Hongjun dumbfounded. What on earth was this fellow up to? However, he had confirmed one thing: this was certainly not Luoho's doing. For if Luoho had been responsible, it would not be Luoho coming to question him, but rather him going to confront Luoho. If it was not Luoho and not him, then there remained only one possibility: the great venerables in the chaos. Upon entertaining this possibility, Hongjun's body shuddered slightly, and he decisively chose not to ponder further. He no longer paid attention to the chaotic heavenly fate and resumed his slumber. Yet it was not merely Luoho and Hongjun who were perplexed. Shirshuan also wore a bewildered expression. Having been in secluded cultivation, he suddenly felt the space of the primordial world being torn apart by something, and then an unidentified entity burst directly into the primordial world, causing the heavenly fate to fall into complete chaos. Shirshuan, the primordial world has experienced some disturbance. Do you know what is happening? Pangu barged directly into Shirshuan's secluded cultivation sanctuary. Upon seeing Shirshuan, he immediately posed his inquiry. I do not know of this matter. Could it be that others are orchestrating schemes within the primordial world? Shirshuan gazed at Pangu with some confusion, for he had been in secluded cultivation and only sensed that something had occurred within the primordial world without yet investigating in detail. Before he could examine it closely, Pangu had already come seeking him out. Thus his first reaction was that other chaos demigods had intervened in the affairs of the primordial world. But that cannot be. Since the last incident we have informed them that they must not interfere with the primordial world for the time being. They would have no reason to act recklessly at this juncture. Pangu spoke loudly to Shishuan. Ever since the previous great confrontation when other chaos demigods had suffered defeat in their schemes within the primordial world, Shishuan and the others had imposed temporary restrictions upon them to ensure the stable development of the primordial world. Their prior layouts were left untouched, but going forward without their permission, none of them were allowed to continue scheming within the primordial world. They could only observe. Indeed, they had not been involved in any arrangements within the primordial world for quite some time. Of course, this was also because their schemes had long been completed. They merely needed to wait for time to harvest the fruits of their labor. But the sudden incident had caught both Shishuan and Pangu off guard. Just ask them, and we will know. True enough. Wait for me while I go inquire with them. Pangu was decisive and swift. Even as he spoke, his figure had already vanished from the spot, evidently having gone to question the other chaos demigods. How strange. Could there truly be others who would disregard the commands of myself and Pangu and attempt to scheme within the primordial world at a time like this? Shishuan was also puzzled. However, it was clear that this matter would need to wait for Pangu's return before it could be discussed further. He too wanted to see just who possessed such audacity. I have asked. This was not their doing. In other words, there is something peculiar about this incident. Soon Pangu returned, and upon his arrival he immediately recounted what he had learned along with a rough summary of his own suspicions. Not them. Shishuan was also stunned. He had not expected that it was truly not them. Then who had done this? After all, within the chaos, only the 3,000 chaos demigods possessed the capability to orchestrate schemes within the primordial world at this moment. If not them, then who else could it be? Demigods of heterodox paths. Clearly they lacked the courage. Moreover, given the peculiar circumstances of the primordial world at present, they certainly did not possess the ability to act so recklessly. Could it be the work of the Dao? Suddenly Pangu spoke to Shishuan as if this was the only explanation left. It was not the work of the chaos primordial gods, nor the side sect primordial gods, and certainly not Luoho or Hongjun in the primordial world. After eliminating all impossibilities, only the Dao remained. Could it have fallen over on its own? Neither Shishuan nor Pangu believed that for such a probability was well. It was akin to an ordinary mortal killing a supreme being. So improbable was the concept. One must understand that the chaos world was unlike other realms. In other worlds one might accidentally fall in, but the chaos world was different. Here there was Yangmei the space primordial god, Shishuan the master of time, and the Dao overseeing all. If an outsider could still intrude under these circumstances, it would be a slap in the face to both the Dao and Yangmei. I am not certain, but it cannot be ruled out. Shishuan replied after a moment's thought, as if this was the only plausible explanation. So why would the Dao do this? And why at this particular time? The timing in the primordial world was extremely awkward. The previous Kulpa was precisely when their group of chaos primordial gods had laid their plans within the primordial world, while the next Kulpa coincided with the zenith of the primordial world's power. Thus this Kulpa was merely a transitional period, which was why Shishuan and Pangu had forbidden the other chaos primordial gods from interfering in the primordial world. Yet an unexpected visitor had suddenly barged in at this time, and it might very well be the Dao's doing. This was indeed thought-provoking. Why not go and see for ourselves? I shall investigate the situation. Shishuan said directly to Pangu. What could be more reliable than seeing with one's own eyes? Moreover, he wished to determine whether this was truly the work of the Dao, or merely a sheer accident, for through this incident, he could uncover a secret of the Dao. Go ahead. I shall not. Pangu nodded in agreement with Shishuan's words, but he himself did not go. Not because he was unwilling, but because he had matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time. Though it would not have taken much time anyway. Then Shishuan directly left his dojo and descended to the land of the primordial world. At this moment on the northern continent of the primordial world, there was a place very close to the North Sea. In fact, it could almost be considered part of the North Sea, situated between the northern continent and the sea. Here lay an uninhabited island. This island had once harbored living beings, but when the Beast clan had occupied the entire northern continent, the creatures here perished under their blades. Later, after the Beast clan vanished, the Dragon clan took over, but the island was so small that the Dragon clan deemed it worthless and thus did not occupy it. Nominally, however, it still belonged to the Dragon clan. But now on this island a young man stood gazing blankly at his surroundings. He saw trees like celestial pillars and grass that towered over him, so much taller and thicker than himself. Calling it grass seemed apt, yet it was incredibly tall and robust. Have I been shrunk? The young man murmured in bewilderment, staring at everything around him that dwarfed him. Unfortunately, no one answered him, for there was not a single living being on this island. And even if there were, what of it? One must know that even the most ordinary beings in the primordial world were comparable to immortals of later ages. Yet this young man bore no trace of a cultivator's aura. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal. What he did not know, however, was that in the sky above his head an ancient existence was quietly watching him, a hint of shock in its eyes. Upon arriving in the primordial world, Shurchen had naturally located the little intruder immediately. He had intended to merely observe the youth from the sky, but the more he watched, the more perplexed he became. He and Pangu had suspected the Dao's involvement, for the Dao had done such things before. Yet after observing for a long time, Shurchen detected not a trace of the Dao's aura on the youth. Even when Sun Wukong had descended back then, Shurchen had sensed the Dao's aura on him, confirming it was the Dao's doing. But on this young man, Shurchen detected nothing unusual. Quite the contrary, he was utterly clean. The only thing was the faint trace of time-space power on him from crossing dimensional barriers, which was perfectly normal. After a while, this temporal force would dissipate completely. So this is not the Dao's doing. Did he really just fall in by accident? Shurchen was dumbfounded. Could he say this was exceptionally good luck or exceptionally bad luck? Good luck because he had crossed worlds, but bad luck because he had arrived in the primordial world and during the era of the three-clan struggle, a time far more terrifying than the later Wuyao Culpa. Life was truly as cheap as grass. Moreover, once the three clans were truly erupted, even this uninhabited island would be caught in the crossfire. To come here now, unless one possessed sufficient strength to protect oneself, meant waiting for death, and a death where even the true spirit could not be preserved. No, why can I not probe his fate? Even the time before his arrival in the primordial world seems to have been deliberately severed. Strange. Whose handiwork is this? Does the one behind this wish to hide the youth's past? Interesting. Most interesting. Shurchen was truly intrigued. For such a thing to happen, and on his own turf, with an ordinary person being inserted so rudely. If this did not pique his interest, then nothing would. Hiding is meaningless, it will only make me fixate on you. So why bother? Dao, someone has planted a spy in your home, and you do nothing. How lazy you are. Little one, can you tell me about your world? Suddenly the youth, who was about to cry, while looking at the surroundings, heard a voice next to his ear. He immediately turned alertly toward the source of the sound, and saw a man with silver-white long hair and a silver robe, extraordinarily beautiful, especially the radiant silver lotus mark on his forehead. You, who are you? A hint of fascination flickered in the youth's eyes, but he quickly recovered. Then, somewhat frightened, he stepped back a few paces until he bumped into a small blade of grass and stopped. He looked at Qin Ming fearfully and asked loudly. In such a strange world, encountering a young man dressed in such ancient attire, who also emitted a strange allure, it was only natural for an ordinary person to be afraid. So the youth's reaction was quite normal. Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. The newcomer was none other than Shurchen. He had tried to probe the youth's past from above, but found it deliberately severed. No matter how he investigated, it was futile. So he decided to come down and ask directly, first to learn the youth's background, and second to see if the youth knew how he had arrived. Though the possibility was slim, Shurchen still wanted to check. Since his birth, this was the first time an outsider had come to the chaos from another world so unexpectedly. In the past, entering the chaos either required being pulled in by the Dao or being orchestrated by the chaos deities. A youth who came without their intervention was unprecedented. Oh, really? The youth seemed somewhat convinced by Shurchen's words, but not entirely trusting. After all, there was no one around. If the other party wanted to do something to him, no one would know. Of course. Shurchen appeared very patient, of course, because the other's origin was unclear. Otherwise, patience. What is that? Shurchen would have directly slapped him to death, violently extracting his soul and trying to read the information. Precisely because the youth's origin was unknown, and not only could Shurchen not probe his past, but even his memories seemed to be locked by someone. Unless forcibly broken, nothing could be accessed, and the consequence of breaking them forcibly would be the youth's immediate death. Not knowing who did it, and with the current attitude of the Dao unclear, Shurchen did not want to use violence. Unless the youth was uncooperative, then he would not hesitate to use force to obtain what he wanted. Thank you. Where is this? The youth was quite polite. After hearing Shurchen's words, he first thanked him, then looked around, and asked, even reaching out to touch the stem of the grass behind him. Shurchen watched calmly, slightly surprised. This was the primordial world where even the most ordinary things were not ordinary. Take the grass behind the youth. In other worlds it would be a common weed, but here it was filled with spiritual energy, and even had a trace of self-protective instinct. When other creatures touched it, it would use its sharp leaves to cut their skin. But when the youth touched it, the grass seemed to lose its instinctive reaction, allowing him to stroke it freely. This is the primordial world. What? As soon as Shurchen finished speaking, the youth jumped back in shock away from the grass behind him, staring at Qin Ming in disbelief. The primordial world. The youth never expected to have transmigrated, and into the world of the primordial world at that. It was simply absurd beyond belief. It seems you know of the primordial world. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shurchen's mouth. It appeared this little one knew of the primordial world, meaning he either came from a cultivation world, since many cultivation worlds evolved from the primordial world, and as long as their ancient history wasn't severed, the name would not be unfamiliar to cultivators. Or like Shi Chun himself, from a modern world filled with diverse information that allowed ordinary people to know of the primordial world. Shi Chun leaned toward the second possibility because the first would require the youth to be a cultivator, but he clearly bore no traces of cultivation, so the first possibility was ruled out. I know a little, the youth said to Shi Chun awkwardly. As for lying, he wasn't stupid. Although Shi Chun seemed very kind the moment he knew this was the primordial world, he understood that Shi Chun was clearly not a benevolent figure. After all, what kind of beings lived in the primordial world? They were all beings he could not afford to provoke. He didn't recognize Shi Chun, but judging by his attire, he was likely a great power. Lying before a great power. Unless he was tired of living, he would never dare to do that. Can you tell me your name? Shi Chun's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Ma Lifeng. The name left Shi Chun somewhat speechless. Ma Lifeng was it? What a fitting name. Can you tell me how you came to the primordial world? This was Shi Chun's true objective. He had always wanted to know how the youth got here. The previous conversation was merely to put the youth at ease, for in a strange environment, encountering a stranger, anyone would be cautious and would not speak the truth. Moreover, if the youth didn't even know where he was, how could he tell Shi Chun? I don't know. I just fell asleep at home, and when I woke up I was here. A trace of confusion flickered in the youth's eyes. Even he didn't know how he got here, so how could he tell Shi Chun? Shi Chun fell silent. He could sense that the youth wasn't lying. Indeed, he didn't know how he came. That meant the one behind it had hidden everything. So what was the purpose of this move? Why was this done at this moment? Was it aimed at the chaos, or was it merely an accident? Is there not a single clue? Shi Chun still felt somewhat reluctant. Did he really have to resort to violence to probe the other's memories? Shi Chun was unwilling to do so, but at this moment it seemed there was no other way. No, I don't know. Somehow the young Ma Lifeng sensed a wave of malice, though he could not pinpoint its origin. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, and facing Shi Chun, an inexplicable dread surged within his heart. No need to intimidate him. He knows nothing. Just then a frigid voice echoed in the ears of Shi Chun and Ma Lifeng. Shi Chun turned back in surprise, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He had not expected this entity to appear, and in such a form. Could this be its true visage? Ma Lifeng also looked at the speaker, but confusion clouded his gaze. He did not know Shi Chun, nor did he recognize the newcomer. Yet it was only natural. If he did, it would be a miracle. After all, Ma Lifeng was merely an ordinary person, even in his original world. Shi Chun had not revealed his name, so, if Ma Lifeng could identify him, Shi Chun would have no choice but to forcibly extract his memories. Though Ma Lifeng did not know the newcomer, Shi Chun certainly did, and intimately so. This entity was not a chaos demon god, yet it was inextricably linked to them, for all chaos demon gods owed their emergence to it. Indeed, the one who had arrived was none other than the Great Dao. For an ordinary being who had suddenly appeared in this world, Shi Chun, the most ancient of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, had come. Now even the Great Dao had made a personal appearance. If Ma Lifeng knew this, he would not know whether to be elated or despondent. I never expected you to come, and in this form. Is this your true body? At this moment, Shi Chun's interest in Ma Lifeng was far overshadowed by the sudden appearance of the Great Dao. It was not that Shi Chun was easily distracted, but this was the first time he had seen the Great Dao in such a form. Previously, it had always manifested as the eye of the Great Dao, but now. Though somewhat cold, Shi Chun had to admit that even the Order Demon God could not compare to the Great Dao's beauty. They were entirely different styles. Yet a hint of discrepancy stirred within Shi Chun, for the Great Dao's appearance reminded him of someone he had met before. The resemblance was striking, not identical, but at least 8 or 9 parts similar, differing only in temperament. This is not the time for such talk. The matter of this little one is of utmost importance, is it not? The Great Dao did not answer Shi Chun. That this fellow was now showing interest in her left her somewhat speechless, even regretting appearing in this form. She should have just used the eye of the Great Dao, yet it was because of this little one before her. If she had not sensed that Shi Chun intended to use force, she would not have appeared. So do you know his origin? Shi Chun asked the Great Dao with curiosity, for he could not detect any trace of the Great Dao's aura on Ma Lifeng. Thus it should not be the work of the Great Dao. Yet the Great Dao's manner suggested she might know the boy's origin, which piqued his intrigue. If my guess is correct, I should know. The Great Dao did not conceal the truth, for she could not hide it. Moreover, if she remained silent, and Shi Chun truly resorted to brute force, she would be helpless. At present, most of her power was devoted to other matters, and even this manifestation was but a sliver of her strength. If Shi Chun forced the issue, this mere wisp of her power could not stop him, let alone last until her will returned. Since you know, then I shall leave this matter be. Shi Chun cast a profound glance at the Great Dao. He understood that she must be concealing something from him, or perhaps from all chaos demon gods. What that secret was Shi Chen did not know, nor would he ask for. Even if he did, would the Great Dao tell him? No. With that, Shi Chen prepared to depart. Since the Great Dao was aware of this matter and had already appeared, he had no desire to meddle further. He was busy and had no time to waste on an insignificant ant. Though the little one's origin intrigued him, there was plenty of time. This boy had come to this world and was under the Great Dao's watch, so he would not vanish within a century. Hence Shi Chen was in no hurry. He could always investigate when he had leisure. Wait, you cannot leave yet. Just as Shi Chen was about to return to his Taoist abode, the Great Dao called out to stop him. What? Do you have something else to say? But before an insignificant ant, are you certain you wish to discuss other matters? Though I know not what you are hiding, you should be aware that his fate is not yours to control. Thus the words you speak may be known to the one behind him. Shi Chen was indifferent. If the Great Dao deemed it appropriate to speak, then let her speak. What harm was there in a little creature of unknown origin overhearing? Since the Great Dao thought it permissible, he had no objection. Still, he made his point clear to avoid any blame later, though such a scenario would never occur. This matter concerns him, so it is of no consequence. The Great Dao remained calm, her gaze falling upon Ma Lifeng, a strange light flickering in her eyes. What thoughts passed through the Great Dao's mind at that moment Shi Chen could not fathom. For one, the disparity in their power was immense. Moreover, as the entity that governed the Chaos World, the Great Dao could not be easily seen through. If she were so simple, she would not have been able to suppress the chaos for such an eon. Very well, then speak, and I shall listen. I need you to teach him cultivation. What a... This time Shi Chen was truly shocked. What had the Great Dao just said? Teach this little one to cultivate. Was she certain? Or had she misspoken? Shi Chen deeply doubted the Great Dao's mental state at this moment. This matter is left to you. Dao wore an expression that said you will take it whether you like it or not as he looked at Shi Chen, leaving Shi Chen somewhat speechless. What did this mean? Did he think Shi Chen had nothing better to do? To actually hand him such a burden? If it were merely guidance it would be tolerable, but this little one knew nothing at all. One could say he was a complete cultivation ignoramus. Even if Shi Chen expounded on the Great Dao, the other would likely not understand a word. The Dao is inherently profound and mysterious, and if Shi Chen were to lecture, even someone like Han Jun might not grasp it fully, let alone an ordinary mortal ant. Thus Shi Chen had absolutely no desire to accept this task. This is not appropriate. You know I am very busy. If I have to drag along such a burden, that matter will be difficult to handle. Originally, when Ma Lifeng heard Dao say that Shi Chen would teach him cultivation, he was overjoyed. After all, being an ordinary person who suddenly transmigrated into this Honghuang realm and discovering he could cultivate, who wouldn't be thrilled? But he never expected Shi Chen to refuse. However, he dared not say anything. Clearly, though he did not recognize Shi Chen or Dao, these two were evidently great beings of immense power. Such entities were not to be provoked by a mere mortal like him. So he listened quietly, hoping perhaps the matter still had a chance to turn around. Only you can handle this. You should know as well that the others are even less suited to be his teacher. Moreover, if you manage this well, I will tell you a piece of news. Oh, if you say that I am interested. It's nothing but being his teacher. No problem. Although I don't know how to teach students, there are those who do right. I guarantee it will be arranged properly. Upon hearing this, Shi Chen became intrigued. The news Dao imparted could not be trivial, and he currently knew far too little about the myriad realms, so he urgently needed to learn from Dao. Then Dao conveyed a piece of information to Shi Chen. A flicker of shock passed over his usually calm face, but he quickly returned to his usual composure. Are you telling the truth? Shi Chen asked Dao in astonishment, for the news was far too shocking. Had it not come from Dao's own lips, he would never have believed it. Yet even now a trace of doubt lingered. Of course, Dao understood Shi Chen's reaction. Anyone who heard such news would react similarly, as Shi Chen's response was already quite restrained. In that case, our deal is struck. Shi Chen took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and then spoke to Dao. Dao had told him what he needed to know, thus their transaction was complete. Teach him well. He will be of use to me in the future. Dao gave Shi Chen a deep look, then turned and gazed thoughtfully at Ma Lifeng, who stood bewildered on the ground. After speaking these words, Dao vanished from the spot. I know. Shi Chen said impatiently to Dao. If you didn't trust him, why come to him at all? Little one, it seems you will have to stay by my side for a while. After Dao left, Shi Chen descended from the void and stood once again upon the earth, speaking to Ma Lifeng. Earlier, due to Dao's sudden appearance, Shi Chen had retreated into the void. Did you think Dao would stand on the ground like you? After all, that was the Dao itself. Its mere manifestation was already a miracle. Ma Lifeng greets the teacher. Ma Lifeng was not stupid, or in fact, he was quite clever. He had overheard the exchange between Dao and Shi Chen, clearly understanding that Dao had asked Shi Chen to be his teacher and guide his cultivation. Now that Shi Chen stood before him and spoke of it, if he still didn't know what to do, he would truly be a fool. Do not call me teacher. For now you are not yet qualified to be my student. I merely made a deal with her to teach you cultivation for a time. Whether you will become my disciple in the future depends on your aptitude. Shi Chen glanced calmly at Ma Lifeng and said, His student? His disciple? Nonsense. A mere ant like him. If not for Dao's request, he wouldn't even bother. Even Hong Jun lacked the qualification to be his disciple, let alone Sun Wukong. Ugh. Ma Lifeng stood there awkwardly unsure of what to do, for he had never encountered such a situation before. Alright, what kind of existence do you aspire to become in the future? A carefree immortal roaming at ease, or a conqueror ruling over all? Or perhaps a teacher of myriad realms? Shurchen asked Ma Lifeng. These 3 different paths determined the 3 directions Shurchen would set for him, each representing a different curriculum. His choice to make. A senior, you know about this. Ma Lifeng was stunned. He never expected to hear the term teacher of myriad realms from a native being of the Hongwang realm. Absolutely absurd. Curious. These things are but a glance to me. Do not underestimate the horizons of others. The waters of Hongwang run deep. You will understand what I mean later. For now you do not need to know these things. Shurchen merely glanced at him indifferently. Regardless of his past life, having traversed the myriad realms, he had encountered many worlds similar to the one Ma Lifeng came from before arriving in Hongwang. Naturally, he understood all this. Did he think he never bothered to observe? Though he stood high above, he still harbored certain mischievous tastes, which was why the chaos primordial spirits had never grown bored until now. Ma Lifeng was obviously unaware of this. However, he did grasp one thing. Shurchen said that the waters of Hongwang ran deep. From reading novels in his past life, he knew all too well how treacherous Hongwang was. Many ancient deities existed whose names he couldn't even recall. Take Shurchen before him, for instance. He had no idea who this figure was. He had never even seen a mention of him in any novel. Probably another unknown powerhouse of godly level. How can I choose the first one? Ma Lifeng spoke somewhat awkwardly to Shurchen. He did not harbor grand ambitions. Before arriving in the primordial world, he had been an utterly ordinary person, and his former ideals had been equally mundane. Though he had now come to this ancient realm, the time was too short for him to have changed his mindset. Thus, upon hearing the 3 choices Shurchen offered, he felt a bit embarrassed and selected the first. A carefree immortal. This was likely the thought of every ordinary person. Conquest and domination seemed too distant for them, and he was well aware of his own limitations. With his intelligence, even under Shurchen's tutelage, he could never hope to outmaneuver the ancient foxes who had lived for millions or even billions of years in this primordial world. Even the weakest of beings could easily deceive him in an instant, so domination was clearly not for him. As for the final choice, teacher of 10,000 worlds, it sounded lofty and noble, but one must have sufficient ability. If he lacked power and capability, he would not only fail to teach, but would rather mislead his students. There were so many prodigies across the myriad realms, each capable of astonishing an entire era. How could he teach them? They would be the ones teaching him. A good choice. Shurchen cast a deep glance at Ma Lifeng, and then said calmly. Since the other had made his decision, he would not say more. After all, this was the path he had granted, and his task was simply to nurture him and fulfill the mission assigned by the Great Dao. By the way, since you have come to the primordial world, your past should fade away. Give yourself a Taoist name. It will be your name in the future. The name Ma Lifeng is not suitable for this world, at least not for now. The name Ma Lifeng belonged to the human race. But what era was this? The Great Dao governed the primordial world. The heavenly Dao had not yet fully awakened, and the 3 tribes were contending for supremacy. The human race. At this moment, not even the human race's Saintess Nuwa had appeared. She was still sleeping with Fushi at the foot of Zhou Mountain in the central continent. They would not emerge until at least after this great calamity. Therefore, anything related to the human race could not appear in the primordial world, as it would affect the heavenly Dao's plans for this realm after its awakening. If Ma Lifeng continued using this name, it would be fine for now, but once the heavenly Dao awoke, it would surely bring about a reckoning. Thus, for Ma Lifeng's own good, Shurchen offered this advice. Please, Great One, bestow upon me a Taoist name. Ma Lifeng did not choose one himself because the primordial world had a special rule. The Taoist name one chose must be bearable by one's own status. If it could not be borne, an endless abyss awaited. Moreover, one must be careful that the Taoist name did not conflict with that of other beings. If a conflict arose and one's strength was weaker, the outcome would be no better. But Ma Lifeng knew very little about the primordial world, not even which era he was in. If he randomly chose a name that conflicted with some great cultivator, he would be the one to suffer. So choosing it himself was not an option. And there was a great senior beside him. Surely the senior would not harm him by giving a name. In that case, you shall be called Tongyuan Taoist from now on. A glint flashed in Shurchen's eyes, but unfortunately Ma Lifeng did not notice. Otherwise, he would have regretted asking Shurchen to name him. Tongyuan Tongyuan Daoren. The Tongtian Jinmu of old had once been called Tongyuan Daoren. Now Shurchen had given Ma Lifeng a similar name, differing only in the last character, but it still conflicted with Tongtian Jinmu. Ma Lifeng would have a great deal of trouble in the future. Thank you, Great One. Clearly Ma Lifeng, now Tanyuan Daoist, was unaware of these matters. Upon hearing his Daoist name, he was filled with excitement, for it meant he was about to integrate into the Primordial World, a paradise for immortal cultivators. The thought that he too could one day become one of the great cultivators thrilled him. Enough, come with me. I have little time and cannot teach you much, but I will find you a very qualified teacher. I am sure that once you know his name you will recognize him. With that, Shurchen directly grabbed Ma Lifeng and vanished from the spot, giving the other no time to react. Hongju and I have come to give you some business. At that moment in Hongjuan's Daoist temple on Yujing Mountain in the eastern continent, he had been feeling restless all day, as if some great event was about to happen. No matter how he probed the celestial secrets, he could not find the answer, leaving him both unable to sleep and too agitated to rest. Just then a voice echoed outside Yujing Mountain, and he felt the restrictions he had placed around his temple shatter instantly, as an aura rushed toward his main hall. Hongjun pays respects to Venerable Shurchen. When Shurchen carrying Tanyuan Daoist Ma Lifeng entered the main hall of Hongjuan's Zixiao Palace, Hongjun hurriedly rose from his cushion and bowed reverently. After all, this was Shurchen. Even if he were not the one Hongjun served, any other chaos primordial deity would have to be respected, let alone Shurchen. Rise. Shurchen was indifferent. He casually tossed Tanyuan Daoist aside and said calmly to Hongjun. The attitude of Hongjun and Shurchen left Tanyuan Daoist utterly dumbfounded. Earlier, when Shurchen said he would find him a teacher, he had felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although Shurchen said it was someone he knew, he thought knowing someone was one thing, but ability was another. He did not know Shurchen's strength, but he assumed it was not too bad. He never expected Shurchen to bring him to meet Hongjun. Hongjun, the master of the immortal Dao, the teacher of the sages. Indeed, it was someone he knew. If he didn't know Hongjun, that would be a real waste. Though he was not sure if this was the real Hongjun, he figured no one in the primordial world could impersonate Hongjun unless they did not want to survive. So this must be the Hongjun from his memories. But wait, had he heard the name Shurchen? Was it that Shurchen? If it really was that Shurchen, wouldn't that mean he had hit the jackpot? Great Venerable Shurchen, why have you come to the primordial wilderness today? Hongjun rose and asked Shurchen with some curiosity. As for Tanyuan Daoren beside him, unfortunately, he did not notice him. There was no help for it. The other party had not even a shred of cultivation. In his eyes, even the ants of the primordial wilderness were stronger than him, so it was natural that he did not catch his attention. Moreover, the great Venerable Shurchen was standing right there. What matter could be more important than the arrival of the great Venerable Shurchen? Well, nothing much. I just noticed you've been a bit idle lately, so I came to give you something to do. Shurchen said casually, and at the same time a chair appeared behind him, and he sat down. If it were another time, he would not mind sitting cross-legged, but that was in front of Pangu and the others. In front of Hongjun and the like, both he and the other chaos demigods would elevate their prestige, and some would even bring out their imperial thrones. So Shurchen merely taking a chair was already quite restrained. Ugh. Hongjun looked at Shurchen with some embarrassment. Was he really idle lately? A little indeed. Otherwise he wouldn't have just gone to sleep. But letting his superior know that he was idle was another matter entirely. Now the primordial wilderness had fallen into a rare stillness. The conflict among the three great races would likely not erupt into a full-scale war for another 100 million years. During this time the primordial wilderness would be very quiet, so Hongjun really had nothing to do. Faced with Shurchen's words, he did not know how to reply. Alright, it's nothing major. I just want you to help teach someone. You know I am very busy. Shurchen did not want to take the person himself, so he sought out Hongjun. As for his claim of being busy, Hongjun had no way of knowing. Moreover, as the great venerable whatever Shurchen said, could Hongjun possibly refute it? Come Tanyuan Daoren, meet your future teacher. As he spoke, Shurchen beckoned to Tanyuan Daoren, who stood nearby not knowing what to do, and motioned for him to come over. Tanyuan Daoren pays respects to ancestor Hongjun. Naturally, Tanyuan Daoren was not unfamiliar with Hongjun, especially since Shurchen had already told him Hongjun's name. If at this moment he still could not realize that this was the legendary ancestor of the immortal path and teacher of saints, then he might as well give up. So upon hearing Shurchen say that Hongjun would be his teacher, he was extremely excited. After all, this was Hongjun. With him as a teacher, did he need to worry about his future? Not to mention what he could learn under him. It certainly wouldn't be bad. But most importantly, it was about status. In the future, wouldn't even the saints have to treat him with respect? This was simply a dream come true. Great Venerable, what is this? Hongjun glanced at Tanyuan Daoren with some surprise. He found that this little fellow was extremely ordinary. So ordinary that there was not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. That is to say, this little fellow was completely immortal. But that shouldn't be. Any creature born in the primordial wilderness, no matter how poor its talent, should not be in such a state. Could it be related to the sudden tremor that shook the primordial wilderness earlier? But what exactly was that tremor about? Just a little fellow who accidentally came to the primordial wilderness. He is valued by that one. Your task is to teach him well. Whether he is a promising talent depends on his own ability. Shurchen said casually. After all, the stage had been set for him. If even then he could not grow, then it was not Shurchen's fault. Only his own poor aptitude. It had nothing to do with Shurchen. I see. Hongjun showed an expression of understanding. So it was indeed related to the tremor of the primordial wilderness. But he had not expected that this little fellow would be noticed by the great venerable Shurchen. However, he did not feel envious. After all, hadn't he seen how casual the great venerable Shurchen was toward this little fellow? If he truly cared about him, he would not have handed him over to Hongjun. Either he would have taken him himself or given him to the great venerable Pangu. After all, when it came to nurturing people, Pangu was far superior to Hongjun. But Shurchen had given him to Hongjun, which clearly meant he was only somewhat interested in the little fellow, but not yet fully invested. However, who was that one that the great venerable Shurchen mentioned? Alright, I leave the person to you. As for what to do, I think you already have an answer. Then I'll take my leave. After saying this, Shurchen vanished directly. This time he came to the primordial wilderness and sought out Hongjun solely for this matter. Now that it was done, he naturally would not stay in the primordial wilderness. There was nothing worth seeing here, and staying would be boring. Better to spend the time going back to seclusion, or perhaps lecturing Pangu and the others on the Dao. Farewell, great venerable Shurchen. Seeing Shurchen leave, Hongjun quickly bowed respectfully and called out. This was a necessary courtesy. Shurchen might not care, but Hongjun could not omit it. Ancestor Hongjun, is that one really? Thatty. Tanyuan Doran, who was beside him, asked Hongjun incredulously after Shurchen left. This matter was simply too far beyond his understanding. In his knowledge, Shurchen was one of the 3,000 chaos demigods, but hadn't those demigods been either killed or crippled during Pangu's creation of the heavens? Why was Shurchen still here? Moreover, judging from Hongjun's demeanor, he was very respectful toward Shurchen, which made him feel very strange. Could it be that Shurchen had not died in the battle of creation? Otherwise, how could this be explained? Some things are not for you to know. The great venerable did not tell you, which means you are not yet worthy of knowing. Wait until your strength is sufficient before asking this question. Otherwise, you will only bring trouble upon yourself. Hongjun glanced at Tanyuan Doran. Although he did not know why he could not see through the other's thoughts, such matters did not need to be seen through. With just one look, Hongjun, as an old fox, could tell what the other was thinking. So Hongjun said calmly to Tanyuan Doran. This was not an exaggeration but a fact. When one's strength was insufficient, it was better to know less about certain things, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Oh, back so soon. What exactly happened with that little one from the primordial world? When Shurchen returned to his cultivation site, he found Pangu already there looking at him with a curious expression as he asked this question. Why are you here again? Even Shurchen felt somewhat speechless. Was Pangu treating his cultivation site as if it were his own? He kept coming here for no reason, making Shurchen wonder if this was still his own domain. Well, I came out of curiosity about that little one in the primordial world. After all, even the Great Dao has appeared. If I weren't curious, that would be strange, wouldn't it? Pangu said somewhat awkwardly. This matter wasn't really his fault, but the Great Dao's. After all, the primordial world was a realm Pangu had created. Although Shurchen had always been the one managing it, Pangu was not completely ignorant. He was well aware of many major events in the primordial world, but he often simply couldn't be bothered to care. But this time was different. Not long after Shurchen went to the primordial world, the aura of the Great Dao appeared in that world. Although the primordial world was still overseen by the Great Dao, this was clearly a different situation. The Great Dao's supervision of the primordial world was merely its while watching from afar, but this time it had directly descended upon the land. If Pangu couldn't even detect that he wouldn't be worthy of being the creator of the primordial world. However, due to certain special reasons, he couldn't go to the primordial world to seek the Great Dao's answers, so he could only come to Shurchen's site and wait for him to return. Alright, it's nothing major, just a little one who accidentally stumbled into the primordial world. But it's probably a piece set by some entity we don't know about. The Great Dao might know something, but it clearly doesn't want to tell us. However, it did ask me to teach that little one, so I simply handed it over to Hongjun. Upon hearing Pangu's words, Shurchen felt a bit exasperated, but he didn't say much. He simply recounted the events briefly. After all, there was nothing significant about this matter, and it wasn't a secret. Besides, the Great Dao hadn't told him to keep it hidden. I see. But what is the Great Dao plotting? After listening to Shurchen, Pangu showed a look of understanding, but even more curiosity. Both he and Shurchen understood one thing: the Great Dao was clearly scheming something, or perhaps hiding something, or it wouldn't have acted this way. And whose handiwork was that little one? To be able to alarm the Great Dao, this matter might require a thorough investigation. After all, the chaos was not only the chaos of the Great Dao, but also the chaos of their group of chaos demon gods. Now that something unknown was happening in the chaos, it was a dereliction of duty on their part. How would I know? Why don't you go ask the Great Dao? Shurchen said to Pangu. Asking directly would likely yield nothing. If the Great Dao had been willing to tell him, it would have done so earlier. But it hadn't, meaning it didn't want to inform him. But if Pangu went, there might be some effect. After all, Pangu was practically the Great Dao's own son. Surely the sun could get a bit of information right. Don't even think about it. Me go ask it. I'd probably be thrown out before I even got close. Pangu understood Shurchin's thoughts, but he flatly refused. If Shurchin didn't know, did he really think the Great Dao would tell him Pangu? He had that much self-awareness. Although Shurchin often joked that he was the Great Dao's favorite son, that was just a joke. Only Pangu himself knew the truth of the matter. Of course, if his strength were at Shurchin's current chaos realm, then perhaps the Great Dao would indeed tell him some information. But the problem was that he was still at the Paragon limit and hadn't broken through to that realm. So the Great Dao would obviously not reveal many things to him. Alright, since you're not going, there's nothing more to say. By the way, I may need to leave the chaos in your hands from now on. Suddenly Shurchin spoke to Pangu. He had been in the chaos for quite a long time. Since his last return he had stayed in the chaos, but that was clearly not sustainable. After all, he had made a promise to the Great Dao, and if he failed to fulfill it, the consequences for him would be significant. You're leaving the chaos again. Pangu's brow furrowed slightly. Every time Shurchin said something like this, it meant he was about to leave the chaos and go to another world. That was why Pangu asked, because it meant he would be busy again. I have no choice. I promised the Great Dao, and I can't just ignore it. Besides, I've rested long enough. It's time to get back to work. I suppose I'm just destined to be a hard worker. Shurchin couldn't help but sigh, completely ignoring Pangu's contemptuous gaze. If anyone was truly a hard worker, it was Pangu. Every time Shurchin left, Pangu had to handle all the affairs in the chaos as well as those in the primordial world. Sometimes he even had to clean up messes Shurchin had left behind. If anyone was truly busy, it was definitely Pangu. It was precisely because of Pangu's existence that Shurchin could leave the chaos with peace of mind. If he had to rely on beings like the World Tree or the Order Demon God, he would have to shuttle back and forth, and that would be truly exhausting. Get lost. The sooner you leave, the better. Then I can empty out your collection. The collection Pangu referred to was not treasures or such things. He had no interest in those. What he coveted were Shurchin's stored wines, which were the best things for him. These wines were brewed from countless rare ingredients and aged for over 10 billion, even 100 billion years. Stop helping yourself to my collection. You've almost drunk me dry. Shurchin said helplessly. Every time he left, Pangu would raid his collection. The problem was that Pangu knew how to brew himself and had his own, but he insisted on taking Shurchin's, claiming that Shurchin's tasted better. This world is truly fascinating, a world of spiritual energy revival. At this moment in a dark alley, Shurchin muttered with great interest. Shurchin had always been a man of decisive action. After telling Pangu that he would leave the chaos, he directly departed the Chaos World. He informed no one except Pangu, not even the two sisters who worked as servants in his dojo by Sujin and her sister. They merely assumed he was in seclusion and thus remained unaware of the matter. After walking upon the river of time for half a day, Shurchin finally arrived at a new world. It was not because he had taken an interest in this world that he descended, but rather because something within this world had caught his attention. However, after arriving in this world, that thing suddenly vanished, leaving him somewhat surprised. He then directly went to the center of this world, the very spot where he now stood, because the object that had attracted him had disappeared at this location, which was of course the world's center. This was a very intriguing world. Its own rank among the great 1,000 worlds was quite high, yet strangely all the gods and demons within it had fallen into a deep slumber. It could be said that at present not a single god or demon was awake. And as the center of the world, Lanxing was the name of this planet. It was very similar to Shurchin's former world, even almost identical. The only difference might be that Shurchin's former world was an ordinary world, while this one was just the opposite. On the surface, this world also appeared very ordinary. Many nations coexisted openly, striving to develop their own technology, but behind the scenes they were dabbling in the spiritual energy revival scheme. Of course, the spiritual energy revival was not actually orchestrated by the nations. They did not have the power to bring about such a phenomenon. By the time Shurchin arrived in this world, he had already sensed that the so-called spiritual energy revival was merely the doing of the world will with the natural purpose of reincarnation. In truth, the great 1,000 worlds also undergo reincarnation. However, compared to the 100-year cycles of ordinary beings, the reincarnation of worlds is far, far longer. This is actually a problem faced by countless worlds. For any world that has not stepped into eternity, the greatest challenge is the origin source. You see, eternal worlds can produce their own origin source self-sufficiently, and it is precisely this that allows a world to truly advance to the eternal true realm. But the great 1,000 worlds have a limited origin source. That is, from the moment a world is born, its origin source is predetermined. Every consumption is irreversible, whether it be the expansion of the world or the consumption by its internal beings. How does spiritual energy come about? Isn't it just the world will transforming its origin source into spiritual energy? When a world's origin source is completely exhausted, that world is destined for destruction. However, many world wills are clearly unwilling to perish like this, so they adopt a method, reincarnation. When the world's origin source is nearly depleted, they initiate a so-called golden epic, stirring up all the deities to wage a so-called war of gods. After these deities fall and return to the world directly initiates reincarnation, resetting everything. This not only prevents its own destruction, but also increases its origin source. And evidently this world was currently treading such a path. However, it had clearly only begun recently, for the gods and demons had not yet awakened. In Shurchin's perception, the spiritual energy revival seemed to be only in its first round. The gods and demons still had a long wait before they could awaken and participate in the so-called golden epic. Don't worry, I have no interest in you for now. Shurchin suddenly looked up at the sky and spoke. Naturally, his arrival could not be concealed from the world will, but that was because he had not bothered to hide himself. Otherwise, how could the will of a mere great thousand world detect him? What a joke. After all, Shurchin was an existence capable of annihilating great thousand worlds with a mere wave of his hand. If he wished to hide, unless it was the Chaos Dao itself, there was no way anyone could find him. The reason Shurchin had just spoken was that the world will of this world had appeared. Think about it. You were peacefully planning the reincarnation affairs when suddenly an unknown expert of whom you knew nothing entered your home. As the master of the house, wouldn't you worry that they might cause trouble? If one could suppress the intruder, it would be fine. Just crush them if they cause trouble. But the problem was that he could not suppress the other party. If Shurchin chose not to suppress him, that was already a great favor. Boom. Suddenly a thunderclap rang out in the dark sky. This was the world will of this world thanking Shurchin, because if Shurchin did not interfere, that would be the best outcome for him. Even if Shurchin truly wanted to interfere, he would have no way to stop him. What Shurchin had said was absolutely correct. He truly had no interest in this world. If it were not for that unknown object, he would not have even given this world a second glance in the river of time. The origin source of this world was simply too scarce. If it were the origin source of a world that had just completed its reincarnation cycle, perhaps he would have taken a look. But as for the current world, not to mention the time needed to reach the end of its reincarnation, even that tiny bit of origin source was not enough to make Shurchin stop his journey. Alright, go back where you came from. Stop being an eyesore here. Even looking at you annoys me. Shurchin waved his hand impatiently and said, only he dared to speak to a world will like this. If any other being in this world tried to say such a thing, just imagine the consequences. It would teach you a lesson in no time. Since Shurchin had spoken like that, the world will naturally dared not act presumptuously. It slunk away in disgrace, afraid that if it lingered, Shurchin might take notice of it. Wasn't that thunder? I thought it was going to rain, but it turns out nothing happened at all. Ordinary beings had no idea what had actually happened. After hearing the thunderclap, they thought it was going to rain, but when nothing occurred, they looked up at the sky curiously. Seeing that it was not really going to rain, they stopped paying attention. Well, since I'm here, I might as well take a stroll. It's been so long since I last saw a world like this. How nostalgic. Shurchin sighed with emotion. This world was truly identical to the one he had once known. If not for the fact that he knew it wasn't his old world, he might have doubted whether he had returned. But obviously that was impossible. Because until now he had never found that former world amidst the vast expanse of worlds. It was as if it had vanished after he left. Though these worlds allowed him to reminisce, they were ultimately not that world, were they? Even if they were identical, they were not the same, and that was a truth that could never change. Shurchin walked calmly along the street. To fully immerse himself in this world and recall the past, he even completely suppressed his own power, though he did slightly alter his appearance. Otherwise, with his looks, anyone with an eye for beauty would be utterly captivated, which was hardly what he wanted. He simply wanted to savor this ordinary world at least before the spiritual energy revival fully unfolded and the world's order completely collapsed. Although spiritual energy had begun to revive in this world, the governments of various countries deliberately concealed these matters from the ordinary people. Thus the common folk continued their normal lives, occasionally hearing rumors of deaths, but such news was quickly suppressed by the authorities. This led ordinary people to believe it was just another murderer running amok. After all, the news was quickly quashed and life was already exhausting enough. Who would spare time to care about such things? Unless it happened to them or someone close to them, they wouldn't pay attention. At most it would become idle chatter over tea. And Shurchin quite enjoyed this world. After all, wasn't cultivation meant to allow one to live a carefree life? But when Shurchin looked back, he realized that his purpose had long since changed. Sigh. Gazing at the dazzling lights of this world, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ouch! Suddenly a voice rang out ahead of Shurchin, sounding as if it were right next to his ear. He had been completely lost in thought and felt as though he had collided with something, yet also as if he had hit nothing. But the voice that reached his ears snapped him fully back to reality. Are you all right? Now in front of Shurchin, an old man lay on the ground, moaning incessantly, as if every part of his body ached. Shurchin, who had been distracted, finally noticed that he had unknowingly wandered into a deserted alley. The only light came from a dim street lamp, and the alley was empty save for him and the old man. Ouch, it hurts so much. You bumped into me. Pay up, or I'll sue you and even record a video to expose you. With that, the old man sat up from the ground, pulled out a phone from somewhere behind him, and started filming Shurchin as if to threaten him into paying compensation. Shurchin found the situation somewhat amusing. Even though he had sealed away his power, it was still impossible for this old man to pull off a scam by simply pretending to be hit. After all, Shurchin's true body was that of a chaos demon god. How terrifyingly powerful was his physical form. If he wished, he could shatter an entire world with his physical strength alone, and his body would suffer no harm. Especially Shurchin's physique, which was comparable to Pangu's, a body at the level of a chaos treasure. Even without his power, if an ordinary person had truly collided with him, they would be lying on the ground moaning, yet still have the strength to film him. That would make his body far too cheap. He had indeed felt a collision, but he was certain it wasn't with this old man. If he had hit the old man, the latter would be nothing but a soul by now. What he had actually struck was unclear, but one thing was certain: the old man in front of him was trying to scam him. A chaos demon god being scammed by an ordinary person. How ridiculous. Yet here it was happening. Nevertheless, Shurchin's eyes flickered with a trace of light as he looked at the old man. A deserted alley, a scammer posing as an elderly man. This was the perfect setup, wasn't it? Old man, how long have you been in this line of work? 3 years. Oh, no, what do you mean this line of work? Pay up now, or I'll make you regret it. The old man, caught off guard by Shurchin's question, answered instinctively, then quickly snapped back to reality. He snarled viciously at Shurchin, and Shurchin keenly noticed the air around them grow noticeably colder. 3 years, huh? Seems like you failed last time, didn't you? Shurchin was unfazed. A slight chill in the air meant nothing to him. Even if the temperature dropped to 1,000 degrees below zero, he wouldn't care, let alone a bit of Yin energy. I don't know what you're talking about. Give me the money now, or you'll learn what pain really is. The old man's voice grew shrill, far from what an elderly person should sound like. Behind him, wisps of black smoke began to rise. In the dim light, the old man lacked something that normal people had: a shadow. You want money? I can give it to you. But is this what you're after? With that, Shurchin produced a gold brick weighing nearly 1 kilogram from his hand, held it out to the old man, and asked with a smile, "Or is it this one?" Suddenly, the 1 kilogram gold brick vanished right before the old man's greedy eyes, replaced by a stack of white paper. Of course, this was no ordinary paper. It was printed with the characters heaven and earth. So the purpose of this paper was self-evident. Gold brick. My gold brick. Give me the gold brick. At this moment, the sudden disappearance of the gold brick drove the already greedy old man into madness. He instantly sprang up from the ground and lunged at Shurchin with clawing hands, his eyes filled with avarice and a blood-red gleam. Obviously, the old fellow before him was no ordinary person, or rather, he was not human at all. Shurchin had already known the moment the old man appeared, and he even knew how the other had become like this. It was exactly the incident 3 years ago that the old man himself had mentioned. The spiritual energy revival in this world had not been long. It was exactly 3 years ago. And this old man had died 3 years ago in an accident, specifically from a hit-and-fake scam crash for compensation. So now he continued his old trade. Logically, because the gods and demons in this world had all fallen asleep, the cycle of reincarnation was naturally unmanaged. Therefore, before the spiritual energy revival, the souls of all deceased beings would not enter reincarnation, but would directly dissipate between heaven and earth. However, this old man's soul was unfortunate yet fortunate. He had died not long ago, and before his soul had completely dissipated, it encountered the spiritual energy revival, which allowed his soul to persist, and even transform into a fierce ghost. Bang! The old ghost was repelled by a force as soon as he approached Shurchin. If Shurchin's body were so easy to get close to, wouldn't he have died thousands of times already? Fierce ghosts, stop harming people. The reason Shurchin had not acted was precisely because of the person who had just spoken. After he came to his senses, he had already sensed someone rushing over the moment the old ghost appeared. Soon a woman in red appeared in the sight of Shurchin and the old ghost. She stood there looking at them with some surprise, clearly not expecting such a result. In her mind, Shurchin was just an ordinary person. At least she sensed no unusual aura from him. Because of this, with her experience, she naturally wouldn't think much of Shurchin, at most an ordinary person. But an ordinary person encountering a fierce ghost still alive and seemingly unharmed. How could that not astonish her? Are you alright? At that moment, because the old ghost had been flung over 10 meters away by the aura from Shurchin's body, the woman in red mistakenly thought the old ghost had not yet attacked. So she immediately came to Shurchin's side and asked him with concern. It was not for any other reason. It was her duty and her identity. The Paranormal Bureau was an institution established by the state in response to the spiritual energy revival in this world. The people within this bureau possessed extraordinary abilities. Of course, they enjoyed the powers granted by the state, but they also had to pay a corresponding price, protecting all the people within the nation while dealing with all creatures that should not exist in this era. The current spiritual energy revival, though called a revival of spiritual energy, should more accurately be called a revival of the strange, because all the revived spiritual energy was currently used to nourish ghostly beings. So the group of people in the Paranormal Bureau were actually humans capable of controlling ghosts. Of course, controlling ghosts had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was gaining the ability to counter the strange revival. The disadvantage was that ghosts were extremely malicious beings harboring a natural hostility toward humans, especially the more powerful ones. As a result, ordinary ghost controllers had very short lifespans. Some, even after overusing the power of ghosts, were devoured by them, becoming the very beings they once despised. I'm fine. Shurchin looked at the woman in red with a faint glint in his eyes, and said calmly. Under his gaze, the woman felt as if she were completely seen through. She didn't even notice that the ghost inside her was trembling in fear under Shurchin's gaze, not daring to move its red eyes, filled with terror. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing Shurchin's words, the woman in red breathed a sigh of relief. The moment she had sensed the old ghost's appearance, she had been rushing over. If Shurchin had still come to harm, she would have found it hard to forgive herself. So now, hearing that he was unharmed, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Damn old ghost, you're out to harm people again. After confirming that Shurchin was safe, the woman in red shouted angrily at the old ghost. Although she was also somewhat puzzled as to why Shurchin was unharmed. This was not the first time the old ghost had appeared to harm people. Previously, she had never arrived in time. The ghost would kill the victim and flee. But this time, strangely, she had already arrived, yet the victim, Shurchin, was still unscathed. Actually, this old ghost's motive for harming people was not for money, but an obsession. It was entirely because his death was caused by a crash for compensation scam. So after becoming a fierce ghost, he constantly attacked ordinary people. The reason he had been lured by Shurchin's gold brick was that Shurchin had offered too much. After all, his crash scam was because he was broke. Roar. The old ghost let out a furious roar. In fact, he had just come to his senses. After being knocked flying by the force from Shurchin's body, he had been completely dazed, not knowing what happened. So when confronted by the woman in red, he had not reacted at all. Still so arrogant. Take this. The woman in red was furious at the old ghost's appearance. She was about to act, but an awkward expression appeared on her face. Because just as she prepared to strike, no matter how she called out, the ghost inside her had no response. If not for the mark on her wrist indicating the ghost's presence, she would have suspected that the ghost inside her had already run away. But why couldn't she contact it now? It had been fine all along. Could it be because of Shurchin? Her gaze couldn't help but turn back to look at Shurchin because the feeling from before was still fresh in her memory. That feeling of being completely seen, through which she could not forget. Let me handle this. Shurchin calmly stepped before the woman in red. Under her astonished gaze, he slowly raised his hand. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The woman could even feel the very flow of time around her slowing down, as if in a trance. Or was it real? The old ghost dissipated as if he had never existed in this world. For sure, the moment the creature attempted to frame him, its fate was sealed. Though the old ghost was but a victim, it was he who first harbored malicious intent. Had he not harbored such intent, he would not have died in the first place. Had he not schemed against Shurchin this time, he would not have met this end. Everything was destined from the start. Fate is omnipresent. Even one as powerful as Shurchin cannot escape its grasp. You. The woman in red stared at the vanishing old ghost, then turned to Shurchin, standing before her. She wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Even she herself did not know what to say. There is nothing to be surprised about. The depths of this world run far deeper than you know. Of course, Shurchin's words did not include himself, for he did not belong to this world, and thus could not be counted among its inhabitants. But as he said, the waters here were deep. So deep that even the slumbering gods and demons could not master them. Please join our Paranormal Bureau, Senior. After a moment of silence, the woman in red spoke to Shurchin with utmost sincerity. She knew that an existence like Shurchin was a true powerhouse. The old ghost had been annihilated with a mere gesture, but that was because even the gods and demons of this world were but child's play to him. In truth, the old ghost was quite formidable, especially for a world that had only experienced spiritual energy resurgence for 3 years. Over these 3 years, the old ghost had claimed no fewer than 1,000 lives. Its dense, malevolent energy had elevated it to the rank of a fierce ghost. Yet the Paranormal Bureau, established immediately at the dawn of the resurgence 3 years ago, had been tirelessly eliminating all spectral entities. However, after 3 years, the old ghost remained unconquered. On one hand, it was cunning and elusive, striking in the blink of an eye, leaving the Bureau's agents empty-handed each time. On the other hand, its sheer power made it a difficult quarry. In fact, the woman in red would have struggled to subdue the old ghost on her own. But it was her duty, so she had to appear. Reinforcements were on the way. Her original plan was merely to stall the ghost until backup arrived. Yet Shurchin had obliterated it with a single wave of his hand. Thus she knew well that Shurchin's power was immense. Moreover, she sensed no trace of ghostly energy from him. He walked a different path, not the path of controlling ghosts to counter ghosts, but perhaps the ancient art of Qi refinement. In other words, he was a Qi cultivator. If this were true, it would be a boon for the Paranormal Bureau and even for the entire nation. If Qin agreed to join, they might one day abandon their ghost-controlling abilities and tread the path of Qi cultivation. After all, no one willingly walks the path of controlling ghosts, a road to certain death. They must constantly battle external specters while wrestling with the malevolent spirits within themselves. Their bodies and minds are utterly exhausted. Some ghost controllers have not rested in 3 years, for once they fall asleep, the ghosts inside them corrode their will. Faced with the woman's invitation, Qin found it merely amusing. A paranormal bureau from an insignificant world in the vast cosmos had the audacity to invite him. Though laughable, it was also a tragedy of this world, the tragedy of ordinary mortals. You refuse. Why? You must understand the state of this era. As a citizen of Xia, do you not feel the slightest desire to change this world? Is there no mercy in your heart? For this nation, for your own race, do you truly have no wish to do something? The woman in red looked at him, disappointment and fury in her eyes. In her view, Qin was human, apparently from Xia. Why would he refuse to join the Paranormal Bureau? The Bureau had done so much for Xia and its people. Now, having finally encountered a Qi cultivator, she wanted to recruit him for the nation's cause, yet he declined. You are mistaken on one point. I am not a citizen of your Xia, nor am I of your human race. Thus your words hold no meaning for me. Furthermore, I am not the Qi cultivator you imagine. The era of Qi cultivation has not yet dawned. It will only arrive with the next spiritual energy resurgence. Qin did not grow angry. He explained calmly, for he understood her perspective. If their roles were reversed, he might have felt the same. But that was impossible, so he offered a placid explanation. What? You are not human. The woman in red absorbed his words, but immediately she recoiled, staring at him with wary vigilance. Not human. For Xia, already on edge, that was ill news. In her understanding, a non-human must be a ghost. And what were ghosts if not the very beings they had been fighting to eradicate? Was that not the enemy they had been destroying all along? No need to look at me like that. I have no interest in you. Nor am I a ghost. Those are mere ants beneath my notice. As for what I am, you may consider me a god. A true god. Calling himself a god was not far-fetched. After all, the gods and demons of this world were but slightly stronger ants, yet they were called gods. How could Qin not be one? And were not primordial gods still gods? Did their titles not end with the word god? Strange, it appeared, and then vanished instantly. Just as Qin finished speaking with the woman in red, he sensed the very thing that had drawn him to this world suddenly emerge, only to disappear immediately, its presence utterly undetectable even to his senses. Something must have shielded it from his perception, otherwise it would not be so. Never mind. What is your name? Qin ceased dwelling on the matter. He could see that the object was beyond his reach for now, unless it revealed itself of its own accord. Even if he turned the entire world upside down or destroyed it, it would be futile, for the thing likely did not exist within this world, but in the dimensions between worlds. His understanding of dimensions was minimal, so he could only wait for it to appear. Moreover, since it possessed the ability to conceal itself from his detection, even his desire to act was pointless. Instead of fretting over when it might appear, he might as well wait patiently. He had all the time in the world, and he refused to believe that even after this world entered the cycle of reincarnation, the thing would still not show itself. If that were the case, then he would accept it. My name is Qin Yan. In response to Qin's inquiry, the woman in red and Qin Yan stammered. She believed Qin to be a mighty figure from some ancient race, and facing such an existence, her lack of strength naturally made her insecure. And Qin Yan, would you be interested in learning the art of immortality cultivation? Qin asked with a smile. Originally, he had no intention of involving himself in this world's affairs. He had come solely because of the hidden object, expecting to take it and leave. But now it seemed he would have to stay in this world for a while. To occupy himself during the long stretch of time, he naturally planned to amuse himself in this world. The worlds will intended to initiate a new cycle of reincarnation, so Qin would lend a hand. As for the gods and demons, they needed an opponent to face, didn't they? Otherwise, a mere divine war would be far too dull. The art of immortality cultivation. And Qin Yan looked at Qin with confusion. She did not quite understand what he meant, for this world had no immortals. Only gods and demons who followed the path of faith to attain divinity. This was why when spiritual energy withered and the age of decline arrived, those gods and demons fell into slumber. In the age of decline, sentient beings could no longer cultivate, and thus their faith in gods and demons waned, for the divine could no longer bestow tangible benefits. Such is the nature of the human heart. Once something loses its utility, devotion plummets. This world had Qi cultivators, but no immortals. So when Qin asked if she wished to learn immortality cultivation, she was utterly bewildered, having no concept of what it meant. Qin was too lazy to explain, for it was a difficult concept to convey. Moreover, immortals were fundamentally different from the gods and demons of this world. The latter followed the path of faith, wielding authority to command the laws, while immortality cultivation involved integrating the laws into one's own being to achieve mastery. Of course, Shurchin's own version of immortality was distinct from Hongjuan's Tao of immortals. Though he called it immortality, one could just as well regard it as the divine path. He gently tapped in Qingyan's forehead, and a faint glimmer of light flashed. In her daze, Qingyan felt a flood of knowledge surge into her mind. However, Shurchin had sealed most of it, for if he had imparted everything, her blank slate in cultivation would have turned her into an idiot, and that was clearly not his intention. By the standards of this era, Qingyan was considered a strong cultivator, but only relative to this age. To the immortals of Shurchin's primordial world, she was merely slightly more robust in body and soul, with no other advantages. These two traits were stronger than those of ordinary beings, because as a ghost controller, if her physical body were not powerful enough, the Yin energy would burst her when a ghost entered her body. Similarly, her soul had to be resilient, or else the ghost would possess her. Strength was a necessity. So this is immortality cultivation. After absorbing the knowledge Shurchin had transmitted into her mind, Qingyan murmured in disbelief. She had never imagined that the art of immortality cultivation could be so miraculous. Was it not no different from the legendary gods? Of course, she knew nothing of what gods and demons truly were, having only read about them in books. Previously, she had naively believed that gods and demons were mere fabrications created by rulers to provide a faith-based consolation for the common people in order to solidify their absolute rule. But after the spiritual energy resurgence, she had learned a few things and realized that gods and demons were real, though she had no idea where they had gone. So are you interested in learning the art of immortality cultivation? I can teach you. What is your motive? Qingyan looked at Shurchin with vigilance. From the knowledge in her mind, she understood that immortality cultivation was terrifyingly powerful, yet Shurchin seemed willing to teach her unconditionally, which made her fear that it was a trap. Moi. Shurchin was slightly displeased. He was offering to teach her out of goodwill, yet she didn't trust him. What could you possibly have that I would covet? Beauty. To put it bluntly, in my eyes you are nothing but a child who hasn't even grown up. I have seen countless women more beautiful than you do not catch my eye. As for anything else, what do you possess? The ghost inside you. Now that you have some understanding of immortality cultivation, do you think that thing holds any use for beings like us? Apart from these, what else do you have? You are an orphan in this world. If not for the fact that after the spiritual energy resurgence your soul was slightly stronger than others, and the ghost inside you voluntarily acknowledged you as its master, thus catching the attention of the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, you would be nothing. Though Qingyan still harbored doubts, she began to believe when she looked into Shurchin's eyes, which resembled the vast cosmos. Even the little knowledge she had received was enough to hint at the truth. So Qingyan fell silent, unsure how to refute Shurchin for what he said was true, except for the first remark about her being a child who hadn't grown up. She objected to that. She was 24 years old, an adult. Make your choice. My patience is limited. My offer to teach you immortality cultivation was merely a whim, and it will not wait for long. What? Qingyan has disappeared? Within the branch office of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, this was merely a local outpost. The Bureau's headquarters naturally resided in the capital, a place teeming with powerful individuals and serving as the central command overseeing all paranormal affairs across the nation. However, because the Paranormal Affairs Bureau was highly specialized, an organization dedicated solely to handling supernatural phenomena, even branch offices possessed autonomous authority. Only when confronted with crises beyond their capabilities, such as the emergence of a Ghost King-level powerhouse that the local branch could not contain, would they escalate the matter to headquarters and request a response team from the central command. Yet at this moment, Gu Shan, the bureau director, wore an expression of shock and agitation. Just moments ago, his subordinates had reported that Qingyan, one of the bureau's squadron captains, had suddenly vanished. She was unreachable by any means, and her fate remained unknown. How could he not be deeply concerned? Gu Shan served as the director of this Paranormal Affairs Bureau branch. More importantly, he was the most formidable presence within this outpost. Within his body resided the left hand of an unidentified ghost entity, and merely by relying on that spectral limb, he had already secured his place among the A-class powerhouses, the tier above being S-class. Moreover, he was barely in his 30s. If he could forge a ghost domain from the spectral hand within him, he would ascend to S-class status. Among ghostly beings, S-class was known as the Lesser Ghost King. Beyond that lay the true Ghost Kings, those of SS-class. In the entire nation, there were only 3 individuals at this level, and among all ghostly entities, no more than 5 had reached the rank of Ghost King. They were exceedingly rare indeed. The Paranormal Affairs Bureau comprised 5 squadrons, with Qingyan commanding one of them. Each of the 5 squadron leaders possessed B-class strength, forming the true backbone of the entire organization, at least within this branch. Each squadron contained approximately 100 members, bringing the total force to roughly 500 personnel. On the surface this might seem adequate, but one must remember this was the provincial capital of Shu. That meant the Paranormal Affairs Bureau was responsible for the entire Shu region, and merely 500 personnel were completely insufficient to confront the increasingly frequent supernatural incursions. And now in Xinyan's sudden disappearance distressed Gushan the most, for she had been personally recruited by him. Given her special background, he had always regarded her as a younger sister. Furthermore, Xinyan possessed extraordinary aptitude, and the supernatural entity within her was exceptionally capable. With time, achieving A-class status would be trivial for her. Perhaps even S-class and SS-class were entirely within reach. Where was Xinyan last seen? Gushan asked in a deep, measured tone. The person was already gone. He did not know whether she lived or died. But he could not afford to panic. At this moment, anxiety would be useless and might even produce adverse effects. Only after understanding every detail would he have a clue to locate Xinyan. Even if she were dead, he needed to see her body. Captain and last disappeared at Liangshan Alley. At that time, there was a report of supernatural activity. It appeared to be that Pangu ghost once again. Fearing she would escape, as she had in previous encounters, Captain and stated she would go first to hold the entity at bay and instructed us to immediately notify other squadrons for reinforcement. However, when we arrived, Captain and was nowhere to be found. We reviewed all surveillance footage in the surrounding area, but found no trace of her. The subordinate reporting belonged to Xinyan's squadron. They held their captain in the highest esteem. Xinyan was not only a formidable warrior, but also strikingly beautiful, and she treated her subordinates with genuine kindness. Therefore, upon learning of her disappearance, they were the first to grow alarmed, exhausting every conceivable method to locate her. Yet ultimately they found absolutely nothing. Only then, out of sheer desperation, did they report to the director. They understood the close bond between the director and captain, and so informing him would surely prompt him to mobilize all available resources to search for their captain. So you're saying Captain and disappeared after going to confront the Pangu ghost, and all surveillance footage around the area showed no trace of her. Gushan's voice carried a hint of suppressed fury which he strained to contain. Right now the most critical priority was to determine what had become of Xinyan. Yes, Director. We investigated all nearby surveillance from that day. We only captured footage of Captain and entering. There was no record whatsoever of her leaving. Additionally, we observed a man entering at the same time. Cross-referencing with the timing of the Pangu ghost's appearance, it seemed the ghost manifested shortly after that man entered. In the end, neither the man nor Captain and ever came out. Were there any traces left at the scene? None. After a moment of contemplation, the man responded to Gushan's inquiry. Indeed, no traces had been found at the scene, not even a single drop of blood on the ground. This was precisely what made the matter most unsettling. The Pangu ghost inevitably killed its victims, so how could an ordinary man possibly survive an encounter with such an entity? Interesting. Notify all squadron leaders to convene in my office immediately. As for the search for Xinyan, we will address it after the meeting. Gushan called out loudly to the subordinate. The entire matter exuded an aura of deep eeriness, and this compelled Gushan to treat it with utmost caution. He decided to summon all squadron leaders to deliberate on the situation. Of course, he was determined to find Xinyan. That much was certain. Another reason for calling the other captains was that he would need their assistance in the search. Worthless. You are truly worthless. With all that knowledge imparted to you, you still come to ask me about such a trivial matter. At this moment, Shurchen truly regretted teaching Xinyan. He never imagined that a grown person, after receiving so much knowledge of immortal cultivation, would still bother him with such a minor question. It simply shattered his understanding of ignorance. That night, Xinyan chose to follow Shurchen in learning the art of immortal cultivation. Since Shurchen disliked crowds, he immediately agreed and took her away from the capital of Shu, bringing her to this high mountain. Shu, situated in a basin, was surrounded by many cities with towering mountains, most of which were untouched by human development. Shurchen chose an unnamed peak among these mountains and settled there with Xinyan. Their departure was so swift that Xinyan had not yet reacted before finding herself here. Whether by accident or design, her communication devices were completely lost, though she had no idea where they fell, certainly not in that alley. Consequently, Xinyan could not inform the Paranormal Bureau of her whereabouts. The Bureau was now frantically searching for her while she remained here studying under Shurchen. Whether the knowledge Shurchen imparted was too profound, or the beings of this world were unsuited for immortal cultivation, Xinyan had been here for 3 days. During these 3 days, Shurchen's patience had eroded from calm composure to outright scolding. Every time she came to him, his face darkened further. Seeing Shurchen's anger, Xinyan stood there embarrassed and aggrieved, unsure what to say. She herself began to feel that she was indeed a waste, as he had said, having to ask even the simplest things. But she simply did not understand. If Shurchen did not explain, she truly could not grasp it. It was like a child who had never attended school, only knowing a few words. One day you pour a vast amount of profound mathematical knowledge into their mind, but forget to give them the methods to solve the problems. Even with the most extensive knowledge, it would be useless. And that was precisely in Qingyin's situation. Shurchun did not know how to teach a complete beginner. He had indeed given her all the basics of cultivation, but it was like presenting a math problem along with the answer without providing the steps to solve it. So the fault was not entirely hers. Humph. After a long silence, Shurchun finally let out a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage. After all, this was the path he had chosen, and he had to see it through. Abandon it halfway. The word quit simply did not exist in his dictionary. Moreover, was this not also a form of cultivation? The primordial chaos demon gods were notoriously hot-tempered, but the pursuit of the Great Dao required nurturing the heart and mind. The path of the Dao did not tolerate excessive anger. At times one must remain as calm as still water. Others might achieve this, but it was difficult for the chaos demon gods born of the Great Dao. This seemed to be a stumbling block set by the Great Dao itself, a realization Shurchun had upon reaching the chaos realm. Thus he was now making every effort to temper his temper. Then Shurchun patiently explained to Qinyin once more. In truth, these things were not difficult. Once he explained patiently, she could fully comprehend. The problem was that he often gave only the answer without the reasoning, forcing her to come to him repeatedly. The path of immortal cultivation was tedious and monotonous. The cultivation method Shurchun imparted had a very detailed classification of cultivation realms, refining essence, to transform qi, refining qi, to transform spirit, refining spirit, to return to void, and refining void, to merge with Dao. These were the 4 realms before attaining immortality. Under Shurchun's guidance, and Qinyin had already reached the first step in a short time. If Shurchun had been personally teaching, and it took several days just to reach this stage, he would have been furious. But surprisingly, he remained calm within Qinyin because her talent was utterly unsuitable for immortal cultivation. She could have walked any other path, faith-based divinity or other methods, but immortal cultivation was not for her. Immortal cultivation required opportunity, aptitude, and comprehension. And Qinyin was lacking in all 3 to an almost absurd degree. Any other teacher would have been driven to despair, yet Shurchun managed to get her started within a few days, which was already remarkable. Of course, Shurchun was not simply leaving her to her own devices. Recently, he had been busy preparing to overhaul Qinyin's aptitude and other attributes. However, the required materials were numerous and many were not in his possession, so it would take some time. The materials were not rare in themselves, for others perhaps, but for Shurchun, they were simply too low-grade to enter his treasure vault. Since this world lacked them, he had spent the past few days traveling to other realms to scavenge for what he needed. If Qinyin knew this, she would probably weep. She could not even leave her own world, yet Shurchun was crossing realms to find things for her. Meanwhile, Qinyin, engrossed in cultivation, had forgotten everything else, including the Shu Paranormal Bureau that was desperately searching for her, and Bureau Chief, Gu Shan, who treated her like a sister. Psi cultivation is so hard. I barely managed to get started after several days. If Master comes back, he'll scold me again. And Qinyin opened her eyes with some distress and looked around the small hut. Shurchun had built it casually upon arriving, and the scene had left her in awe. She had never seen anything like it. And Qinyin had not seen Shurchun for the past few days. 2 days ago, he said he was going out, and he had not returned since. She had no idea where he had gone. Master, you're back. Shurchun did not conceal his aura upon his return, so Qinyin sensed him the moment he appeared. Moreover, he was now standing right before her. If she still failed to notice him, she might as well discard her eyes. Have you been practicing diligently these past few days? Although Shurchun was well aware that Qinyin had been diligently cultivating during his 2-day absence, the path of cultivation was inherently monotonous. He did not wish for her to abandon it due to sheer tedium, so his inquiry served as a subtle reminder. Rest assured, Master, I have been practicing earnestly. Unaware of Shurchun's omniscience regarding her actions, even when he was in another realm, Qinyin responded with utmost sincerity upon hearing his question. By the way, go heat some water. Make sure to boil a generous amount. Shurchun replied calmly before issuing his instruction to Qinyin. Qinyin was puzzled as to why Shurchun needed heated water. From what she knew, Shurchun never bathed. At least she had never witnessed him doing so. He had no need for it, as those who reached a certain level in the path of cultivation rendered themselves immune to dust and dirt. Shurchun in particular could walk through the mortal world without a speck of grime exuding, instead a faint refreshing fragrance. Despite her confusion, Qinyin would carry out Shurchun's orders faithfully and to the best of her ability. Perhaps he simply felt an impulsive desire to bathe right. Though Shurchun had not lavishly furnished this place, having only built a simple cottage without even relocating his own palace, the essentials were present. Yet perhaps due to his habits, many things here were remarkably primitive. For instance, heating water was done entirely with firewood, as in ancient times, rather than relying on modern technology. Moreover, there was not a single technological artifact in sight. The place was an idyllic paradise isolated from the modern world. Initially, Qin Yin found it incredibly difficult to adapt. After all, who could easily transition from a life of technology to one of ancient simplicity? And Qin Yin was still immortal. Although she had embarked on the path of cultivation, she had not yet reached the stage of fasting. Thus she needed to eat, and it was unthinkable to ask Shurchen to prepare meals. He had no such need. So all these tasks fell upon her own shoulders. As for ingredients, Shurchen provided them. However, in her early attempts at lighting a fire, Qin Yin once made a blunder by accidentally setting Shurchen's cottage ablaze, leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, rebuilding the cottage was a mere flick of his wrist, otherwise Qin Yin would have faced severe punishment. Of course, once she grew accustomed to it, everything became routine. Over time, Qin Yin's culinary skills improved, and her fire-making abilities advanced rapidly as well. Master, the water is ready. Are you going to bathe? Not long after, Qin Yin returned, looking at Shurchen as she spoke. Yet why did a hint of anticipation glimmer in her eyes? It's not for me, Shurchen said. Then, under Qin Yin's bewildered gaze, he walked directly toward one of the rooms. There, Qin Yin had already poured the heated water into a wooden tub, assuming it was for Shurchen's bath. Upon entering the room, Shurchen waved his hand and produced countless marvelous items, at least in Qin Yin's eyes. To Shurchen, however, these were utterly beneath his notice. After bringing out all these treasures, Shurchen melted them into a pool of liquid with a single flame. These were the essences of heaven and earth treasures, and now Shurchen had refined them. With a casual flick, he cast them into the steaming water. As the essences merged with the water, the liquid visibly turned a shade of purple, appearing somewhat eerie. Take off your clothes and get in, Shurchen spoke without turning around, addressing Qin Yin behind him. Huh? And Qin Yin was stunned. She had assumed this was for Shurchen's bath, but now he had added something mysterious to the water and was telling her to strip and enter. And it seemed her master had no intention of leaving. Was she expected to undress in front of him? And Qin Yin was taken aback. She had thought this was for Shurchen's bath, but now he had added something mysterious to the water and was telling her to strip and enter. And it seemed her master had no intention of leaving. Was she expected to undress in front of him? Your innate talent is far too lacking. These are items I procured from other worlds to improve your aptitude. So take off your clothes and get in. Shurchen paid no heed to her discomfort. Out of habit, and because he would need to assist her later, he knew that although these treasures were beneficial to Qin Yin, her poor aptitude prevented her from absorbing them fully. Thus his intervention was necessary. Moreover, he always regarded himself as an ancient being, and Qin Yin was merely a child in his eyes. So the issue simply did not occur to him. Oh, well, thank you, master. But could you possibly? And Qin Yin left the rest of her words unsaid. As a young woman, she was profoundly shy, especially when bearing herself before a man. Although Shurchen clearly did not see her as a woman, she could not bring herself to view herself as a man either. In my eyes, you're just a little kid. What's there to be shy about? Despite his words, Shurchen turned and left the room. Though he could have observed her even without being present, he was not so perverse. As he had said, Qin Yin was truly just a little girl to him. And Qin Yin said nothing, but her face flushed crimson. Yet when she saw Shurchen leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared he would remain after saying that, and if she had to undress in front of him, she would have died of shame. With Shurchen's assistance, Qin Yin's aptitude was greatly improved. Of course, this was not accomplished in one go, but through a gradual progressive process. And Qin Yin's physique was ill-suited for the path of cultivation. In truth, it was not merely her. All living beings in this world, including those who had attained divinity, were fundamentally incompatible with the cultivation arts. Yet, through Shurchen's transformations, Qin Yin became the only one in this world truly suited to it. These transformations were not achieved instantaneously, though Shurchen certainly could have done so. Instead, he granted Qin Yin time to adapt a transitional period during which her physical constitution would continue to evolve alongside her growing power until the metamorphosis was complete. Following these modifications, Qin Yin's natural talent underwent significant enhancement. Just 1 month had elapsed, yet she had already advanced to the second stage of cultivation, the realm of refining qi and transforming spirit, which could be described as both remarkably swift and agonizingly slow. Your strength is now sufficient. It is time to descend the mountain. Beyond this point, you must walk your own path alone. On this day, Shurchen summoned Qin Yin before him and spoke to her with calm composure. This was simply the nature of the cultivation path. A master could only ever guide one across the threshold, perhaps offering some guidance along the way. But who could blame Shurchen for his laziness? He had essentially offered Qin Yin no such lectures. Instead, he transmitted the knowledge entirely to her, allowing her to comprehend it on her own, providing answers only when she raised questions. Descend the mountain. Qin Yin had clearly not anticipated being sent down so soon. After discovering the path of cultivation, she had prepared herself to remain by Shurchen's side for centuries. Yet barely more than a month had passed, and already he was dismissing her from the mountain. Yes, I have taught you all I can. The remaining knowledge has already been passed to you. It will unlock naturally once your strength reaches the appropriate level. From here your path is your own. Every cultivator's journey is different, and you cannot remain under my protection forever. Without weathering storms you will never become an eagle that soars. Without venturing across the vast ocean you will never transform into a dragon. But Master, there are still so many things I do not understand. I wish to remain at your side. I do not desire to become some soaring eagle, nor do I care for transforming into a dragon. And Qin Yin was visibly moved. Over the past month together she had come to feel Shi Qin's kindness toward her, a warmth she had never known before. Once an orphan raised in an institution, her tender years marred by her parents' abandonment, she had grown timid and fearful, making her an easy target for older children who bullied her. Her tragic childhood, compounded by the harsh realities of society, left her increasingly skeptical of affection and human connection. That changed only when she met Gu Shan, director of the Shudi Paranormal Bureau, who showed her genuine care. Gu Shan had treated her with the protectiveness of an older brother, but she understood well that his kindness stemmed from her usefulness. She harbored no deep feelings for him, which explained why after Shi Qin deliberately cut off her contact with Gu Shan and the others she remained on the mountain for over a month without once thinking of him. Yet with Shi Qin she had finally experienced something resembling familial love. Though he regarded her as merely a child, those weeks had planted roots of devotion in her heart, a desperate yearning for the father she never had. Because Shi Qin always stood before her as an elder figure, this emotion took its shape. Shi Qin's urgency in sending her down the mountain stemmed from two concerns. He himself had matters that required his departure, and he had sensed the attachment forming within her, a bond he never intended to cultivate. To him, and Qin Yin was merely a pawn he had placed in this world. Her survival through the coming upheaval uncertain dependent entirely on her ability to grow stronger. Without that growth, death awaited her. More critically, emotional attachments would prove her greatest obstacle on the path to immortality, for ascension demanded she face the heavenly tribulation and inexorable law of the immortal Dao. Even though this vast realm lay far from the primordial times, any who walked the immortal path remained bound by Hongjuan, the progenitor of the Dao. Within the heavenly tribulation awaiting her ascension lay the trial of inner demons, where emotional bonds could harden into obsessions, feeding the very horrors that threatened to consume her. Cease this sentimentality. Remember, the moment you set foot upon this path, your heart must hold only one purpose. The pursuit of transcendence must forever supersede every emotion, or you will never attain the supreme Dao. Shi Qin had treated Qin Yin while regarding her as his true disciple. Despite initially dismissing her mediocre aptitude, he had chosen her only to secure a piece on the board. Yet over the months that passed he had watched her closely, noting her earnest respect and cherished devotion to him as her teacher, and it was precisely this bond that drove him to ensure she survived rather than perish uselessly in the trials ahead. But he would not take her with him, just as he had left behind seeds in that world alongside the world tree long ago. Then, Master, may I return after descending the mountain? And Qin Yin knew she had no choice but to descend. Shi Qin had made his position clear, so she could only hope to find her way back in the future. For as long as Shi Qin remained here, this place was her home. You may return whenever you wish, though I fear you may find no one waiting for you. Shi Qin wanted to manage her expectations since his time in this world remained uncertain, and he feared the complications if she searched for him upon her return. Master, you are leaving. Indeed. My arrival here was mere coincidence. I shall not linger, though even I am uncertain when I shall depart. Will we meet again in the future? And Qin Yin regarded Shi Qin with quiet hope. She had long suspected his departure, just as she had suspected his sudden arrival. He was never meant to belong to this world, so his leaving was inevitable. Only its timing had caught her off guard. When you transcend this world, you may follow the mark within your mind to find me, provided you survive your departure. Otherwise our paths part here. I will. I swear I will come find you, Master. Teacher, I shall certainly come find you. Standing at the foot of the mountain, and Qin Yin turned to gaze at the towering peak behind her. She seemed to see the small hut perched upon its summit, and as if she could also see her teacher standing before it, gazing toward the distant horizon. Her fingers tightly clenched a token in her hand upon which an ancient divine script shimmered brilliantly. Shi Qin had given it to her when she descended from the mountain. It could aid her once during her most dire hour, but only once. For a flood dragon must weather storms and trials before it could ascend to become a true dragon. Shi Qin did not wish for Qin Yin to grow up under his eternal shelter. Flowers nurtured within a greenhouse could never bloom to their fullest perfection. He needed Qin Yin to be someone capable of standing on her own 2 feet, at the very least capable of navigating this world independently. After gazing for a long while, Qin Yin finally departed. This descent carried many tasks before her, especially the mission Shi Qin had entrusted to her. The pieces have all been placed upon the board. What choice will you make? Atop the mountain peak, Shi Qin raised his head and gazed into the vast firmament. None could fathom what he saw there. Only he himself truly knew. You are captain in. When Qin Yin returned to the provincial capital of Shu, the moment the Bureau of the Paranormal saw her, everyone was utterly stunned. some quite simply unable to believe their own eyes. She had not concealed herself in the slightest, or indeed, she had practically come knocking on their doorstep. And Qin Yin had been missing for over a month. The entire bureau had mobilized every available means of searching to no avail. In his grief, Gushan had ultimately declared her dead, and had even commissioned a memorial tomb for her. And now she had suddenly reappeared. They had already hosted the funeral banquet only for the person of honor to show up a month later. It was truly absurd. What? Can't you even recognize me anymore? And Qin Yin regarded the man with mild amusement. In this entire world, there were only two places she knew best. One being Shurchin's realm, which was as good as her home. But since returning there was impossible for now, she had come here instead. Though it occupied a lesser place in her heart, at least it was familiar, was it not? Seeing these familiar faces once more after over a month filled her with deep emotion. A month and a half, if anything, was by no means a short span of time. It truly is you, Captain In. You're still alive? But why before? One of them spoke with palpable emotion, then dashed forward to embrace her. And Qin Yin's brows furrowed slightly. She did not favor others drawing too near. Without a word, she took a quiet step to the side, slipping past the man. Clearly flustered by his excitement, he only then came to his senses and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. That will do. I have matters to discuss with the director. You are all free to attend to your own duties. And Qin Yin said this to them and proceeded inside the bureau. Her return meant she would have to speak with Gushan. After all, he was something of a brother to her. Even if their relationship was built primarily upon mutual interest, he had undeniably been an ally. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the director's office, and Qin Yin gently rapped upon the door. Nearby, a group of bureau members who had witnessed her return stood in astonishment, some whispering amongst themselves, though she paid them no mind. Within the bureau, relations among the ranks of the 5 task forces were generally cordial. But between the 5 captains themselves, matters were quite another story. Wherever people gather, there will always be factional strife. It is unavoidable. Even though Qin Yin was Gushan's publicly acknowledged younger sister, and though Gushan showed her considerable favor, this very dynamic bred resentment among the others. And it was precisely because of this that tensions ran high. 1 or 2 captains harbored deep jealousy toward her. But the former Qin Yin would not have cared, and the present Qin Yin cared even less. Come in. Soon a resonant voice echoed from within the director's office. Gushan's voice. Upon hearing it, Qin Yin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Director Qin Yin has returned and reports for duty. And Qin Yin spoke softly to Gushan, who remained seated at his desk burrowed in paperwork and not yet looking up. The Bureau of the Paranormal might appear to be merely a department handling supernatural incidents, but in truth its authority was vast. When conducting operations, they required no formal orders from any other division. Merely producing their credentials granted them the power to directly mobilize any personnel they required. Of course, such practices inevitably sowed discontent among other departments. But so what? They were the ones fighting on the front lines. Such bureaucratic grievances held no weight for them. Moreover, the higher-ups regarded them with great importance. Even if officials from other departments lodged complaints, no action was taken, though they still had to file reports. This was precisely why Director Gushan remained perpetually occupied. He scarcely ever ventured onto the battlefield unless his subordinates faced something beyond their capability. Most of his time was consumed by one thing: writing reports. His frontline personnel were already stretched to their limits, fighting daily and often short-staffed. One could hardly expect them to also compose lengthy reports after every engagement. Were he to demand that they would all desert en masse. Thus, this duty naturally fell upon the director's shoulders. Very well. Gushan offered a perfunctory acknowledgement, but immediately reacted with surprise. He lifted his head, his expression visibly stunned, and looked toward Qin Yin. Qin Yin, you're still alive. Gushan's shock was entirely understandable. During the past month and more, they had exhausted every possible method of search, combing through every location they could reach. Not only had they found no trace of Qin Yin, but they had not even uncovered a single remnant clue. Haha, old son has finally returned. At this moment, within the chaos in the Dao field of the Order God, Sun Wukong burst into loud laughter. He had left chaos for a very long time, and now he was finally back. Slap. Damn monkey, what are you screaming about? As soon as Sun Wukong laughed, a slap landed directly on his head, followed by the dissatisfied voice of the Order God. This time Sun Wukong's return was the work of the Order God. She had brought him back from that world, which was why he appeared in her Dao field upon his return. However, what displeased her was that the moment he returned, he started yelling. So it's Great Venerable Order. By the way, where has Great Venerable Time gone? Sun Wukong laughed awkwardly, and then asked the Order God. He thought it was Time who had brought him back, but unexpectedly, it was the Order God. He was quite afraid of the Order God having been beaten by her before. When exactly? Naturally, it was back in that world. I don't know. Hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, the Order God replied calmly. Indeed, she had no idea where Time had gone. Time's whereabouts were always a mystery. Before, he would inform her when he left, but this time, He only told Pangu. She had to ask Pangu to learn that time had left the Chaos World again, and even Pangu didn't know where he had gone. Oh well, then Great Venerable Order should old Sun head back now. Upon hearing the Order God's words, Sun Wukong asked cautiously. His fear of her made him reluctant to stay any longer. He just wanted to leave. Besides having been away from chaos for so long, he longed to see his own Dao field and the three figures waiting for him there. First, give that thing to me. The Order God extended a hand. Huh? What? Sun Wukong was clearly caught off guard, unsure what she was asking for. Moi. Oh, Great Venerable Order, here you go, here you go. I just forgot. Sun Wukong quickly realized, took out a chaotic-colored sphere from within his body and handed it to the Order God. This sphere was none other than that world. When Sun Wukong left, he had peeled the entire world away from the void and brought it with him. Of course, this was his purpose as well, and it was also what the Order God needed. Because within this world lay the seed of the Order Dao she required, the righteous order of Holy Kaiser. However, the beings of this world were very weak, at least in the eyes of Sun Wukong and the Order God. So weak that they could barely survive, even in the calmer regions of chaos. That was why Sun Wukong had brought the entire world over. After arriving, he didn't release anything, because if he did, they would all die here. Alright, you can scram now. Having obtained what she wanted, the Order God said indifferently. This was her Dao field. Apart from the other Great Venerable, Sun Wukong was the first god to visit her Dao field, but it would only be this once. Got it. After Sun Wukong left, the World Tree's figure appeared beside the Order God, looking at the glowing sphere in her hand. Isn't this it? The Order God was not surprised. The World Tree had actually arrived long ago, but had disappeared for a while due to Sun Wukong's presence. The World Tree simply didn't want to see him, so she did this. By the way, bringing Sun Wukong back so early. Aren't you afraid of disrupting time's arrangements for him? Sun Wukong could have returned from that world long ago, but time had been handling the matter. Strangely, time never intended to bring him back, as if there was something important, or he had simply forgotten. This time, no sooner had time left than the Order God intervened and brought Sun Wukong back. She did this because the righteous order in that world had fully matured. So what if it disrupts his plans? Can time come after me? The Order God said nonchalantly. For her, her own Dao was the most important. Now that the righteous order over there had matured, it was time to harvest. Was she supposed to leave it untouched just because she feared disrupting time's plans? That would be unlike her, the Order God. Alright, but how are you going to settle this world? With their strength, they can't survive in chaos. The World Tree shrugged indifferently. Since the Order God didn't care, why should she? If anything, it would be the Order God who got beaten up, not her. What else can I do? Isn't that city just lacking inhabitants? I'll just place them there. What do you think? The Order God said casually. The Primordial World was not yet open, and since time had left chaos, the time-space city had not been formally arranged. However, as the one in charge of the time-space city, the Order God had the authority to make these plans. Additionally, due to her layout in chaos, she was eager to bring Sun Wukong back for two reasons. First, the righteous order in that world was fully ripe for harvest. Second, she wanted Holy Kaiser's angel army to temporarily garrison the time-space city, helping her oversee order until she moved in. I think it's acceptable, but you'd better be careful or else those guys might come after you. The World Tree gave the Order God a deep look. Did she not know what the Order God was plotting? But after all, she was her good sister. The World Tree couldn't say much, only offering a warning to prevent her from capsizing in a ditch. They come after me, just because they can. Let them come and see if I don't beat them all. Hearing the World Tree's words, the Order God boasted carelessly. Behind her stood Time. If they came after her, wouldn't that be slapping Time in the face? But it seemed the Order God had forgotten that Time was currently not in chaos. If they really came for her, she would have to wait for Time's return to settle the score. As for Pangu, Pangu was too busy to help her. Not helping her get beaten up would already be a blessing. Alright, accompany me on a journey. The Order Demon God asked the World Tree, and as for where to go, that went without saying. At this moment, she was holding the light sphere of that world in her hand. Because of the differences between the two worlds, the living beings of that world could not be released for now. However, since Sun Wukong had frozen the entire world's time when he separated it, they could not simply be left there either. Let us go. The World Tree stretched its slender form lazily. If it were not for the Order Demon God, it would not have stirred at all, though it also wished to see the palace that Shurchen had prepared for it. In truth, the Order Demon God was unaware that the World Tree had long been ready to relocate to the Space-Time City. It had merely delayed entering because Shurchen was absent, and though the city had been furnished, no other living beings yet dwelled within its halls. The two then departed from the Order Demon God's stronghold and made their way to the Space-Time City. As the center Shurchen had forged for the entire chaos, its location occupied what was once the site of the Honghuang world. Yet that was in the past. When Pangu originally opened up the Honghuang world, he did so at the center of chaos, but as time passed and chaos continually expanded, the Honghuang world quietly drifted away from chaos's center. Now it resides to the east of Chaos's core, separated by an immeasurable distance. However, this distance held no terrors for the Chaos Demon Gods. It required merely a single stride to traverse. For the beings of Honghuang, even those who had attained the supreme state of Hunyuan would need tens of thousands of years to journey from Honghuang's edge to the heart of Chaos. Moreover, this gap continues to widen, for Chaos itself is in constant expansion, and the Honghuang world, carried along by Chaos's growth, drifts ever farther toward the periphery. Perhaps over the course of eons this distance will grow vast. Yet one thing remains certain. The space-time city's position will never change, even as Chaos continues to expand. Its location was fixed the moment Shurchen placed it there. It will not drift toward the edges with the passage of time. This was meant to serve as Shurchen's central hub and the future residence for all the Chaos Demon Gods. If even this city were to shift over time, like Honghuang, how could it possibly earn the title of center? Is this the space-time city Shurchen has prepared? The World Tree gazed upon the colossal city before its boundaries lost to sight, and asked with genuine curiosity. Though it had been aware of the city's placement, when Shurchen positioned it, direct perception differed from mere knowledge. Its vast ramparts stretched like a coiled dragon, silver light pulsing across its obsidian walls. Very well, let us enter. Within the great city there was not a soul to be seen. Only magnificent palaces rising on either side of broad thoroughfares. Shurchen had prepared everything meticulously, yet he had delayed settling anyone in. This was partly because he had been consumed with other matters, and partly because Honghuang had not yet opened to the outside, leaving him without the time or need to address such concerns. The World Tree and the Order Demon God walked together along these streets, observing the surrounding architecture until they arrived at the Order Demon God's palace. Upon it rested the unique mark of its lord, a statue representing the Order Demon God's true form. They entered the palace, and even from the exterior the structure was immense. Shurchen had designed each of the 3,000 palaces meant for the Chaos Demon Gods to rival a vast world in scale, an extravagance beyond measure. Inside it was even more magnificent. The Order Demon God and her kin could manifest their true forms within these halls without any sense of confinement. Each palace contained its own sun, crafted by Shurchen to mirror the solar star of Honghuang. Its purpose was purely illuminative, necessary given the cavernous interior that would otherwise fall into gloom. Some Chaos Demon Gods, however, preferred darkness, so upon taking residence, they might alter the arrangement to suit their tastes. The Order Demon God made no such changes, favoring light over darkness, a reflection of her grand and majestic path of order. Within the palace, there were no pillars to bear the weight of the structure. The grand hall stretched vast and open, leading to a staircase of 9,999 steps at its far end. Each palace differed in this regard. The number of steps corresponded to the various Dao branches beneath one's principal path. The Order Demon God's many subordinate paths accounted for the multitude of steps, while others bore fewer. Some, like the Destruction Demon God or Shurchen himself, and figures such as Pangu and Yang, may possessed over 10,000 subordinate paths, and thus their staircases numbered even higher. At the summit of the stairs rested the imperial throne reserved for these Chaos Demon Gods. Yet at present the seat remained empty, for the Order Demon God herself must place it there. Shurchen could not be expected to do everything. How does it fare? Is this palace not sufficiently magnificent? The Order Demon God spoke with evident pride, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This was her first time entering her own palace, and she found herself thoroughly pleased. Have you forgotten that I too have my own dwelling? Do you truly believe Shurchen would prepare anything less for me than what he has given you? The World Tree felt no envy. She knew well that while she had yet to visit her own palace, it would surely match the splendor of the Order Demon Gods. After all, this was the work of Shurchen. If it fell short of the others, would the remaining Chaos Demon Gods choose to reside here? That was hardly conceivable. Shurchen's ambitions were laid bare for all to see, and should he have committed such a glaring mistake, the World Tree would have nothing more to say. You make a fair point. Would you like to go see your palace first? Hearing the World Tree's words, the Order Demon God felt a touch of embarrassment. She had momentarily forgotten that this place was prepared for all the Chaos Demon Gods, not solely for herself. They should all be comparable in quality. There is no need. Having seen yours, I have a clear sense of what mine will be like. You should begin then. I am eager to see what form your justice and order have taken after all this preparation. Where is this place? When Divine Kesha appeared, she looked around with bewilderment at the surroundings. The space was immensely vast, like a world unto itself, with the sun hanging overhead. Kesha instinctively tried to analyze it, but quickly sensed something amiss. No matter how she attempted to interpret it, the sun above remained utterly unreadable, like an unknown entity. Even her vast repository of knowledge proved completely incapable of deciphering it. Divine Kesha, do you still remember me? Just then a voice sounded in Kesha's ear. It was extremely familiar to her, and naturally she had heard it before. It had remained etched in her mind. Kesha followed the sound and saw the Order Demon God seated high upon the throne atop the steps, and not far away the world tree seated on a throne lost in thought, Qin resting on one hand gazing at her with keen interest. Of course she did not recognize the world tree or know who it was, but the fact that it could remain seated on a throne in the presence of the Order Demon God clearly indicated that the world tree's status was no lower than that of the Order Demon God. Are you the Order Demon God? Divine Kesha had heard of the Order Demon God's name before. Although the Order Demon God had not revealed her name at that time, later Kesha learned from Sun Wukong who it was that had favored her, an existence that even Sun Wukong feared. Kesha did not know how powerful Sun Wukong was, but she knew one thing: Sun Wukong could destroy an entire world with a mere gesture. Then how powerful must that existence be which even Sun Wukong feared? It goes without saying. Indeed, you still remember me. The Order Demon God nodded with great satisfaction. She was extremely pleased with Divine Kesha. Back then, because Sun Wukong had suddenly entered that world, she had taken notice, and thus came to know Kesha, and also witnessed the righteous order that had gone astray. With her assistance, after many years of development, the once misguided righteous order had returned to the right path. Moreover, it was even more formidable than before, which was exactly what the righteous order required. And it was also one of the branches of her Order Dao. The seed she had planted back then had finally blossomed and borne fruit over the long ages, arriving at the time of harvest. May I ask, Great One, where is this place? Kesha looked around. If you said it was a world, the position where the Order Demon God sat didn't seem to fit. Rather, it looked like a palace. But if you said it was a palace, she would not quite believe it, because cognition defines the scope of your understanding. Although Kesha was a pioneer in the super god world, there were still many things she did not know. The world is vast and full of wonders. Kesha relied too much on her vast repository of knowledge, which was a common trait shared by all deities in the super god world. Since they became gods through technology, unlike the cultivation-based gods of other worlds, their greatest asset was their knowledge. Knowledge is destiny. This was most evident in them. Success came from technology, and failure also came from technology. The path of technology was easy to walk at the beginning. It could even create a host of gods no weaker than Earth immortals in a very short time. However, the difficulty of advancing further was extremely great. Sometimes not even a single step could be taken in billions of years. The development of technology is extremely complex. It is not something you can just take a step or two whenever you want. If it were that easy, wouldn't the ancient technological civilizations have done so? This is Shirkong City, and it will also be the place where you will live in the future. Your strength is considerable in your own world, but it is far too weak for us. Therefore, what you must do is to improve your technological level as quickly as possible. Only then can you help me stabilize everything in Shirkong City in the future. The Order Demon God intended to use Divine Kesha's angel civilization as a pawn to establish order, but the current angel civilization was far too weak. So weak that Kesha herself was only slightly stronger than a newly born creature in the Honghuang world, and the others were even more insignificant. You must know that Kesha now possessed a 4th-generation divine body among technological gods. A 4th-generation divine body could only match Earth immortals in Honghuang, that is the level of Earth gods. This was simply absurd. Moreover, the most important thing was that currently in Shirkong City, and even in the entire chaos, there were no technological laws from the super god world. This meant that her power could not be manifested in Shirkong City. She was merely a slightly stronger ant. Of course, the Order Demon God would also help them. It was nothing more than inscribing a small technological law in the chaos. As long as the super god universe was fully integrated into Shirkong City, it could be done. And the Great Dao would surely not refuse an additional law. Because an additional law was also helping the Great Dao grow, wasn't it? The growth method of the Great Dao was different from that of Chaos Demon Gods, so the Great Dao would not refuse. The diversification of worlds has always been something the Great Dao attempted. That was why Shurchin and others integrated some worlds into the chaos as subsidiary worlds, to help the chaos transform from unidimensionality to multidimensionality, preparing for the true multiverse in the future. Shirkong City. This is the place where we angels will dwell in the future. Yes, in the future you will live here. As for the outside chaos world, do not consider it for now. Wait until your strength is sufficient to survive before thinking of leaving Shirkong City. However, Shirkong City is so vast that you cannot imagine it. For you angels to completely traverse Shirkong City, well, 10 billion years would not be enough. So during this time, focus on developing your technology. To be honest, I am quite interested in your technology. Flesh and blood, our brief technology elevates to immortality. These were words that the Order Demon God had once heard from a creature who prayed to her in an unknown world. Initially, she dismissed it with a snort, thinking that technology was merely a minor path. But later, upon seeing the super god world, she felt that achieving immortality through technology might not be impossible. However, this path was very difficult to walk, and she wondered whether Kesha and her people could truly make something of it. What is this world all about? Now standing above the river of time, Shurchun gazed curiously at the world beneath his feet, for it was exceptionally peculiar. Calling it a world was not inaccurate, but the problem lay in that such a great world actually possessed very little world essence. Even the world will seem to have dissipated, the world will being an embodiment of essence. For the vast cosmos had no concept of the Great Dao, and the Dao of the Chaos World seemed somewhat special, as other worlds at most had a world will, while Chaos possessed the Great Dao. In essence, the world will was similar to the Heavenly Dao, both governing everything in the world. Yet they differed. The Heavenly Dao was a cycle of laws will formed by the convergence of all world laws, overseeing all development, and sometimes even intervening. But the world will was condensed from the world's essence. Although it also governed all laws, unlike the Heavenly Dao, which was itself formed by laws, the world will would die once its essence completely dissipated. And when the world will perish, the world would naturally be utterly destroyed. Under normal circumstances, the world will of this world that Shurchun now observed should have already perished, and even the world's essence should have been nearly depleted. Then the world should have been directly destroyed, or at least close to destruction. At the very least, it should have been filled with natural disasters and calamities, even spatial turbulence, with time and space continuously collapsing. Yet at this moment this world was perfectly fine, showing no difference from a world with abundant essence. It was precisely because of this that Shurchun took notice, for in the long river of time, he had never seen such a world before. How strange. This is actually a technological world. Despite its highly advanced technology, it hasn't completely consumed the world's essence. Instead, it has even derived a so-called essence power from technology to nourish the world. Is this why the world hasn't perished? After examining for a long time, Shurchun finally understood what was going on. It was not that the world's essence had been exhausted, nor that the world will had truly perished. Rather, the world will of this world was somewhat special. It had seemingly given birth to its own intelligence, and had even managed to transcend beyond the world. In fact, this world initially was similar to other worlds. The world will govern the world's laws following a mythological development path, the so-called divine world. But later, due to the continuous consumption of essence, the world will felt it could no longer sustain itself. It was at this moment that some races discovered the secrets of technology. Technology was a wonderful thing, for its early development was extremely rapid, allowing the weak races to rise quickly and even forcefully annihilate all the deities. The deaths of those deities naturally alarmed the world will, for after they died, their essence returned to the world. Upon investigation, the world will discovered that technology seemed to be a promising path. Through the collective will of sentient beings combined with complex emotions and deliberate actions of some, the world will eventually gave birth to its own intelligence. To better comprehend the Tao of technology, the world will step down from the divine altar and entered the technological era. Since the world will had done so, naturally other beings followed suit. Moreover, technology developed very rapidly, allowing races to enhance their strength faster. Any race that witnessed the power of technology chose to walk this path. The ultimate result was that this world completely evolved into a technological world, and all forms of cultivation naturally became unsuitable for it. However, the pursuit of the mystery of immortality seemed to be the greatest obsession of all living beings. The beings of this world were no exception. Thus, various technologies such as biotechnology and even genetic engineering emerged. The lifespans of ordinary people in this world broke through the 100-year barrier. Those who took genetic enhancements not only gained power, but also enjoyed greatly extended lifespans, at least for the beings of this world. What a peculiar world. It actually abandoned all mythological paths and turned to the Tao of technology. Truly a bold move. Even Shurchun couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of this world's world will. Taking the path of technology was virtually a road of no return. For races, it was a good thing. It allowed rapid development of strength, undoubtedly a huge temptation for any race. But for the world itself, it was a disaster. Because until now, before seeing this world, Shurchun had never known that the Tao of technology could also generate essence to nourish the world. And what was the most important thing in a world? Wasn't it the world's essence? Once essence was gone, the world would perish. Yet the world will of this world, knowing full well that without essence destruction was inevitable, resolutely chose the path of technology and even achieved a unique brilliance on it. Shurchun could only sigh in amazement at the boundless wonders of the world. One could only say that the world will of this world was extraordinarily daring, and most importantly, it had actually succeeded. Although the essence being returned now was still very little, something was better than nothing. With the essence now beginning to nourish the world, stability was restored. Presumably in the future, the returned essence would only increase. If this world could truly continue on this path, it might even aspire to become an eternal world. Of course, unless the beings in this world did something foolish. After all, the most terrifying thing about a technological world was the insatiable ambition of some races. Sometimes when they couldn't obtain something, they would destroy it. Things like planet bombs or black hole bombs. These were all capable of quickly destroying this world. For instance, in this world, traces of warp-speed spaceships traversing the starry sky could be seen everywhere. These traces to some extent disrupted the balance of space and time and were now ubiquitous. If such phenomena became too numerous and persisted over time, they could even destabilize the space and time of a world. As these two were the fundamental laws of a world, once they went wrong, destruction would be not far off. Welcome to the capital of Xinghe. A mechanical female voice rang out, and the ship soon decelerated to a halt. The cabin doors opened, and a group of people stepped out, among whom was Shurchin. Yet he appeared as ordinary as anyone else, and the surrounding crowd had no idea that the man who had arrived with them at the capital of Xinghe was actually a supreme being. Having sensed the uniqueness of this world, Shurchin felt an intense curiosity and nurtured a thought within him. Its realization depended on his observation of this world first, which is why he had disguised himself as an ordinary person and boarded the ship here. He also wanted to experience the level of technology in this world firsthand. After all, things seen through images or descriptions sometimes lack the tangible authenticity that real experience provides. As Shurchin stepped off the ship from the port and walked through the capital of the Xinghe Empire, he gazed at the myriad high-tech marvels surrounding him and felt a wave of nostalgia. This was his first time experiencing an era so advanced technologically. It is important to note that the technology here surpasses even that of transcendent worlds where technological development has gone astray. This world boasts truly advanced science with warp-capable starships representing only minor civilizations. More sophisticated cultures are already exploring temporal and spatial weapons, achieving remarkable results. The civilization's technological advancement spans 6 distinct tiers. At the lowest end, first-level civilizations have barely begun to explore beyond their home planets, developing spacecraft capable of reaching only 20 light-years per hour with limited civilian technology. At the pinnacle stands 6th-level civilization, known as Mythic Civilization, which has mastered the ability to manipulate time and annihilate space itself. Civilian technology has reached extraordinary heights and lifespans have been dramatically extended. 100 years of life is nothing but a joke. Ordinary citizens now live for over 1,000 years while the elite achieve true longevity, ascending to mythic status through technological means rather than divine intervention. Shurchin's current location, the Xinghe Empire, is not a 6th-level civilization, though it remains quite impressive. In the entire cosmos, there exists only one such civilization, and it has long since withdrawn from the mundane affairs of the universe, choosing instead to exist in seclusion. The 6th-level civilization is currently devoted to researching the origin itself. The ruler of this civilization is the world will of this universe, and it must study the origin to sustain itself. Without this effort, the world would face destruction, a fate it refuses to accept. Although it has descended from the throne of world will and transcended its former limitations, the 6th-level civilization's dominance remains bound to this world. It cannot yet leave this realm, for if the world perishes, the civilization would fall with it. No living being would willingly witness such an end. As a 5th-level civilization, the Xinghe Empire has 3 counterparts across the cosmos, each occupying its own corner. The 6th corner belongs to the superior civilization, while the remaining territories, those deemed unworthy of conquest, become the domain of lesser civilizations. Young man, you don't appear to be a subject of our Xinghe Empire. Are you visiting? As Shurchin explored his surroundings, a voice echoed in his ear. An elderly woman approached with a warm smile, revealing she had been watching him from afar ever since he walked down the street, drawn simply by his striking handsomeness. Though 5th-level civilizations have enhanced their people's genetics through serum treatments to produce attractive individuals, Shurchin's beauty still far surpasses theirs. While Shurchin may have altered his appearance, his inherent pride as a man prevents him from letting himself become unattractive. His transcendent demeanor makes him the natural center of attention wherever he stands, drawing numerous observers, though only this bold matron would approach him so directly. Yes, I am not from your Xinghe Empire. I had heard wonderful things about it, so I decided to visit while I had the opportunity. Shurchin recovered from his thoughts and glanced at her. Though an elderly woman, she was genuinely beautiful, admirable by human standards at least. He immediately discerned her age, over 500 years old, which qualifies as advanced years in a civilization with a millennium lifespan. Naturally, such longevity cannot compare with Shurchin's own existence. To him, even this entire world remains but a child, still immature, and his endless span of years dwarfs anything a mortal human could comprehend. Shurchin refers to her as human because the Xinghe Empire traces its origins to humanity, specifically to the people who evolved on Blue Star in this world. The world will of every universe shows profound affection for humankind, a fact that Shurchin and all others find difficult to fathom. Yet it is undeniable that humanity excels in genetics, creativity, reproduction, and wisdom, all qualities unmatched by other species. The world will's deep fondness for humanity led it to deliberately plant a seed of civilization among them when descending from its divine throne, and from that seed the fifth-level Xinghe Empire eventually arose. So when Shurchen identifies this Xinghe matron as human, he is technically correct, though with a caveat. The current population descends not from the pure humans of Blue Star, but from a new strain that carries foreign genetic material woven throughout. The foundational code of their DNA remains unchanged, however. Where do you hail from, and what is your family situation? The auntie seemed quite thrilled upon hearing Chen Shi's reply, and eagerly queried him again. In an instant a thick veil of exasperation shadowed Chen Shi's brow. He had quickly pieced together her true intention. She clearly wished to match her daughter with him. As for how he knew, even if one had never tasted pork, surely one had seen a pig trot by. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Before she could even process his words, Chen Shi vanished from where he stood. This was the Star River Empire, a mighty technological civilization whose citizens had all undergone genetic augmentation. Thus his sudden disappearance drew no surprise. The genetic elixirs not only prolonged their lives, but also vastly enhanced their physical prowess. Though the age of cultivation had passed, this world had birthing another marvel, the genetic warrior. To the onlookers, Chen Shi's swift departure merely registered as impressive speed, and they paid it no mind. And yet a tinge of regret lingered. After all, Chen Shi's transcendent aura held an irresistible allure to the beings of this world. Sigh, such a pity. It seems my daughter and he were never destined to cross paths. Murmuring wistfully after Chen Shi's departure, the auntie glanced about the bustling crowd before melting back into it, already seeking her next prospect. Clearly her daughter's marriage was a matter of deep concern. She had even taken to the streets herself to find a suitable match. Once safely away, Chen Shi finally exhaled in relief. Such a predicament was entirely new to him, and he was grateful he had fled so swiftly. Otherwise the situation would have been quite awkward. After all, how could one possibly grow angry? The woman had done nothing wrong. She merely wished to secure a husband for her daughter. Her intentions were noble, but honestly it would have been better if she had never set out on such a quest. Strange. Why does the world seem to harbor the faintest trace of disorder? Just as Chen Shi was reflecting, he suddenly sensed that time itself around him had faltered. Had it been any other disturbance, Chen Shi would not have given it a second thought. But temporal chaos was grave. On a lesser scale, it would merely ripple through this world's timeline, spawning countless divergent streams. On a grander scale, it could even imperil the river of time itself. Already burdened with infinite tributaries, the main current would suffer catastrophic strain if fresh branches erupted unexpectedly. In the most dire scenario, entire timelines could collapse. Such consequences would inevitably destabilize the river of time, which was precisely why Chen Shi reacted with such acute sensitivity. He had not felt any such anomaly before only moments ago. Someone was actively attempting to disrupt the timeline and had already achieved results. Were that not the case, such disturbances would not have surfaced. This world's understanding of time and space was extraordinarily profound, evidenced by the existence of temporal and spatial weapons. Yet as if the world's own consciousness recognized the perils of meddling with these forces, it had sealed away much of this knowledge. Though weapons had emerged, strange as it may seem, artifacts like time machines had never materialized. It was precisely this restraint that had kept the world's timeline relatively stable, a testament to the wisdom of its world consciousness. But now the faintest disorder had surfaced, detected not only by Chen Shi, but also by the world consciousness itself, which had assumed the mantle of leader of a Tier 6 civilization. Though it had stepped down from the divine altar, its dominion over the world remained absolute. Every law and principle unfolding within it lay fully within its comprehension. Thus, in the face of temporal chaos, the one most deeply concerned was not Chen Shi, but the world itself. Time has grown turbulent once more. Could someone be attempting to research time machines again? In some secluded corner, a figure radiant with golden light whispered to itself. Had Chen Shi been present, he would have recognized it as the former world consciousness, now the sovereign of a Tier 6 civilization. It resembled a human form, yet belonged to no mortal category, more akin to the central intellect of a mechanized civilization. My lord, what troubles you? As the head of both a nation and a profoundly powerful civilization, the being naturally stood surrounded by trusted confidants. A woman beside it spoke with visible concern as it pondered. Tell me, why do mortals persist in studying time, fully aware of its formidable complexity and the dire consequence that one misstep could unravel all of existence? Upon hearing her inquiry, the being felt no anger. The woman beside it was its most devoted confidant. Though it had abandoned its divine throne to personally shepherd a civilization toward its zenith, it still struggled to fathom the intricate depths of mortal hearts, which was precisely why such a companion existed at its side. She had been the first living being it encountered after descending from the divine realm. Her spirit was remarkably pure and her reverence for it unwavering. Over the years it had kept her close, seeking her counsel whenever matters of the heart arose. And so it was now, Once again the complexities of mortal nature left it bewildered. My lord, the human heart is profoundly complex. Life brings countless entanglements and regrets, and people inevitably long to return to the past to alter the course of time, to transform their sorrows into fulfillment. Thus arises their boundless avarice. Though the study of time is strictly forbidden, they still secretly pursue it, driven by a desperate desire to mend the fractures within their souls. Indeed, upon receiving its inquiry, her response came swiftly, and it was precisely because she too was human. Having tasted the bitter regrets of mortal existence, she understood desire intimately. Yet, my lord, one question has always lingered in my heart. Why do you forbid the study of time? Though time is shrouded in mystery, it is precisely that mystery which drives countless scholars to pursue it fervently. Yet why do you specifically suppress such research? Perhaps if we were to unravel time's secrets, no regret would remain. Would that not be a blessed outcome? The being remained silent. After hearing her words, it merely cast a profound gaze upon her. There were matters it chose not to inquire into, yet that did not mean it lacked knowledge. As the achieved world consciousness, its dominion over this world far exceeded the imagination of any other living being. Do you think it can truly be realized? At that moment, deep within the capital of the Xinghe Empire, inside a research facility, whose exact location no one knew, only two men existed. The two middle-aged men gazed at the pile of machines before them, asking uncertainly, "Who knows? At the very least, I hope it succeeds. If it does, I will be able to bring her back." Ma Lai spoke with a touch of melancholy, looking at the machines before him, feeling a surge of emotion. These were all materials for assembling a time machine, and once successful, he would be able to return to the past and change everything. Ma Lai was a scholar of time. A time scholar, in essence, was a researcher devoted to the study of time itself. The time bombs of earlier eras were among their achievements, but what he desired most to study was something that could traverse time, for only in that way could he make amends for the regrets in his heart. Everyone has their white moonlight from youth, and the younger one is the more one should avoid encountering someone extraordinarily captivating during those formative years. Ma Lai was no exception. In his youth, he met his white moonlight, a remarkably beautiful girl. Later they successfully came together. However, the paths they chose diverged. He chose to become a scholar, a researcher. Initially, his research direction was not time, but something else entirely. She, on the other hand, chose to join the military. At first, everything was fine. But one day, war broke out between the Xinghe Empire and another level 5 civilization. At that time, his beloved was ordered to the front lines, and the outcome was as expected, that she never returned. Recalling that night of parting, she had told him she would marry him upon her return. But he waited. 600 years passed. Even for people like them, how many 600-year spans could a life contain? When he received news of her death, he was completely stunned. From that moment on, he changed his research focus to become a time scholar. Ostensibly, it was to study the majesty of time, but secretly, he had been researching a forbidden topic, the feasibility of time travel. Previously, although he had achieved some results, he still had little idea whether true time travel was possible. It was not until recently that an unknown person sent him this pile of machines via courier, the very ones now arranged in his laboratory. It was said that once assembled, and if he could break through the underlying code, he could use the machine to traverse time and return to the past. The man beside him was named Yu, his best friend. The two had grown up together, true brothers. They had become researchers together, and when he learned of Ma Lai's shift in research focus, Yu unhesitatingly abandoned his own research direction to help him, even secretly studying the forbidden topic of time travel alongside him. The topic of time travel was not originally proposed by them. Such research had existed since the very concept of time was first mentioned. In the beginning, there was no notion of anything being forbidden. Everything was open to study. But no one knew what had happened later. For some reason, research into time travel was suddenly banned. Scholars who studied this topic were either killed or forced to switch to other fields, and this subject became a taboo across the entire universe. Not only was it prohibited by the Xinghe Empire, it seemed no civilization across the cosmos permitted its continued study. Discovery meant execution by hanging. Over time, this topic was naturally placed high on the shelves of libraries, forgotten. Yet knowing full well that pursuing this research meant death, Ma Lai and his brothers still chose to study it. This alone shows how devastating the power of one's white moonlight can be. Do you think that person sent these materials to us for a reason? And how did they know we were studying this topic? Consider this, because researching this topic carried the death penalty, their work was conducted with utmost secrecy. The fact that only 2 people occupied this laboratory made that clear. It was not that their research facility was too small, or that no one was willing to come. It was simply that they did not want others to join them. Outwardly, their research direction was the feasibility of temporal collision, but secretly, they were studying the forbidden topic of time travel. Naturally, they would not recruit other researchers. Moreover, they were not short of funds, otherwise they would not have established their own laboratory in the imperial capital. Therefore, regarding that mysterious figure who suddenly sent them this pile of materials, they were both curious and afraid. They did not know what purpose drove the sender to deliver these things to them, nor how the other party knew they were studying this topic. Enough of that. Let us assemble it quickly. Only after it is built can we determine whether it is real. As for what that mysterious person wants, what does it have to do with us? All we want is the time machine, is it not? Once we return to the past, everything in this world will have no connection to us anymore. Then whatever conspiracy they harbor cannot reach us. If it fails, it simply means these materials are fake. Even if Imperial officers come to inspect, there will be nothing to fear. So there is no cause for worry. Ma Lai said this completely indifferent. At this point his entire mind was focused on assembling the time machine, and nothing else entered his thoughts. You make a valid point. Why think so much? Let us get to work. I also want to see whether the time machine can truly be developed. If it works, then this topic proves that time travel is indeed achievable. The two then began their busy work. The materials for assembling the time machine were numerous, and many components were exceedingly delicate, requiring great care to complete. Even the slightest mistake could cause everything to fail, so they could not afford to be careless. This was related to whether the time machine would succeed, and whether they would remain safe during the traversal. What they did not know at that moment was that behind them a figure had already been standing there for half a day, quietly watching them assemble the time machine, without saying a word or making any movement. Finally the assembly is complete. After an unknown length of busy work, Ma Lai and his friend finally assembled all the materials before them. Once the final step was completed, the time machine would be ready for use. Whether it would actually work remained unknown, but at least before that last step it was certain. It was not easy. After 3 whole days of hard work, the assembly is finally complete. Yes, they had been busy for 3 full days to finally finish. Throughout those 3 days they never rested. If not for the genetic agents they had taken and their own experience of working in such a manner, it would have been impossible to persist. If it were anyone else, they would have given up after the first day and insisted on a good rest. But the two of them worked without a single pause for 3 days. Indeed, the assembly is finally finished. Once the last component is installed, we can witness whether the time machine truly exists. Ma Lai also felt emotional. He turned his gaze to the last item. It was not a material, but rather a power source. The energy required for the time machine was not ordinary. Ordinary energy sources could not truly drive it. Even the most commonly used dark energy in the Star River Empire was insufficient. It needed a new type of energy, time collision energy. Only this special energy could power the machine. Time collision energy essentially involves cutting off 2 periods of time, placing them in a special container, and then using special underlying code to accelerate one and decelerate the other, causing them to collide. Because the flow rates differ, the collision unleashes a terrifying force. If this force were extracted alone, it would be enough to destroy the entire Star River Empire. However, due to the special material that contains it, as long as it is not damaged artificially, the force remains inside without erupting. Only such energy could power the entire time machine. This was mentioned in the pile of materials sent to them by the mysterious person, and that person also sent this device. After all, if they had to research it themselves, it would be a huge waste of time, as it belonged to 2 completely different fields. They might never be able to develop it in their entire lives. You do it, or shall I it? Anyu looked at Ma Lai and asked. Such a sacred moment. Any researcher would want to personally witness it. But because Ma Lai was his good brother, and the proposer of this project, Anyu did not want to steal his thunder. Moreover, studying the time machine was Ma Lai's wish. Let me do it. Ma Lai took a deep breath and said to Anyu. He knew Anyu also wanted to do it himself, but this was his long-cherished wish, to assemble the time machine with his own hands and travel to the past. After speaking, Ma Lai walked toward the time collider. A mere meter's distance, but for him it felt like a journey of half a lifetime. His steps were heavy and his heart was filled with anxiety. He did not know if he would succeed or if he could ever see her again. But for her, he was willing to give up everything, even his life. Have you thought it through? The moment you place that device, the time of this world will change because of you. Just as Ma Lai picked up the time collider and walked to the time machine ready to insert it into the vacant slot, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The voice came so abruptly that the previously quiet lab instantly became noisy. Startled, Ma Lai and Anyu both turned around to look at the speaker, their eyes unconsciously flashing with shock and thought. They had never expected another person to suddenly appear in their lab. Although they did not know how the person had entered or why they had activated all the laboratory's security mechanisms for this final moment, even shutting down the artificial intelligence. And now someone had broken in. In the current society, everyone had their own AI assistant. However, since the terminals of these AI assistants were all in the hands of the Empire, they had to shut down the entire AI to prevent any leaks. They even removed all machines that could detect their activities, fearing exposure. Everything was done manually by themselves. Who are you and how did you get in here? Ma Lai quickly hid the time collider behind his back. Though it was self-deception, at least it gave him some psychological comfort. Anyu did not speak, but looked at Shurchen with suspicion, clearly pondering how Shurchen had entered. How I got in is not important. What matters is what you are doing now, isn't it? The one who appeared was naturally Shurchen. Only he could do that. He had actually arrived here the moment he first sensed the anomaly in time, but he had not disturbed them until now. We did nothing, Malai said somewhat guiltily, even stepping back a few steps. You know in your heart whether you did anything. You haven't answered my question yet. Are you really going to do this? Placing the time collider in your hand into the time machine as its power source. Do you understand the consequences? Or is it that for the sake of the her in your heart you are willing to give up everything to make this choice? Shurchin said casually. He even walked directly to Malai and took the time collider from his hand before the other could even react. So this is the time collider. Quite an interesting little toy. Shurchin examined the time collider in his hand with interest. This thing, though easy to describe, was actually extremely difficult. First, you needed a machine capable of cutting off time. Second, the container for time had to withstand the energy released by the time collision. These 2 points alone were beyond the capability of an ordinary civilization. The Star River Empire clearly did not have such ability, so this device must have come from a level 6 civilization, as research on time was originally proposed by level 6 civilizations. Give that thing back to me. Shurchin took the time collider away, which made Malai deeply anxious. This was the most crucial component of the time machine, and he only had one. If Shurchin took it and refused to return it, his time machine would be rendered useless. So how could he not be worried? Here, take it. Shurchin merely glanced at it, and seeing the other's urgency, casually tossed it back. Malai caught it gently with his hands. Though the material was extremely special and would not be damaged even if dropped, he still took it with the utmost care, as if it were a precious treasure. Who exactly are you? Why are you stopping me? Malai carefully placed the time collider on the table behind him, then looked at Shurchin with a puzzled expression and asked. He could sense that Shurchin seemed indifferent to these things, otherwise he would not have taken the time collider, glanced at it, and then returned it. But why was he here? And why had he prevented him from installing the time collider into the time machine? Me? Just an ordinary passerby. But it seems you haven't answered my question yet. Shurchin chuckled lightly and said casually. He had already asked his question at the very beginning, but obviously the other party had not yet given an answer. As for Anyo, Shurchin did not ask him, for he was merely assisting Malai. The one truly engaged in these matters was Malai himself. I don't know what you're talking about. Malai's brow furrowed slightly. He truly did not understand what Shurchin meant. In his view, he had merely researched the time machine. Although this research was a universal taboo, he did not believe it posed any great harm to others, mainly because their understanding of time was not profound. Moreover, researching the time machine was not that difficult. As long as one understood time acceleration and time reversal, one could roughly grasp the principle of time travel. However, they had no idea whether time travel would alter the current timeline. That was why they were so obsessed with building the time machine, even willing to defy the prohibition. Ignorance was the most terrifying thing. Don't you know? Then do you know the consequences once you develop this thing? What consequences? It's just that this topic is a universal taboo. Once I actually create it, the entire universe will have no place for me. But for her sake, I don't care about any of that. Malai said with a resolute expression. He would give up everything for her, even his life. If he were caught before he could travel after completing the research, then he would simply go down to accompany her. Although as a scholar, he must absolutely believe in science, when it came to matters like this, they still wished for a next life. You're thinking too simply. Do you know why the 6th level civilizations have strongly listed time travel as a taboo? You see, in fact, both the Star River Empire you now belong to and the current 6th level civilizations are all researching topics about time, some even more profound than time travel. Yet only this one topic has been listed as a taboo, forbidding any scholar from researching it. Even back then, a large number of scholars sacrificed their lives for it. Shurchin did not explain immediately. Instead, he posed a question. This was a question that many scholars in this world wondered about, including Malai and his friend Anyo, for they too were scholars of time, and of this taboo in particular. Actually, it's very simple. Other research on time does not interfere with the concept of time itself, but time travel does. Time is like a river, and all living beings are fish living in that river. Every fish from the moment of birth swims downstream along the river, never turning back until death. Yet the existence of a time machine is like a reverse flow device that helps you go from downstream back upstream. However, you must realize one thing: you are all in the same river. If you go back upstream and change the life of another fish, what will happen? Because of your action, the lives of many fish will be altered. This shouldn't be hard for you to understand. It's what is called changing time. But you must be clear: for the present time, you are altering the established past. The consequence is that the present time will become chaotic. There is only one river. If you change the past, the future time will be thrown into chaos. In severe cases, it could even cause the river to collapse, what is called the annihilation of all ages. So do you still want to do this? For a person who is already dead, you would change the past time, causing the collapse of present space-time, turning everything to ashes. What you can actually change is only a few hundred years, because when you return to this time, you will still perish. Since the main world perishes at this time, all its subordinate parallel worlds will be destroyed. You must be very clear about this, because it was a topic you once researched, wasn't it? Shurchen smiled at him as he spoke, seemingly asking a question, but in fact he was stating facts. So what? For me, as long as I can see her again, I don't care about any of this. This world has no hope anyway. Let it all be destroyed. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ma Lai's face, but soon it turned resolute. Sometimes love truly drives people mad. Even after hearing Shurchen's words, he still wanted to complete the time machine. But in fact he was gambling. He bet that Shurchen's words were merely meant to scare him, and that the actual outcome would not be so terrifying. That was why he spoke that way. What a talent indeed. Even Shurchen had to remark. Ma Lai's imagination was not bad, but unfortunately Shurchen was not deceiving him. In fact, what he said was quite conservative. Because if he actually did this, the consequences would be far more than that. It could even cause problems for the entire River of Time. Otherwise, why would Shurchen be here? A small world's destruction would be just that, destruction. It would have no impact on him. But because it involved the River of Time, he had to appear here. You are unlikely to have the chance to continue the assembly. Suddenly Shurchen turned his head to glance at the door behind him, then said meaningfully to Ma Lai, "And in you." As for why he said so, it was because he had sensed someone approaching, and they were not of a friendly disposition. What do you mean? Ma Lai was perplexed, for he could not comprehend Shurchen's intentions. From the start, he had been unable to discern Shurchen's reason for being there. If he came to stop him, why had he not yet taken action? Instead, he had asked bizarre questions and uttered words that Ma Lai seemed to understand, but found confusing. If he was not there to stop him, then why had he said those things? Was that not the very meaning of stopping him? You will know soon enough. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, after Shurchen finished speaking, there came from outside the door a series of urgent knocks, and the sound was extremely loud, clearly indicating that the visitor was rather agitated. What's going on? Ma Lai and Yu were instantly stunned. They had no idea what was happening, and at that moment, they stood there helplessly, not knowing what to do. They were clearly panicked, and didn't even think of going to open the door. Shurchen, however, stood there imperturbably, completely motionless. But then the door was suddenly thrown open, and a group of people rushed in with a woman at the forefront. After they entered, the woman first cast a discreet glance at the time machine, then noticed the unassembled time collider on the table. A trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Then with a stern expression, she looked at Ma Lai and Yu and demanded loudly, "Ma Lai and Yu, your crimes have been exposed. Come with us." Behind her, a group of heavily armed soldiers upon her finish raised their guns, and the dark muzzles were all aimed at Ma Lai and Yu. Although both of them had taken gene potions, they were merely scholars. The gene potions only enhanced their lifespan, and their actual combat abilities were only on par with ordinary people outside. Therefore, facing the dark muzzles at this moment, they were also terrified. "Who are you?" Ma Lai, suppressing his fear, asked the woman. He felt that something was off. First, a stranger had mailed them the materials for the time machine. Then, after they had finished assembling it, Shurchen suddenly appeared to stop them. Now another group of people had shown up, claiming their actions had been exposed. The problem was that he still had no idea how they had been exposed. He felt as though he had been drawn into a whirlpool of conspiracy. But who was plotting against them? And what exactly was their purpose? Holy Empire Enforcement Team, the woman said to Ma Lai with a proud expression. When Ma Lai heard this name, his pupils contracted sharply. He was all too familiar with it. Presumably any creature living under this cosmic starry sky would not find this name unfamiliar. The Holy Empire was the only level 6 civilization. The Holy Empire's enforcement team was a highly unique department said to be beyond the command of any organization within the Empire. They were solely loyal to the Chancellor of the Holy Empire, and apart from his orders, no one could mobilize them. Moreover, whenever the Holy Empire's enforcement team was on a mission, even other level 5 empires had to fully cooperate. The Holy Empire's enforcement team had only executed a few missions. What Ma Lai knew was that the last time was when the time acceleration research became forbidden. The scholars who died were at their hands. And that time the enforcers had bloodily purged the entire universe, and all scholars involved in this topic either perished miserably or switched to other subjects. And now the enforcers of the Holy Empire had actually appeared here. This meant that their actions had indeed been exposed. It seems you know who we are. In that case, come with us. Do not try to resist, or you will regret making that decision. The woman looked at Ma Lai and said calmly with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Resist them. Don't even think about it. You must understand that the Holy Empire Enforcement Team, as the personal guard of the Chancellor of the only level 6 civilization in the entire universe, naturally possesses power that ordinary people cannot match. It is no exaggeration to say that these few individuals here have the ability to annihilate a level 3 civilization without any high-tech assistance, solely by relying on their own combat prowess. They are elite warriors ranked among the best in the universe. I will not resist. But can you tell me how you knew I was researching this? This was both Ma Lai's and Yu's doubt. Now that they had been exposed, he naturally had no thought of resistance, because if they did not resist, the worst they faced was death. But if they did resist, it would be a living hell. They must not underestimate the ruthlessness of these people. If you don't want others to know, you must not do it. Did you really think that turning off the so-called artificial intelligence would cut off all communication? Did you forget that artificial intelligence itself was developed by our holy empire? Exactly. Upon hearing the woman's words, and Yu's eyes flickered. He had always had some distrust of the so-called artificial intelligence, and now it was indeed as he had suspected. Artificial intelligence was indeed created by the Holy Empire. Although the AI they had purchased had its underlying code in the Xinghe Empire, as its creators, the Holy Empire could naturally access the underlying code of that AI in the Xinghe Empire whenever they wished. Even if they shut it down, it would be futile unless they removed all technological devices from the entire laboratory. But obviously that was not realistic. In this era, who doesn't use technology? However, as long as they use technology, they would be monitored by the AI. Even if they shut it down, it would be ineffective. The only thing to say is that AI is very convenient, but at times there is no privacy whatsoever. Take them away. Soon 2 soldiers stepped forward and took Yu and Ma Lai away. As he left, Ma Lai glanced at the spot where Shurchen stood, his eyes filled with curiosity, for until now he had only just remembered that there seemed to be such a presence in the laboratory. But why did those people act as if they couldn't see Shurchen? After his gaze fell upon him, Shurchen merely smiled at him, as if saying nothing, yet as if conveying something. 2 good-for-nothings. I delayed for you for so long, yet you still haven't finished this thing. After everyone had left, the woman from before walked up to the time machine and the time collider, muttering in frustration, her eyes blazing with anger. She hadn't expected that several days had passed according to her plan, Ma Lai, and you should have already assembled the time machine and be ready to use it. She had chosen this time to bring people precisely to intercept them perfectly, but she never expected these 2 to be such incompetents. She had already sent them the components, yet they still hadn't finished after all this time. However, seeing the time machine, now only 1 step away from completion, the woman breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although she could not touch it herself, that didn't mean no one else could. Without Yu and Ma Lai, she could simply find someone else to assemble it. With a wave of her hand, the woman stowed away the time machine and the time collider. After confirming there was nothing else left in the laboratory, she turned and left. Shortly after her departure, the entire laboratory suddenly exploded. The explosion naturally affected the Galaxy Empire. After all, this was the capital of the Galaxy Empire. The imperial capital, which had never witnessed such an incident since the Empire's founding, suddenly experienced an explosion. In an instant, the official departments of the Galaxy Empire were bombarded with inquiries. But what could they do? They all knew that this was the work of the Sacred Empire's enforcement squad, but could they speak out? Speaking out would inevitably offend the Sacred Empire's enforcement squad. No one knew if they were petty. If they found a pretext to eliminate them, even the Empire's high officials would dare not say a word. So they had no choice but to swallow this bitter loss in silence. In the end, the department's high officials, unable to withstand public pressure, pushed out a scapegoat to completely quell the matter. Of course, the Sacred Empire also gave the Galaxy Empire some compensation. Otherwise, the Galaxy Empire, as a 5th-tier civilization, though weaker, was not so weak that it would tolerate such treatment. Both were sovereign empires. If you were to act like this, then we might as well abandon this so-called peace. So the Sacred Empire, aware of its own fault, offered compensation. Otherwise, getting the Galaxy Empire to keep silent would be better achieved through war. Meanwhile, inside the Sacred Empire, Lord, the people have been brought back into the Empire. How should they be dealt with? The woman who had appeared in Ma Lai and in Yu's laboratory now stood in the residence of the Sacred Empire's supreme leader, looking reverently at the leader seated above and asking respectfully. This woman was the very one who had been by the leader's side before, his absolute confidant. But now it seems she too had developed ulterior motives. Keep them in custody for now. The leader did not say much, but his words made the woman below shudder. Normally, for such a violation of cosmic taboos, they would execute the captured immediately. But this time, strangely, he just wanted them locked up. Why was that? A flicker of unease crossed the woman's heart, but since the leader had spoken, she could not argue. As the supreme leader of the Sacred Empire, his authority was overwhelming. The entire empire was essentially his autocracy, with no one daring to contradict him. Yes. The woman acknowledged and went to make arrangements. Originally, she had intended to take the captives straight to the execution ground, but since the leader said to keep them in custody, she naturally had to retrieve them from the execution ground. Who are you? Why are you here? After the woman left, the supreme leader of the Sacred Empire turned his gaze to a spot beside where the woman had stood, asking with a hint of surprise. This was his domain. As the residence of the Sacred Empire's supreme leader, its defenses were simply absurd. There was no place in the entire universe that could compare. Yet in such a place a stranger had appeared. Looking at the man before him, the Sacred Empire's supreme leader was not only astonished, but also puzzled. He could not see through Shurchen's fate. In his eyes, Shurchen was like a vast chaos. No matter how he tried to probe, he could not pierce through it. Although he had stepped down from the pedestal of the world will, that did not mean he could no longer see through others' destinies. Any living being of this world standing before him would be laid bare. unless the other was not a being of this world. But he did not believe that. Over the long ages from the time he was the world while just stepping down, and until now he had never encountered a being from another world. So he did not believe the man before him was such a being. Moreover, he did not even believe there were other worlds beyond his own. At most he thought Chen was simply special, and that since he had stepped down from the pedestal his abilities had declined, which was why he could not see through him. Me, an ordinary time traveler. You can also call me the time controller. The visitor was none other than Chen. No living being of this world could casually walk into the residence of the Sacred Empire's supreme leader of this sixth-tier civilization. Only Chen, an outsider, could accomplish this. Time traveler, time controller, truly overbearing titles. A flicker of astonishment passed through the Sacred Empire's supreme leader's eyes. He clearly had not expected such a title, but he also knew that Chen would not deceive him. The stronger a being, the more they understood causality and fate. If a title could not be borne by one's own destiny, death awaited. So since Chen dared to introduce himself thus, it meant his strength was sufficient to bear such a title. Just a mortal's appellation, there is nothing domineering about it. It means nothing to me. Chen paid it no heed, for compared to such a title he far preferred being called the Time Demon God or the Chaos Demon God. Yet mortals could never comprehend these appellations, so they forever referred to him as the Time Controller. Of course this might change in the future, but for now it was so. Then what is your purpose in coming here? For amusement? Or merely passing through on a journey? The sovereign of the Shangxing Empire inquired with curiosity. From Chen's words, he had gleaned that this world was not the only one. Though still somewhat perplexed as a former world, he could not doubt Chen's words. No particular purpose. I was simply passing by, and found your world quite appealing, so I descended to have a look. Then when will you leave? Upon hearing Chen's reply, the other spoke calmly with an air of wanting to send him away. This was understandable after all. After all, this was his world. It was akin to a stranger you did not know suddenly appearing in your home, and it seemed you might not even be able to defeat him, ignorant of his intentions in coming. Though the stranger claimed to be a tourist passing by who felt your home's decoration was exquisite and barged in to take a look, as the host you would still worry whether he harbored ill intentions or coveted something in your house. The sovereign of the Shangxing Empire entertained the same thought. Though his home held nothing worth Chen coveting as the host, he could not help but think this way, and Chen could do nothing about it. I will leave eventually, but before that, how about we make a deal? Chen naturally knew what was on the other's mind, but he did not care. For him, few things in this world sparked his interest, so after a brief tour he would indeed depart. However, before leaving, he always wanted to take something away, did he not? A deal. What do you wish to trade? The sovereign of the Shangxing Empire was astonished. He had never expected Chen to propose a trade. Had he taken a liking to something in this world? But if it were something, why would a powerhouse like Chen not simply take it directly? Could he even resist? As if he had any ability to resist. Though it would displease him, the strong always held absolute dominion. In his world this was the rule, and he assumed it was the same in Chen's world. Yet now the other spoke of a trade. Could it really be that good? You give me all the knowledge of science and technology in this world, and in exchange I will forego destroying your world. How about it? Isn't this a very worthwhile deal? Chen said calmly, but his words left the other utterly stunned. What did you say? Upon hearing Chen's words, the sovereign of the Shangxing Empire was shocked and furious. What shocked him was not that Chen had taken a liking to the technology of his world. To be honest, this was a fine thing for a technological world, but utterly useless to someone from a cultivation world like Chen, and many powerhouses would disdain such a technological civilization. What shocked him was the vile trade conditions, sparing his world, not destroying it, as a bargaining chip to exchange for his world's technology. That meant Chen had originally planned to destroy his world upon leaving. Was this the mindset of these powerhouses? Of course he did not know that Chen was simply bluffing. Chen was not so brutal. Had anyone ever seen him destroy a world after leaving it? He simply did not want to offer other benefits, or rather he was too lazy to bring out anything else to trade, so he used this excuse. Of course it was also something he was fully capable of doing. If the other party refused to comply, then taking such action was not impossible, provided the other knew when to back down, otherwise he would not mind frightening him. Did you not hear clearly? Do you need me to repeat it? Chen's voice carried a hint of impatience. Why did these people always ask him to repeat himself after he had already spoken? It was quite annoying. They say good words are not spoken twice, yet these people always insisted on hearing it again. No need. The other swallowed hard, and seeing the obvious impatience in Chen's eyes, he quickly said. Asking Chen to repeat himself would surely cause trouble, so he declined directly. Besides, he had indeed heard clearly, he was just shocked and incredulous. In that case, should you not give me your answer? I will give you what you want, but only if you do not do that. Clearly the other was terrified. Now as a mortal he too harbored the emotion of fear, though it had not existed before when he was a lofty existence. But facing someone like Chen he could not help but be afraid, for Chen would indeed strike, and he would inevitably die. He had no doubt about that. Then he produced a light orb which contained precisely what Shi needed. All the knowledge of science and technology in this world. Facing an existence like Shi, he dared not conceal anything. If he held back and Shi took note of it, the misfortune would fall on him. So he did not dare to do so, and naturally would not hide anything. Moreover, it was only a bit of technological knowledge, nothing worth hiding. It was not as if he was being asked to give up the world's origin. Even if Shi demanded the world's origin, he would probably have handed it over given his mindset. But the world's origin was meager and Shi could not be bothered, so he did not do so. After all, by using this technology, he could derive a method to continuously generate origin in the Chaos World in the future. So why would he bother doing that? The item is already given to you. You can leave now, can't you? The supreme leader of the Holy Empire looked at Shi with displeasure and remarked that he had already given him the item, though he was reluctant unless he wanted his own world to be destroyed. Thus at this moment his mood was extremely bad. Don't say that there's still a show to watch. I'll leave after I've seen it. Shi smiled. After receiving the technological knowledge, he was not ready to leave immediately. After all, there was a good show to watch here. Anyway, he was bored, so why not watch the show to the end before leaving? What do you mean? At his words, the other party's face instantly turned very ugly. He didn't know what show Shi was talking about, but it was certainly not a good thing. How would you handle the betrayal of those around you? Shi wore an indifferent expression. What? The other party's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't that he didn't know about this matter, but he was very clear about it. However, he hadn't expected Shi to know about it, and it seemed he was prepared to watch it as a show before leaving. Tap tap. As footsteps approached, Shi simply revealed a smile, and then said nothing more. The other party obviously understood Shi's intention. Since Shi was determined to watch until the end, he also said no more. You're back? How did it go? The supreme leader of the Holy Empire glanced subtly in Shi's direction, only to see that he had somehow already sat down on a chair with an expression of watching a show. This made him feel quite displeased, but he couldn't say anything. After all, he was no match for Shi. So he could only choose to ignore him, and then looked with a dignified air at the returning woman, his close companion. Your Excellency, those two are currently in custody awaiting your orders at any time. The woman hurriedly replied respectfully after hearing the supreme leader's inquiry, but a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Let's ignore them for now. Where is the time machine you want to confiscate? Hand it over to me. The supreme leader said calmly, seeming indifferent to those two, and even to the time machine, as if it didn't matter. Your Excellency, when I arrived, those two had already destroyed the time machine, so I did not bring it back. The woman said to the supreme leader, but clearly she was lying because the time machine had actually been collected by her, yet now she told him it was destroyed. As the supreme leader of the Holy Empire and former world, well, it was obvious that the woman did not know his true identity, otherwise she would never have said such a thing. Is that so? Obviously the supreme leader did not believe it, and it was clear that the other party had no faith in his ability to control the world, otherwise she would not have said such a thing. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Forgive you? Qin, how long have you been with me? The supreme leader was very disappointed. He had sent her to handle this matter instead of someone else precisely because he wanted to give her a chance to change her ways. But obviously she did not understand his good intentions and even tried to deceive him, treating him as if he were a fool. In reply to Your Excellency, Qin has been with you for 100,000 years. Yes, 100,000 years, a very long time for most people. But for Shi and the supreme leader, it was just a blink of an eye. However, for Qin, it was long enough to change her heart. 100,000 years, truly a long time. It seems what I said back then was right. Time is enough to change anyone's thoughts, including yours. Can you tell me, in these 100,000 years, have I ever treated you badly? Why did you do this to me? The supreme leader's voice was filled with disappointment. He had placed great hopes in Qin, and not only because she had been with him the longest. 100,000 years ago he had just stepped down from the divine throne and entered the Holy Empire as its supreme leader, but also because Qin was very pure at that time, with only him in her heart, and she was the only one who could talk with him. But he never expected that after 100,000 years people's hearts would eventually change. Your Excellency has been very good to me. I have betrayed your trust. Qin also knew that the supreme leader was aware of her betrayal. She appeared very calm, neither making a fuss nor kneeling to beg for mercy. She just stood there composedly. Can you tell me why you betrayed me? Although he controlled the world, and basically no major events could escape his eyes, he was no longer the world he once was. His control over the world had weakened too much, and he could never understand human nature, because he was not human. He was a god high above once, and still. Your Excellency, high above, how could you possibly know what love is? Do you still remember the massacre you ordered regarding the research on time? Qin's face was bitter because in that incident the one she loved most had left her. It turned out that the supreme leader high above would not inspire so-called feelings in anyone, only respect. And Qin was no exception. Having been by the supreme leader's side for 100,000 years, she knew his character best. So she did not fall in love with the supreme leader, but being a woman she eventually fell in love with someone else. a researcher, and one who studied time. That was 1,000 years ago. At that time, because those researchers had touched upon the taboo of time, the supreme leader issued an order prohibiting the study of time. But obviously, as scholars, they would not obey any orders. In their hearts, their own research was the most important. So not a single one of them obeyed the cosmic ban issued by the supreme leader, and the scholar Qin liked was no exception. Even under Qin's protection, his research progressed much faster than that of others. And it was at that time that the supreme leader detected a slight anomaly in his control of the laws of time, so he learned that the research on time had not actually stopped. Enraged, he directly issued an extermination order. All scholars involved in time research must die. And that time he did not let Qin know, but directly bypassed her, and ordered the enforcement squad to act. When Qin learned of this news, her beloved that scholar had died tragically under the blades of the enforcement squad. From then on, Qin was no longer loyal to the supreme leader. Sometimes women are just unreasonable. Actually, this matter was their own fault. In the beginning, the supreme leader had not intended to use force. He only asked them to stop their research and give up the study of time travel. If they stopped, everything would be fine. You see, those who gave up time travel research and switched to other topics did not die in that massacre. It was clearly their own disobedience that led to this outcome, yet they blamed the one who gave the order. And Qin was the same. For the past 1,000 years, she had been secretly collecting materials and preparing until the appearance of Malai, and Anyo gave her hope, which led to what happened later. She needed the time machine because she wanted to go back to before the turmoil erupted over 1,000 years ago. She had to save her beloved. What exactly is love? Standing atop the river of time, Shurchin gazed solemnly down at the flowing waters and murmured. He had already departed from that world. At the end of that drama, the woman named Qin was ultimately exiled by her leader. Though she did not die, the moment of exile had already sealed her tragic fate. She possessed an extended lifespan, yet her final outcome would inevitably be grim. Perhaps she would perish in some desolate corner in the future, or perhaps she would lose her sanity somewhere along the way. Shurchin paid little heed to such matters, regarding them as merely transient encounters. Only the Tao occupied his heart. Emotions were something he neither comprehended nor wished to understand. Boom. Suddenly the river of time froze as though halted by an invisible force, and Shurchin lifted his head in terror toward a specific location. It was a dark, piercing gaze. When their eyes met, Shurchin felt the weight of death pressing against him, an emotion long forgotten since he first embarked upon his cultivation path. He had nearly convinced himself he had long abandoned such sensations, yet now he felt it with terrifying clarity. Time around him seemed to crystallize in an instant. That single glance felt both fleeting and eternal, stretching across eons. That gaze arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Precisely because it disappeared, Shurchin gained a fragile moment to breathe. Huff huff. What was that? Shurchin, having regained his composure, stared in terror toward the end of the river of time. For the first time, he had encountered the sensation of death itself. Though everything around him had returned to normal, not even a fraction of his fear had dissipated. The sensation was so terrifying that Shurchin would never wish to endure it again under any circumstances. In truth, Shurchin was not the only one affected by this feeling. Across all the heavens, ancient beings who had reached his realm had all sensed it. That dark, hollow gaze, devoid of any vitality, like the eyes of an empty void. Yet it was precisely this gaze that had paralyzed every ancient existence. What was that? How terrifying! One by one, these ancient beings snapped out of their shock, each overcome with dread. There was no escaping it. They had never before experienced true death, yet beneath that gaze they felt it acutely, as if the next moment would claim them. The sensation was unbearable. I do not know. Could it be that some terrifying existence beyond our knowledge is on the verge of awakening? Someone ventured to guess. Although that gaze was hollow, it undeniably resembled the look of a living being. The only entities capable of instilling such terror were those far stronger than themselves. Yet they could not recall who it might be. Though their existence stretched back through ancient times, they were not so old as to remember everything about this world. Perhaps only a handful knew the true identity behind that gaze. So you are destined to awaken after all. At that moment, within some dimension, the Qin Ming controller gazed solemnly into the endless expanse and whispered to herself. She naturally recognized the one behind that gaze, and with painful familiarity. Had she the power, she would have killed them immediately, but she knew she could not. She had failed in the past, and she certainly could not succeed now. In the past, she had only barely managed to subdue that entity by allying with several others of her kind. Because of that struggle, some perished, and others were maimed. Now facing the one who would soon emerge once more, they stood no chance at all. Great Dao, it appears that this time I must come to meet you sooner than expected. Finally, the Qin Ming guardian withdrew her gaze, murmured something, and vanished from where she stood. No one knew where she had gone. Not even the supreme being entrusted with guarding her palace. He is about to awaken once more. Yog-Sothoth, what should we do? What else can we do? The three of us are already in a half-ruined state, now able to rely only on them. I hope the Great Dao does not disappoint us, or else this entire cosmos may collapse once more. Yog-Sothoth appeared remarkably composed in response, yet a trace of reluctance and anticipation flickered in their eyes. No one accepts their predetermined fate willingly. Just as in the past, they rose in rebellion precisely because the world under that rule was filled with despair. Yet they remained discontent even now, for they were unable to kill their enemy when they sealed them away. Sigh, when will things return to normal? How I long for it. It will recover. It is merely a matter of time. Subsequent conversation faded away, for there was no longer any need. All they could do was wait patiently, since their current condition left them incapable of action. They seemed able to do nothing but wait. At this moment, Shurchin was clearly unaware of the events unfolding in the dimensions. He himself was experiencing considerable frustration, for that sudden gaze had not only made him feel the danger of death, but had also thrown the entire river of time into chaos. He was now busy above the river of time, striving to suppress this chaotic situation. Who the hell was that? If I ever catch you, I will scatter your ashes to the winds. After a period of intense effort, Shurchin said impatiently. There was no way around it. This disturbance was far too severe, and even now it had not completely subsided. Dao, to be honest, your place is truly hard to find. If not for that fellow Shurchin accidentally leaving a trace at my abode last time, I would have truly had difficulty locating you here. At this moment, deep within the chaos within the Dao space, a voice echoed throughout the entire realm. So it is you, damn it. I was wondering who could be radiating such an unsettling aura from so far away. The figure of Dao appeared in the Dao space. Unlike her previous manifestations as mere eyes of Dao, this time, she appeared in her true form. She gazed calmly at the woman before her, as two old friends might. And indeed they were old friends. Old friends who had not seen each other across endless ages. Yet time had clearly not diminished the bond between them. Long time no see, Dao. Indeed, it has been a very long time, guardian of the Primordial Chaos. Yes, it was the guardian of the Primordial Chaos, the one Shurchin had encountered before, who had come seeking Dao this time. Their relationship was exceptionally close. Had she known Dao's whereabouts earlier, she would have arrived long ago. This time it was because Shurchin's previous visit inadvertently allowed her to detect a faint trace of chaotic energy, which finally led her here. Otherwise she would still have been unable to locate Dao. What brings you here this time? Dao asked with some puzzlement, for in those days they had each made different choices. Dao had chosen to come here and establish this chaos to preserve a seed for the world that once was, and also to seek hope for the future. As for the others, like the guardian of the Primordial Chaos, she was stationed among the myriad heavens to suppress that place. Her presence served two purposes: first, to ensure those broken individuals wouldn't cause trouble; second, naturally to act as a watchful eye, for those individuals had not truly perished back then. They had merely been sealed away. The guardian of the Primordial Chaos needed to monitor them, and the moment any sign of awakening appeared, she had to inform the others immediately. However, due to the passage of such an extraordinarily long time, Dao had also begun to forget some things. Not because she truly wished to, but because there were simply too many affairs within the chaotic world, many of which required her personal attention, and the busyness had caused her to forget many matters. He has awakened. What? The moment the guardian of the Primordial Chaos finished speaking, Dao looked at her in utter shock, her face grave. Even the happiness that had stirred within her heart upon her friend's arrival instantly sank to the lowest point. The position of the chaos was exceedingly special, which is why Dao remained unaware of what transpired among the myriad heavens. This was precisely the reason Dao had chosen to establish chaos here. For this uniquely positioned realm was isolated from the outside world. Events from the myriad heavens could not reach the chaos, nor could occurrences within the chaos easily permeate outward. It was an excellent place to develop the chaos, yet naturally there were drawbacks. As in this instance, when the guardian of the Primordial Chaos among the myriad heavens already knew of the matter, while she here knew nothing at all. There is no need to worry just yet. Though he has awakened, it appears to be only temporary. He remains mostly in slumber, having merely opened his eyes suddenly this time. The guardian of the Primordial Chaos spoke with apparent nonchalance, though this was merely to ease Dao's mind. Did she truly not care? If she genuinely didn't, she wouldn't have appeared here at this very moment. And what of the other three? Dao asked with a grave expression. The awakening of that being was hardly favorable for them, but beyond him there remained three others, and if all three were to awaken as well, that would truly constitute a catastrophe. The other three show no signs of awakening as of now. You're aware that one is sealed beneath my palace. There are no issues with that entity at present. Even if awakening were to occur, it would likely require an extended period. As for the remaining two, Origin and Creation are monitoring them. Should either show any signs of stirring, they would promptly inform me. Currently neither has moved, indicating they remain asleep. So to say only that one has awakened thus far. Alas, this is partly my fault. Dao spoke with self-reproach upon hearing these words, for when the four had been sealed away in those days, they had each been bound at 4 separate locations by 4 different sealers. the guardian of the primordial chaos sealed beneath the palace and Dao sealed within the boundless dimensions. As for the remaining two, one was sealed by the spirit of origin, whose binding point rested upon a beautiful planet, the very place where the spirit of origin itself had been born. Origin employed its true form to seal that entity. Then there was the god of creation. The other three sealings remained intact without issue yet, because Dao had insisted on leaving her sealing grounds to establish chaos here. The entity she had bound was left without a guardian, and now that one has become the first to awaken. There is no point dwelling on the past now. His awakening has become inevitable. How stands your preparations? The guardian of the primordial chaos harbored no blame toward Dao, for even with Dao's sealing power, it would have proven futile. They would ultimately awaken regardless. It was only a matter of time. When they had first sealed before, they lacked the means to destroy them, and moreover the era itself constrained their ability to act. Even if they had desired to strike truly, they would have been unable to do so. Thus their return was certain, which is precisely why the guardian of the primordial chaos had permitted Dao to leave her post and establish chaos here, to preserve a seed one capable of opposing those four. The time has been far too short. I am not yet prepared. As you know, the seed she gave me has yet to mature to this day. As Dao spoke, the entire Dao space projected a scene before them, though there was no need to name who appeared within it. What of Shurchin? The guardian of the primordial chaos inquired with curiosity. She was aware that the god of creation had entrusted Dao with a seed, yet the vision before them revealed it still required considerable time to mature, and time was precisely what they lacked most. With one already awakened, the other three would likely follow soon after, much like opening Pandora's box. Thus they could no longer place their hopes in the seed the god of creation had given to Dao, but fortunately Shurchin remained. The guardian of the primordial chaos held deep impressions of him. He was after all the first supreme god-level powerhouse to depart from the chaos, making him a ray of hope within it. Time. Haven't you already seen it? In response to the Hongming guardian's inquiry, the Dao seemed reluctant to elaborate on the matter of Shurchin, thus brushing it off casually. What is Shurchin's origin? Clearly the Hongming guardian had detected the Dao's evasion, so she pressed the question again. Her curiosity was understandable, for she was well aware of that seed. It was a precious treasure belonging to the Creator. When the Creator entrusted it to the Dao, it was out of deep trust, hoping that the seed would become the savior of the future world. Yet unexpectedly it had grown and thrived within the chaotic world, only to be suppressed by someone named Shurchin. If Shurchin had no extraordinary background, the Hongming guardian would never believe it, for she knew the seed's true nature. It was by no means inferior to any of their kind. And this was the result. Unless the Dao had failed to nurture it properly. But that was clearly impossible. Unless the Dao was a fool, she would never do such a thing. Moreover, from the situation, it was not that the Dao had neglected cultivation, but rather that Shurchin's origin was far too unique. Well, if I tell you, don't be angry. The Dao, unable to bear the Hongming guardian's scrutinizing gaze, spoke with embarrassment, afraid of provoking her wrath. Go ahead, I'm listening. The Hongming guardian had clearly caught the implication in the Dao's words. Her expression darkened, but she suppressed her emotions and urged the Dao to speak, curious to learn what the Dao had been hiding from her. Do you remember that treasure of yours? The Dao asked awkwardly. You mean the space-time pearl? The Hongming guardian was somewhat uncertain, for she had possessed countless treasures befitting her title as the Hongming guardian. That title was not merely superficial. She had once been known as the supreme treasure deity, a name that spoke volumes about her wealth of divine artifacts. She truly possessed countless supreme treasures, but after that great battle, she was gravely wounded and most of her treasures were shattered. The losses were staggering. Among the few treasures she remembered, the space-time pearl was one of them. Not because of any extraordinary ability. In truth, among her vast collection, the space-time pearl was quite ordinary. Its sole power was to traverse time and space, and it contained a world within, a world far more advanced than any grand universe or chaotic realm, surpassing even the highest of worlds. Yet despite its simple function, it remained etched in her memory, because within the space-time pearl resided a being she had to remember. Yes, that one. The Dao appeared even more embarrassed, knowing that the Hongming guardian harbored a deep grudge over this matter. Didn't you tell me that the space-time pearl was lost? The Hongming guardian's face darkened as she spoke, anger rising within her. Back then, as they prepared to rebel against the rule of the Four, she was the absolute combat force. To ensure the safety of the little one inside the space-time pearl, she entrusted the pearl to the Dao. Because of the Dao's unique abilities, even if they failed, the Dao could escape with the pearl. Unexpectedly, they won the war and sealed the Four. Yet when she later demanded the return of the space-time pearl, the Dao claimed it had been lost during the battle. Enraged, she dragged her wounded body and gave the Dao a severe beating. In the end, she had no choice but to accept the reality. No matter how she searched, the space-time pearl seemed to have vanished completely. Considering that countless treasures far more powerful than the pearl had been shattered in that war, she naturally assumed the pearl had been destroyed too, and the little one within had perished. Though heartbroken, there was nothing she could do. She chose to take charge of suppressing the palace, unwilling to face the Dao. Originally, the duty of palace suppression was not hers, but another's. So, Shurchin is actually that little one. The Hongming Guardian still seemed incredulous. After countless years of desperate belief that the child was dead, being told otherwise was hard to accept. Moreover, she did not fully trust the Dao, who had a history of deception. In a way, yes and no. What do you mean? The Hongming Guardian was puzzled. How could something be both yes and no? Actually, I cast that little one into the cycle of reincarnation. But somehow he emerged from the origin spirit's own body. However, as you know, once someone enters reincarnation, it is questionable whether they remain the same person. Reincarnation, a concept even they could not fully comprehend. The original cycle was not managed by them, but by an ancient being who fell in that great battle, causing the collapse of the original reincarnation system. The Dao had cast the little one into that very original cycle, so even she could not be certain of the outcome. Dao, you damnable creature. Did you not know what the original reincarnation truly was? And you dared to cast him into it. Do you believe I will slay you right now, eh? Do not speak thus. I am naturally aware of the situation regarding the reincarnation back then, but surely you also understand his circumstances at that time, do you not? Because of your mistake back then, his innate soul was incomplete. If I had not cast him into reincarnation to rebuild his soul, do you think he would have achieved what he has today, eh? The Great Dao retorted with some displeasure. She absolutely refused to bear the blame for this matter, as it was a burden she could not afford to shoulder. Once she did, not only would the Hongming Guardian riot, but the others would also erupt in turmoil. After all, back then this little one was not only favored by the Hongming Guardian, the others were no less fond of him. The Hongming Guardian fell silent, for what the Great Dao said was absolutely true. Had it not been for her, that little one would not have had an incomplete soul back then, which was why she had kept him within the time pearl all along. Enough, let us not speak of this. That he could safely emerge from reincarnation already proves that his fate was not to end, does it not? We should rejoice for him. Yes, we should rejoice for him. Hearing the Great Dao's consolation, the Hongming Guardian also restrained the sorrow on her face. As the Great Dao said, as long as he could return, everything was acceptable, and there was no need to assign blame. Of course, the Hongming Guardian was also well aware that the Great Dao had played a significant role in this. If not for the Great Dao, even a little one with an incomplete soul, let alone them who had stepped into the shattered cycle of reincarnation, might not have been able to emerge safely. Since the Great Dao had granted him a second life, what reason did she have to complain? The Great Dao also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Hongming Guardian was reasonable. If she had continued to pursue the matter, even the Great Dao might have found it hard to bear, for only the Great Dao herself knew what she had been doing all these years. If the Hongming Guardian found out, she would surely tear her apart. Since I now know of his whereabouts, I shall say no more. I must take my leave. Saying this, the Hongming Guardian prepared to depart. This time she had only come to inform the Great Dao of that fellow's awakening. Unexpectedly, she had also received a pleasant surprise, learning the traces of that little one who had vanished long ago, which she had never anticipated. Yet this was merely a surprise. Moreover, the current hour was not within the chaos, so even if she longed to see him immediately, there was no way. The future was still long, and she would eventually have the chance to meet him, would she not? Thus she had to leave now. Beneath her palace, a terrifying entity was imprisoned. If she were away for too long, who knew if it might awaken? It was better to return as soon as possible, so that even if any mishap occurred, she could handle it in time. Won't you stay a little longer? The Great Dao made a token gesture of hospitality. She was well aware of the Hongming Guardian's duties. However, the two had been close sisters for many years, and now that they had finally met again, she truly wished to have a good chat. These years she had been too lonely, spending every day either scheming or busy expanding the chaos with not even a moment's rest. Forget it. You know my situation. If I am away for too long, that entity might seize the opportunity to awaken. Before you are ready, I cannot allow it to awaken. So I must return ahead of time. The Hongming Guardian also felt a sense of regret. Like the Great Dao, she wished to have a proper conversation with her good sister, but due to her duties they had to part after a brief reunion. When they would meet again, no one could say. Perhaps after a very long time, or perhaps never again. Very well. May you have a smooth journey. After a long silence, the Great Dao finally spoke again. She had no more words to say, only silently offering her blessing. For this was no simple matter. Once that entity awakened, its first act of vengeance would surely be against the Hongming Guardian. Back then they had only managed to suppress it through combined efforts and schemes, and even then they had been severely wounded, with a few having fallen directly. Their injuries had not yet healed to this day. So if that entity awakened and sought revenge, whether the Hongming Guardian could withstand it was a question. Perhaps this meeting would be their final farewell. The Great Dao had much to say to the Hongming Guardian, but in the end 1,000 words condensed into just this one sentence. You too. By the way, since that little one is the seed left by the Creator, give this to him. It should be of help, allowing him to step into this realm more quickly, which would also benefit our plans. As she spoke, the Qin Ming guardian suddenly took out an object and handed it to the Great Dao. It was an exquisite pearl, ordinary in appearance on the outside, but extraordinarily extraordinary within. Inside it was condensed the entire Great Dao of a supreme god, and moreover, it was highly compatible with that seed's own Great Dao. This was what the Creator had entrusted to her back then. It contained the Creator's entire Great Dao. Although the Creator had not perished, it was almost the same, for otherwise this seed would not exist. Good. The Great Dao merely replied. Looking at the pearl, she thought of the Creator. Back then their bond had been very deep, yet due to a single decision, they were now separated by endless distances, not having seen each other for an immeasurable span of time. Was it tragic? There was indeed sorrow, but they would never regret it. For this was to find a path of survival for all living beings, and for themselves as well. Though the path was still shrouded in darkness, as long as there was hope, everything was worthwhile. Enough, I am leaving. This time the Qin Ming guardian did not linger any longer. After speaking, she turned and left. The Great Dao watched her depart in silence until she could no longer sense her presence, then finally withdrew her gaze. Subsequently, she sent the pearl away. How to make him obtain it would require careful planning, for such an item was not merely a good thing for him, it could also arouse his suspicion. Thus making him obtain it now was a matter of strategy. And clearly the Great Dao had already made a decision in her heart. So she did not worry about this issue, but sent it away silently, awaiting the appearance of its owner. At this moment Pangu was still unaware that he had once again fallen into the Great Dao's schemes. He was now wandering through the chaos, as was his habit. Every time after being robbed by that fellow Shurchun, he would wander in the chaos out of habit, and then return with another pile of treasures. Strange, why do I feel so unsettled today? At this moment within the chaos, Pangu stared at the chaotic void with a perplexed expression. For just now he sensed a flicker of unease in his heart, an ill omen for one of his stature. It is well known that the more powerful a being, the more acutely they perceive when others scheme against them. Though they may not know precisely who plots, once their heart is vigilant, the scheme is already doomed to fail. And now Pangu felt exactly that. A sense of being plotted against, yet he could not discern the source. One capable of such concealment was no ordinary creature, at the very least it matched his own level of power. One of those chaos primordial gods. But did they truly dare to scheme against him? Pangu deemed it impossible, for they lacked the audacity. Once discovered, the consequences awaiting them would be far from pleasant. And what is that? Suddenly Pangu noticed something gleaming ahead, surrounded by a natural grand formation. A treasure. Delight surged in Pangu's heart. An object appearing in the chaos safeguarded by a natural grand formation could only be a treasure or something precious. He had wandered the chaos for ages seeking such rare finds, and now fortune had finally smiled upon him. With a wave of his hand, Pangu shattered the formation effortlessly. To him such a barrier was child's play. Treasures in the chaos do not appear to every passerby, they require fate. Just as Shurchun had scoured the chaos in vain before, Pangu stumbled upon one simply by stepping out. This treasure was no different. Though it had always been there, it seemed destined for Pangu, else other chaos primordial gods would have claimed it long ago. Strange, what is this? A primeval orb. After breaking the formation, Pangu picked up the orb within astonishment coloring his face. Sensing its aura, he recognized it, a primeval orb. But such a thing should not exist in the chaos. Yet soon curiosity gave way to excitement. He felt the aura of his own Great Dao emanating from the orb, a perfect catalyst for his breakthrough. Thus if he refined the essence within this orb, he would ascend. Could it be that this orb was tailor-made for him? It seems I can finally break through. Pangu harbored no suspicion. After all, this was the chaotic realm. Who would dare plot against him? If anyone could, it would be only Tu Shurchun or the Great Dao itself. And if they wished him harm, resistance was futile. So why not accept this gift with open arms? Thus, rather than indulge in paranoia, it was better to cherish the windfall. Why refuse a boon? Order primordial god, oversee the chaos in my stead. I must enter seclusion. Hastening back to his dojo, Pangu sent a voice transmission to the Order Primordial God before plunging into meditation. The Order Primordial God stood dumbfounded, unable to gather her thoughts. Pangu's seclusion was so abrupt that she had no time to react. Previously, when Shurchun departed, he had entrusted all chaotic affairs to Pangu, the only one capable of suppressing the other beings. Yet now Pangu had announced his seclusion without any preparation. The timing was too suspicious. How could the Order Primordial God alone hold them back? Trouble was sure to brew in the chaos. With Shurchun absent and Pangu in seclusion, only the Order Primordial God and the World Tree remained. Could they truly manage? World Tree, what do you think happened? Why did Pangu suddenly declare seclusion? The Order Primordial God turned to the World Tree bewildered. Among Shurchun's faction, only they two remained. Others like Yang Mei were neutral. Not causing trouble would already be a blessing, but was that likely? Impossible. The chaos being suppressed by Shurchun for so long desperately needed an outlet. Pangu's seclusion for a breakthrough gave them an opportunity, especially Yang Mei and the Fate Primordial God. When else would they scheme to seek their own advancement? Who knows? Perhaps a breakthrough. The World Tree shrugged indifferent. Since Pangu had handed the reins to the Order Primordial God, let the higher-ups take the fall. She would just coast along doing the bare minimum. You wretched creature. The Order Primordial God sighed in frustration. Why ask her? She only invited more trouble. Enough. Now that Pangu is in seclusion, those fellows will soon learn of it. Rather than wasting time being angry, you'd better think how to counter their schemes. They're no pushovers, and they hold no respect for you. Without a suppressor, extending order across the chaos will be even harder. And watch out. They'll seek revenge for your earlier machinations. That was the crux. The Order Primordial God had schemed against them before. With Shurchin and Pangu around, they dared not act. But now with one absent and the other in seclusion, the chaos was in a vacuum, ripe for settling scores. Still, they wouldn't go too far, knowing the two would return eventually. Upon the vast primordial land, winds and clouds surged majestically. Since the last great calamity of the primordial era, under the passage of endless time, the aura of the tribulation once again pervaded the entire primordial land. Even the scattered cultivators who had retreated overseas were now infected by the tribulation's energy, and they had come to the primordial land one after another. Some joined the three clans, while others established their own forces, intending to contend with the three clans for dominance over the primordial land. It could be said that at this moment the primordial land was like a powder keg ready to be ignited at any moment. However, the fuse that would set off this powder keg had not yet appeared, but the smell of gunpowder had already permeated the entire primordial land, as if the fuse could be lit at any time. Meanwhile, within the Taoist temple of Hongjun on Yujing Mountain in the eastern continent, two figures sat peacefully on meditation cushions. They were none other than Hongjun and Tangyuan Taoist. Tangyuan had been left to Hongjun by Shurchin. Perhaps Shurchin did not care, but Hongjun obviously could not afford to ignore it. After all, this was a person entrusted to him by the Great Venerable. If he failed to teach well, it would be shameful. Even if Shurchin would not blame him, he himself could not get past this hurdle in his heart. Therefore, Hongjun was very patiently explaining the matters of the primordial land to Tangyuan Taoist. Fortunately, although Tangyuan Taoist knew nothing, he was the type who understood at a hint, which saved Hongjun a lot of trouble. Hongjun sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, his gaze calm, as he looked at Tangyuan Taoist beside him. This was a test for him, but wasn't it also a form of teaching? Tangyuan, what do you think of the current state of the primordial land? The waters of the primordial land were deep. This was what Hongjun had taught Tangyuan Taoist from the very beginning. However, if one wished to live freely in the primordial land, they must swim in those deep waters. Hongjun could not truly shelter him forever. A greenhouse cannot nurture proud flowers. Hongjun was well aware of this. If Tangyuan Taoist wanted to fully mature, what he needed was not the protection of Hongjun or Shurchin, but to carve out his own path alone. Although this current tribulation was not suitable for Tangyuan Taoist, to venture into the next tribulation would be the most opportune time. Therefore, Hongjun needed to pave the way for Tangyuan Taoist in advance, at least mentally preparing him. In reply to Patriarch Hongjun, the current primordial land is like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. The conflict among the three clans is already irreversible. In response to Hongjun's question, Tangyuan Taoist answered calmly. Even without observing the current situation of the primordial land, he knew the future development. He was also very clear about the future direction of the three clans. Wasn't it that in the end the three clans would fail in their struggle and withdraw from the primordial land, and then it would be the contest between Hongjun and Luoho? But in the end it was Hongjun who seized the initiative in the primordial land. This was also a good thing for him. Perhaps in the future, he might even have hope of becoming a lofty saint. Then which of the three clans do you think will ultimately win? A glint of light flashed in Hongjun's eyes. He could see that Tangyuan Taoist seemed to know something just like that Dihao back then, who seemed to have some understanding of the general trend of the primordial land. But he still asked this question, wanting to see how much Tangyuan knew, which would also affect his future plans for him. In reply to Patriarch, it is my view that in the end all three clans will inevitably fail. Oh, why do you say that? Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he inquired. It seemed this fellow knew quite a bit. He wondered how he knew these things. Did the Great Venerable tell him? That seemed rather unlikely. If the Great Venerable had said something, he would surely have informed him as well. So it must not be from the Great Venerable. Could he really have seen it himself? The conflict among the three clans appears to be three hegemonic powers vying for supremacy over the primordial land, but one can also see some things from many small details. For example, because of their constant warfare, they have lost the hearts of the people among all living beings. And although they as hegemonic powers do not care about popular sentiment, they have overlooked one thing: popular sentiment actually symbolizes fortune. Under their continuous conflicts, their fortune has been draining too severely. Although nothing can be seen at present, as time passes, this hidden danger will inevitably erupt. At that time, the three clans will have no choice but to withdraw from the stage of the primordial land struggle. Moreover, there are also two old foxes like you and Luoho scheming on the sidelines. Do you think the three clans can become the overlords of the primordial land? That's simply a joke. Of course, he dared not speak this last sentence in front of Hongjun. Although Shurchen had entrusted him to Hongjun, that did not mean he could casually slander Hongjun. The primordial land was like this, the strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest. After this period of study, he had finally understood such a law of survival in the primordial land. At present, his strength was not enough to support him daring to refute Hongjun. Perhaps in the future, but definitely not now. So the best thing now was to pretend to be submissive, otherwise he feared no one could protect him. The wrath of Hongjun in the eyes of someone who did not understand the primordial land and chaos was not something anyone could withstand. Not bad. To have such insight is already quite good. However, you must also remember one thing: the primordial land is actually a chessboard. Whether it's the innate three clans you, or even me and Luoho, we are all just pieces on this chessboard. Although it seems that Luoho and I are currently moving the pieces, in the end both Luoho and I are just pieces, just slightly more advanced pieces. To live peacefully in this land of the primordial, you must be prepared to be a piece. If you do not have such awareness, perhaps one day you will find yourself swept out, and the final outcome, as you can well imagine. If you want to become a player, you must first become a piece. When your strength is insufficient, even if you realize you are a piece, do not be angry, unless your strength is enough to overturn the game. Hongjun said meaningfully. As he had said, the primordial land was a game of chess. He and Luoho were nothing more than pieces. It was just that the players behind them were the great venerables, beings they could never resist. As for whether Tongyuan Daoist could jump out of this chessboard in the future and become a player, he did not know. But as his half-disciple, he had the obligation to teach him the rules of survival in the primordial land, that is, to be a good piece. If one day he lost the qualification to be a piece, death would await him. This was the law of survival in the primordial land. If one does not even have the qualification to be a piece, how can they survive in the primordial land? Not to mention whether they would allow it, even the great venerables would not approve of such a thing. Because the primordial land is their chessboard, and every living being on this chessboard is a piece in their hands. This disciple has understood. Tongyuan Daoist appeared as if he understood, but whether he truly did was known only to him. Hongjun was merely a guide. The ultimate attainment depended on himself. Well, since you understand, do not disappoint me, nor the great venerable. Hongjun said no more. Some matters required only a hint. Whether he could grasp it depended on himself. Meanwhile, on the boundless primordial land, chaos had already erupted. Although the spark had yet to appear, the armies of the three clans began to converge incessantly. In the south, from the 10,000 immortal volcanoes, countless phoenixes and the avian clan began to gather at the border between the central continent and the eastern continent. By now, the Phoenix clan had truly become the sovereigns of all avian beings. Every feathered creature across the primordial land was under their dominion. In contrast, the Dragon clan had completely seized control of the four seas and the eastern continent, boasting immense power. On the central continent, the Qin clan had become the rulers of all beasts. The clash among the three clans was imminent. However, though it was called a three-clan conflict, those with keen eyes could see that it was merely the Phoenix clan allying with the Qin clan against the Dragon clan. After all, the Dragon clan was the most powerful. The Dragon clan now boasted two half-step Hunyuan powerhouses, Zhu Long and Zhu Long, and over 360 elders, each at least at the Daluo deity level. As for the Qilin clan, little needed to be said. The Qilin clan had only Zhu Qilin to rely on. Although he had also stepped into the half-step Hunyuan realm, the clan's strength paled in comparison to the Dragon clan, as they had only one such powerhouse. Moreover, their number of elders was merely a third of the Dragon clan's. Among the three clans, the Qilin clan was undoubtedly the weakest. All of this was actually attributable to the White Tiger clan of old. In the war between the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan, the entire foundation of the Qilin clan was shattered. Additionally, on the central continent, they occupied a large portion of the territory was not under their control. After the White Tiger clan's fall, they could not meddle in the western continent either, due to the presence of the Demon clan. As a result, after being crippled, the Qilin clan long failed to obtain sufficient resources, leading to their current plight. As for the Phoenix clan, even less need be said. If Zhu Feng had not fallen in battle, the Phoenix clan's strength would have been nearly equal to the Dragon clan's. But alas, there were no ifs. Now that Zhu Feng was dead, the only half-step Hunyuan supporting the Phoenix clan was Zhu Huang. The Daluo deity elders below had also suffered heavy losses from internal strife, but they were still better off than the Qilin clan, since they occupied the entire southern continent, whose resources were far richer than those of the central continent, held by the Qilin clan. Therefore, though their number of elders could not match the Dragon clan's, it far exceeded that of the Qilin clan, at least 2/3 of the Dragon clan's count. Moreover, the strength of the Qilin clan's elders was actually on par with that of the Dragon clan's. At this moment, within the 10,000 immortal volcanoes, the rulers of the two clans, Zhu Huang and Zhu Qilin, gathered. Zhu Huang, what do you think the Dragon clan will do in this battle? Zhu Qilin looked at Zhu Huang, and asked, his calm face hiding a glint in his eyes. What else can it be? Either the Dragon Clan is annihilated or our two clans are destroyed. There is no third possibility. Facing Zhu Qilan's inquiry, Zhu Huang replied with great arrogance. As the sovereign of a clan, though she was merely a female primordial deity, her domineering aura was in no way inferior to that of Zhu Long or Zhu Qilan. In some aspects, she even surpassed Zhu Qilan. You are very confident. Don't you fear that in the end we might lose and your Phoenix clan will be destroyed? Haha. So what? Zhu Qilan, it seems that among our three clans you are the one who sees the least clearly. On the primordial land there has never been an eternal overlord, nor will there ever be one. Whether it be the Dragon Clan or you and I, none of us are everlasting rulers on this chessboard. But so what? Only with sufficient strength can one remain an overlord forever. If we lose, we lose. At worst our clan perishes on the primordial land. What is there to fear? Zhu Long is stronger than all of us, yet he does not fear these things. So why should we too be afraid? Zhu Huang appeared very carefree, for she saw things with great clarity. Though the chessboard of the primordial land was deep and treacherous, both she and Zhu Long had always been the players moving the pieces. What Zhu Qilan did not know was that he had always been a piece himself, never a player. Such was the difference between Zhu Huang, Zhu Long, and Zhu Qilan. The former two saw far and deep, while Zhu Qilan, though not much weaker in strength, was limited by the stature of his clan, which sometimes determined one's vision. Thus, compared to Zhu Huang and Zhu Long, Zhu Qilan was truly inferior. Haha, you speak well. If both you and Zhu Long are unafraid, then what have I to fear? Zhu Qilan, worthy of his status as a peak existence, soon understood the matter and laughed with equal arrogance. Zhu Huang said nothing more, merely turning her head to give Zhu Qilan a deep look before her gaze continued into the distant depths. Her eyes clashed with those of Zhu Long on the eastern continent, unleashing a terrifying battle intent. Warriors of the Dragon Clan, charge! One battle to decide the fate of the world. With a roar that echoed across the entire primordial land, the war of this calamity finally erupted. Cry, roar. The Dragon Clan roared while the Phoenix Clan's cries echoed across the primordial land. Following them came the roar of the Beast Clan, represented by the Qin Clan. A new wave of warfire engulfed the primordial land, and the clash of the three clans erupted at this moment. Zhu Long, today is your day of death. A roar thundered across the battlefield of the eastern continent. Zhu Qilan manifested his true form, his colossal body towering between heaven and earth, surrounded by boundless auspicious aura. Yet at this moment no one sensed the auspiciousness, there was only endless slaughter. Ha! Ridiculous. Zhu Qilan, do you truly think you can kill me? Zhu Long laughed heartily. Among the three races, only Zhu Huang was worthy of his regard. A mere Zhu Qilan, to be honest, he had never taken seriously. Thus, faced with Zhu Qilan's words, he found them utterly laughable. Try it, and you'll see. Zhu Qilan did not wish to say more. In an instant, his immense body charged straight towards Zhu Long. Your opponent is me. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Zhu Long, who had been staying by Zhu Long's side, instantly transformed into his true form and charged towards Zhu Qilan. Among the four half-step primordial beings, only Zhu Long's strength was comparable to Zhu Qilan's. And clearly Zhu Long's opponent was inevitably Zhu Huang, so Zhu Long's natural adversary was none other than Zhu Qilan. Seeking death. Zhu Qilan roared, raising his claw and swiping at Zhu Long, but Zhu Long immediately blocked it. Although Zhu Long was not a true dragon with his pair of fleshy wings, he found it quite easy to counter Zhu Qilan's attack. Zhu Long, now it's just the two of us. Zhu Huang sat calmly upon her throne, her gaze indifferent, as she looked at Zhu Long, a glint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Her enmity with Zhu Long ran deep. Long ago that fellow had dared to intrude into her 10,000 undying volcanoes, attempting to force her to marry him. This matter she had held a grudge for a very long time. Huh. Yes, it's just the two of us now. It's time to decide the victor. Zhu Long laughed heartily, rising from his throne. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire eastern continent as a true dragon manifested and charged towards Zhu Huang. Screech. Zhu Huang also roared, and terrifying flames illuminated the entire eastern continent, causing the temperature across the primordial land to rise sharply. In the sky above the eastern continent, the four half-step primordial powerhouses continuously clashed. On the battlefield below, the three races fought endlessly, with corpses falling to the ground at every moment. The entire eastern land was riddled with wounds, and mountain after mountain vanished from the face of the primordial land. Is this the great war of the three races, eh? At this moment, within Hongjuan's residence on Yujing Mountain, protected by Hongjuan, Tongyuan Daoren was naturally unaffected by the primordial calamity aura. As he watched the three races conflict in the projection, he was truly stunned. Words and books could never fully depict the horror of the battlefield. Sometimes only what one sees with one's own eyes is the most real. Although this was merely a projection displayed by Hongjun through a minor divine power, it was far more shocking than any books he had read in his past life. The path of conquest is always filled with blood and tears. Every king grows up by treading upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood built from white bones. The road you have to walk is still long. Hong Jun said calmly beside him. Although Tong Yuan Daoren followed the path of carefree immortality, was it truly so? In the primordial world, there is no truly carefree path to immortality. To achieve eternal imperishability, one must tread the path of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. For now, Tong Yuan Daoren still did not need to, but after this calamity, it would be a different story. Tong Yuan understands. Tong Yuan Daoren responded to Hong Jun's words, but at this moment, he clearly was not absorbing them. His gaze was fixed on the three races' battlefield, and he had no mind to listen to what Hong Jun was saying. Alas, Hong Jun sighed softly. He naturally saw through Tong Yuan Daoren's situation, but in the end he said nothing. After all, he had already said what needed to be said, or whether he listened was his own affair. If other forces wanted to intervene now, what time would be best? Suddenly Hong Jun asked Tong Yuan Daoren again. In reply to the old ancestor Hong Jun, I believe we need to wait a bit longer. It would be most suitable to wait until the three races suffer heavy casualties. Faced with the old ancestor Hong Jun's inquiry, Tong Yuan Daoren wished to watch the three races battle undisturbed, but obviously that was impossible. He could not simply ignore Hong Jun's question, as that would be disrespectful to Hong Jun. If Hong Jun were the type to hold a grudge, and later make things difficult for him, he would suffer. Then how long do you think they will continue fighting? Based on the current situation, if we exclude the patriarchs of the three races, namely Zhu Long and the others, then given the strength of the three races, 10,000 years should be enough to cause them heavy casualties. At that time, if other forces wish to intervene, that moment would be absolutely suitable. However, because I am not familiar with the half-step primordial realm, I am unclear about the true strength of Zhu Long and the others. Therefore, if we include the four of them, the time would need to be postponed by at least 100,000 years. Tong Yuan Daoren said after thinking. This was a very conservative estimate. 4 half-step primordial beings, 100,000 years would also be a huge drain. By that time, no matter how powerful Zhu Long and the others were, they would likely be severely injured, so this timing should be without any issues. Then if what I desire is not heavy losses for the three races, but rather that they must withdraw from the stage of the primordial world, what time do you think would be most suitable to intervene? Suddenly Hong Jun asked once again, and this time Tong Yuan Daoren clearly did not know how to answer. Because at this moment he clearly did not understand what Hong Jun meant. Not letting the three races suffer heavy losses, yet making the proud three races withdraw from the primordial world. Was this achievable? In any case, Tong Yuan Daoren did not think it was realistic. The three races were too proud. As the dominant powers of the primordial world, it was fundamentally impossible for them to withdraw from the stage without suffering heavy losses. Your perspective on things is still too shallow. I have long told you the waters of the primordial world run deep, and you must remember this. The withdrawal of the three races from the stage is predetermined. Neither I nor Luo Ho desire the three races to suffer too heavily, because although their withdrawal now is fated, they will stage a comeback in the future. This is not something that I or Luo Ho can decide. Both I and Luo Ho are merely pawns. The true chess players do not wish to see the tragedy of the primordial world's creatures. So do you understand? Your disciple is dull and still does not fully understand. Tong Yuan Daoren truly did not understand. His knowledge of the primordial world was far too limited, and precisely because of that he had no idea what Hong Jun meant. Never mind. You will understand in the future. For now you only need to know one thing, whether it is the three races or any other race, I and Luo Ho will not allow them to suffer heavy losses, yet they must withdraw from the primordial world. This is a predetermined fact, and it is what the chess players behind me and Luo Ho need to see. In the end, Hong Jun did not explain further, but Tong Yuan Daoren still understood one thing: both Luo Ho and Hong Jun were merely pawns, and behind them were other chess players. As for who they were, he did not know, but there was one thing he did know. That was he had once thought that Hong Jun and Luo Ho were the chess players of this primordial chessboard, but now it seemed he was wrong. The chess players were others.